Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Teikō Junior High, in a basketball hall specially used for competitions. An exchange match is being held, and the opponent is Jeonggwang Junior High School, a school from the Tokyo area. At this time, the game has already started, and there are many spectators in the stadium. After all, this is the country's top basketball school. The students' love for basketball is still very high. With the waves of cheers on the court, the added home advantage, and the real gap in strength, Jeonggwang Junior High School was crushed as expected. The score of 4-14 was clearly displayed on the big screen. Teikō is indeed a strong team. Bai Feng, who was sitting on the bench, couldn't help thinking in his heart as he watched the game on the court. The game on the court had only started for a few minutes, and a one-sided situation had already appeared. This is just Teikō's Second Army, and it has such a strong pressure. What kind of powerful performance should the real main force have? Thinking of this, Bai Feng couldn't help but look at Ryōta Kise on the Teikō bench. That's right, the opponent didn't play like Bai Feng. But the difference is that Teikō didn't play Kise because he was confident of winning. This confidence was built step by step. Kise was sitting here just in case. And there was only Kise, and none of the other rainbow heads appeared. Jeonggwang didn't play Bai Feng because the coach was simply overconfident and made a wrong judgment. Bai Feng thought of the coach who said to him confidently before the game, "Feng, this time we are just playing a confrontation with the opponent's second team, don't worry. You are our trump card, you can't expose it to the opponent at the beginning." He felt unspeakably awkward after hearing what the coach said. "Coach, do you know who the opponent is? Why are you so arrogant?" But thinking that the opponent had just taken the position of coach of Jeonggwang Middle School and had never been in contact with the junior high school basketball world before, Bai Feng didn't say anything. The hammer of reality will wake him up. This is indeed the case. Turn your eyes to Bai Feng on the coach. It is obvious that he is a little confused. He was originally sitting firmly in the coach's chair, but now he has stood up and paced on the sidelines. According to the current trend, Bai Feng felt that he was about to go on the court. He retracted his gaze, stood up and walked to the warm-up area to stretch his body. At the same time, he summoned the system panel in front of him. Name, Bai Feng. Static talent. Height, 191 centimeters. Wingspan, 206 centimeters. Dynamic talent. Strength, 86. Speed, 87. Bounce, 86. Stamina, 90. Basketball attributes. Three-pointer, 85. Mid-range shot, 86. Layup, 87. Dunk, 87. Pass, 90. Defense, 86. Rebound, 85. Ability extraction. Blue Prison, Jigsaw Brother Jie Shiyi, Beyond Vision. Ability introduction. 1. Overlook the entire court from a god's perspective, treat everyone on the court as a chess piece, and deduce the situation 0.5 seconds later. 2. When attacking with the ball alone, you can see the opponent's weaknesses by changing the rhythm. The weaknesses will appear in the opponent in the form of a puzzle, and attacking the weaknesses can achieve twice the result with half the effort. The system panel clearly displays Bai Feng's current situation. Although Bai Feng had seen it many times, he was still very excited when he scanned the system panel again. Only he himself knew how much progress he had made in the past 2 months. 2 months ago, with the arrival of the system, Bai Feng also awakened the memory of his previous life. At the same time, he also realized that he had traveled to the world of Kuroko basketball. But the timeline of awakening the memory was a bit late, it was already the last semester of the original junior high school. Bai Feng thought of the perverts in the black basketball, and they should have awakened their talents at this time. Each of them turned into a Superman on the court. Although it was a bit exaggerated, they were completely different from ordinary players. Even if Bai Feng had the system, it was unlikely to surpass them in a short time. But Bai Feng greatly underestimated the strength of the system. First, he drew the ability of the Blue Prison and the Puzzle Brother. It was this ability that gave him the flowering skill that was no less than the Miracle Era. Secondly, Bai Feng was given a month of extraordinary development bonus. This allowed Bai Feng's physical and technical skills to soar in just 1 month. Of course, the most important thing is that Bai Feng's physical talent in this life is also very good. The combination of the two is the result of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Bai Feng's daily changes are so great that his teammates can feel it most directly, except for himself. It took only 2 months for him to develop from a nobody in the team to the undisputed ace of the team. And Bai Feng's ability to transcend vision also makes his style of play more team-oriented. So he has a very high status in the hearts of his teammates, because whenever they play with Bai Feng, he can always make the complex sport of basketball very simple and fun. Now Bai Feng can be said to have his own system. It is easy to go from simple to luxurious, but difficult to go from luxurious to frugal. Because the team has become accustomed to the smooth offensive rhythm commanded by Bai Feng. Suddenly, Bai Feng was not on the court, and the people of Jianguang seemed to not know how to play. Bai Feng, who was almost done with warming up, looked up at the court, and it was just as he expected. These brothers have no ability to resist at all, and they are still bragging before the game. They all said that they wanted to teach Teikō a lesson, and they dared to send out the Second Army to fight them. Especially the center Daihe in the team, who boasted the loudest, after learning that Bai Feng would not play. He ran to Bai Feng and boasted solemnly, saying that he would let Bai Feng see the strength of his second trump card in the team. As a result, he was beaten to a loss, and of course the others were not much better. Bai Feng felt a headache, with such a group of teammates. He held his forehead and stared at the score screen, 8-24. Who are you paying tribute to, man? Bai Feng looked at his old coach Deng again, only to see the coach walking back and forth on the sidelines while pointing at Daihe on the court and cursing. Daihe, can you be tougher? Active defense. The coach was so excited that people who didn't know him would think he was so professional. Bai Feng didn't want to say anything more. The game was so bad that he didn't know how to call a timeout to calm down the rhythm on the court. It was really the black basketball version of ham. Fortunately, the opponent was not useless. He was still self-aware in front of Bai Feng. The reason why Bai Feng did not ask to play in this game was because Teikō only played in the second team, and Bai Feng did not play in order to train his teammates. Who would have thought that the opponent, with only the second team, could beat this group of small corners like this? At this time, the coach finally reacted and looked at Bai Feng. Come on, it's my turn to play. Bai Feng walked to the sidelines, and at the same time he looked at the audience seats in the stadium. At this time, it was almost full of onlookers, and Bai Feng was surprised to find that there were more girls than boys. But after listening to their shouts, he understood. Kise, Kise, Kise. Kise-kun, look here. Huang Lai-kun likes you so much, I want to be your girlfriend. Most of these girls are fans of Kise Ryōta. Really, they are so fanatical at such a young age. Looking at these brain-dead fans shouting at the top of their lungs, Bai Feng couldn't help but want to see what these people look like after seeing Kise being torn apart and ravaged. How pleasant it is when that delicate and confident face shows an expression that is inconsistent with the character. Thinking about it, Bai Feng couldn't help but curl his lips and narrow his eyes slightly. If people who are familiar with him see Bai Feng like this, they will definitely shudder. I'm really looking forward to it. Miracle Era will force you to play soon. Chapter 2. Ding! Task released, win the first match with Teikō Junior High and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Bai Feng, who was preparing to play, suddenly heard the task released by the system. This made him a little excited. After all, the system usually made no sound, which made him think that there was something wrong with the system. He had experienced the benefits of the system lottery. After all, the current beyond vision was obtained by lottery. Although the score gap is a bit big now, Bai Feng had never intended to admit defeat. Now he is ready to go all out. Bai Feng is looking forward to what outrageous abilities the system can draw later. If it's Idoji Rin in the blue lock, it would be even better. Bai Feng has already started to make a wish. Bai Feng walked onto the court and replaced the point guard position. Feng, I'm sorry, we were suppressed. The teammate who was substituted out of the court said to Bai Feng in frustration when he crossed with Bai Feng. It doesn't matter. I'm on the court. I will win. Listening to Bai Feng's confident words, his teammates also felt more at ease. The teammate who was about to reply saw a mocking look on Bai Feng's face. But, you guys are too bad, you guys played like this when I didn't play. Practice more after you go back, you practice what I practice. This is really a familiar feeling. The teammate's mouth twitched, he could already imagine how he would be dominated by Bai Feng next. The substitution was completed, and the team had the ball. The teammate passed the ball to Bai Feng, and Bai Feng controlled the ball with one hand. With the other hand, he raised an index finger. After seeing Bai Feng's action, the teammates all understood what Bai Feng meant and tried to open up space as much as possible. That's right, it's a singles game. Although Bai Feng's style of play is more team-oriented because of the skill beyond vision. But his singles are also unstoppable. Moreover, the opponent is now in a strong momentum, and he urgently needs a blow to establish his prestige. When there is no tiger in the mountain, the monkey is the king. His teammates were bullied so badly, and he, the ace, should stand up first to boost his momentum. Although, the teammates at this moment are completely different from the ones just now when Bai Feng came on the court. It seems to be a hidden trump card. On the sidelines, the coach of Teikō Second Army was sitting on a chair as steady as a rock, looking at Bai Feng. Years of contact with the field of basketball allowed him to judge the general level of the opponent only from the temperament of the player. He felt that this player who just came on the court must be extraordinary. He wanted to remind the players, but then he thought that the score advantage was so big, why was he so anxious? And he looked at the dazzling genius next to him, Kise Ryōta. Haha, there is also a difference between the trump cards. At this moment, he looked at the other coach's fidgeting look. Feeling that everything is under control, Bai Feng steadily controlled the ball through the midfield. In the middle school age group, his height of 191 cm playing the point guard position is not unique, but it is indeed rare. The person defending him is a full head shorter than him. The opponent just thought that Bai Feng's high center of gravity would make his ball control unstable. But when he stepped forward to actively press, Bai Feng easily resolved it with just one move of protecting the ball. He didn't even try any fancy things like big changes of direction in front of him. The opponent was also smart. He did not continue to defend closely, but opened up. Let Bai Feng walk steadily through the center line, and also gave Bai Feng a step of space. At the top of the arc, Bai Feng truly felt the quality of Teikō players at this moment. Just the second team was so good, no wonder his teammates were completely blown away. An unknown player on the other side played so smartly. He knew to give him a step, which was clearly letting him shoot but not break through. Although the opponent did not know Bai Feng's specific strength, he was betting that he had no touch when he first came on the court. After Bai Feng paused for a moment, a smile appeared on his face. The opponent was very smart but useless, and his shooting was also very good. In this completely empty situation, Bai Feng was confident that he could complete the shot. However, since he wanted to improve the morale of the team, he would use the most violent way on the court. Bai Feng, who was preparing to attack, sank his legs even more. At this moment, he had entered the attack mode. The whole person's momentum changed drastically, and the players against him instantly felt the pressure brought by Bai Feng. He was concentrating, and saw that Bai Feng, who was originally holding the ball in his right hand, suddenly hit the ball to the left. The ball was hit on his left hand, and his left arm stretched out to the maximum extent. The large amplitude made it even more difficult for the already short defensive players to defend. Not to mention, Bai Feng was not dribbling on the spot, and his footsteps were just as fast. Just a change of rhythm, and the effect of beyond vision appeared on the opponent. At this time, a small and glowing puzzle piece appeared clearly on the opponent's left leg. The position where the puzzle appeared was exactly the weakness of the opponent's body captured by beyond vision. This is also the reason why Bai Feng believes that he is unbeatable in a single fight. He has imagined many times, who is stronger between his eyes and Akashi's Emperor Eye. Although Bai Feng is very confident, he will know after a comparison. It's a bit far-fetched. Bai Feng did not give the opponent a chance. Almost at the same time as the puzzle piece appeared, he rushed to the opponent's weakness. Quickly pull the ball back to his right hand and break through with a big stride. With just one step, he threw the opponent away, leaving him no chance to catch his tail. Because, after Bai Feng attacked his weak point, the defender lost his balance and fell to the ground. While watching Bai Feng, he could only shout loudly to his teammates. Hurry up and defend. After the Teikō players reacted, they made timely remedies. But they had already relaxed the game a little, and Bai Feng's speed was obviously not something they could handle at this level. At least call Kise from the bench up. While the opponent's center hurriedly defended the restricted area, Bai Feng had already strode and raised the ball above his head. Defense is useless, muda. Take off in 2 steps, raise the fire to burn the sky. Bang! The basketball was smashed into the basket with great force, holding the basket with one hand, and riding the center who was more than 195 centimeters tall under his crotch. At this moment, the originally noisy court was silent. After landing, Bai Feng looked around. In the quiet stadium, a sound was made. Show some momentum, is the opponent strong? I will lead you to fight. These unrestrained words were obviously said to his teammates. But at the same time, they also stimulated the opponents and the audience. Oh. FK, Bai Feng is on fire. Defense. Chapter 3. After a brief silence on the court, everyone also reacted. The player who just dunked the ball was a little too arrogant. They are Teikō Junior High, a school that has dominated the junior high school world for 3 consecutive years. And it is the kind of school that is undisputed. Who dares to be arrogant in front of us? Baga. Too arrogant? I don't even know which school you are from, why are you pretending? You will have a hard time in the future. The aggressive noises are endless. But there are also many girls who fall for this. Damn Guyi! Wow, I didn't realize that this boy is also handsome just now. Yes, and he is so manly, I feel like he can pick me up. I have to say that these girls' vision is still good. Bai Feng's appearance in this life is beyond reproach. And for these adolescent girls, the hormones that Bai Feng shows on the court can also stimulate them more. Many girls who originally paid attention to Ryōta Kise now turn their attention to Bai Feng. Among the fans who came to watch the game, girls accounted for a small half. Their chattering also aroused the dissatisfaction of the boys. This also made the whole stadium more lively. And the coach of Teikō's second team did not panic after seeing Bai Feng complete the dunk, and he still looked calm. It seems that my judgment is correct. It is indeed very strong, but the score gap is too big. If you want to blame your coach, and. Then he made a gesture to the Teikō players in the court. Bai Feng also noticed his actions. He understood that as the coach of Teikō, even if he was a second-team coach, he was very professional. It must be different from his own coach. After seeing his own strength, he will definitely take corresponding countermeasures. Sure enough, after a brief confusion, the opponents quickly got into the state after seeing the coach's instructions. And after reacting, they all felt an inexplicable sense of shame. As a player of Teikō Junior High, he was humiliated by a third-rate player from an unknown school team in his home court. This is something they have never thought of. Although they are only the second team, that is only in the special school of Teikō. If Teikō Junior High is excluded, they are enough to be the main force of any junior high school team. The more they think about it, the angrier they are, especially when they hear the noisy sound in the stadium at this time. The ball handler who just played against Bai Feng has a gloomy face at this moment. Just now I was just careless. This ball let these third-rate guys on the opposite side really see Teikō. Yes, I originally said to play more restrainedly and give them some face, but now it seems unnecessary. Third-rate is third-rate, shameless. The court is very large. Although Bai Feng is a little far away from them, their voices can be vaguely heard by Bai Feng. He was not angry, but a little excited, and that kind of bad taste appeared on his face again. Bai Feng is only interested in two situations on the court. One is the resistance of the weak, and the other is of course encountering a real strong man. Okay, finally we have some fun before Kise comes on the court. At the offensive transition, the opponent passes the ball to the point guard. Bai Feng did not press the ball, he was waiting for his opponent at the top of the arc of the three-point line early. The opponent changed the rhythm of his left and right hands, and it can be seen that the opponent's ball control skills are very solid, and his eyes are always on Bai Feng. He was ready to pass Bai Feng, but it was useless. Bai Feng did not give him any chance at all. Although Bai Feng did not step forward to steal the opponent, he dared not move too much just by relying on his momentum. This made him feel a little embarrassed after he just finished talking big. But there was no way, he could not let him be willful, their status in the second team was not as good as those first team perverts. The coach is the sky for them. This can't continue, it's too slow. He finally called his teammates to come forward for pick and roll, and the next moment, the center also stood beside Bai Feng smoothly. At the same time, Bai Feng's teammates were also mobilized. When he saw that the opponent blocked Bai Feng, he was ready to actively make up for it. Their cooperation was excellent. It was obvious that they had used this tactic countless times and were extremely skilled. According to their past experience, Teikō's center could now go down, and the point guard could pass the ball steadily to him, allowing him to make a layup. "Ha, you are indeed a third-rate team. I can fool you with a little bit of brains." The opponent had already imagined the joy of completing the attack with his exquisite conduction. This is what a point guard should be like, learn from him. However, all this was within Bai Feng's expectations. At this moment, the Transcendence vision was activated, and Bai Feng's vision instantly rose, and the entire court suddenly appeared in Bai Feng's mind. Yes, it was a god's perspective. At this moment, the situation on the court was like a pattern in the palm of your hand. What's more abnormal is that Bai Feng instantly analyzed the direction of the ball in 0.5 seconds in a clear situation of the court. Bai Feng had insight into the trajectory of the basketball. 0.5 seconds is very fast on the court, but at this moment it is enough for Bai Feng to appear on the route of the basketball in advance. Snap! A crisp steal sounded. The basketball was firmly grasped by Bai Feng's big hand. Here it comes, this familiar feeling again. How dare you pass the ball like this in front of A Feng? Teammate who are familiar with Bai Feng showed an expression of being accustomed to it at this time. They had seen Bai Feng's magical steals many times in their usual training. And this scene was very strange in the eyes of everyone in the audience. It was as if Bai Feng had known how the ball was going to go. Coach Teikō frowned slightly at this time. Predicted? He is not just a reckless man, he also has a strong basketball IQ. The expression on the face of the player who was intercepted froze from the initial arrogance in an instant. Now what was frozen on his face was a slightly distorted and funny face. He didn't have time to make too many movements in his heart. Bai Feng had already taken the lead with Kazuma, pushing the ball to attack. He could only defend hard, but the familiar feeling was entangled with him again. Although he didn't sit on the ground this time, he was eaten by Bai Feng's speed. The feeling of despair was no less than the last ball. Bang! Another dunk. Bai Feng didn't pity Jie's basket at all. But how could the whole audience not react to such a cool dunk? After landing, Bai Feng looked at the audience seats around him, and then he reached up with both hands. After seeing Bai Feng's actions, the boys in the audience didn't have time to react. The girls took the lead in interacting. Wow! So handsome! So handsome, really so handsome! I want his phone number, who knows his information? No, I can't stand it. It was very passionate, some blushed, some squeezed their legs. Bai Feng didn't reject this feeling, it was great. He turned his head and looked at the opponent who caught up with him. Is this what you call playing with your brain? You are lucky, study hard, there are not many opportunities. The other party heard his face twisted a little. What are you crazy about? We still have the advantage. It's only 12-24 now. After holding it in for a long time, he finally let out a harsh word. Bai Feng didn't continue to look at him, it was a bit boring. Whistle. The first quarter ended, and the whole court was really silent at this moment. The big screen showed the score. 22-26. That's right, after Bai Feng came on the court, the opponent only scored one goal. Almost all of it was Bai Feng's rhythm, and the opponent's coach called a timeout during the period. But it was useless, and it became worse and worse. The 4 players from Jiangguang's team escorted Bai Feng off the court and prepared to rest. When passing the Chiak area off the court, Bai Feng looked at Ryota Kise who was sitting on the opponent's bench. A smile appeared on his face and he spoke calmly. You can sit there like this, are you ready to lose at home? If you are afraid, you are allowed to notify the other main players now, haha. Chapter 4. After hearing what Bai Feng said, the Chiak people were stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. First of all, they couldn't imagine that someone would dare to challenge the miracle era in person, and secondly, they were indeed scared by Bai Feng. Now they are more wilted than the other. But no matter what, they are now in their home court. After they came to their senses, they were about to say something back. Ryota Kise spoke up, I thought I was just here to watch the game, but I didn't expect to meet a player like you. It's not too boring. Don't worry, I will play, and you will lose. Really? That's good. After Bai Feng got the response, he didn't get too entangled and took his teammates back to the rest area. Because his goal has been achieved, saying too much can only backfire. And this is the opponent's territory after all, it's not good to be too arrogant. Bai Feng's reason for talking to Ryota Kise just now is also his own calculation. Everything is to successfully complete the system task. Bai Feng is confident in his own strength, and he is sure to match Ryota Kise in the next game. But we can't underestimate the rest of the miracle era. If the other party suddenly called out more perverts, he really didn't have the confidence to complete the task. This situation is very likely to happen, after all, this is Teikō Junior High. With just one word, they can call the rest of the rainbow heads. At that time, if a red-haired paranoid comes, it will really be in jeopardy. So, this is why Bai Feng deliberately provoked Kise just now. And from Kise's tone and facial expression, Bai Feng's plan was quite successful. This kid is obviously a little bit drunk. As soon as Bai Feng returned to his seat, a team member brought him water. The teammates were also excited and smiling. Afterwards, everyone formed a small circle and listened to the tactics arranged by the coach while resting. The tactics arranged by the coach were not very clever, nothing more than opening up space for Bai Feng. Or, pay more attention to running positions and be more active in defense. And every time he said something, the coach would involuntarily look up at Bai Feng. It seemed that Bai Feng had to agree to it. It can be seen that the coach is really obedient. It is enough to show Bai Feng's status in the team. On the other hand, the atmosphere of Teikō was not very good. When the coach did not speak, no one dared to speak, and even dared not breathe. However, after confirming that Ryōta Kise would play in the next quarter, everyone's expression quickly adjusted. It was like suddenly finding the backbone, because they knew the horror of the miracle era best. Even Kise, who was rumored to be the weakest in the miracle, was an untouchable existence for these players. Kise said gently and sunny, "Okay, everyone, leave it to me next. I will lead everyone to win." These extremely confident words did not make the players and coaches on the scene dissatisfied. Instead, they became confident, and the shadow of being abused just now seemed to disappear instantly. "We will win. With Kise-kun on the field, I never thought we would lose." Kise-kun really gave the other team enough face when he came on the field. They won a lot. Obviously, they have forgotten the pain just now. This kind of arrogance will definitely be severely punished by their coach under normal circumstances. But now he didn't say anything, instead he showed an expression of approval. All this is attributed to the influence of the miracle era. The second quarter begins. Bai Feng receives the serve with the ball in his own team's possession. In the arena where the whole stadium became boiling because of Kise's appearance, he steadily and solidly controlled the ball and moved forward. Although the atmosphere in the arena at this time reached its peak because of Huang La's appearance. In this environment, anyone who is not strong enough in heart will panic. However, Bai Feng was not affected at all. The ball was firmly controlled in his hands and he moved through the midfield calmly. It was Ryōta Kise who stepped forward to defend Bai Feng. The opponent's legs were shoulder-width apart, and he squatted slightly, obviously ready for defense. Bai Feng also felt the opponent's momentum, which was obviously not at the same level as the previous player. Moreover, it was very dangerous. This made Bai Feng, who was a little casual at the beginning, put away his playful thoughts. After all, the opponent is a member of the miracle era. Although Kise has not yet upgraded to the complete form, he cannot be taken lightly. Bai Feng also lowered his body, and began to dribble the basketball in his right hand quickly with both hands. At the same time, his footsteps began to move with the movement of the basketball. The purpose was to mobilize the defender's center of gravity. A simple test did not shake Kise off. The opponent was obviously not like the player in the first quarter, who could create an offensive opportunity with just one move. However, Kise could not do anything with Bai Feng now. When he really faced Bai Feng, he could also feel the pressure brought to him by Bai Feng, which was completely different from what he had imagined. His brows could not help but tighten, and he focused more on defense. Continuing to attack, Bai Feng increased his speed, and suddenly dribbled the ball between his legs during the continuous rhythm changes. This time, Kise was finally driven by the rhythm. At the same time, an obvious puzzle appeared on the right half of his body. Weakness exposed. Bai Feng did not hesitate at all, and directly stabbed out and attacked Kise's weakness fiercely. The puzzle was broken in an instant, which also proved that Bai Feng's attack was effective. There was no one blocking the way, Kazuma pinged Chuan in front. Bai Feng had almost passed Kise by a body length. Although Kise reacted quickly and turned back to make up for it in time, it was useless. Bai Feng was extremely fast and taller than Kise. This made him fall behind in an instant. He could only watch Bai Feng rush into the basket and then fly into the air. Bang! The sound of the rim blasting sounded again. The stadium, which was boiling to the peak, was silent again. And the reaction on the scene this time was far greater than what happened in the first quarter. It's not that they don't want to talk, it's really that Bai Feng on the court can do things they can't think of every time. They, Teikō, have been used to playing with opponents unilaterally in the past. Not only the players, but even those students of Teikō Junior High who don't understand basketball have a kind of blind confidence. It seems that only they can treat opponents like this on the court. After a short silence, it was the group of girls who spoke first. Sister, do you think he is more handsome than Kise? Yes, he looks very manly. I don't care, I must get his information. Chapter 5. The reaction of the girls around also stimulated the male fans. In the second half of the first quarter, these boys were beaten by Bai Feng and couldn't say any trash talk. But when the second quarter started, they saw Ryōta Kise on the court, and they were revived as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They thought that with Kise, the miracle of the era, on the court, they would definitely be able to crush Bai Feng directly. But just one ball made them open their mouths and choke. It was like eating a dead rat, and they couldn't say a word. At this time, the chattering of the girls came into their ears. They immediately felt bored, as if their territory was invaded. What are you yelling about? This is a basketball hall. If you don't want to watch the game, get out. Yeah, you don't know anything, what are you doing here? It has always been difficult to raise women. Can't you tell who to support? Facing the accusations of the boys, this group of female students was also not indulgent, and even more aggressive. The ball was changed, and it was Teikō's turn to attack. Kise originally played as a small forward, but now he took the initiative to hold the ball. After his teammates at the baseline served the ball to Kise, they felt that Huang La's expression was a little strange. When he was about to speak to comfort him carefully, Kise said, "Okay, the ball just now was just careless. You guys do a good job of defense, leave it to me." Kise quickly adjusted his state and showed his familiar sunny smile again. When his teammates saw Kise like this, they also showed a relaxed attitude. Sure enough, who is Kise? He is the top talent in the country, and only those who are on the same team with him are qualified to be his opponents. The unknown player on the opposite side is indeed very strong. But that depends on who he is compared with. He just scored a goal by chance. Wait for Kise to crush him. Kise is very skilled in ball control, and it can be seen that he has a good ball. The basketball is like glued to his hands. Bai Feng stared at Kise intently, and the opponent's strength was enough for him to pay attention to. In the last goal, although he successfully scored, and in the eyes of outsiders, he played quite cool. But only the parties involved know the dangers, after reaching their level of strength. Every move is a big game, and if you relax a little, you will be swept away by a wave. Kise felt the same at this time, and even more than Bai Feng. This made him feel like he was facing Aomine. But even so, Kise did not intend to retreat, he was ready to fight back. With a big wave of his hand, his teammates got the signal that he wanted to play alone, and tried to make space for Kise. I started playing basketball in the second grade of junior high school. After joining the basketball team, I stepped into the first team in a very short time. Competing with those perverts and becoming teammates, do you know what this means? At this moment, Kise restrained the warm smile on his face and became very aggressive. The basketball in his right hand began to cross-dribble with his left and right hands. The footsteps also matched the trajectory of the basketball and began to change rhythmically. The whole set of movements was smooth and dazzling. And the speed was very fast, but under Bai Feng's defense, there was no chance for the opponent to attack. But gradually, Bai Feng and the other players found something wrong. When Kise was preparing to attack, this series of dribbling movements was so similar to Bai Feng's in the previous round. It was like a one-to-one replica. Of course, this is a bit exaggerated. After all, the two people's bodies are different, and the technical movements they perform must have differences in speed and amplitude. However, it really looks like it, especially the sense of rhythm, which is exactly the same. After Bai Feng was puzzled, the corners of his mouth rose a little. Just now, Kise threatened him before the attack started, and he thought the other party was going to give him some excitement. Is this a crude imitation? It's too low in purity. If Kise continues to play this trick in the future, Bai Feng has already thought of a way to crack it. Sure enough, Kise intends to go all the way, so Bai Feng will not be polite. When Kise imitated Bai Feng's crotch dribbling, he deliberately exposed a flaw. Just like the action when Kise was shaken off by him in the last round, to some extent, Bai Feng was also imitating Kise at this time. This scene fell into Kise's eyes, and he thought he had caught the opportunity. He broke through directly to Bai Feng's weak side, but the next second was different from what he imagined. Snap! The sound of the ball hitting the ball sounded, and the basketball had been stolen. What? How is it possible? Teikō's teammates couldn't believe it when they saw this scene. Kise's elegant style of play was so sharp. How could it suddenly reverse the two poles? Before they could think about it, Bai Feng had already pushed the ball and rushed out, and Bai Feng's teammates almost sprinted at the same time. They were too familiar with Bai Feng. During normal training, Bai Feng often stole the ball from others like this, and then led them to counterattack quickly. At this time, although they were facing Kise Ryōta, they also believed in Bai Feng unconditionally. So, they counterattacked almost at the same time as Bai Feng, leaving the opposing defenders far behind. The scene was a little weird for a while, and Teikō, except for Kise, almost did not keep up. A weird 5-on-1 situation was formed. Bai Feng controlled the ball and moved forward quickly, and the ball guarding hand firmly stuck to Kise on his side, leaving him no room for stealing. But Kise was obviously a little overwhelmed at this time. Don't even think about scoring. When the two were about to step into the penalty area, Kise suddenly burst out with a faster speed. He was about to get stuck in front of Bai Feng, and the sudden acceleration surprised Bai Feng a little. He didn't expect Kise to be able to speed up, worthy of this group of perverts. However, Bai Feng didn't care, everything was in his calculation. His mouth corners raised, his eyes narrowed slightly, and there seemed to be a spider web in his eyes. Transcendence vision was turned on, and everything on the court was seen from a god's perspective. The situation was instantly mastered, and the offensive routes appeared in his mind like a mirror, and he deduced what might happen in 0.5 seconds. Suddenly, Bai Feng made up his mind. Let's use this route. Bai Feng took 2 steps to lay up and jumped, his movements were easy and free, he grabbed the ball with his right hand, and pretended to shoot. Such a casual action was like a free gift in Kise's eyes. I'll take this ball. Kise opened the champagne in advance. But the next second, Bai Feng threw the basketball in his right hand to the back of his head. Then a black shadow shrouded Kise. Bang! The heavy dunk sounded. Center day he completed the air relay. After tearing the basket, he landed steadily, and then he could no longer control his excitement. He yelled, "Ah! It's FG awesome!" While yelling, he stared at Kise Ryōta, giving the impression that he had unilaterally crushed Huang Lai. However, visually, it really looked like Teikō had dunked over Kise. Bai Feng found this scene somewhat funny, as if he was doing the hard work while Teikō was showing off. However, seeing Kise being mocked like this, Bai Feng couldn't hold back. Suddenly, he remembered Kise's provocative words to him just now. Bai Feng said, "Does that mean you are a genius?" His tone was somewhat teasing, accompanied by a faint smile on his face. Kise's confused expression instantly turned red with shame and anger when he saw it in his eyes. Chapter 6. After hearing what Bai Feng said, Kise's face turned red, just like a famous esports player Bai Feng knew. However, it was just red. Kise looked at Bai Feng for a long time without saying a word. This is normal. After all, in competitive sports, everything is based on strength. He was just bragging to Bai Feng, but he was slapped in the face so quickly. Anyone would be embarrassed. Especially Kise, a child of heaven, cares more about face. Now he can only swallow his anger. Seeing Kise's attitude, Bai Feng actually wanted to interview him. Ask him if he can't pretend in advance next time. However, thinking of the system task, he was afraid that Kise would be too excited and call the other perverts, which would be bad. Moreover, after Teikō's teammates saw that Kise was almost surrounded by 5 people, they all rushed over. After all, this is still Teikō's home court. Bai Feng thought it would be better not to be too conspicuous. Then, he turned around and led his teammates to return to defense. During the defense, the teammates were also very excited. After all, this was the era of miracles that was famous all over the country. They actually teamed up to play tricks on him. This kind of scene, just thinking about it would make people excited and unable to control themselves. "A Feng is so handsome, we knew you could do it. Yet, what era of miracles, you are still being suppressed by your predecessors." At the same time, the center Dahi who had just dunked also interrupted to brag. With a huge figure and a proud expression on his face, he said, "Just ask if you are handsome, buddy just dunked over that yellow-haired guy." This sentence made him look vulgar and a villain, but teammates who knew Dahi well also knew that this guy had no bad intentions, he just liked to brag. Who can't see who was responsible for the goal just now? To put it bluntly, with Bai Feng's overall control, he had many routes to score goals just now, and his teammates were also convinced of this. Bai Feng said, "Okay, don't get carried away. We haven't won yet. It's not too late to blow the whistle after we win the game." Bai Feng spoke at the right time to pull his teammates back to the game state. Dahi and the other teammates gathered their spirits after hearing it and entered the game state again. They all clearly knew who the brain and trump card of this team was. In this team, Bai Feng is the sky, not even the coach. The whole audience was a little depressed. That's right, since the ball just now, even the female fans who were crazy about it before have felt the heaviness of the scene. At this moment, they stopped chirping and calling. They all looked at Kise. After all, Kise had been standing still since the end just now. And he lowered his head, and his long hair covered his entire face, so no one could see his expression clearly. Seeing this, his teammates came over, and they were a little worried about Kise's condition. They wanted to go up and ask questions, but the aura emanating from Kise made them a little discouraged. The coach on the sidelines also noticed that Kise had a problem and was about to raise his hand to call a timeout. Kise suddenly looked up and looked at the coach's seat. His face was calm, and the gloom just now completely disappeared. No need for a timeout. He opened his mouth to signal the coach, although the voice did not reach the coach's ears clearly. But from Kise's mouth shape and the temperament exuded by Kise now, Coach Teikō did not intend to call a timeout. He smiled on his face, and this familiar feeling appeared again. Looking at Kise, the coach believed that he could win the game, and this confidence was unreasonable. If you have to find a reason, there are only 4 words: miracle era. After being influenced by Kise, his teammates quickly adjusted their state and passed the ball to him. The audience at the scene also followed Kise's action again and became less depressed. It felt like a ray of sunshine shining through their hearts, purifying all the haze brought to them by Bai Feng, the BD. Kise pushed the ball forward, and this time he really regarded Bai Feng as an opponent. He played with full concentration, just like he usually does when facing Aomine Daki. He dribbled past half-court and observed at the top of the 3-point arc. This time he was not going to fight alone, but was going to use the strength of his teammates appropriately. He quickly changed his dribbles, trying to break through Bai Feng's defense, but Bai Feng didn't give him a chance. Kise didn't fight back, and immediately called on his teammates to come forward to cover. The teammates who received the instructions quickly cooperated, and he blocked Bai Feng's side. At the same time, Kise broke through directly in the direction of his teammates' pick and roll. In an instant, Kise got rid of Bai Feng's defense. The player defending Kise now was the opponent of the player who had just done the pick and roll. For Kise, the mismatched defense was the same as no defense, and he didn't care about the new defender in front of him at all. He broke through the restricted area directly, and when he was about to finish, Kise felt the pressure from Bai Feng behind him. That's right, Bai Feng caught up. Just now, he didn't expect Kise to ask his teammates to help him with the pick and roll, and he thought the opponent was still going to play 1v1 with him. A moment of negligence caused Kise to get rid of the defense directly. Fortunately, his teammates blocked Kise for a moment, and his own speed was not slow. He turned on the deduction of Beyond Vision for 0.5 seconds, allowing Bai Feng to barely catch up with Kise. However, Kise was obviously not a pushover. After feeling the pressure from behind, he did not hesitate and jumped directly on the spot. As if he was about to shoot, Bai Feng jumped up to defend without hesitation when he was half a body length behind the opponent. But the next second, Kise's original standard shooting posture changed to a one-handed throw, and his upper body was tilted forward. The sudden change allowed the ball to fly smoothly to the basket. Under the gaze of everyone in the audience, the basketball bounced a few times and successfully entered the net. At this time, the audience, who could no longer control their long-suppressed emotions, all vented loudly. Beautiful! This is Kise's strength. Beautiful, just do it, what does it matter if the opponent scores a few goals by chance? Ah! So cool! At this moment, the audience seemed to be truly resurrected, and they returned to their original arrogant attitude. Not only them, but also the players and coaches of Teikō were not much better. Bai Feng looked at the basket in front of him with a blank expression. He was indeed careless and did not expect the opponent to cooperate with his teammates, but it was not surprising if you think about it carefully. After all, the opponent was Kise, not Aomine, the one-armed one. This is interesting. Bai Feng whispered to himself. Since Kise came on the court, he finally felt something interesting. In the subsequent games, Bai Feng was like a different person. His concentration was greatly improved, and the whole court seemed to be under his control. And Bai Feng showed his true playing attitude. All kinds of imaginative passes were like art. He seemed to be able to predict the future, and many passes seemed to predict the running positions of his teammates in advance. He was already very good at singles, and he was also very good at passing the ball. This made Kise even more cautious when defending. Although Kise could score, he was still outplayed by Bai Feng. Whistle. The third quarter was over. The score showed 74-62. The score difference alone could not directly show the difference. Only after watching the game live could you feel how powerful Bai Feng was. The whole stadium was already silent, no longer arrogant. Now no audience or player thought Bai Feng was a third-rate player. The heavy fists shut them all up, and even after the whistle, the audience did not have the energy to chat. The girls were also affected by this weird atmosphere and could not say anything naughty. Chapter 7. In the depressing atmosphere of the whole stadium, both teams went off the court to rest, which was different from the dull atmosphere of Teikō Junior High School. On the Jianguang Middle School side, the teammates happily surrounded Bai Feng and walked back to the rest area. As soon as Bai Feng sat down, a team member handed him a towel and water. The coach is now very excited. Well played, Feng, be careful in the last quarter and don't be careless. Oh, coach, what are you talking about? The seniors played casually on the court. You are too careful. Although everyone is not very good at playing basketball, they can also see that the coach's level is not high, so they are not too restrained when treating the coach. And the coach is usually easygoing and often jokes with them. Everyone can also see that the coach is very happy at this time, so he made a few jokes. Seeing the players teasing him, the coach was embarrassed and a little annoyed and said, "What are you doing? Sit down and arrange tactics quickly." Bai Feng also cooperated with the coach at this time and said, "Okay, listen to the coach's arrangements, there is still 1/4 of the game. After all, he is a coach. Although he is not capable, he should still be given due respect." Unlike Jianguang's happy atmosphere, Teikō was more depressed. After the game, no one spoke. After all, Kise lowered his head, as if he had been beaten. He didn't say a word, so how could others dare to speak? They could only listen to the coach comforting everyone and trying to arrange some targeted tactics. Everyone felt that time passed very slowly, and they didn't know how long it had passed. Finally, a player couldn't help but whispered, "How about, let's go call Aomine." Although the voice was very small, it was still very loud in this environment. The voice clearly penetrated into everyone's ears, making them all tremble. It's no wonder that they have such a reaction. After all, Aomine's strength is deeply rooted in people's hearts. That's the trump card in the miracle era. Their mentality had long been broken by Bai Feng. Now when they opened their mouths, the first thing they said was Aomine Deki. It's not that the other miracles are not powerful, but for ordinary players like them, the trump cards seem more powerful. Yes, if Aomine-kun comes, we will definitely win. There's still time. Not only Aomine Senpai, but other seniors can do it too. One person started it, and everyone gradually joined in. It can be seen that everyone now has the same opinion, that is, to call for help. The players who spoke all looked at Kise, who didn't say a word, even the coach did the same. He also agreed to do this as early as the end of the second quarter. He wanted to call the rest of the main players over, even if only one person came, it would be enough in his opinion. But when he told Kise at that time, Kise firmly refused. Out of respect for the miracle, the coach also agreed. But after 3/4 of the game, the coach also found that he couldn't underestimate the world's players. After all, there are people outside of people, and the miracle era may not be the strongest. At least there are people who can stand shoulder to shoulder with them. The coach made up his mind and looked at Huang Lai and said, "Kise, you can't be willful anymore, go and call." Just as he said to call the rest of the main players, Kise, who was originally lifeless, suddenly looked up. His eyes were full of determination. "Coach, please don't call them, let me lead everyone to try. I will do my best to win the game, and this is an opportunity for me, I have a feeling that I will grow. I hope you agree with my willfulness this time, please." Kise stood up and bowed to the second team coach with a very sincere attitude. This made the surrounding players stunned. Kise, a child of destiny, was usually like someone from another world in their eyes. How could they not be surprised that he could make such a gesture at this time? Coach Teikō was shocked by Kise's sudden action, and at the same time he also felt the other party's determination. Originally, he thought that he would call the First Army to maintain Teikō's undefeated status. Now seeing Kise like this, especially being watched by the other party's bright eyes, he changed his mind. "Hey! In this case, let's do it. However, you still have to do your best to win the game, and after the game, Akashi." "Thank you, coach, don't worry, Akashi will be left to me." "Okay, get ready to play." After seeing the coach agree to his request, Kise said a few encouraging words to his teammates. The last quarter of the game began. The fourth quarter was very intense. Kise still faced Bai Feng, and the two had wins and losses. Although he still had a gap with Bai Feng, Kise did not show any fear in the fourth quarter. And Kise is indeed a genius. Bai Feng could clearly feel that the opponent had made progress in the last quarter. During the period, Kise scored several goals, and there were even some traces of Aomine Deki. Of course, a genius who has not grown up is just a genius, and Bai Feng, who is currently facing him, is already a strong man. The ending is not unexpected. Whistle. The fourth quarter ended. 98:80, a big lead and victory. At the moment of the end, Bai Feng's teammates were excited and jumped and shouted. He rushed to Bai Feng first, and then the rest of the teammates came forward. "Lift him high. Oh! We won! We actually beat Teikō, so awesome!" Bai Feng was also very happy. He was happy that there was no accident and the system task was about to be obtained. He wanted to check the reward now, but the situation at the moment did not allow it, so he could only wait for a while. The Teikō fans who watched them revel were not as mean as before. Many people gave their applause, and the girls screamed to attract Bai Feng's attention. It was not surprising to see such a reaction on the scene. After all, they had seen it clearly throughout the game. The number 3 player on the opposite side named Bai Feng was indeed strong, even their own miracle era Kise was not his opponent at the moment. It can only be said that they did not complain about the loss, and the game was very exciting. They were convinced, they were really convinced. But in addition to being convinced, they were also curious, where were the other main players? In the Teikō campus, a pink-haired girl was walking towards the gym. At the same time, she was still muttering, "Damn Ada, where did you escape to again? Don't let me catch you." Chapter 8. After the game, Ryōta Kise changed his usual cheerfulness. He couldn't remember how many times he was beaten on the court today. He was full of confidence. Who would have thought that an unknown player would be so strong and actually beat him? Kise looked at the score on the big screen and felt extremely dazzling. It had been a while since the whistle blew, but he still couldn't adjust his state. Kise murmured in a low voice, "Is this the feeling of losing? I actually lost." Kise raised his hands with dull eyes and looked at his hands with empty eyes. He seemed a little unbelievable, as if this defeat happened through his hands. I don't know how long it took, and suddenly I heard my teammates calling him. "Senior, we should go to bow to both sides." "Ah? Oh, I see." After being woken up by his teammates, Kise knew that he couldn't be so negative. After all, he was one of Teikō's cards. Even if he was unwilling in his heart, he had to pay attention to the impact at this time. We can't let outsiders see such a negative side, otherwise it will affect the reputation of their miracle era and Teikō Junior High. The players of the two schools stood in 2 rows facing each other and bowed to each other. Bai Feng actually sneered at such etiquette. It would be fine if everyone just shook hands, but they had to bow. The two sides who regarded each other as enemies just now could offer such high standard etiquette the next moment. This face-saving effort really fits his impression of Japan. When Bai Feng was about to follow his teammates who were walking to the rest area, he suddenly heard a voice behind him, "I will win the next game." Bai Feng turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Kise. The other party was now with a stern face, his eyes were serious, and the whole person felt very serious. This attitude made Bai Feng want to laugh. Thinking of the other party's confidence when he first came on the court, his silence in the middle, and now his serious appearance to challenge. By the way, maybe he experienced a more severe ideological struggle after the game. Before coming to Teikō, Bai Feng would never have thought that he would see so many faces of Kise in such a short time. What a versatile little prince! Seeing Kise like this, Bai Feng couldn't help but want to tease him, "Next time? Don't worry, you will lose again next time." "Oh, but not necessarily, next time you will have someone to cling to." Kise wanted to refute Bai Feng, but thought about it carefully. It is indeed true, the lineup of the opposing team is incomparable to Teikō. And what Kise wants is to defeat Bai Feng fairly, if the rest of the team is included. He is confident that he will win, but in such a game, Kise does not think that he has really defeated Bai Feng. Bai Feng does not know what the other party thinks. If he knows, he may sneer. This is just his teasing of Kise. The lineup of the opposing team is good, which is fair and square. There is no such thing as clinging to someone or not, who made his team configuration not good. Bai Feng said, "Okay, the next time we meet is the national competition. Besides, even if you have a full lineup, I may not lose." After saying that, Bai Feng turned around and walked towards the rest area without paying attention to the other party. After watching Bai Feng walk away, Kise took a deep breath, adjusted his mood and left. He found that he really didn't get along with this player. The other party could always make him emotionally disordered with just a few words. When Satsuki Momoi rushed to the stadium, the game just ended. She looked at the score display and showed a confident smile on her face. Have you won? It's a bit late. She felt that the ending was as she expected. As an intelligence-gathering expert, she had already predicted the outcome of the game before the game. Jianguang Middle School is just an ordinary school, and its strength is not that strong. Not to mention that there is Kise to help, it is even more impossible to lose. Moreover, she did not think that Kise would play. Memoir's predictions from beginning to end were based on the judgment that Kise would not play. It's just that the score difference is a little different from what I thought. Are the players in the second team not feeling good? 98:80, the difference of 18 points, in Memoir's eyes, the difference is not big. But it's normal. If there is no variable like Bai Feng, Jianguang Middle School will definitely be beaten by the opponent. Even if the score difference is several tens of points, it is not strange. The opponent's number 3 player is so handsome. Yes, and he plays well, even better than Kise. This is the first time I see our school lose. When Satsuki was about to find Kise, a group of students who had just finished watching the game came towards her. After she vaguely heard the discussion of her classmates, her face suddenly looked a little strange. I didn't hear it wrong. Satsuki Memoir was a little bit unbelievable, and quickened her pace to walk towards the team. How could we lose? We must have made a mistake. At this time, Kise was sitting in the locker room. He was the only one in the locker room. There was a towel covering his head, covering his whole body tightly. Bang bang! There was a knock on the door. Come in. The door was pushed open by Memoir, and she looked at Kise, who was covered with a towel at this time, and the whole person exuded a gloomy temperament. Satsuki was finally sure in her heart that they lost. Otherwise, Kise would not be like this. She had never seen Kise so decadent. This attitude should not appear on the players of the Miracle Era. She became more and more curious and couldn't help asking, is the opponent strong? After hearing Satsuki's voice, Kise also took off the towel and greeted him first. Yes, very strong. This is the first time I've experienced how it feels to lose a game. Satsuki frowned. According to the information, the opponent should not have very strong players. No, the opponent is very strong. To be precise, there is one very strong player on the opponent, but the rest are okay. Hearing Kise say this, Satsuki now realized that his information was not comprehensive. However, that wouldn't mean they would lose the game, right? Kise couldn't beat the opponent, but he could still ask for help. Didn't you call Akashi and the others in the end? No. No. Looking at Kise's hesitant look, Satsuki also understood that this group of geniuses were more arrogant than each other, and they would definitely not call for help when they met an opponent they couldn't beat, because that would be too embarrassing. Hey, you should think about how to deal with Akashi. Satsuki sighed, his voice somewhat helpless. Kise has calmed down now, and when he heard Satsuki talking about Akashi, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. Thinking of Akashi's morbid obsession with victory, Kise was a little scared. Then, what should I do, little Satsuki? You must help me. Huang Lai looked at him with a pleading look, but Satsuki could do nothing about it. Well, I can only wish you good luck, and take care of yourself. After saying that, Satsuki shook her head and turned away, leaving Kise's pleading eyes. Suddenly she turned around and said, by the way, what's the name of the player? His name is Bai Feng, wearing the number 3 jersey. Bai Feng, I haven't heard of the name. Satsuki whispered to herself. She was going to meet Bai Feng, who should not have left Teikō yet. Chapter 9. A big win made everyone very happy. It had been a long time since Jianguang's players had experienced victory in a foreign war. Before Bai Feng grew up, they were very weak and almost made up the numbers in the national competition. This time, under the leadership of Bai Feng, they won the victory like a whirlwind, and the opponent was Teikō. who had dominated the country for 3 consecutive years. Even if the opponent only played the second team, so what? The second team was also Teikō, and the opponent's Ryōta Kise also played, so the gold content was beyond doubt. After the end, the players were covered in sweat and went to wash. After the washing, everyone gathered and walked out of the stadium. I remember that when we came, everyone had awe of Teikō in their hearts, and when they entered Teikō school, they seemed a little restrained. At this time, most of the players had broken the divinity of Teikō in their hearts. The main reason was that Teikō Junior High was too famous in the eyes of junior high school students, to a terrifying degree. This is completely understandable for a group of young men whose minds are not yet mature. However, if you really want to mature, you must face the pressure and dare to challenge the divinity. Bai Feng saw the look of everyone, and he was also very pleased with the changes in his teammates at this time. Although hard power cannot be improved through one game, the change in mentality is also very important. For a bottom-ranked school like Jianguang, this improvement is not small. Let them meet any opponent in the subsequent national competition, and they cannot lose to the opponent in mentality. It is a game that won the team's spiritual gain buff. Well, it's a good deal. Bai Feng thought to himself, and he was sincerely happy for this group of teammates. To put it bluntly, everyone is a group of young people who have no talent but are extremely pure in basketball. Although they are young and have not experienced the baptism of time, they also know the gap between their own talents and others. In this case, it is really painful to watch geniuses of the same age perform on stage without their own place. Bai Feng can empathize because he has experienced it in his previous life. Bai Feng is lucky. He has a good talent in this life, and the blessing system is enough to make him take off. But not only himself, this time he wants to take this group of teammates around him, who are so-called untalented, to see the scenery at the top together. Thinking about it, Bai Feng felt that he was getting excited. He couldn't wait to fight in the national competition. A gentleman hides his edge. Let's restrain ourselves today. Next time we meet, we will finally see how pure you geniuses who haven't seen each other for 10 years are. Bai Feng's personality is not so approachable at times, and even a little aggressive, but he can hide it very well at ordinary times. Especially when the system draws the skills in the blue prison, Bai Feng's change is more obvious. He has thought about the reason for this change, whether it is related to the system drawing the blue prison. After all, Bai Feng remembers that this is a evil way comic, and the main theme is to go against the ordinary. If he is affected by this, it is understandable, but whether it is true or not is still unclear. It is also possible that Bai Feng was originally very bad, but he just didn't admit it. But even with such an unpleasant personality, Bai Feng is very good to those around him. That's why his teammates are all centered around him and get along well with each other. At this time, the coach took the lead and led everyone to the direction of the return bus. His joy was no less than everyone else. This victory over Teikō could make another big mark on his blank resume. The coach said, "Everyone is great today. Tell me what reward you want." He heard this, "Coach, we just want to eat now." "Yes, it's very tiring to play with Teikō. We want to have a big meal." "Eat, eat." He was careless. The coach originally thought that they wanted to rest or reduce the amount of training. In this way, he could agree to it openly, but he didn't expect that these little guys wanted to kill him. Looking at these half-grown boys, they looked hungry. Coach Ham pretended to be cool and raised his hand to stroke his hair, but he was actually wiping sweat. Seeing this, Bai Feng smiled and whispered, "Coach, why don't we all pay AA, after all?" Bai Feng looked around and then looked embarrassed. "After all, there are too many people, and you just started working, so you probably don't have much savings, so..." Bai Feng pretended to be a green tea, as if he was considering the coach. But this look was too familiar to Ham. When he first served as the school team coach, he wanted to establish authority for everyone, and he saw Bai Feng's bad taste. He suffered a lot, and Bifang's squinting eyes made him have a little stress reaction. He quickly said, "Okay, how much money can you kids have?" Then he waved his hand, let's go to have a big meal, and discuss what to eat on the way." He agreed very happily, and his true thoughts could not be seen at all. The change was so fast that everyone was a little confused and didn't react for a while. Bai Feng said, "Why don't you thank the coach quickly?" "Wow, thank you coach. Coach is generous. Haha, I'm going to eat as much as I want." "Don't doubt it, it was Daehi who said that." The coach's mouth twitched. Satsuki was sweating profusely. She had been running since she left the locker room. She was afraid that Jian Guang and his group would leave, so she finally caught up. At this time, Bai Feng and his group had arrived in front of the bus and were about to get on the bus. Everyone saw a pink-haired girl, holding a naughty fruit, rushing towards them. This made the teenagers present excited, and they were just sighing that Teik had such a beautiful face. They saw that the other party was holding a weapon, and he was not friendly, and he was coming towards them. Satsuki panted and stopped. "Hey! Hey! Finally arrived, fortunately you didn't leave." Hearing this, everyone was a little confused. The coach said, "Student, who are you looking for?" "Hello, coach. I'm Satsuki Momwa, the manager of Teik Basketball Club. The game your school played just now was very exciting." "Yes, very polite," in everyone's curious eyes. Satsuki looked at Bai Feng a little shyly and said, "I'm here to find Mr. Bai Feng. I have something to say to him." After that, Satsuki blushed a little. I don't know if she was pretending or really shy. But in Satsuki's heart, she really admired Bai Feng's appearance, especially when she felt it up close. She felt that Bai Feng had a very special temperament. She has also seen many geniuses, and geniuses have a similar temperament. She couldn't help but compare the miracles with Bai Feng. Gradually, she found that she had never seen a boy like Bai Feng, which made her even more curious. "Mr. Bai Feng, can you go over there with me?" Seeing this, Bai Feng and the coach nodded, and then looked at her, "Okay." Walk away with Satsuki in the envious eyes of his teammates. "Damn it! A Feng is such a good basketball player and so handsome. He is killing me." Yet. Chapter 10. The two gradually disappeared from everyone's sight. The two walked together on the campus, and they were a perfect match. The girl was beautiful and the boy was handsome. But as they walked along, no one spoke first. "Okay, let's do it here." Satsuki, who was walking beside Bai Feng with her head down, didn't know what she was thinking. She was startled when she suddenly heard Bai Feng talking, and it also brought her back to her thoughts. "Ah? Oh, okay." Bai Feng looked at the other party. In fact, he had already guessed the other party's identity before Satsuki introduced himself. After all, Satsuki Momwa's pink hair was quite recognizable. And the other party's bomb-like figure, combined with the fact that they were in Teik Junior High, must be Satsuki Momwa. Bai Feng saw that she didn't speak, and didn't be polite to her. He asked directly, "Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Besides, we don't seem to know each other." "That. Don't think too much, I just came to get to know you." Satsuki was a little flustered and pursed her lips. She was usually very lively and outgoing, but what happened? She was a little restrained in front of Bai Feng. Bai Feng's direct question made her confused and completely disrupted her plan. She was so cute, why was the other party not gentle? It was completely different from what she imagined in her mind. Bai Feng ignored the other party's embarrassment and continued, "I know you are the manager of Teik Basketball Club, and you are also responsible for intelligence gathering." As if thinking of something, Bai Feng's mouth curled up a little, with a hint of playfulness. "You came to me to make up for the loss of intelligence." Bai Feng knew that the other party, as a professional intelligence collector, did not show up during the game just now. As the owner of Beyond Vision, he was very sure that he was not wrong. The reason for not showing up was also easy to guess, that is, the strength of their own side was too weak, and in Satsuki's eyes, they were not even qualified to collect intelligence. But now she hurried over to find Bai Feng again, obviously knowing some details on the court. Satsuki had her own little calculations and wanted to proceed step by step. As a result, seeing Bai Feng being so direct, she couldn't continue to play it safe. Satsuki, who adjusted her state and regained her composure, said, "I just went to see Kise, and he said that you are very strong. The opponent who can be praised by Kise must have reached an unimaginable level of strength. So, for a player like you, I will definitely come to see it. Besides, you also said that I am an intelligence collector." Bai Feng, okay, let's get straight to the point. If we want to collect intelligence, it is obviously not possible today. Don't tell me that you can find out all my details just by talking. Seeing that she was still talking, Bai Feng interrupted directly. Satsuki also revealed her intention directly. Players of your level must want to find a strong enough opponent to compete with. I know the thoughts of geniuses like you very well. I can recommend an opponent to you. Aomine. You should have heard of him. How about? Let him be your opponent, and you two will play 1v1. Bai Feng listened to Satsuki's words calmly, and he already knew the other party's intention. This little girl is very smart, and as expected, the other party has two plans. First, it is to use the one-on-one match with Aomine to carefully observe his strength. Second, it should be a bet on Bai Feng's strength. If Bai Feng is really that strong, it can stimulate Aomine motivation. Let her regain her interest in basketball. Bai Feng knows this girl very well. In the original book, she is very close to Aomine, and the two are childhood sweethearts. She even went to the same school as Aomine in high school. In this way, the other party's real purpose may only be to stimulate Aomine, and collecting intelligence is secondary. Really gentle and delicate. Bai Feng had the intention of teasing the other party, and said with an expression of approval, "You are right, if there is a high-level opponent, it is very good. I do want to compete with masters, but..." Satsuki heard this and smiled. She felt that Bai Feng was going to agree with her. Who said Aomine name is so famous? A player with Bai Feng's strength, how could he resist the temptation to play against Aomine? Before she could fully smile, Bai Feng said again, "But, I really don't have time today. My teammates are waiting for me to have dinner together." After that, Bai Feng waved his hand and prepared to turn around and return to the team. Seeing this, Satsuki hurriedly said, "Wait a minute, it won't take long. A one-on-one duel is very quick, just over 10 minutes. If possible, I will go find Ada now." It can be seen that this girl is very anxious, and the weapon is waving around in anxiety. Even Bai Feng, who is of such a temperament, can't help but look at her twice. Bai Feng didn't want to waste time with her, so he simply said, "If you want to play with me, you can, let him come to Jianguang to find me. As a challenger. You can pass this sentence to him, forget it today." After that, Bai Feng waved his hand and left. This time, Satsuki didn't give her the opportunity to continue to pull, and Satsuki was embarrassed to continue to pester her. After all, the other party did have something to do, and he had just finished the game. If she was dragged to a one-on-one duel with Aomine now, it would be taking advantage of someone's misfortune. The most important thing is that she still has to find Aomine. After Satsuki realized what she did, she felt that she was wrong. She could only watch Bai Feng leave, with a strange look in her eyes. Bai Feng, who returned to the team, saw a group of gossiping faces as expected. "Ah Feng, what's going on? Hurry up and share with everyone. What's your relationship with that girl?" Everyone was talking. Bai Feng quickly stopped them. Stop, 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 be quiet, haven't you seen a girl before? I came here with a purpose, and my body was almost cheated away. Oh! Tell me quickly. The bus was full of laughter and went straight to the hotel. The coach took everyone to find a hyuxia restaurant, and everyone was very satisfied with the food. The only one who was dissatisfied was probably Coach Ham. Dae-hee, Coach, why are you so dark? It's almost 7, it's cold. Coach, eat yours. After the dinner, because the restaurant was very close to Bifang's home, he said goodbye to everyone and went home alone. Back home, in a quiet environment, Bifang couldn't help but check the rewards in the system. Ding! Task completed. Reward, 1 draw. Start drawing. With a command, a large turntable appeared in front of him and began to rotate from slow to fast. During this period, Bai Feng saw a lot of strange things. For example, growth potions, buffs, character skills, etc. What excited Bai Feng the most was that he saw Shishi Rin, Shishi Sae, and many blue-locked strong men. But the pointer of the roulette wheel slid over without exception. What the hell, you can only look at it but not touch it. Rogue behavior, ugh. Finally, the pointer stopped. The ability of the character drawn, Kunishin Renja Confrontation Core. Ability Introduction, when in physical contact with the opponent, you can keep your core stable to the greatest extent, so that your technical moves on the court will be more calm. Chapter 11. The reward was finally confirmed, and it was another character from the Blue Prison, Kunishin Renja. To be honest, when Bai Feng drew Kunishin, he was not very satisfied. After all, there were so many good things on the turntable, why did he draw this? Although Bai Feng had watched the anime Blue Prison in his previous life, he did not continue to follow the comic plot. He only remembered that the character Kunishin was eliminated. In this case, it is no wonder that Bai Feng subconsciously thought that Kunishin was not good. After all, in Bai Feng's cognition, a character who left the main plot early in the anime, how powerful can he be? If possible, Bai Feng actually wanted to draw Itoshi Rin the most. First, he is very powerful, and second, he feels that he really lacks the ability to end. If he can draw Itoshi Rin, Bai Feng thinks there is a high probability that he will get offensive skills. But just when Bai Feng was about to sigh, the system promptly displayed the ability information of Kunishin Renja. Kunishi Renja, Confrontation Core. Ability Introduction, when you have physical contact with your opponent, you can keep your core stable to the greatest extent, so that you can perform technical moves on the court more calmly. After seeing the ability introduction, Bai Feng paused for a moment to think, and then showed a look of joy. Oh, I was preconceived, wrong. Increasing the stability of the core of confrontation is a very important ability. It is far from being able to explain its true importance in a short introduction of the system. You must know that core strength is very important for athletes, and it may even affect the fluency of technical movements. Especially in confrontational sports such as basketball, if you don't have a strong core strength, you will be trampled on the court. Imagine that you are about to break through someone on the court, and suddenly you are touched by the opponent. As a result, your lower body is unstable and you stumble and fall directly. How sad it is! On the contrary, if the core confrontation is good, you will not be afraid of the opponent's body collision. Even under extreme conditions, there is no need to completely get rid of the defender, and it is no problem to carry the opponent directly. And this skill is exactly what Bai Feng urgently needs, although he has 86 points of strength attribute. It is also considered excellent among peers, but that is the data calculated by adding up the comprehensive strength. When Bai Feng was playing, he could clearly feel that his core strength was insufficient. This is actually normal. After all, Bai Feng is 191 centimeters tall, and the center of gravity of such a tall body is relatively unstable. Especially in the growth period, it has not yet been finalized, and the growth of strength cannot exceed the growth of height. Although he did not get what he wanted most in this system lottery, it can be regarded as making up for his own shortcomings. Very good. Bai Feng summed up his own strength, and he felt that he had made a lot of progress. Some can't wait to go to the court to test it and see how much he has changed. Bai Feng went to the bedroom to find a basketball and was about to go to the nearby wild court. When he walked to the door, suddenly, the door was pushed open and two women walked in. It was Bai Feng's cousin Jie Shiyi who opened the door. She was dressed in casual clothes and had a delicate face. Bai Feng had never seen the girl following behind his cousin. The other party wore glasses, a professional suit, and had a tall figure. He was holding a pen and paper in his arms, a typical urban white-collar worker. But the A4-sized paper in front of his chest could not block the pair of weapons, and his figure was a bit foul. Bai Feng took a quick glance and looked away. You came back early today. Bai Feng currently lives with his cousin. His parents cannot take care of Bai Feng because of work. They were worried about letting Bai Feng live alone, so they handed him over to Zhu Shat. Yes, I'm not busy today, and I brought a friend back. The cousin must be in a good mood at this time, and she was a little playful when she spoke. While the two were talking, they didn't notice that the girl the cousin brought back at this time was looking at Bai Feng and the others in surprise. As if she had discovered something incredible, the gossip in her heart had overflowed on her face. Who is this handsome guy, and he is so young? Zhu Shat is having too much fun. Shat, who is this? After hearing her friend's words, Zhu Shat also saw the curious look on the other person's face. After looking at her friend meaningfully, she didn't keep her appetite. Zhu Shat, let me introduce you, this is my cousin Bai Feng, who is currently living with me. How about it, handsome? She didn't care whether her words were appropriate or not. When Bai Feng heard the word cohabitation, his eyes trembled slightly. But Bai Feng is used to it. After all, his cousin is so generous and a little naughty. Her friend looked surprised when she heard it. Zhu Sha did not continue to joke and explain to the other party. She introduced the other party to Bai Feng. This generous lady is her cousin's college classmate, named Linchun Yuzi. She is currently working in sports media. The two have not seen each other for a long time. Today, they agreed to reminisce at home. After chatting with the two for a while, Bai Feng prepared to go to the baseball field. After all, he just wanted to play basketball now, even if there was a generous and tolerant big sister in front of him, he could not stop him. When Bai Feng left, as expected, the topic of the two girls shifted to Bai Feng. Linchun Yuzi showed her true appearance at this time, which was completely different from the quietness just now. Damn it, Shachan, you actually have a beautiful woman in a golden house. Full of jealousy. Zhu Sha, hee, how envious. Just ask if you are handsome. Yuzi looked at her proud face and felt a little depressed, although she didn't want to admit it to the other party. But thinking of Bai Feng's handsome face and his calm temperament that didn't match his age, she couldn't say anything against her will and nodded in agreement. Zhu Sha suddenly thought of something, her eyes flashed. By the way, Yuko, you are now working in the youth sports media, right? Yeah, what's wrong? I forgot to tell you that my brother also plays basketball now. And I heard that he is the ace of the school team. You can just go for an interview. You probably don't have any resources when you just started working. How is it? Bai Feng came to the baseball field near his home with a basketball. At this time, people are free. There are a lot of people playing basketball and spectators, and it looks very lively from a distance. Hey! Look, everyone, Bai Feng is here. Chapter 12. Bai Feng was heading towards the court where he usually played basketball. He ran into a group of people holding balls, and they were walking in the direction of leaving. Bai Feng was still a little confused. This group of people holding balls were obviously here for exercise. But there were no signs of exercise on their bodies, and they didn't look like they were in a hurry to leave. Bai Feng ignored them and continued walking, but then he heard someone in the group recognize him. Hey! Look, Bai Feng is here. After hearing Bai Feng's name, everyone looked in the direction the speaker pointed. It's Bai Feng, damn, he's finally here. Yes, yes. After confirming that the person coming was Bai Feng, everyone was extremely happy. Bai Feng, who was recognized, did not pretend to be cold. Since others were so enthusiastic, he was embarrassed to turn around and leave. And Bai Feng also knew his influence on this court, thinking back to the 2 months when he just awakened his memory. He came here to train almost every day and play basketball with the adults here. Relying on his own strength, in just 2 months, he not only became the boss of this stadium, but also made a name for himself. Not only that, many nearby baseball stadiums have heard of him, and he has become famous. Bai Feng stopped and prepared to say hello to this group of people. But before he could speak, the young man who first discovered Bai Feng just now. He hurriedly said, "Brother Feng, you are finally here. You don't know, something big happened in our stadium today." The other party's anxious look made Bai Feng a little confused. There is a challenge from an outsider in the stadium today. Bai Feng, so? Then accept the challenge, don't be so anxious. Bai Feng felt that the other party looked a little familiar, and he should come here often to play. Seeing that he was a little flushed, Bai Feng reminded him slowly. "Hey, Brother Feng, let's go to the stadium first." Bai Feng came to the venue with the most people, which is where he usually plays and trains. Because of Bai Feng, this half-court has become the most popular place in this baseball stadium. When Bai Feng was not here, this place was almost the most crowded. However, there were too many onlookers in this field at this time, and they surrounded the court in a circle. Everyone was watching the confrontation in the court intently. In this case, if you are short, you can't see the situation inside from the outside. You can only clearly hear the explicit shouting inside, which is why more people around are attracted. Well played, just like this. So weak, I thought you were so strong. What a waste of our time, is this the extent? Are there any men? I'm a little tired, are you playing a round-robin game? Bai Feng relied on his height and stood behind the crowd to see what was happening in the field. One side was obviously in a dominant position, and the other side was sprayed without saying a word. And Bai Feng happened to know all the people in the sprayed team. The 3 big brothers often played in this court and took care of Bai Feng before. Bai Feng frowned when he saw this. The gunpowder smell of this ball was a bit strong. The 2 teams competed in a 3v3 match. If they followed the rules here, they should have played a 21-point system. Bang! Loud block. An old man Bai Feng knew was thrown down and blocked. And the opponent did not stop after blocking, and directly pressed his body on him. The old man was beaten to the ground, and the sound of landing was very loud, and the people who heard it were rubbing their teeth. This scene was a bit cruel, but I have to admire the old man. He fell so hard, but he gritted his teeth and got up to continue. However, the gap in strength is huge, and sometimes it is not the will that can change the outcome. 21:4, the old man's side was defeated. These guys are really good. Yes, but some of them are too loud. What do you know? Why play without passion? This is called the strong are right. Yes, if you don't accept it, beat them. The audience around obviously didn't come to watch the game often. Most of them were attracted to watch. Otherwise, how could they not defend their own people at all? It's just that what they said makes some sense. In competitive sports, the strong win, don't mess with the others. You can be infinitely arrogant if you win. The group that won the game was still standing in the middle of the field. They kept shouting, "Is there anyone else? Hurry up! Come here for the reputation, but the result is this level. What a waste of time, where is your so-called king of ball? Are you afraid of us and dare not come out? People who often play in this field are very angry when they hear that the other side is so wild in their own home. But what can they do? They have all gone up and were beaten one by one. They are indeed stronger than them, and no matter how much they say at this time, it will be pale. Damn it, it would be great if Bai Feng was here. Who of you has Bai Feng's contact information? Find him quickly. Hey, Bai Feng went to play a game with Teikō today, he shouldn't come. When everyone was whispering about how to carry Bai Feng out, they saw a figure who was obviously taller than everyone else in the crowd in front. It was Bai Feng. The moment they found Bai Feng, everyone's expression was almost uncontrollable, like a child who had been away from home for a long time seeing his father. FK, you are finally here. Get out of the way, let Feng in. Everyone stood up and tried to clear the way for Bai Feng. Chapter 13. Private Marseille, make way. When they saw Bai Feng, several people stood up and walked towards the crowd, asking everyone to make way for Bai Feng. When the onlookers saw this group of people, they were more depressed than each other just now. Suddenly, it was as if they were fully revived. Even if their father came, it would not be like this. The crowd was torn apart by the old brothers, and some onlookers were dissatisfied. There were already many people, and everyone was eating melons and watching the show, but they had to squeeze out space to make way for a pretty boy. What are you doing? Not good on the court, but making trouble off the court. Most of these complaints were people who didn't often come to watch basketball. There were also spectators who recognized Bai Feng. Although they didn't play basketball, they all knew that there was a person like Bai Feng. The real master is here, and there will be a good show to watch. Bai Feng should be able to win, right? I think it's uncertain. The opponent is very strong, and they are obviously a team. Although Bai Feng is powerful, he is still a junior high school student after all. Bai Feng walked smoothly into the court surrounded by everyone. His appearance was rather high profile, and it felt like a group of people were protecting him. It attracted too much attention, and the group of people who were shouting on the other side also looked over. They knew that the tall boy in front of them was Bai Feng, and he was also the purpose of this trip. The long-haired, thin, and tall boy on the other side looked at Bai Feng and said proudly, "Oh, you are finally here. I thought you were scared and went home to find your mother." This frivolous attitude made a 3-year-old child feel uncomfortable. Especially after seeing Bai Feng's appearance, they looked down on him even more. In their eyes, Bai Feng's appearance should not appear on the basketball court at all. And now they also confirmed that Bai Feng was really a junior high school student. Before coming, they thought it was nonsense from others. There are actually junior high school students who can dominate a court. How weak must their strength be on the court? Bai Feng was talking to his old friends when he suddenly heard a noisy sound. He narrowed his eyes slightly and turned his head to scan the other party. As he looked up and down, his eyes revealed annoyance. "You've been buzzing non-stop since just now. Wait, I'll crush you right away." It's okay if the opponent's trash talk is directed at others, but if it's directed at Bai Feng, he will choose to crush the opponent without hesitation. Without further delay, he turned around and looked at the people in front of him. Bai Feng said, "Come on, 2 of you team up with me and go up to play a round." Hearing this, the man who was hit just now said, "Let me do it, okay? Me, add me. Okay." Bai Feng didn't even need to warm up, he couldn't wait to crush the opponent. "Dare to come to my place to make trouble, so that you will have a shadow in the future when you touch the ball." Walking directly onto the court, Bai Feng said, "Get up." Not polite, the opponent was shameless first, so he naturally wouldn't restrain himself. At this moment, Bai Feng's hidden aggressiveness was fully revealed. This made the old brothers on the side a little speechless. This is really something Feng Jun can do. The Japanese pay more attention to superficial etiquette, so they tend to be more introverted. Even if the other side is a thorn, it is only arrogant after winning. And the provocative and arrogant words are deliberately without swear words. They were a little confused when Bai Feng suddenly attacked them. After they reacted, they were all very angry. What did he say? He actually asked them to get out. Boy, you are simply looking for death. Oh my god, this guy is really tough. I don't know if he is really capable or just a fool. Watch the game, it's interesting. Both sides came on the court and decided the ball by rock paper scissors. Bai Feng's teammates won the ball and attacked. Tisk, what good luck. The opponent muttered. Bai Feng controlled the ball and stood at the top of the three-point arc. The thin and tall man who was shouting the most just now was defending him. Bai Feng, who was holding the ball, did not rush to attack. He first directed his teammates to their positions to open up offensive space for himself. After his teammates spread out to both sides, Bai Feng lowered his waist and bent his legs to sink his center of gravity. The dangerous offensive aura rushed directly into the opponent's heart, not giving the opponent a chance to react. The basketball in Bai Feng's right hand hit his left hand directly, and he changed direction in front of his body. The basketball was suspended in his left hand, and the inertia drove his left arm to stretch completely. In an instant, he shook the tall and thin man to the left. The next moment, Bai Feng's speed suddenly increased, and the basketball in his left hand was pulled back to his right hand. At the same time, his feet also broke through to the right. Bai Feng's movements were so fast that the onlookers couldn't catch up with their eyes. Not to mention the defender facing Bai Feng. He couldn't keep up with Bai Feng's rhythm, and stumbled and fell to the ground, with the expression on his face still frozen in the previous moment. Bai Feng strode into the penalty area and raised the ball above his head. This is one of his favorite tricks, raising fire to burn the sky. Bang! Bai Feng flew into the sky and glided and dunked. This powerful dunk made the opponent's teammates dare not come to defend, for fear of being dunked. It also made the audience more excited. FK! FK FK! What's this? A junior high school student dunked like this. After landing, Bai Feng turned his head and looked at the other party. Lucky? You are indeed lucky, you will be able to go home soon. 3v3 in the first half, 21 points, continuous shooting. Bai Feng decided not to let the other party touch the ball once, and directly send them home to their mothers. Bai Feng's shot embarrassed the other party. He shook him in public and then dunked. He felt humiliated, and by a junior high school student. After standing up, the whole person became more gloomy, but at the same time, he felt a shadow in his heart. It seemed that a big hand had already held him, and something bad would happen in the next second. Chapter 14. In reality, most people who play basketball are amateurs, and their physical fitness is just the level of regular exercise. This level is far from the level of actual dunking. Many viewers have been watching for a long time, but have not seen a dunk. Bai Feng's explosive performance at the beginning really shocked them. Everyone was attracted to watch the excitement temporarily. Who would have thought that the excitement would be so good? So lucky! It was so exciting that everyone was excited and shouted wildly. As the person involved, Bai Feng was in a good mood now. Of course, he was not happy because of the goal. It was simply that the atmosphere on the court at this time was very suitable for his appetite. Bai Feng likes this kind of stimulating confrontation scene. If the opponent is a well-behaved little sheep, he will not be interested. But if the opponent dares to show aggression, Bai Feng will respond to him more fiercely than the opponent. Bai Feng only hopes that the opponent can withstand the upcoming pressure and continue to bark. This is enough to play, otherwise it is like whipping a corpse, which is too boring. Because it is a burst system, Bai Feng and his team continue to attack in the new round. Bai Feng held the ball in his right hand, and his whole body was very relaxed, with a sense of softness and casualness. But after witnessing Bai Feng's attack just now, no one on the scene dared to underestimate his current posture. Everyone knew how fierce he would be in attacking, and this was just the calm before another round of storms. Of course, Bai Feng's posture, if viewed from a slightly more professional perspective. That is the control of the court, the confidence accumulated from a lot of experience, and the extreme explosive power in physical fitness, a state of multifaceted factors. The defender who had been destroyed felt the most deeply. He looked at Bai Feng holding the ball, and he actually felt a little timid in his heart. It was this little bit of retreat that made him even more angry. He actually felt this way about the boy in front of him because of a ball. The moment he noticed it, his strange self-esteem made him ashamed. He stared at Bai Feng and said, "Boy, keep going. I was careless with the ball just now." Bai Feng was relieved when he saw this. He was really afraid that this hard-earned fun would be scared and retreat by himself, which would not be fun. Bai Feng, okay, it's not bad as a toy. Just as Bai Feng was about to attack, he saw that the opponent had taken another step back from his previous defensive position. This obviously meant that he was preventing him from continuing to break through, fearing that he could not keep up with Bai Feng, so he left enough space in front of his body to react. Bai Feng raised his eyebrows when he saw this, and he was not going to change his style to shoot. And the opponent's behavior was just right to test the newly acquired skill anti-core. Bai Feng did not dribble to change the rhythm this time, he directly broke through the opponent's right side. Bai Feng suddenly started, and the visual effect presented by the whole person once again made the onlookers concentrate and hold their breath, fearing that they would miss the details. From extreme stillness to extreme movement, the switch was so smooth, it was really like an art on the court. Although this breakthrough was fast, it did not pass the opponent. Because the defender deliberately left a step of space, and Bai Feng did not make a fake move to mislead the opponent. In this case, anyone who is not a disabled person can keep up. The opponent blocked Bai Feng's side, and he was still a little surprised at this time, thinking that his defense was successful. After all, Bai Feng was not yet an adult, and his strength was definitely not as good as his. There was no time for him to think about why Bai Feng did this. But he didn't know that Bai Feng did this on purpose. He was actively seeking confrontation, even in order not to pass the opponent by one step. Bai Feng also deliberately slowed down. That's right, even though the speed Bai Feng showed now was considered abnormal in the eyes of everyone, he had not yet done his best. At the moment of the body collision, the confrontation core instantly took effect. Bai Feng could feel that the strength of his entire body seemed to be twisted into a strand, tightening him up. If it were in the past, he would try not to have physical confrontation with this group of adults. After all, he is still young and his strength is not as good as that of adults. But now, the opponent can't stand steadily under Bai Feng's confrontation and retreats. And Bai Feng seems to be fine. After being pushed by Bai Feng and losing his balance, he showed an expression of disbelief on his face. He even thought it was an illusion. How could it be like this? Is the opponent really a student? How can he be so strong? The picture is too abstract. An adult was actually knocked back in the confrontation, he seemed to be ravaged. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their eyes. Which of them is a minor? Is Bai Feng's strength so good? Incredible, this young man. Bai Feng did not break through or shoot when the opponent's center of gravity was unstable. He waited for the defender to adjust his state and started to crush again. He pressed the opponent step by step to the penalty area, and the scene became more and more violent. It was already a humiliation. The opponent was like a child, with no ability to resist at all. With no way to retreat, Bai Feng under the basket finally gave the opponent a confrontation, and was knocked away again as expected. When he raised his hand to put the ball into the basket, the opponent's teammates appeared in time to make up for the defense. Bai Feng seemed to have expected it, and he caught the ball with one hand and passed it to his teammates under the basket from behind. Shua! The teammate made a layup and scored. The passion of the confrontation was mixed with humiliation. And the final goal was casual. After the opponent was finally knocked away, he was completely confused, and even the loud noise around him could not be heard. He still felt that all this was unreal. The game was not over yet, so the opponent had to continue to endure this kind of destruction. Of course, after testing the core confrontation, Bai Feng did not insist on playing like this. Instead, he used all kinds of martial arts and used whatever he thought of. It brought the audience an ultimate visual experience and also gave the opponent an all-round crushing package. 19:0. There is only one ball left to end the game. Bai Feng did what he said, and made the opponent unable to touch the ball even once, and beat him. After regaining control of the ball, he looked at the opponent's current appearance. From being arrogant at the beginning, to being even a little numb now. Those who have been watching the game all sympathized with them. This was too cruel. Bai Feng, I will give you relief, don't thank me. Bai Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, and his words were frivolous. In the eyes of the opponent, it was so humiliating at this moment, as if it pierced his heart like a needle. He came with a glorious face, but the result was so miserable. No, absolutely not, he must make the opponent pay the price. There was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. The change in his expression certainly did not escape Bai Feng's eyes. Is this a rebound? Ha, interesting. I hope you don't know what's good for you. Bai Feng said in his heart. Bai Feng felt that something fun was about to happen, and he couldn't suppress his expectations in his heart, hoping that the opponent would do something different. Chapter 15. Bai Feng held the ball again and stood at the top of the arc of the three-point line. This was the last ball, and the onlookers knew it. If nothing unexpected happened, this duel would come to an end. It can be said that a normal match is one-sided, and the strength of the two sides is completely different. But even in such a game, the audience did not feel bored, but full of fun. Because Bai Feng's strength is so outstanding, and his style of play is very gorgeous. This made everyone who watched the game in person feel satisfied. Many of them think that Bai Feng's performance on the court is enough to sell tickets. Many people who didn't know Bai Feng before now remember this incredibly strong boy in their hearts. Even after learning that the other party is a junior high school student, they all thought about going to the scene to cheer for him in the next national competition. It seems that he has already attracted fans from the onlookers. Just take it down, Bai Feng. Don't give the other side a chance, shave their heads. They didn't care about the other party's mental state at all, and they were excited at home. The opponent was suppressed for the whole game, and his mentality was on the verge of collapse. His emotions were extremely unstable, and the noise of the audience made him even more annoyed. Staring at Bai Feng in front of him, he felt resentment and jealousy in his heart. Gradually, he had the idea of destroying Bai Feng. He felt that God was really unfair. Why did he give the other party such a good talent? He was young and could run, jump, and have strong strength, and excellent skills. Thinking back to himself, he once had a basketball dream, but his talent was limited, so he could only waste his time on the wild court. Now he has fallen to being bullied by a minor. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and his eyes gradually became fierce. Bai Feng noticed that the other party was not in the right state, but he didn't care much, just kept a little more careful in his heart. In order to respond to the enthusiasm of everyone on the scene, Bai Feng prepared to end the last ball with a dunk. Bai Feng crossed his left and right hands and dribbled the ball, and his sense of rhythm was very strong. As before, the defender couldn't keep up with his pace at all. When the opponent showed a flaw, Bai Feng broke through directly and left the opponent behind. But one of the other teammate came forward to stop Bai Feng from advancing. This is normal. The other team cooperated like this in the first few balls, because they could only use this multiplayer defense strategy to limit Bai Feng. When the other team came forward to stop him, Bai Feng pretended to look at his teammates on the side, and the fake move was very realistic. Just a fake pass was enough to turn the opponent back. In an instant, there was no one defending in front of Bai Feng again. He continued to take big steps and rushed to the basket. At this time, Bai Feng saw the defender behind him catch up. Because when the other teammate blocked Bai Feng, it just gave him time to catch up. The opponent threw his arms to chase him, with a fierce look on his face. At this time, he was already in the restricted area under the basket. Bai Feng took off directly, threw his body high into the air, and grabbed the ball with one hand and was about to press it into the basket. Ah! Be careful! FK, no! Be careful! It was a plot that was explosive enough to make the scene climax, but at this time everyone shouted a warning. Some timid spectators even covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch what happened next. I saw that the defender behind Bai Feng on the left was pushing his hands forward and flying towards Bai Feng in the sky. It was obviously a malicious foul, which might leave irreparable injuries. But everyone didn't know that Bai Feng had already expected the opponent to use dirty tricks. The beyond vision was instantly opened, and the field of vision was directly raised to the god's perspective. The opponent's actions and the sinister expression on his face were clearly seen by Bai Feng. He also deduced the specific foul actions of the opponent after 0.5 seconds, and analyzed a set of coping strategies. His ferocious and complacent expression seemed to be about to frost and ascend in the next second, and finally his body touched Bai Feng. A huge force came, and Bai Feng directly opened the confrontation core, and his body just trembled in the air. Then he stabilized his balance, and then his free left hand pushed hard from the front of his body to the opponent's head. Bai Feng used almost all his strength in this push, which of course had the effect of protecting himself. But more importantly, Bai Feng now wanted to destroy the opponent. Yes, that's right. Bai Feng doesn't reject this kind of behavior at all. He is even very excited now. His whole face has become a little crazy because of excitement. Bai Feng, why didn't you use this trick earlier? I told you to hide. Ah! In Bai Feng's somewhat crazy state, the power of his left hand suddenly burst out again. The opponent's extremely arrogant face has been deformed and sunken at this time. The whole head lies backwards, almost at a right angle to the neck, and the whole body loses balance. The next second. Bang! Bang! Two sounds came one after another. One was Bai Feng dunking the ball into the basket to end the game. The other was that the opponent was knocked to the ground by Bai Feng. The whole audience was in an uproar and silent. No one thought it would be like this. They were all ready to call an ambulance for Bai Feng. Unexpectedly, the result was like this, but there was still a need to call an ambulance at this time. Because the man on the ground was twitching like a maggot. As a victim, he was surrounded by deep fear and pain. If confession could alleviate the pain, he just wanted to kowtow to Bai Feng. His two teammates were stunned for a moment after seeing this situation. They went forward to check the injury, and the other party was unconscious on the ground for a while. When they woke up again, they all had a short amnesia and had no idea what happened before. They just kept saying, I was wrong, I was wrong. Don't hit me, I really don't dare. Chapter 16. The crowd of onlookers, after a brief silence, became noisy again. This kind of scene is really rare. Everyone couldn't control their desire to express themselves at this time, and it can be seen that they were very excited. Unlike them, Bai Feng has now regained his composure. Looking at the other party who woke up, he was still muttering cowardly words. He looked like he had sequelae from being beaten, and his cowardly expression made it impossible to tell that he was fierce just now. The contrast between before and after was too great, and Bai Feng was speechless. The other party's current appearance really made him lose interest. Bai Feng murmured to himself, it's like this again, it's always dull and boring after the passion. Bai Feng is a person who pursues excitement. When the opponent shows aggressiveness, he often responds with a warm response. But every time the passion fades and returns to calm, that feeling is really uncomfortable. When the two teammates of the opponent came forward to observe the injury just now, Bai Feng even hoped that the other party would fight with him, so that he could continue the pleasure. But the other party, from the beginning to the end, was hiding as far away as possible from the plague god, and even deliberately avoided eye contact with Bai Feng. Just like a mouse seeing a cat, he was extremely scared. After a while, the other party hurriedly left, as if he was running away, fearing that Bai Feng would stop them. After the other party left, everyone who knew Bai Feng came forward to talk to him. Everyone was very happy, but also a little scared. "A Feng, it has to be you. It was really dangerous just now. If it was someone else, the consequences would be disastrous. Yet, why do I feel that your strength has improved again?" "Bai Feng, haha, don't praise me, old brothers, you also know that I change every day." They felt right, Bai Feng's strength has indeed improved greatly. His purpose of coming to the baseball field today has been achieved, and Bai Feng is very satisfied with the test results. It even greatly exceeded his expectations. After the skill core confrontation was turned on, the stability of the body was greatly improved. He didn't dare to confront these adults before, and he used his body too much. But now it's different. He is not afraid of these adults at all. Bai Feng couldn't think of anyone who could compete with a core player of this level in junior high school. Perhaps only Atsushi Murasakibara in the Miracle era could do it. After all, his physical fitness was unique among the Miracle. Everyone started chatting. The crowd could see that they would not continue playing. There was no fun to watch, so most people left one after another. However, many people shouted to Bai Feng before leaving, "Good job, come on. Remember you, come on in the national competition. Yes, we will go to see you." Bai Feng smiled when he heard this. With the blessing of his handsome face, Bai Feng's affinity was overwhelming. He didn't look crazy on the court just now. Many girls couldn't control themselves. At this time, Bai Feng would be praised by anyone who came. After the audience left, he didn't plan to go home. Bai Feng was holding a basketball when he went out. He had originally planned to train. "Since we are at the court, let's finish the content that we haven't trained today." After saying goodbye to the old guys around him, they all left one after another, leaving this half-court to Bai Feng. Some went home, and some went to another court to continue playing. In the past 2 months, Bai Feng conquered this place with his own strength. This half-court has also become his exclusive land. Usually when Bai Feng is not here, everyone plays here. After Bai Feng came, they would tacitly move his position for him to train. The content of his training is shooting. 3-pointers, mid-range shots, lobs, all kinds of shots, all need to be trained. Bai Feng's shooting is definitely better than most junior high school students at present. However, compared with other points of himself, it is still not excellent. Moreover, the people Bai Feng compared with were not most junior high school players, but the group of perverts in the Miracle era, and he even wanted to expand his horizons. This world is real. Although he has only awakened his memory for a short time, according to the time travel, he has lived here for more than 10 years. After awakening his memory, he also inherited the life experience of more than 10 years. This experience tells him all the time that everything is real. Bai Feng was a basketball fan in his previous life. He certainly knew that the place that symbolizes the highest hall of basketball in the world is the NBA. Naturally, when he traveled to the black and blue world, he also thought of the NBA. After searching, as expected, the highest hall of basketball in this world is also there. Bai Feng still remembers that when he finished watching the NBA game video, he was speechless for a long time, because Bai Feng didn't know how to describe that scene at all. If you have to say it, you can't understand it, you can't understand it at all. But Bai Feng knows that the reason why he can't understand it may be because the other party can enter some special realms. Bai Feng knows that there is a zone here, which has the ability to greatly improve the state. So he didn't continue to delve into that mysterious thing. And Bai Feng feels that with his own talent and the blessing of the system, one day he will get a glimpse of the scenery on the top of the mountain in this world. After training for almost 2 hours, it finally ended. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the lights on the court were on, and the surroundings were still clear. Bai Feng, sitting under the basketball hoop, was breathing heavily. Hoo! Hoo! He was sweating all over, and his clothes were soaked. He didn't sweat when he played basketball with that group of people just now. Now he is training by himself, but he is in this state. But this is normal for Bai Feng, he is extremely strict with himself. He will do his best to achieve perfection in every training. If it weren't for this mentality, he wouldn't have improved his strength to this level in just 2 months, even if he had the buff. Bai Feng sat quietly for a while and restored his breath to a stable state. At this time, it was late, and there were almost no people on the court. Feeling the quiet environment around him, Bai Feng closed his eyes quietly, and he recalled all kinds of past lives. Grudges, regrets, unwillingness, all kinds of ups and downs came to his mind. At this time, a breeze blew. The cool feeling made Bai Feng calm, and he opened his eyes. The past is gone, let's focus on the future. This time, I want to take it all. Chapter 17. After Bai Feng recovered his strength, he did not stay on the court any longer. He packed up briefly and prepared to go home. This place was not far from his home, and Bai Feng came back almost 10 minutes later. He did not use the key to open the door himself because he knew someone was at home. And there were 2 girls, and they were together, so it was not certain what they were doing. Bai Feng suddenly broke into the door, and if he saw something, both parties would be embarrassed. It was inappropriate to open the door by himself after all. Bai Feng was very normal except when he was drunk. Even things that most people could not do well, Bai Feng could do. This calmness that did not match his age also made Bai Feng's temperament unique. Bang bang bang! Bai Feng knocked on the door, and soon, his cousin opened the door. After seeing that it was Bai Feng, she opened the door and let Bai Feng in. Seeing that Bai Feng was sweaty, she did not dislike him. His cousin pouted, "Didn't you take the key? Why are you knocking on the door?" Bai Feng, "Well, aren't you afraid that someone is at home?" After Bai Feng entered the door, he found that his cousin's friend had left, so he said directly, "Cousin, hey, I didn't realize my brother is so attentive." "Not bad, not bad." Seeing her naughty, Bai Feng ignored her and went to the bathroom to wash his body. Seeing Bai Feng was about to leave, "Cousin, oh, what a coincidence, Yuko just left not long ago, she is very interested in you. And I told her that you play basketball," and her eyes lit up. "You don't know, her expression, it's so hungry. Tisk tisk." The cousin's ability to sell out teammates is really top-notch, Bai Feng is also speechless. Let her continue to make trouble, maybe she will continue to say something fierce. Just when she was about to stop her, she saw the cousin's face full of curiosity. Asked, "How is it? Is it great?" Bai Feng was completely speechless, after looking at the other party's mediocre. "Well, better than someone." Seeing Bai Feng's response, the cousin was obviously stunned. After a moment, she reacted, "Ah! You damn Bai Feng, stop right there." Ignoring him, Bai Feng had already entered the bathroom and closed the door when she was stunned. While washing, Bai Feng was also distracted by his cousin's words. Thinking of the foul-making figure of Nameki Yuko, the other party's thick and full of capital was simply rare. Bai Feng estimated that he couldn't control it with one hand at present, well, he still had to grow up a little. After washing, the two did not continue to play. The next day, Everyone had their own things to do. The cousin went to work, and Bai Feng had to go to school and basketball team training. There was no conversation all night, and he spent a peaceful and fulfilling day, which made him sleep well. When Bai Feng woke up, his cousin had already gone out and prepared breakfast for him and put it on the table. That's the good thing about his cousin, she knows how to take care of people. After washing, Bai Feng admired his handsome face and finished his breakfast. He rode his bicycle to school. Jianguang Middle School, a not-so-famous school. Whether it is in terms of study or sports, he is mediocre in all aspects. The reason why he came here to study is that it is close to home. Moreover, Bai Feng's academic performance has always been very good, and he is not picky about schools at all. He doesn't even need to listen much in class. He can master all the knowledge points by reading the book privately. To put it bluntly, Bai Feng doesn't need to make a fuss about these things in junior high school. Bai Feng almost slept for a whole day. His behavior was turned a blind eye by the teachers. They didn't want to care at all. As long as the grades were good, it was fine. Bai Feng's unique approach also made girls of this age group curious. They like this, especially Bai Feng is so handsome. In addition to the blessing of the sports student buff, I don't know how many girls secretly talked about him behind his back. What's more, some people regard Bai Feng as the object of that. After the last class, Bai Feng got up and prepared to go to the basketball department. After he left the classroom, the girls couldn't control their long-suppressed emotions. Ah! No matter how many times I see you, Feng Jun is still so charming. Yet, he looks handsome again. When the boys in the class saw this, they didn't react. They were used to it. When Bai Feng arrived at the basketball hall, he could already hear the noise inside. He was not the first to arrive. After entering, he saw a group of players gathered together. Everyone said this to one of the boys, and they all looked very happy. Dahi, FK, you don't know how we beat Teikō yesterday. Miracle Era knows, right? Ryota knows. Brother, just do it. Just dunk. Dahi was beaming with joy and boasting to a boy who was taller than him. Bai Feng didn't notice it at all. Bai Feng walked behind him and watched him boast quietly. The players also noticed Bai Feng's arrival at this time, but they didn't remind Dahi. Everyone was holding back their laughter. Dahi saw that everyone was not in a good state, and he also reacted and looked behind him quickly. Dahi scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, Feng, when did you come, hee. Bai Feng, it seems that you need some stimulation. I've decided. Just follow me to train. When the time comes, you might really be able to dunk over the Miracle Era. Bai Feng ignored Dahi's embarrassment, and then looked at the boy that everyone had just surrounded. The other party was taller than Dahi, and was also the tallest among all the people present. It was estimated to be 2 meters tall. At this time, the other party walked in front of Bai Feng. Captain, Shota Shingo has returned to the team. Well, not bad, it's good to be back. Bai Feng looked at the person in front of him and was very happy in his heart. The other party was actually the real center of the Jianguang team. And Dahi played as a power forward. The reason why Dahi replaced the other party. That was because of Shota's injury. This time he returned, it seemed that he had fully recovered. Shota had actually been recovering from his injury for a long time. He had been resting since last semester. At that time, Bai Feng had not awakened his memory and had always been a little transparent in the team. But although Shota could not train, he had always been paying attention to the situation of the basketball team, and he also witnessed Bai Feng's rise all the way. He was truly convinced by Bai Feng, and sincerely believed that only under Bai Feng's leadership could they have the chance to touch the national competition floor they had always dreamed of. They didn't chat for long before Coach Ham came. He was holding a piece of information in his hand. After everyone gathered, the coach said, "Everyone, the national competition preliminaries are about to start. Chapter 18. After the coach finished speaking, the players were excited and nervous. The reason for nervousness is understandable. After all, for these basketball students, this kind of competition is almost the highest standard. No junior high school student does not want to appear in the national competition. Their performance in previous years was very bad. The best record they had ever had was only the second round of the division. If their strength was still the same as before, they would not have been looking forward to it at this time. But now is different from the past. The appearance of Bai Feng has rekindled their confidence in impacting the whole country. Especially after winning Teikō Junior High, which made them more confident. Seeing that the players are so positive, the coach did not keep them in suspense. He took out the information in his hand and explained it to everyone. The draw date for the divisional qualifiers is next Monday, and the competition will start the next day. The 4 major regions in the country will be eliminated separately. Finally, each region will decide 8 teams and meet in the national competition. The coach looked at the information in his hand and explained the process of this competition to everyone. The rules of the preliminaries this time are the same as in previous years. The 4 regions of Japan will compete for the top 8 in their respective places. The 4 regions are Kanto, Kansai, Nagaya, and Hokkaido. Bai Feng and his team happen to be in Tokyo in the Kanto region, which is also the place with the most brutal competition. Most of the strong schools in the Japanese junior high school world are gathered here. In this way, it is understandable that Jeonggwang could not qualify in previous years. Bai Feng felt that if the former teammates were placed in Nagaya or Hokkaido, the chances of qualifying would be much greater. Retracting his thoughts, the coach had finished explaining at this time. Everyone present was very familiar with these processes, although they did not know the process after entering the national competition. But for the regional preliminaries, it was very clear. After all, everyone's entire junior high school career stopped here. It can be said that Jeonggwang Middle School is a qualified gatekeeper, a pure novice monster, leveling up for others. And the most amazing thing is that in the previous knockout rounds, the opponents entered the top 8 without any surprises after defeating them Jeonggwang. This also caused some strange rumors about Jeonggwang Middle School in the junior high school basketball world. The coach left after he finished speaking. The game was about to start. As a coach, he also had a lot of things to prepare, such as collecting intelligence on potential opponents. Although he was not good in terms of ability, his attitude was still impeccable. After he left, Bai Feng also led the team to start training. Everyone did not calm down, and they were all excited by the upcoming competition. Especially some junior players in the team were very excited at this time. Do you think we can qualify this time? I don't know. The competition in our Kanto region is very fierce. What are you talking about? Do you think it's the same as before? Yes, now with Senior Bai Feng here, we can definitely do it. When everyone talked about Bai Feng, they couldn't help but focus on the figure leading the team in front. That tall and thick body exuded a calm temperament inexplicably. In the eyes of this group of junior players, an inexplicable sense of security rose in their hearts. Bai Feng heard the noise behind him, turned around and said sternly, "Okay, concentrate on training." After hearing Bai Feng's words, everyone shut up. Bai Feng treated them very gently in private and could joke with them. But he would be very strict during training. If they didn't obey, there would be consequences waiting for them. Everyone knew this, and then they shut up and started training. At the same time, Teikō Junior High. Everyone in the first team also learned about the preliminaries. Except Aomine, everyone in the Age of Miracles gathered together at this time. Each of them showed their characteristics on their heads, with distinctive and unique styles. People who didn't know thought they were a group of bad guys, gathering to make trouble. The stadium was very quiet, and no one in the Age of Miracles spoke. Suddenly, crack! Crack! The quiet atmosphere was broken by a sound. Everyone looked back and saw that it was Atsushi Murasakibara who made the sound. His figure was 2 meters away, standing behind and eating potato chips. Akashi looked at Murasakibara with his eyes blank, as if he had no emotion. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was self-evident. Murasakibara paused for 2 seconds after seeing this, and just curled his lips without saying anything. At the same time, he also stopped the action of his hands. Akashi Shijuro's strength can be seen. Seeing this, Kise recalled that Akashi also looked at him like this after learning that he had lost the game. At that time, Kise even felt that the other party would suddenly take out a pair of scissors and hit him. Kise knew that Akashi had a little habit and liked to hide a pair of scissors with him. Just when Kise was racking his brains to think of a solution, Akashi left directly. But Kise knew that this matter was not over. The scene returned to that weird atmosphere again. Not long after, Satsuki also came, and she broke the situation on the scene. Satsuki, oh, everyone is here. After greeting with a smile, she looked around and said, isn't Ada here again? This guy is really... Everyone originally thought that Satsuki's arrival would break the atmosphere. In the end, they talked about Aomine Deki directly. Didn't they see Akashi next to them? Although he is short, he shouldn't be invisible, right? It's not that Akashi has less presence than Kuroko. Kise was speechless in his heart. Little Satsuki, your eyesight is not good. But Akashi's anger, as everyone imagined, did not happen. Akashi, it doesn't matter whether I come or not, as long as I can win the game. After saying that, he glanced at Kise Ryōta. A few days passed quickly, and it was Monday, the day of the draw. After everyone gathered, they got on the bus and rushed to the venue, Tokyo Yoyogi Gymnasium. In the last few days of training, everyone adjusted their mental outlook to the best, and each one was full of vitality and confidence. But when they got off the bus and entered the stadium, they saw that many teams were already seated. The sudden arrival of Jian Guang and his team made them all look back. Being watched by so many eyes, Bai Feng's teammates were immediately shocked. Chapter 19. Bai Feng was also a little impressed when he saw so many people at the scene. However, unlike his teammates, Bai Feng was simply impressed by the fact that these people came so early. He thought that his group was already active enough. Ignoring so many eyes, Bai Feng calmly led his teammates to sit in their own positions, waiting for the draw to decide the opponent. In fact, these people at the scene should not pay attention to Jian Guang and others. After all, they are a group of small transparent people and do not deserve such treatment at all. But who made Jian Guang beat Teikō last week? As the strongest school in the junior high school world, they are always paying attention to Teikō. The news of Teikō's loss was transmitted to all major teams in a very short time. Even if they learned in the end that it was only Teikō's second team that lost, it was enough for them to pay attention. Is it them? It should be. I don't think it's anything special. Yeah, it's different from what I imagined. The discussion at the scene continued until Teikō appeared. The whole audience became silent. The draw began, and everyone stepped forward in order. Teikō had never been drawn, which made many schools very nervous. It was the turn of the representative of Panyin Middle School to draw lots, and he was very nervous. He put his palms together and closed his eyes. God bless, God bless. I hope to draw a good lot. After a set of preparations, he reached into the box. Then he grabbed a piece of paper, which was written by Jian Guang Middle School. Looking at the words on the paper, the Panyin representative was stunned for 2 seconds, and was so excited that he couldn't control his emotions. What did he see? Isn't this the team that Panyin Middle School has defeated more than once? He said happily, the luck is too good. Tomorrow's game is sure to win. Since they were drawn, Bai Feng and his team certainly didn't need to go up to draw lots. At the moment when the opponent was determined, Bai Feng remembered the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! System task, for the first time participating in the competition, you must win the game and try to improve your personal data. The specific reward is determined by the final data. The system suddenly issued a task, which instantly sobered up Bai Feng, who was still absent-minded. When he learned about the opponent just now, he didn't show any interest. He thought that he would just play casually tomorrow and win the game. After seeing the task requirements clearly, Bai Feng decided that he must go all out tomorrow. Give the opponent a big gift. Since the opponent has been decided, they didn't stay at the scene to waste time. Even though Jie hasn't decided on the opponent, Bai Feng doesn't care about that kind of thing. Leading his teammates out of the venue, everyone was not in a hurry to return. It's hard to come out once, so take this opportunity to relax. It just so happens that this place is very close to Yoyogi Park, where the basketball atmosphere is very good. Everyone wants to go over and take a look and feel it. But when he was about to act, Bai Feng saw Satsuki Momoi and a tall dark-skinned man walking towards him not far away. The other party obviously came to find Bai Feng on purpose. Coming to Bai Feng, Satsuki said happily, "Bai Feng, we finally meet again." Bai Feng was a little speechless. "It's not long, don't say it as if we haven't seen each other for a long time." "Oh, anyway, I've been thinking about you these days." "Don't say such misleading words, you want to see me play." Bai Feng had to explain in front of everyone, otherwise it would be bad to tarnish his innocence. And seeing his teammates' faces full of gossip, Bai Feng had to do it even more. "There are many people who want to chase my buddy, you should line up first, otherwise it will be unfair to the other girls." Looking at Bai Feng's handsome face, Satsuki blushed a little. Just as she was about to speak, the dark-skinned man next to her, Aomine, interrupted. "Hey, you beat Kise." Aomine's words were very direct, without too much courtesy. The sudden interruption did not surprise Bai Feng. While talking to Satsuki, Bai Feng had been observing him. This ace in the age of miracles, Bai Feng had imagined the scene of meeting him many times. The opponent was the first one to bloom among the miracles, the first one to enter the zone, and he could enter at will. It is conceivable how terrifying Aomine's strength is. Bai Feng looked at the other party calmly, with a smile on his face. "It's me, I heard that Kise has always regarded you as a target." "Aomine, who knows about that kind of thing?" He looked indifferent. "But you can beat Kise, so I think your strength is pretty good." Bai Feng could feel the arrogance of the man in front of him, and this arrogance was different from the small fish he had seen before. Aomine is a real strong man, and this attitude is accumulated step by step through his own strength. Bai Feng felt that playing with the other party must be very interesting. After feeling the strong aura of Aomine, he actually felt a little itchy at this time. "Bai Feng, Satsuki Momoi called me that day and wanted me to play a 1v1 game with you. I didn't agree, and left her a message. I don't know if she told you." Hearing this, Aomine looked at Satsuki with some curiosity. Satsuki obviously didn't tell the other party about this look. But it's normal, after all, Bai Feng's words were not polite at all. Just when Satsuki was embarrassed about whether to say it. Hearing this, Bai Feng's voice came to his mind, "It's okay, you explain what I said that day to him." Hearing this, Satsuki no longer hesitated and said to Aomine, "Bai Feng said that if you want to fight him one-on-one, you have to go to him as a challenger." After hearing this, Aomine was a little confused and couldn't recover for a while. "When did I have to fight the other party one-on-one, why didn't I know? And as a challenger, the ace of the miracle era is so embarrassed." His simple mind couldn't think that Satsuki had already fought for him. Aomine came back to his senses and said, "It seems that defeating Kise has made you very arrogant." Aomine is now also aroused. He feels that the person in front of him is a little too arrogant. "Bai Feng, in my opinion, there is no difference between you and Kise." The provocative words made Aomine look serious. Although he didn't care about other people's opinions, the other party compared him to Kise, a model who only started playing basketball in the 2nd grade of junior high school. Aomine still couldn't stand it. Aomine narrowed her eyes. Before you beat Kise, I don't know how many times I beat him. It's been a long time since we played basketball, so let me make you face reality. Bai Feng looked at the other party pretending to be cool, and suddenly thought of the other party's classic lines. Bai Feng, forget it, the only one who can beat me is myself. Aomine, hey. Chapter 20. Everyone went to Yoyogi Park and found an empty court. Bai Feng and Aomine Daiki were going to have a duel. After the two of them made the decision, Satsuki and Bai Feng's teammates were looking forward to it. Satsuki was overjoyed. She felt that this was really a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. She could take this opportunity to collect information about Bai Feng in person, and if Bai Feng was really strong enough, it could also inspire Aomine's motivation. Thinking about it, she couldn't control her expression. She smiled unconsciously, and there was a gleam in her eyes. Bai Feng's teammates were as emotional as Satsuki. They all knew how valuable the person who was about to compete with Bai Feng was. At the very least, he was the trump card of the miracle era, and at the most, he was the top junior high school student in the country. So the value of this duel can be imagined. Unlike the expectant expressions of those outside the court, the two people in the court were very calm. Of course, this was just the calm before the storm. Who will kick off first? Let's decide by rock paper scissors. Since Aomine wants to decide by rock paper scissors, then don't blame Bai Feng for being unethical. Bai Feng's mouth curled up. Beyond the horizon, simulated and deduced for 0.5 seconds, and started. Directly predicted the most likely action of Aomine next. As expected, the deduction was correct, and Bai Feng got the offensive opportunity. Aomine didn't notice anything wrong at all, and thought he was unlucky, but he didn't care. Bai Feng didn't feel ashamed, he was just like that, and he started competing as soon as he stood on the court. So in order to win, it is understandable to use some tricks. What's more, beyond the horizon is his ability. The two played 11 points. Bai Feng held the ball and stood outside the 3-point line. He didn't rush to get off the ball and look for a breakthrough opportunity, but held the ball with both hands to present a three-threat state. Because Bai Feng could feel the pressure from Aomine after facing him directly. This is obviously beyond the level of ordinary players, who knows how many dimensions. This feeling was the first one Bai Feng felt after awakening his memory. Even Ryota Kise did not give Bai Feng this feeling. This forced him to take it seriously, and at the same time, he was excited. Bai Feng observed the opponent's defensive position, which looked casual, but was dangerous. He felt that he would be in danger if he was not careful. In the triple threat state, he did not find a good opportunity to attack. Bai Feng decisively passed the ball, and while dribbling with his right hand, his footsteps also moved along with it, not just standing there and dribbling blindly. In that case, it would be useless and waiting to be intercepted. A master knows whether it is effective or not as soon as he makes a move, and Bai Feng just dribbles the ball. This fell into Aomine's eyes, and he immediately recognized Bai Feng's strength. He could see that Bai Feng's ball sense and body coordination were very powerful. Sure enough, he is a player who can beat Kise. You can't treat him like a trash. Aomine's eyes condensed slightly. Before he could think too much, Bai Feng's offensive gradually accelerated. Bai Feng dribbled the ball with both hands, changed direction in front of his body, dribbled between his legs, and performed various difficult technical moves. Bai Feng performed these moves easily, and there was no sense of redundancy when all these moves were combined. Instead, there was a sense of minimalist beauty. The reason for this is that Bai Feng's proficiency in basic skills made his style of play so chic. At the beginning, Aomine was able to keep up with Bai Feng's rhythm. Even his arms could interfere with steals, and he almost touched the ball several times. When everyone off the court saw this, they were so shocked that they almost cried out. However, there was no danger, and they were all firmly separated by Bai Feng's ball-guarding hands. Gradually, Bai Feng increased his speed and opened up his superb dynamic vision, which allowed him to see the changes in Aomine. Finally, during a change of fast and slow rhythm, he revealed a flaw, and in Bai Feng's eyes, a glittering puzzle suddenly appeared on Aomine's left waist. Weakness exposed, attack. Bai Feng's footsteps did not hesitate, and he broke through the flaw at the first moment, and his whole body was like a catapult. In Aomine's eyes, the change at this time felt like Bai Feng was a spear, stabbing at him. Aomine's pupils contracted, impossible. And Bai Feng had successfully broken through and passed by his side. With a body of 191 centimeters, Bai Feng only needed 2 steps to break through near the 3-point line to complete the attack. Just as Bai Feng took a big step and rushed to the basket, he actually found that Aomine's body, which had originally shifted its center of gravity, was adjusted instantly. And it accelerated in a very short time and came to defend him. Bai Feng's eyes were solemn, and he could not continue to attack as he had just thought. But his feet did not stop, and his ball guard stuck Aomine on his side and continued to break forward. Arriving at the restricted area, Bai Feng took off and flew into the air, pretending to dunk. Aomine jumped almost at the same time, and shouted, "I'll take this ball, it's impossible to score." But Bai Feng borrowed 0.5 seconds in advance and prepared for this situation. Although on the court, 0.5 seconds is really short, almost passed in an instant, and many times there is no reaction. Especially now when fighting with opponents of this level. But Bai Feng seized the opportunity, at the moment when Aomine was about to block. Bai Feng turned on core confrontation, and a force came from his waist, directly controlling his forward body. Bai Feng made a backward movement in Aomine's surprised eyes. Swish! The basketball went into the net behind him. Bang! 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 There was only the sound of the basketball landing at the scene, and the surroundings were unusually quiet. Bai Feng's teammates and Satsuki were so shocked that they couldn't speak, and even forgot to breathe. They had never seen such a scene before. Bai Feng was playing against their team members, and it turned out that he was giving them the lead. Their captain was so awesome, although they had known this for a long time. But it was still incredible. Satsuki was not much better, although he was used to seeing these geniuses. But to be honest, this kind of scene was really rare. After reacting, Satsuki was overjoyed. "Keep being arrogant, Ada, you're frustrated." Satsuki's face was red and cute, and she shouted to Bai Feng, "Come on, A Feng." This girl completely exposed her nature as a beauty lover. She had already surrendered to the enemy, and she was actually cheering for Bai Feng. The two people on the court seemed to be oblivious to the noise outside, and only had eyes for each other. After a moment, Aomine smiled, "Great, I haven't met an opponent like you for a long time. It's worth the trip." Bai Feng, "But I think you're still a little short." "Haha, cherish your offensive opportunities. You're as soft as a woman." The two of them exchanged words, and just one ball was enough to create a gunpowder smell. Bang! Bai Feng's third shot missed, and the basketball hit the rim and bounced out. The score was 4-0 at this time. Yes, Aomine interfered with this shot, and his speed was getting faster and faster. He vaguely surpassed Bai Feng. But Bai Feng was not upset at this time, but was extremely excited. Finally, he experienced a long-lost confrontation. Chapter 21. When real masters play, the winner is often decided in an instant. So after the 3 balls were played, not much time had passed. But in this short period of time, some onlookers, both men and women, were attracted. They originally just wanted to watch the duel between 2 teenagers, but they became more and more excited. Gradually, they found that the two were so powerful that they were rarely seen in reality. The audience cheered and got excited. Gradually, they shouted, and more people gathered here. The ball was changed, and it was Aomine Daki's turn to attack. In the previous round, Bai Feng thought he had scored a goal, but the opponent suddenly accelerated and interfered. Bai Feng really didn't expect the result of the iron shot. Aomine's speed was so fast. In fact, the speed alone is not a big deal, but the main thing is Aomine Daki's instant burst, which is more difficult to deal with. Can you imagine the scene of suddenly accelerating to the peak? Bai Feng felt that there were only 2 words to describe that feeling: thrilling. Even though Bai Feng used the 0.5 second deduction of beyond vision, it didn't work. First, Bai Feng was careless and didn't expect Aomine to come all of a sudden. Second, 0.5 seconds is really short, and it's gone in a flash. This is also for Bai Feng. If the current beyond vision is given today, he can't even analyze the various intelligence details of 0.5 seconds. So Bai Feng's talent in this life is really good. However, Bai Feng's previous defeat also gave him the idea of quickly improving his beyond vision ability. If it can be improved to 1 second, 2 seconds. Aomine stared at Bai Feng, with the posture that he was actually in control. It's my turn, let you see what offense is. After that, Aomine didn't make a 3-threat posture like Bai Feng. He dribbled the ball directly to Bai Feng. Bai Feng didn't rush forward to steal the ball. He had just experienced Aomine's speed, and the other party was slightly faster than himself. Bai Feng himself has a speed attribute of 87 points, and he estimates that Aomine can at least reach 90 points. He had no choice but to deal with it carefully. Bai Feng's judgment was correct. Aomine started and moved like a rabbit. The whole person's transition from extreme stillness to extreme movement was very fast. To the naked eye, there was almost no transition process, and he reached the fastest speed directly. The basketball was dribbled from Aomine's right hand to his left hand, and his body swayed left and right. The whole person's amplitude was exaggerated to absurdity, and the center of gravity was very low, even giving people the feeling that he would fall down in the next second. FK, what is this move? How can he make such an exaggerated dribbling move? Bai Feng was surprised by Aomine's style of play, and the onlookers were even more stunned. There were many people playing street ball in Yoyogi Park, and many of them knew this street ball style. But this style on Aomine was even more terrifying. Getting faster and faster, the rhythm became more and more unpredictable. Bai Feng's pressure increased rapidly, and beyond vision was activated, assisting Bai Feng's defense for 0.5 seconds. The deduction ability cannot be used without CD, and it will cool down for about 5 seconds after each use. This is actually normal. If it can be used without limit, then he can deduce forever and become a god on the court directly. Bai Feng used the 0.5 seconds derived from deduction and the advantage of static body. He locked Aomine tightly again, and the two were now at the edge of the penalty area. According to normal logic, Aomine should adjust his state and attack again. But no one expected that he actually jumped. That's right, direct shooting. Competition on the court often happens in a flash. Bai Feng didn't have time to think too much, and immediately jumped up to block the shot. He jumped almost at the same time as Aomine, plus the advantage of arm span. Bai Feng was about to block the opponent, but the next second, Aomine Daki actually grabbed the ball behind her and shot it back. This was a joke in the eyes of everyone, but the basketball hit the target the next second. Swish! Formless shot, Aomine Daki's flowering skill. Bai Feng really didn't expect it. After all, the court was in a flash, and there was no condition for him to think about it. The opponent's shot really surprised him. But after hearing Aomine's words, he became more interested. Aomine had a blank expression. That's it, let's finish it quickly. Pretending, extremely pretentious. Bai Feng also responded, okay, let's finish it quickly. Both sides want to conquer each other, so let's speak with strength. Bai Feng thought about the ball just now, and he already had a countermeasure. Aomine held the ball again, and just like before, he showed his exaggerated style of play when he got the ball. But this time, Bai Feng did not give the opponent too much room to operate. Directly on the body, Bai Feng's core confrontation was activated at the same time. It allowed him to remain stable during the collision, and Bai Feng's arm was always against Aomine's waist, making him very uncomfortable. The two sides were now a bit big, and thanks to this being a wild court, both of them tacitly accepted such intensity. If it was a formal game, the referee would have blown the whistle. Punches hit the flesh, getting more and more intense. The audience around held their breath, fearing to miss the excitement. There were several times during the confrontation when Aomine had lost his composure, but his exaggerated body coordination pulled him back. He could even maintain his speed. Suddenly Aomine accelerated sharply and successfully broke through to the penalty area. Bai Feng did not lose position too much, and almost followed closely. The next moment Aomine jumped up, ready to finish, and Bai Feng followed and took off. Because of the experience last time, Bai Feng did not use the 0.5 seconds of deduction in advance this time. Waiting for this moment, Bai Feng in the air will instantly activate the beyond vision, and spider webs will appear in his eyes, as if he wants to capture everything. Then he deduced Aomine's shooting angle after 0.5 seconds. At the same time, core confrontation was turned on, and a force appeared out of thin air around Bai Feng's body, allowing him to make a second move in the air. Bai Feng aimed directly at the position and waved his hand to slap. Snap! Blocked shot. Bai Feng's hand appeared accurately at Aomine's tricky ending angle. He plundered Aomine's ball fiercely. At this moment, the audience around him could no longer control their emotions that had been accumulated for a long time. Ah! So cool! Blocked shot, no, it's a blocked shot. Incredible, incredible. Aomine was a little confused, and he came back to his senses. To be honest, this was the first time he was defeated after using the unfixed form. Bai Feng, don't be dazed, serve quickly, and finish early. Aomine was awakened, and a hint of red appeared on his dark face. He was a little embarrassed. The two of them won and lost, and the scene was a little anxious, and no one gave in. 9:8, the last ball, Bai Feng leads by 1 point. It was Bai Feng's turn to attack, and both of them were sweating profusely. But both of them had their eyes shining brightly. And at this moment, Aomine felt that she had found the fun of basketball again. Chapter 22. This goal will decide who will win the match between the two. If Bai Feng doesn't score this goal, according to the pattern of the previous goals, Aomine has a great chance of scoring. The two of them almost chased each other, neither giving in, and the score was very close. Often, just after a goal is scored, the two sides can adjust their strategies and make defensive changes in the next round. It is this exciting situation that makes the surrounding audiences scream with excitement. Bai Feng stood at the top of the arc with the ball, and he felt that he was in very good condition now. Sure enough, only the strong can inspire the best of themselves. In Bai Feng's sight, there was only Aomine at this time, and at the same time, he could even feel his heartbeat. Bai Feng had never experienced this feeling before, and he felt an unprecedented peace. Although there were many sounds in the surrounding environment, it did not affect Bai Feng's current state. Faintly, Bai Feng felt that he was about to catch something, but he was always half a step away, and then not long after, he returned to his previous normal state. He knew that if he wanted to really step into this wonderful realm, he needed more pressure. Only by colliding with the strong can a true monster be released. With this in mind, he looked at Aomine. Bai Feng frowned. You only have one chance to score, is that all? He could actually feel Aomine's current state, and the opponent's physical energy consumption was far greater than his own. This had a lot to do with Aomine's playing style, but it was also caused by the opponent's long-term neglect of training. Bai Feng's current physical condition was much better than the opponent's. However, he did not underestimate the opponent because Bai Feng knew that Aomine had already entered the realm of the zone. The last ball had already been fired. Bai Feng's verbal stimulation was just to see the opponent's zone state and see if he could take this opportunity to truly let himself step into the wonderful feeling just now. Of course, he didn't know whether Aomine Daki could enter the zone freely at this time. Aomine was a little out of breath, but his eyes were firm, staring at Bai Feng and said in a deep voice, "You have no chance, I will defend it and then score." Bai Feng dribbled towards Aomine Daki. This time, he did not deliberately keep a distance from the opponent, but chose to go directly to the body. He knew that Aomine's physical strength was declining, so he had to engage in physical entanglement with the opponent. This is Bai Feng's court wisdom, using his own strengths to overcome the opponent's weaknesses. Aomine has already shown signs of decline, so Bai Feng must of course attack hard. Who told him not to train well? It's a waste of time and talent. After core confrontation was turned on, he chiseled Aomine step by step. Every collision made Aomine retreat, but Bai Feng was able to remain stable. But he is worthy of being Aomine Daki. Every time he retreated, he could return to defense at a very fast speed and even make interference moves. This makes us have to sigh at the opponent's explosive speed and unique Black Panther wildness. However, those interference moves were blocked tightly by Bai Feng's ball protector. Aomine gritted his teeth at this time and defended hard, but finally failed to block it. Bai Feng had already reached the periphery of the penalty area, just when Aomine thought he was going to fight again. Bai Feng suddenly took a step back, which Aomine, who was in a declining state, did not expect at all. The next second, Aomine stepped forward and prepared to defend. Bai Feng caught the opponent's weakness and broke through directly. Because Bai Feng broke through, he exerted force almost at the same time as Aomine's forward defense. So Aomine was frozen in place. Although his explosive power was very fast, it also took time to adjust. The current situation was that he was completely fixed in place and could not move. Aomine certainly would not surrender, and he fought hard to defend. But Bai Feng had already jumped high, and the next second, the sound of the explosion resounded throughout the stadium. Bang! The dunk ended and won the victory. The explosion shocked everyone, so that the crowd did not have time to cheer. After Bai Feng landed, he looked back at Aomine, and he did not speak. Because just now, when he was dunking, he suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression from Aomine. Bai Feng had never felt that feeling before, as if a man-eating monster was watching him. He instinctively got goosebumps. If nothing unexpected happens, it's zone. Bai Feng admitted that he was very strong, but it was too late. He didn't know why Aomine opened the zone at the end. Maybe the other party is not as free to enter as in high school? Or simply underestimated him. However, Bai Feng looked at the other party's sweaty face at this time, and denied the possibility that the other party underestimated him. Bai Feng didn't analyze it for long before he was pulled back to his thoughts by the excited voices of the audience around him. Too amazing! The dunk is really explosive. The game was over, so Bai Feng's concentration at this time also decreased. Feeling the atmosphere around him, plus just conquering a strong man, although this strong man was not in his prime. But that also made Bai Feng extremely satisfied. It feels so good to win. Bai Feng turned his head to look at Aomine, and found that the other party was standing there with his head down, making it difficult to see his expression. The sun hid behind the other party, covering him in the shadow. Everyone thought that Aomine was unwilling to lose. But not long after, he raised his head. He actually showed a smile, and his innocent look was like a child. Bai Feng suddenly felt that Aomine Daki was really pure about basketball. He couldn't help but laugh. Aomine, I won't lose next time. Bai Feng, I'll wait. Bai Feng didn't mock the opponent because of winning. He could feel Aomine Daki's love for basketball. And the opponent really didn't use the strength that should be shown. So there was no need, especially after seeing the opponent's smile. At that moment, Bai Feng was even more touched. Aomine Daki, he Bai Feng recognized, looking forward to the next match. Chapter 23. When the duel was over, only Bai Feng's teammates and Satsuki Momoi felt the most. At the end, Satsuki opened her mouth so wide that she could almost fit a fist. She wondered if she saw it wrong, Aomine actually lost. In her impression, Aomine was synonymous with victory, as if the word losing would never happen to Aomine. To be honest, before the duel, Satsuki thought that Bai Feng would be very strong. But that was all. Who would have thought that Bai Feng was not just strong? Satsuki had not analyzed his specific strength thoroughly after watching the whole game. This was incredible for a genius analyst like Satsuki. She felt that her understanding of Bai Feng was far from being fully explored in a duel. This made Satsuki even more curious about Bai Feng. When she looked at Bai Feng, she was a little dazed and didn't know what she was thinking. But her cheeks gradually became a little flushed. Bai Feng's teammates also felt that they didn't know him well enough, and they all sighed. Taiga, it turns out that Feng doesn't use his full strength. Shota, do you think there is anyone in the team who can make him show his full strength? After the end, the two sides separated not long after. After all, Satsuki and Aomine still have to reunite with Teikō. When leaving, Satsuki's eyes changed when she looked at Bai Feng. If possible, Satsuki actually wanted to stay with Bai Feng for a while longer. She felt an inexplicable sense of comfort around Bai Feng, which was something that boys of the same age didn't have. This feeling made her a little fascinated. Seeing this, Bai Feng's teammates looked at Bai Feng with jealousy. Damn, we don't say anything about his good playing skills, but it's really uncomfortable to be handsome. The schedule is very tight. The game will start the next day after the draw. Everyone went home early to rest today. The next day, everyone rushed to the stadium for the game. They came very early, and no one dropped the chain at the critical moment. When everyone gathered, the coach and Bai Feng led the way into the stadium. In fact, they came a little early, and there were still 2 hours before the match between Jianguang and Panyin Middle School. The reason they came so early was that the match between Teikō Junior High School was about to start. They all wanted to see the true style of this undefeated team in advance. When Bai Feng and his team entered the stadium, they found that many fans had already come to the stadium. Supporters and reporters from various schools, as well as amateur fans. Almost half of the seats were filled, and the game had not started yet. According to this situation, all the seats might be filled later. Of course, the reason why the preliminaries were so anticipated by everyone was all thanks to the reputation of the Miracle Era. Bai Feng's teammates were amazed at the warm atmosphere on the scene. Wow, there are too many people. What should I do? I feel so nervous. Why are you nervous? People are here to see Teikō and will leave after watching. Not long after Bai Feng and his team sat down, Teikō's people came. The style of their appearance was completely different from that of their opponents, colorful and very eye-catching. When looking at their opponents, they all had black hair, which was too ordinary in comparison. Bai Feng looked at Akashi's red hair on the field and touched his own black hair with some sighs. He was thinking about whether he should dye his hair. Akashi on the field seemed to sense something, and he scanned the audience. His eyes finally fixed on Bai Feng. When their eyes met, both of them could feel each other's specialness. But Bai Feng still had a faint smile on his face and looked at him. Akashi frowned, then turned his head and stopped looking. He recognized Bai Feng, the opponent was the player who defeated Kise, and he heard that Daki also suffered a setback from him. But he didn't know much about Daki. Most importantly, Akashi didn't think Bai Feng could really beat Aomine Daki. Teikō's match started, and as expected, the seats in the stadium were almost full. The first qualifying match started amid everyone's anticipation. Everyone was very excited. As soon as the match started, you could hear the continuous exclamations from the audience. But gradually, there were fewer and fewer voices, and in the end, the whole venue was almost silent. It wasn't that the match was not good, but it was too good, so good that everyone didn't know how to express their emotions. They had never seen such a match before. If you have to describe it, it would be a massacre. One-sided massacre. Whistle. The whole game ended, 191:10. After watching it, Bai Feng didn't feel much at this time, because he had already prepared himself mentally. He knew that Teikō would unilaterally beat the opponent, and even expected a result that was more exaggerated than the current score. But the teammates around him were different. At this time, each one was more solemn than the other, and couldn't say a word. Originally, after they defeated Teikō's second team, they always had a special feeling for Teikō Junior High, thinking that it was nothing more than that. But after watching this game, they regained their understanding. Bai Feng saw his teammates like this, and he didn't say anything to encourage them. There was no way, the hard power was here, and 1 or 2 words would not be enough. They could only hone and grow step by step in the next game. Bai Feng, okay, get up, it's our turn to play. Bai Feng took the lead, and everyone followed. After changing uniforms in the locker room, everyone came to the court to warm up. The opponent Panyan Middle School was also shooting warm UPS in the other half of the court. While warming up, Panyan's players were still observing Jianguang. They were all a little relaxed. After all, they thought they would definitely win this game. After all, they had won Jianguang Middle School before. Panyan number 12 bald head, with a smug expression on his face. He took credit and said, "How about it, it's still my good luck. I can draw a school like Jianguang, and this game is sure to win." His teammates also laughed and agreed, but someone suddenly thought of something. "Be careful, isn't it rumored that they beat Teikō's second team? Come on, I don't know where this rubbish came from. And even if it's true, so what? They're just the second team, and it doesn't change their status as trash. Everyone, look, that tall guy missed 5 shots in a row. The game hasn't even started yet, maybe the basket will have to be repaired." Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Their voices were so loud that everyone in Jianguang could hear them. The target of their ridicule was Daehi, who missed shots in a row and was seen by the other team. At this time, Daehi's face flushed a little, but he didn't know how to fight back. Bai Feng suddenly stepped forward and said something to Daehi. Hearing this, Daehi's eyes suddenly lit up. A few seconds later, no one in Panyan noticed that someone in Jianguang was rushing towards their half of the court. It wasn't until Bai Feng rushed into the restricted area and rushed towards the bald number 12 that they realized it, but it was too late. Then Bai Feng jumped high, and the next second a basketball came from Daehi's hand. Bang! Alioop, dunk over Panyan number 12. Bai Feng's legs were on the opponent's head, and the scene suddenly felt a little humiliating. The audience was bored, but they found a wonderful scene in the field. Wow! Look, look, it's so explosive before it even starts. The reporters at the scene all noticed this scene, and they felt that this ball could even be compared to Teikō's perverts. Moreover, it was like this before the game even started, obviously there was a conflict. Click! Click! Pick up the camera and shoot, this is a topic. Can't miss it. After landing, Bai Feng smiled and looked at the confused opponent. The appetizers are served first, and there will be a big gift for you later. Chapter 24. After being dunked by Bai Feng, Panyan number 13 woke up from his daze. His brain was short-circuited now. What happened? Didn't everyone just brag together? How come he was suddenly ridden in the face? When he heard the noise at the scene, he came to his senses and saw Bai Feng walking away. Baldhead felt insulted and wanted to call Bai Feng, but he was a little scared when he thought of the powerful force when the other party attacked him. So he looked at his teammates with anger. They watched outsiders humiliate him and didn't help to defend him. Baldhead suddenly felt that there was a fire in his heart that he had nowhere to release. The game started and both sides jumped the ball. Shota is almost 2 meters tall, and his advantage in jumping the ball is greater than that of the center on the opposite side. As expected, his team has the ball. After Bai Feng got the ball, he steadily controlled the ball. Baldhead number 13 of Panyan team immediately stepped forward to defend. He also played as a point guard. However, his height should not be more than 1.8 meters. The static talent gap between the two is a bit large. After seeing Bai Feng get the ball and dribbling through the midfield safely, the bald man immediately stepped forward to defend actively, trying to steal the ball from Bai Feng. But Bai Feng's conditions were far better than his, and Bai Feng simply used his speed to pass him. He didn't even dribble too much, and his skills were not activated. The short matchup presented a somewhat funny picture. Bai Feng was casual all over, but the bald man gritted his teeth and chased him hard as soon as he saw him. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change the current outcome. The distance between the two was getting bigger and bigger, and Bai Feng had already broken into the 3-point line. He didn't hesitate to hold the ball and rushed directly to the basket. Even though the opponent's center was under the basket, he didn't hesitate. Bai Feng took 2 steps and came to the penalty area in the blink of an eye, and was about to finish with a layup in the next second. As expected, the opponent's center came up to defend, and when he defended Bai Feng, it meant that the original defender had an open position. Bai Feng didn't even need to open the Transcendence vision to instantly find Shota's position. Bai Feng didn't even look at the ball while protecting it with his left hand and throwing it high into the air with his right hand. After throwing the ball into the air, he slipped across the baseline and ran directly back to his own half to prepare for the next round. Because Bai Feng knew that this ball would go in. Sure enough, Shota jumped high, grabbed the ball from Bai Feng, and pressed it hard into the basket. Bang! Relay in the air. The two cooperated perfectly. Bai Feng attracted the defense and was able to seize the opportunity instantly. He mobilized all the teammates on the court. As the head wolf, Bai Feng led the team to move forward. Such an effect is far greater than the threat of one person. Shota also howled to the sky after dunking. He had been away from the court for a long time, and he didn't expect that he could perform so well just after returning to the court. This made him excited. Shota looked at Bai Feng, who had already returned to defense. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that it was really comfortable to play basketball with Bai Feng. Don't worry about anything, the next second the ball is in your mouth. This is much easier than playing with Daehee and his friends before. After scoring, the teammates were also very relaxed, and everyone smiled when they returned to defense. Daehee, oh, Feng, I had a chance just now, and I could have scored. Shota, I definitely didn't give it to you. What did you say? Bai Feng, okay, everyone move more, and if there is a chance, I will give you the ball as soon as possible. Pay attention to defense. Bai Feng reminded his teammates to focus on the game. In fact, in Bai Feng's opinion, it doesn't matter if his teammates play a little easier in this game. There is no problem winning, but Bai Feng thought of the system task. The task asked him to improve his personal data as much as possible, and the final reward was affected by the data. In this case, Bai Feng had to say sorry to everyone in Panyan Middle School. He will dominate the game next and take over all aspects. The ball possession changed, and the bald number 12 of the Panyan team controlled the ball. After being beaten by Bai Feng twice, he now admits that Bai Feng is very strong. However, the game has just begun, and he admits that Bai Feng plays very well offensively. However, that is also normal, after all, Bai Feng has such good physical talent. But the bald head believes that good offense does not mean good defense, and there is a big difference between the two. There are too many players in this world who can only attack but not defend. Moreover, the bald head believes that his personal offensive ability is very good, and he thinks he plays with his brain. If one person is not good enough, he will rely on the strength of his teammates. After passing the midfield, he did not attack rashly, and directed his teammates to go forward to pick and roll. The opponent's number 14 player immediately ran from the left 45 degrees and blocked Bai Feng's left. The bald head directly dribbled the ball to his left hand to break through. The speed was not slow, and he successfully got rid of Bai Feng. At this time, the bald head was secretly happy. The next moment, Ryōta blocked his way forward, and he did not panic when he saw this. The scene at this time was surprisingly very similar to the previous round. Seeing this, the bald head raised his mouth, and the next moment he threw the ball into the air and passed it to his teammates. The bald man now feels that he has won the game, and his expression is a little out of control. He thinks that this kind of response ball is really a slap in the face, so cool. He can already imagine the scene of the audience cheering for him. His teammates also jumped high at this time to complete the alley-oop, just when everyone in the audience thought it would go in. Bai Feng suddenly rushed out. He flew high, waved his right hand, and pressed towards the opponent's center. Snap! Then, in the surprised expressions of the audience, he directly completed the nail-board block. The sound of the block was very loud, and the whole audience could hear it. Because the event installed a loudspeaker on the backboard for a better viewing experience. At this moment, the sound reached the ears of the audience, and their surprised expressions immediately turned into excitement. FK, this is too fierce. Who is this player? Chapter 25. The center and point guard of Panyan were equally confused at this time. They both thought about how to respond to Bai Feng after responding to this ball. But the next second, they were beaten back to reality. The cruel reality, coupled with the exclamations of the audience for Bai Feng. The players of Panyan Middle School all felt deep malice. But they didn't have much time to comfort their hearts. Because Bai Feng grabbed the ball firmly after the block. After landing, he rushed towards the opponent's basket. They tried their best to chase and defend, but Bai Feng's speed was too fast. Although his speed was not the first in the junior high school world. But it was definitely in the top 3. How could you let these opponents catch up with such a speed? Bai Feng was getting farther and farther away in their eyes, and in the end they could only watch Bai Feng fly and dunk. Bai Feng jumped high, and his whole body stretched out in the air. The graceful dunk action made the audience fascinated and cheered again. They felt that Bai Feng's playing was too beautiful, it was simply beautiful as a painting. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the stadium through the loudspeaker. Followed by a fierce response from the scene. Good shot! So handsome! Ah, I can't take it anymore. Who is this little brother? I want his contact information now. The game continued, and most of the first quarter had passed. At this time, the score was 25:8. At this time, the Jianguang team, led by Bai Feng, had already occupied an absolute advantage. As for the 8 points scored by the opponent, Bai Feng actually had no way. After all, basketball is a team sport. No matter how strong he is personally and how much he leans towards the team, it can't really improve the hard power of his teammates, especially his teammates' defensive ability. In this case, it is understandable that the opponent deliberately avoids Bai Feng's attack and lets him score 1 or 2 goals occasionally. No matter how powerful Bai Feng is, it is impossible for him to defend 5 people in the whole game. The game was played like this, and the players on his side were getting better and better, but the morale of Panyan Middle School was seriously affected. Seeing that it couldn't continue like this, the coach of the opponent also called a timeout in time. In fact, the coach of the other team was also anxious, and the rhythm was out of control. He was shouting anxiously on the sidelines. It was somewhat useful at the beginning, but gradually the players on the field could not hear his command. In the intense atmosphere on the scene, the Panyan players ended up in a daze. Panyan bawled, "Coach, you can't continue like this, you have to keep an eye on the opponent, if one is not enough, two will double team them." The bald coach arranged a new tactic and gave them a strong boost. Let these players regain motivation. And here in Jianguang, Coach Ham was not panicked from beginning to end. He sat in the coaching seat with a calm look, not panicking at all. He felt that being a coach was too simple, just handing the ball to the star player. Why is it so troublesome? Ham looked at the bald opponent. He showed a disdainful expression and snorted. Then he looked at Bai Feng again, and his expression changed instantly. He asked gently, "Feng, are you tired? Do you need to come down and rest for a while?" Bai Feng shook his head. "Haha, that's good." When both sides came back on the court, Bai Feng felt that the opponent's mental outlook had changed. He also became a little interested. After all, if the opponent had no fighting spirit, the whole game would be really boring. What's the point of scoring alone? At least give some response, even if it's just a shout. Bai Feng held the ball as usual, and the opponent really changed his strategy. The opponent's power forward number 14 on the left side directly stepped forward and double-teamed him with the bald number 12. The opponent's defensive intensity did not make Bai Feng panic. On the contrary, this was the most familiar form of defense for Bai Feng, and the opponent defended him like this. Only in this way can Bai Feng's style of play that connects the entire team be fully activated. The opponent fell into his own trap step by step. Bai Feng did not hesitate and moved directly to the right, bringing the two defenders over. Suddenly, he accelerated and made physical contact with the opponent, who couldn't hold on. Bai Feng successfully broke through and entered the three-point line, with a terrifying momentum. The opponent's center had to defend, and in an instant attracted three people to defend him. Seeing this, Bai Feng instantly turned on the beyond vision to deduce. In an instant, he simulated many possible situations that might happen next. Without hesitation, he immediately selected the most stable offensive route. Snap! Ground pass! Under the siege of three opponents, the basketball seemed to have eyes and found a tricky route. Successfully appeared in the hands of Daehee on the left. After Daehee received the ball, he took 2 steps. Swish! The basketball went in. The whole audience was in an uproar. The audience, coaches, and players were all shocked by this artistic operation at this moment. They didn't expect that Bai Feng was so calm. Under the double team of 3 people, he could still pass such an assist, which was like a surgical knife. You say that you have good physical fitness and can run and jump, and everyone can barely understand it. After all, among so many people, it is normal to occasionally have 1 or 2. But it is rare to show such skills and mentality at such a young age. The reporters at the scene took pictures. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't leave after Teikō finished the game, otherwise how could they find a player like Bai Feng? The star of tomorrow has appeared. The rhythm of the subsequent game was led by Bai Feng. The bald coach of the other side racked his brains to think of various countermeasures, but to no avail. In the end, he could only sigh and attribute it to the difference in the strength of the players. Beep. The game ended. The score was 140-40. Bai Feng's personal data was 56 points, 27 assists, 13 steals and 20 rebounds. This data blinded the eyes of the reporters, and they had already thought about how to write the manuscript. Shock! A genius once in n years appears in the basketball world. Explosion, epic data appears. And other exaggerated headlines emerged in their minds one by one, waiting to write the content. This time, the reporters did not stay and left quickly, for fear that their peers would rob them of traffic. The exaggerated score difference made the audience speechless. They watched 2 games. The score difference is so huge. Is this year's national competition so exciting? At the same time, at the back of the audience stands, 3 people stood outside the guardrail. They were Satsuki, Aomine, and Kise. Aomine was dragged here by Satsuki and Kise. He didn't want to come because in Aomine's opinion, there was no point in watching a game that Bai Feng could win with his butt. But he couldn't resist the request of the 2 and followed them. After watching, the 3 of them were very emotional. Satsuki's face was flushed. Aomine's blood was boiling. Kise was excited. Chapter 26. When the whole game was over, Bai Feng heard a prompt sound in his mind that the system task was completed. However, Bai Feng was not in a hurry to check. He would wait until the current matter was over before checking. After the game, the players of Panyan Middle School seemed to have their souls taken away, like a group of puppets. People who watched the whole game process found them like this. At this time, a trace of pity rose in their hearts. It's too miserable. Don't make it bad, because one game will cause a shadow on basketball in the future. The players of Panyan Middle School are now in 2 extremes compared to before the game. When both sides shook hands and thanked each other, they were like eggplants hit by frost. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice. After greeting each other, Bai Feng returned to the locker room with a group of happy teammates. The teammates are very excited now, but there is a sense of unreality in the excitement. They have never had such an experience in the preliminaries before, and the opponent is a school that has beaten them before. Everything was like a dream. Although they knew they could win, they still felt incredible. After everyone went to the locker room, they all washed up. After everything was over, they changed their clothes and prepared to celebrate the good start. The coach was very generous this time. He also felt that everyone played too well today. After waving his hand, he decided to reward these players well. But when they pushed open the door of the locker room, they found a group of reporters waiting outside the door. It turned out that there were many people in this group of reporters who did not leave early. They just wanted to interview them in person. The people of Jianguang had never seen such a scene. Bai Feng was calm. But his teammates were more nervous than each other, afraid that the reporters would look at them. In the corridor of the locker room, there were not only Jianguang people at this time, but also many players who were about to play. Everyone looked at Bai Feng and them curiously. What's going on? Who are they? You came a little late. They just won the game. The whole scene can be called a massacre. The interview was over, and the whole process was almost asking the coach and Bai Feng. The nervous teammates found that they had nothing to do with it. This made them a little embarrassed. After the players' request, the coach found a restaurant, and as expected, he spent a lot of money. He was very generous at the beginning, and Bai Feng was not surprised in the end. Coach Ham looked like he was in pain again. Looking at the wolves in the team, especially after seeing the way he ate, he hated his arrogance very much. It was just a game, why did he get so carried away? Remember it secretly, don't do this next time. After the dinner, everyone went home. When Bai Feng returned home, it was still early, and as expected, his cousin was not there, so no one disturbed him. Bai Feng went into his bedroom and checked the task rewards to see what he could get. He remembered that this task asked him to improve his data as much as possible. It was precisely because of this that Bai Feng almost dominated every aspect of the court this time, and Bai Feng could be seen everywhere. It was under this situation that he scored 56 points, 27 assists, 13 steals, 20 rebounds and 9 blocks, which was an incredible data. He only needed 1 block to get all double digits. Even if we look at the history of basketball, this data is quite explosive. Bai Feng excitedly called out the system to check the task rewards. Ding! The game task has been completed, and the rewards are now issued. Free attribute value times 3, development potion, and sense of protagonist have been issued. Bai Feng looked at the system prompt, and he didn't react for a while. Is this a direct 3 reward? He originally thought that one would be given for each task. This was beyond his expectation, and it was worth his explosive data. Afterwards, Bai Feng carefully analyzed the improvement of the reward for him. First of all, there are 3 attribute points, which can be allocated by himself, which is still good. And after Bai Feng finished the duel with Aomine, he found that his speed was still not fast enough, and he also wanted to feel it improved. If he only improved his speed through training, it would take a long time. He was about to compete with Teikō, and there would definitely not be a big improvement in such a short time. Now the system gave him 3 attribute points and Bai Feng loaded all of them on the speed without any hesitation. The next moment, Bai Feng felt a sudden warm current in his body, which made him very comfortable. When the warm current disappeared, Bai Feng felt that his legs were as light as if they were weighted. This also changed his panel at this time. Name, Bai Feng. Static talents. Height, 191 cm. Wingspan, 206 cm. Dynamic talents. Strength, 86. Speed, 8790. Bounce, 86. Stamina, 90. Basketball attributes. 3-pointer, 85. Mid-range shot, 86. Layup, 87. Dunk, 87. Pass, 90. Defense, 86. Rebound, 85. Ability extraction. Beyond vision, against the core. At this time, Bai Feng's speed has reached 90 points, which is the same as the attribute of physical strength. Because Bai Feng's physical strength has reached 90 a long time ago, he knows very well that when the attribute exceeds 90, it is a qualitative transformation. Bai Feng now can't help but want to compete with Aomine again to see who is faster now. Then Bai Feng looked at the second reward, the development potion. Development potion, after use, the body will develop to a height of 201 cm and a wingspan of 216 cm within 2 months. At the same time, it will not affect the technical and dynamic talents. When Bai Feng saw the first half of the introduction, he was still a little hesitant about whether to use it. After all, he was quite satisfied with his current height, and he was afraid that growing too fast would affect his coordination. But when he saw the second half of the introduction, Bai Feng did it directly. Damn, since it does not affect the technical and dynamic performance. Then why hesitate? If you are so tall for nothing, only a fool would not do it. At this time, Bai Feng couldn't help but imagine that he would play point guard with a height of more than 2 meters in the future, and he could even play a guest role as a center. Bai Feng couldn't help but think of the NBA's Coach Yu, the center dealer, commanding the whole court. This would be interesting. Isn't Akashi awesome? Isn't he Emperor I? Let's see how the small one beats the big one. 1 step will counter your 3 steps. Let's see who is faster or taller. As for the third reward, Bai Feng feels that it is very similar to the wildness of Aomine. Protagonist Sense, greatly enhance your intuition, allowing you to perceive the most reasonable way to deal with the situation at the moment. Bai Feng looked at the reward and couldn't help but think of Aomine. When they were fighting, the opponent's sense of smell became very sensitive after turning on the wildness. He changed direction many times and did not show any flaws on Aomine, which was enough to prove the importance of a sensitive sense of smell on the court. Bai Feng was very satisfied. It can be said that the reward this time was very generous. The feeling of improving strength is so fulfilling. Chapter 27. Bai Feng was in a very good mood. When his cousin came home, he had even prepared dinner for her. This also surprised his cousin. After all, Bai Feng usually doesn't cook by himself. After she realized it, she also knew that Bai Feng should have won today's competition. While being happy for her brother, she also thought of her old classmate, Yuko Nameki. What a good resource, I hope my old classmate can grab it. The next day, Bai Feng went to school as usual. There was no competition today. After all, they were still students and it was impossible for them to play continuously like professionals. Moreover, there were many participating teams and it was impossible to arrange the schedules so tightly. Although Bai Feng was very excited after receiving the reward yesterday, he has adjusted his mentality now. He walked towards his classroom as usual. On the way, Bai Feng found that today was different from usual. Many of the eyes of the classmates on campus fell on him today. Although there were many before, they were almost all girls' gazes, but now it is not only girls, but also many boys. Bai Feng, who was being watched, was still a little puzzled. He also looked in the mirror when he went out. There was no problem. He was still as handsome as usual. In this case, what are these guys doing? Could it be that the growth potion he took also has the effect of charming men? Just as Bai Feng was thinking wildly, he vaguely heard the voices of people around him. Look, that's Bai Feng, right? He is so handsome, it must be right. I heard that he led our school basketball team to a big victory over the opponent yesterday. Yes, it was on the news media. Too handsome. After seeing Bai Feng, everyone was very curious about this boy who could be on the news media. Some girls were even more fanatical, and their eyes seemed to want to eat Bai Feng, but they also knew it. This was fruitless. There were girls who had the courage to confess to Bai Feng. But they were politely rejected. At first, they thought that the first girl was not good enough. As a result, more and more people challenged Bai Feng and found that it was not the case. Bai Feng always had a smile on his face when he rejected girls, but this smile did not make them feel close to him. Instead, they felt that he was thousands of miles away from them. Gradually, Bai Feng became an object that could only be admired from afar and not be played with. But in fact, Bai Feng was also bitter in his heart. He was not a moral role model. In his daily life, he also wanted to experience the Sakura girl and have a beautiful love affair with open eyes to see the world. But he couldn't be picky at all. These girls either had buck teeth or had overbite. Bai Feng really couldn't eat it. He also thought if it was caused by the bad feng shui here. I heard in the past that the Japanese had bad teeth, but I saw it in this life. When Bai Feng returned to the classroom, as expected, the eyes of his classmates looked at him differently today. But Bai Feng ignored them and fell asleep by himself. It wasn't that he was very sleepy, it was really a conditioned reflex. He just wanted to lie down and take a nap when he saw the desk. In the past, when the teacher saw Bai Feng like this, although he wouldn't say anything, his eyes would definitely change. But today, the head teacher's eyes were unusually gentle. Well, Bai Feng is a promising young man. He plays basketball well and studies well. She felt refreshed when she thought about being stopped by a colleague as soon as she came to school today and asked if Bai Feng was her student. The day passed like this until school was over in the afternoon, when Bai Feng went to the basketball department. However, there was a small episode during this period. That is, during the morning break, when the students gathered for exercise, the principal openly praised the performance of the basketball department and said that he would help the basketball department recruit a cheering team. As soon as these words came out, all the girls and boys who like basketball in the school were excited. Originally, they were going to organize themselves spontaneously to cheer for Bai Feng. Now that the principal is taking the lead, it will be much smoother. When they go to cheer for Bai Feng, they will have no problem asking for leave from the teacher. Bai Feng entered the gym, and he was not the first to arrive. Obviously, he had left very early, but there was always someone faster than him. Bai Feng saw everyone and found that they were in very good condition, and it was obvious that the excitement of the game had not faded. Moreover, Bai Feng was not the only one who received special attention in the school today. They were also asked all kinds of questions. Students who usually didn't talk much would ask them today, "Are you from the basketball team?" Players like them had never experienced this feeling of being noticed. He felt that his life had reached its peak. Today, Xiao Hua, whom he had a crush on, actually talked to him. He was intoxicated with fantasy. She must want to watch me play basketball, and asked me when the next game will start. Xiangtai was a little speechless, holding his forehead and said, she also said, is Bai Feng going to play? Didn't you hear it at all? He didn't react to Xiangtai's complaints at all, and was already in fantasy. Everyone started training under the leadership of Bai Feng. Not long after, the coach came humming a little song. It can be seen that he was in a good mood. He was praised by the principal today and envied by his colleagues. He was very happy. Thinking of the conversation between the principal and him today, he knew that the principal was going to pay great attention to the basketball team. Then, accordingly, his status as the coach of the basketball team would rise. He had a feeling that his future would be bright. Coach, okay, everyone gather together, our opponent has been determined. The opponent is Kanagawa International High School, which just won the game. When the players heard who their opponent was, their expressions became a little nervous. They all knew this school. In the past several competitions, Kanagawa International School has successfully qualified and entered the national competition. The advantage of this school is that the average physical fitness is good, and their players are from all over the world. There are many black and white people. Bai Feng also knew this school, but he didn't have any special feelings. He felt that the opponent was the same as many schools. If the opponent's black players were really strong, they should have competed with countless geniuses in the ugly country. It's impossible to stay in a small place and compete with the players here. Isn't that a pure waste of time? To be honest, if he didn't know that there was an era of miracles here, Bai Feng would have found a way to go to the ugly country to train. But Bai Feng's teammates couldn't understand this feeling. To be honest, there are indeed many strong black people in basketball, and it's understandable that they would be scared by the opponent's skin. Chapter 28. On the opening day of the game, everyone got on the bus and came to the stadium for the game. As soon as they got off the bus, they found that the atmosphere today seemed to be a little more lively. Bai Feng and his team had not yet entered the stadium, but they had already seen many media personnel with cameras hanging on their chests just outside. Not to mention the audience who were preparing to enter the stadium at this time. Some of them were wearing the same clothes and holding plastic sticks in their hands. They were obviously cheering teams from other schools. He saw this. Didn't our school also organize a cheering team? Will you come today? I guess they can't come. The time for organizing is too short. The fastest time to gather is the next game. Oh, damn! I'm so envious. Many players wanted their classmates from their school to come to watch the game, boys of their age. It was the time to express themselves, especially if they could play under the attention of people around them. How face-saving it would be. Bai Feng, don't worry about these, play well, and make the other fans convinced, and even make them our fans. Bai Feng comforted his teammates, but his words were very sharp, but his teammates were used to it. If he is not sharp, is he still my brother Feng? This is the right taste. After hearing Bai Feng's words, they even agreed very much and fantasized in their hearts. After entering the gymnasium, they went directly to the locker room and changed their jerseys quickly. They ran from the player tunnel to the court. When Jian Guang and his team ran out of the tunnel, the reporters on the sidelines took pictures, and many people in the audience looked over. Bai Feng followed the back of the team, and when he came out, the reporters immediately took more pictures. If it was usual, there would be no Tiat game, and this group of reporters would not have dispatched so many people today. The reason why so many people came was all because of Bai Feng. Ever since Bai Feng's data in the last game shocked everyone in the industry. News about Bai Feng was overwhelming, and not many people paid attention to it at first. I thought it was just some headline party hyping up the hype, but gradually people found that Bai Feng's record was not exaggerated. There were even videos leaked, but of course there were still many people who were pessimistic. They thought Bai Feng and his team were just bullying the weak. After all, the score difference between the two teams was really huge. However, with this popularity, Bai Feng was noticed by many high school coaches. The players from Kanagawa International Middle School also arrived. The two teams started training and warming up in their respective half. When they appeared, everyone in Jianguang couldn't help but look at each other. As expected, there were old black and white. The white player was wearing the number 9 jersey, and at this time he was holding the ball and talking and laughing with the number 10 black player. They also observed the Jianguang people during the chat, but they were actually mainly watching Bai Feng. After all, Bai Feng had become a little famous because of the last game. As opponents, they must know. Number 9 white guy smiled faintly, "Roy, they are looking here." Black Roy heard this and said contemptuously, "Jason, don't worry about a group of monkeys." "Haha, aren't you afraid?" The opponent's player almost got 5 doubles in the last game. "Tisk, I still say that basketball is not suitable for them to play. This sport is simply a supplement in their hands." Just as the two of them were talking arrogantly, they suddenly found that a dark shadow was covering them. This made the two of them startled and quickly looked back. A player with a height of more than 2 meters away was looking at them. It was the absolute core center of their team, Zhang Heng. When the two found out who was coming, they felt bad. Quickly said, "Didn't I say you just now, Zhang?" The white guy hadn't finished yet, "Pa." The big palm slapped the other person in the face. And then, another slap was slapped to the black guy. The two who were beaten covered their faces and said nothing, lowered their heads and walked away. Bai Feng also found this interesting scene. Is this an internal conflict? Bai Feng saw the player who hit the opponent as soon as he came on the court. Because he was too tall, his own Showdown had good static talent, but this player was even more outrageous than Showdown. This is rare in the junior high school world. Just as he was looking at the opponent came towards Bai Feng. In a few steps, he walked in front of Bai Feng, and his face was no longer serious as before. He smiled and said to Bai Feng, "Brother, are you also Hyuxia?" Hearing that the other party's Hyuxia had a little accent, Bai Feng realized that he was from the same hometown. "Bai Feng, yes, I didn't expect to meet a fellow countryman here." When they met a fellow countryman in a foreign land, their eyes were filled with tears. Both of them were a little happy, and after getting to know each other for a while, Bai Feng said, "What was going on with you just now? Why do foreigners like this way of greeting? I heard that every foreigner has a unique opening action." Zhang Heng, "No, the two little bastards on the other side said we are monkeys, and I heard it. If they add Japan before monkeys, I won't care." After hearing this, Bai Feng also understood the situation. He felt that Zhang Heng did the right thing. Next time there is such a thing, ask him to join. He also wants to experience the touch of foreigners. But then again, Bai Feng thinks that his fellow countrymen did a pretty good job. When you go out, you give yourself face. You must not be soft, just do it. Only by being tough can you make the other party dare not act rashly, and even win the other party's respect. Because the two of them spoke Mandarin, the people around them couldn't understand. Although curious, they didn't bother them. Not long after, the game time was up, and the players from both sides went on the court to fight for the ball. At the same time, Bai Feng remembered the voice of the system in his mind. Ding! Task released. In this game, the most assists in a single game in the history of junior high school basketball was refreshed. Task reward, 1 lottery draw. After checking the task, Bai Feng was also thinking about his own play in this game. The task must be completed, and at the same time, he also saw the data of the most assists from the system. It was the record set by Akashi Seijuro, 41 assists in a single game. Chapter 29. The game started with tension and anticipation. The two sides came forward to compete for the ball, and they were all centers in their respective teams. Their heights were outrageous. Showdown was 2 meters tall, but Zhang Heng was even more outrageous. In contrast, he was even 5 centimeters taller than Showdown. Such static talent was simply the ceiling level in junior high school. There was no need to consider technology and dynamic running and jumping ability. They were the first to be cultivated in the domestic youth training team. Showdown was a little nervous. He rarely encountered opponents taller than himself, which made him a little uncomfortable. The referee threw the ball into the air. Pa! As expected, the ball was taken by the opponent. Zhang Heng patted the basketball to the black man number 10 in their team. The black man played as a forward, a little far from Bai Feng. At the moment he patted the basketball to his teammate, Zhang Heng ran directly to the penalty area. The whole process was so smooth, as if it had been rehearsed in advance, which made Showdown unable to react for a while. But then, he chased after him with all his strength, and the two began a new round of competition under the basket. The black man on the other side did not pass the ball to the point guard, but to the white guy number 9. He quickly controlled the ball and passed the half-court, and Bai Feng did not step forward to defend him. Because his teammates had already found their respective opponents. Just the next second, whoosh! The black man actually passed the ball, and passed it to Zhang Heng under the basket. After Zhang Heng received the ball, he leaned against Showdown with his footsteps very rhythmically. He shook Showdown out of his way while shaking left and right, and then jumped up and prepared to shoot. But the next moment, the power forward Teikō came from the side to make up for the defense. Don't even think about it. While shouting, his arm also swung at the ball in Zhang Heng's hand. Just as he was about to block the shot, the next second, Zhang Heng's big hands actually held the ball firmly in his hands like a pair of pliers. He actually changed the direction of his shot. Swish! Kanagawa International Middle School scored the first goal. Bai Feng saw clearly from outside the three-point line just now that the core of the opponent's team was Zhang Heng. Without the outside line being formed, he passed the ball directly to the center. This surprised him a little. He originally thought that their core was the old black man or the white man. The result was like this, but after seeing Zhang Heng's outstanding static talent, he could understand it. After all, he was really excellent. Moreover, Bai Feng also saw the details of Zhang Heng's attack. First of all, the opponent's footsteps were very simple and efficient. It was this footsteps technique that shook Showdown away. But in Bai Feng's view, this was not the brightest point of the opponent. The last finishing move made Bai Feng's eyes light up. He suddenly found that Zhang Heng's palm was very big. It was enough to hold the ball firmly, which made him more calm in the aerial battle. He could adjust the shooting position by holding the ball, or pass the ball. Bai Feng suddenly thought of Muji typing of Siren High School. The opponent had such a talent. What is it called? The privilege of shooting after the shot. After the opponent scored the goal, he ran back to defend. Showdown stood at the baseline, ready to serve Bai Feng, but he was a little annoyed now, blaming himself for not defending the opponent well, and actually lost points from him first. Bai Feng saw that the other party looked wrong, and after receiving the serve, Bai Feng dribbled the ball slowly while saying to Showdown, "Don't worry, it's just one ball. Pay more attention to the ball that will be passed to you." Bai Feng's calm tone always makes people feel at ease. After hearing this, Showdown also recovered. "No problem, Feng." Bai Feng was actually thinking about how to play this game well the moment the system task appeared. Now, he finally decided on a strategy. That is, show your aggressiveness first. Only in this way can you attract more defense and pass more open balls to your teammates. Bai Feng believes that a good point guard must be aggressive. And this aggressiveness cannot be low. Looking at the famous point guards in the NBA, which one does not have a great scoring ability? Curry's three-pointer, Irving's finish, Iverson's breakthrough. So if you want to assist, you must first have offensive ability. Of course, this example excludes base does not shoot. Bai Feng dribbled the ball through the midfield, and the opponent's number 9 white man came forward to defend. Although he was not as tall as Bai Feng, he was only a few centimeters away. From the perspective of height alone, he was not at a disadvantage. Watching Bai Feng come forward, he couldn't help but want to taunt, "I heard you got." Under the arrogant expression, when he was about to use the data Bai Feng had obtained before as a topic. Bai Feng had already leaned over to break through to the right, and had no time to listen to his nonsense. The opponent was in a sloppy posture, with flaws all over his body. Bai Feng did not deliberately move the opponent's center of gravity, but he had a weakness. Bai Feng would not be too polite to him for being so casual in the game. Bai Feng even disliked the opponent's attitude. When breaking through on the right side, Bai Feng deliberately gave a confrontation on the weakness. Bang! The white man on the other side staggered and retreated, and his arrogant expression could not be maintained at this moment, and turned into a confused face. After Bai Feng broke through, there was no one defending in front. He rushed to the vicinity of the penalty area with big strides, and then blew the ball vigorously, ready to take off with the ball. But the next moment, the opponent's center Zhang Heng pushed out. Seeing this, Bai Feng temporarily changed his strategy. He was not going to dunk. He wanted to shoot against the opponent and expand his threat range. In this way, he would be more afraid of the opponent in the next game, so as to assist his teammates. Without hesitation, after the ball was combined, Bai Feng directly shot against Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng also jumped up in time to block the shot, although he had a large defensive area. However, Bai Feng's dynamic talent is better than his, and he is even higher than him after jumping high. Even in the air, he turned on core confrontation, and the core power surged in an instant, which greatly increased Bai Feng's air time. Knowing that Zhang Heng was falling, Bai Feng shot. Swish! The basketball hit the net, a hollow ball. The crisp sound of the goal made all the opposing players a little confused. It went in just now? You just jumped directly against our big center? Zhang Heng was shocked, and he was stunned by Bai Feng's air stay. Brother, you just face me like this, don't I have face, where is the fellow villager? The audience at the scene also remembered the fierce cheers at this time. They were ignited from the beginning when Bai Feng's violent breakthrough. At this time, he finally exclaimed after scoring. FK, this ball is so cool. He jumped so high, even higher than the opponent's center. The little brother is so handsome. Satsuki, Midorima, Kise, Kuroko, they didn't have a game today, and the 4 of them came to watch Jiang Guang's game. As soon as they entered the court, they were greeted by enthusiastic cheers. Chapter 30. Teikō didn't have a game today, so Satsuki and Kise brought their teammates to watch the game. Midorima and Kuroko had been curious about Bai Feng since Bai Feng led his team to defeat Kise. So when Satsuki and Kise called them, they didn't refuse. Aomine and Akashi didn't come. Although not all the members came, it was enough to prove that Bai Feng had entered their field of vision. The game had just started, so it wasn't too late. After everyone found their seats, they felt the atmosphere on the scene. They couldn't help but wonder, the game had just started, why were the audience so passionate? What did they miss? The game continued in the field. Although Bai Feng's shot just now did shock them. But the game had to go on, and they couldn't be dazed. After the ball was changed, the opponent's white point guard got the ball at the bottom line. Then he pushed the ball past half court and observed the situation on the field before the top of the arc. Then, he actually signaled his teammates to open up space. This obviously meant a one-on-one game, and his teammates were a little confused when they saw this. According to their offensive tactics, they must pass the ball to the center first. The center is the only offensive core in this team. Only when the center really has no chance will they consider attacking from other positions. At this time, Zhang Heng has already firmly trapped Xiangta behind him, and it is obvious that there is an offensive opportunity. But the white point guard didn't care about these. He thought that Bai Feng had embarrassed himself in public just now, and he was so angry that his teeth itched. Before he finished speaking, Bai Feng actually sneaked up. If he hadn't taken advantage of his unpreparedness, he would definitely be able to defend Bai Feng. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but want to teach Bai Feng a lesson and let him see what point guard skills are. Then, Bai Feng saw the other party dribbling towards him. Well, the ball control is very skillful, and it can be seen that he has spent time practicing. Then, cross dribbling, crotch dribbling, and behind the back dribbling made the audience's eyes light up. Many people applauded sincerely after seeing his smooth dribbling. This young man is good, very graceful. After hearing the response from the scene, the person involved became more intoxicated. He felt that he was the brightest focus of the whole scene, and he enjoyed this feeling. But slowly, he found something wrong. Why couldn't he break through the person in front of him? No matter how he dribbled, the opponent could defend steadily. Bai Feng looked at him and no longer had interest in playing. The opponent was actually capable, and among the point guards in Japanese junior high school, he was definitely far above the average level. But he was facing Bai Feng at this time, and he was Bai Feng who had activated the Protagonist Sense. That's right, Bai Feng activated this newly acquired skill, and he wanted to test what it felt like. The result also made Bai Feng very satisfied. The moment it was activated, Bai Feng felt that his five senses became very sharp. This change made the opponent's dribbling less threatening. Just like a child doing juggling, Bai Feng could instantly judge and respond to any action made by the opponent. Under Bai Feng's defense, the opponent had very limited space to move, and almost kept spinning in place. In this situation, Bai Feng usually calls it blind luck. After a while, the audience also noticed something was wrong. Satsuki took a pen and paper and said while recording, "I feel he has improved again. Kise, indeed, it feels more oppressive. Midorima, the defense is very strong, but the opponent's state at this time is very similar to Aomine's wildness." Kuroko. On the court, the white point guard adjusted himself and was about to try to break through. Bai Feng relied on the terrifying intuition brought by the Protagonist Sense and quickly stepped forward to confront the opponent at the moment when his movements became stiff. At the moment when he was confronted by Bai Feng, his center of gravity was unstable, and the ball in his hand was also touched by Bai Feng, and he was about to be intercepted. In a hurry, the white man could only hold the ball with both hands. But Bai Feng's two hands now also firmly grasped the ball, and at the moment of grasping it, Bai Feng activated core confrontation to stabilize his body. Then he pulled the ball from the opponent with both hands, and under the great force of the steel, he also threw the opponent to the ground. This violent scene fell into the eyes of the audience, making them speechless for a while. Then, Bai Feng, who grabbed the ball, rushed directly to the opponent's basket. There was no one defending around him, and Kazuma Pingchuan was in front of him. Bai Feng stepped into the three-point line in an instant, raised the ball above his head, and jumped directly after 2 steps. Then he slammed the ball into the basket. Bang! The dunk was completed in one go, and the whole process was very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, the score was completed. After the sound of the dunk spread, the audience reacted back, and then there was a warm shout. "This ball is too violent. It's really violent, this dunk is really cool. I think the previous steal was violent, and the opponent was thrown away directly. Yes, yes." At the same time, among Teikō and his group in the stands, Midorima's eyes flashed with solemnity at this time, and he whispered in a low voice, "The power is so strong." Before he came to watch the game today, he actually thought that Bai Feng would be very strong, but he never put Bai Feng at the level of people like himself. But after this ball, he realized that this player named Bai Feng was very strong. It was completely different from what he imagined. The game continued on the court. During the ball transfer, the white point guard had a dull expression, and he was a little confused now. This was completely different from what he had originally thought. Was he a clown again? After getting the ball, he also saw the gloomy face of the coach on the sidelines and the expression of his center. He was obviously not satisfied with his performance, and he knew he was in the wrong. And he was prepared and felt Bifang's strength. He also understood Bifang's toughness, which made him ready to be honest. Then he didn't hesitate and directly lobbed the ball to center Zhang Heng. After getting the ball, Zhang Heng used his footwork under the basket again, and then shook off the space to prepare for the end. He raised the ball high, and the next moment, he jumped up and shot. Just when he thought it was stable, a shadow suddenly appeared. Then a loud noise spread throughout the court. Snap! Bai Feng hit the ball on the backboard and successfully defended it. What? Zhang Heng, who was blocked, was a little surprised. He didn't expect this result. In fact, after Bai Feng saw the opponent's point guard lob the ball, he turned on the vision beyond the horizon, and then directly deduced the scene 0.5 seconds later. It can be said that Bai Feng knew the opponent's thoughts clearly. After getting the rebound, Bai Feng swung his arm and threw the ball out. Just when everyone thought Bai Feng was having a seizure, they immediately found that the ball actually crossed the court and appeared in the hands of Bai Feng's teammates. After receiving the pass from Bai Feng, he slowly made a layup in 2 steps. The ball went in. He was too familiar with Bai Feng. After seeing Bai Feng rushing in from outside the 3-point line, he knew that the ball should be defended, and then ran out directly, waiting for Bai Feng's long pass. The result was indeed the case. Bai Feng once again punished the opponent and then assisted his teammates. This kind of game rhythm is too familiar to the players of Jianguang. With Bai Feng on the court, it is so reassuring. At the same time, the whole court was ignited again. Strong defense, coupled with exquisite assists. They were so excited that many spectators stood up and shouted loudly. FK! This game is so exciting! It's amazing! Is the level so high? Chapter 31. Jianguang scored 3 goals in a row, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. The shouts of the audience almost overturned the ceiling of the stadium. They just felt that they had come to the right place today. As for the media workers, they were even more excited now. Originally, they thought that Bai Feng's performance in the last game was a coincidence, and he just happened to have a good touch. This game will return to the level of the whole game, but after seeing the first few goals, they all had a premonition that Bai Feng, this player, might explode again. While the reporters were excited, they had to stay focused, for fear of missing the wonderful moments on the court. At this time, the score between the two teams was 6-2. Kanagawa International Middle School only scored 1 goal at the beginning, and then was stunned by Jianguang's offensive. It can be said that among all the players on the field now, only the center Zhang Heng can still maintain his mentality. As for the rest, they had already panicked, especially the white-skinned point guard who was facing Bai Feng. Now there is no longer the arrogant momentum of the challenge to Bai Feng just now. This was actually his first time to participate in a Japanese basketball game. Coming from the ugly country, he naturally looked down on Asia in the field of basketball. He thought that except for his teammate Zhang Heng, the rest of the opponents could be easily defeated. Even after he knew that Bai Feng had played explosive data, he still did not take Bai Feng seriously. He thought that Bai Feng's data was brushed out by a weak team. In fact, he guessed correctly. Bai Feng's data was brushed out, but he had never thought about it. Can you brush data like quasi-quintuple doubles if you want to? Since the opponent's coach did not suspend the game, then the opponent can only continue to stare at this state. After the white point guard held the ball, he looked at Bai Feng in front of him and he was actually afraid. Feeling that the basketball in his hand was a little hot, he wanted to pass the ball quickly. In this fragile mentality, he couldn't play well at all. Especially the opponent he faced, whose strength was many dimensions higher than him. Hat, pure trash, only this kind of wool. Bai Feng saw his state, and then directly opened the Transcendence vision to deduce the situation that would happen later. As expected, the opponent was about to pass the ball in a hurry. Bai Feng saw through all this, and at the moment when the opponent passed the ball, his palm appeared on the path of the basketball. The next moment, he stole the ball directly. The whole scene seemed to be prophetic. FK. Defend quickly. Center Zhang Heng saw his teammates being intercepted, and couldn't help but remind them loudly. However, his shouting was doomed to be useless. After Bai Feng stole the ball, he moved forward with the ball, but this time he didn't plan to attack himself. Instead, he deliberately slowed down and waited for his teammates to move forward together. His teammates had long been accustomed to Bai Feng's style of play, and they always paid attention to Bai Feng's movements. At the moment when Bai Feng stole the ball, He and the team's number 6 small forward followed up on the left and right. Of course, the opponent's players were also chasing behind. In the blink of an eye, everyone came to the opponent's penalty area. Bai Feng dribbled the ball with his left hand and protected his right hand by his side. Then Bai Feng pretended to make a two-step layup, and the opponent's players were in a hurry. They all rushed to Bai Feng, ready to block the shot. But the next second, Bai Feng in the air opened up the vision beyond the horizon. His vision instantly rose to a higher level, forming a god's perspective. With this kind of vision, Bai Feng could already find teammates in the open space and pass assists. But to be on the safe side, Bai Feng still used 0.5 seconds of deduction. Then, Bai Feng's eyes emerged with several possible offensive routes. Among the many routes, Bai Feng chose the most stable one. Then, under the expectant eyes of the whole audience, pass the ball from behind his head to the right. Swoosh! The basketball drew a yellow line in the air. The next moment, the one who received the ball was the small forward number 6 who had followed all the way. After getting the ball, he took 2 steps to lay up. Swish! The ball went in steadily. Because the opponents around him were attracted away by Bai Feng. In this open opportunity, there was no reason for him not to score. After seeing the goal, Bai Feng led his teammates back to his own half. On the way back, the whole audience cheered again as expected. He had heard this response too many times, but Bai Feng was not tired of it at all, so he came more fiercely. Whistle! Timeout! After the ball was over, the opposing coach called a timeout as expected. He knew that if there was no timeout, the score difference would get bigger and bigger. Tactics must be adjusted in time, and the mentality of the players must be appeased. The coach of Kanagawa International Middle School, dressed in a suit and cheering head, was very elite. Even if the performance on the court was not ideal, he just frowned and did not make any panic movements. This attitude was just seen by Coach Ham. He was a little disdainful. Why are you pretending? Let's see if you panic later. When the game started again, Bai Feng could see that the opponent's condition had improved a little. When he was holding the ball and preparing to break through, the black man on the other side also came up to defend him from the left. It was a double team. This was the targeted tactic arranged by their coach just now. But Bai Feng smiled when he saw this, because the opponent was doing this exactly what he wanted. After Bai Feng turned on the beyond vision, he observed the situation on the court from a god's perspective while wantonly destroying the opponent's lineup. After just a few runs, the opponent's entire defense line was destroyed by him. There was no way, Bai Feng's presence was too strong. When the opponent was anxious to limit Bai Feng saw through the flaw. With the help of 0.5 seconds of deduction, Bai Feng directly passed the ball without looking at anyone. The basketball was steadily passed to the teammate in the open position. After the teammate got the ball, he adjusted himself and made a steady shot. Shua! After this ball, the opponent's mentality, which had been adjusted with great difficulty, tended to collapse again. They couldn't understand how the ball was passed. Bai Feng didn't even look there. How did he know the direction of his teammates? Is he a person with a third eye? The whole process was done in one go, which made the audience feel comfortable. They just felt that it was so comfortable to watch Bai Feng play. The coach of Kanagawa International Middle School finally couldn't keep his expression at this time. He opened his mouth in some distress, wanting to shout something to the players on the court, but after opening his mouth, he couldn't make a sound. There's really no way, it's too abnormal. If a player can only attack, it's okay, but if he can also connect the whole team at the same time, then we can only pray that the opponent is not in good condition. Seeing this, Coach Ham was a little proud. He, who told you not to have such a player to lead? Teikō and his group in the stands. Satsuki's face was flushed at this time. He discovered the advantages of Bai Feng. Feng's ability to connect is so strong. Midorima, it feels like Akashi in the past. Kise and Kuroko looked at him after hearing this. They were a little surprised by Midorima's evaluation at this time. Kise joined the team relatively late, and he didn't know what Akashi was like in the past, but when he heard what Midorima said, he looked at Bai Feng on the field again. Kise fell into thought, and Kuroko was reminded of his memories by Midorima. Chapter 32. The opposing coach has now returned to his original state, expressionless. This is not because he is confident, but because he is numb. It can be said that he has thought of countless ways, and the players on the court have strictly implemented them. But what he got in return is a deep sense of powerlessness. Jiangguang's point guard is too strong, and this strength is far from being limited by one or two targeted tactics. The more they play, the more desperate they are, and the coach is still like this. The players on the court can be imagined, one by one, like puppets. Their faces have long been unable to make extra expressions. They just hope that time will pass quickly and the game will end quickly. This numb state, in the eyes of Jiangguang players, actually gave rise to the idea of ending the game quickly. At this moment, they can finally understand Bai Feng's deep disgust for opponents who have lost their fighting spirit. It's really boring, there is no resistance at all, what's the point of playing this game? In fact, apart from Bai Feng, the average strength of the opponents is stronger than that of Jiangguang, if the opponent's fighting spirit is still there. At least they can occasionally score on Bai Feng's teammates. But now, except for center Zhang Heng, the rest of the opponents have already surrendered. Fortunately, it is the fourth quarter and it will end soon. In the current atmosphere of the game, the audience in the stands are relatively quiet. After shouting for the whole game, they are really tired, especially some female fans. They all feel like their throats are stabbed and very uncomfortable. It just so happens that the game on the field is not fierce now, so they can follow it slowly. Although his mouth is still, his eyes are very bright, and he closely follows Bai Feng on the field. On the other side of the stands, a man with glasses has eyes that are no less than these female fans. This man is the assistant coach of Canaan High School. The next moment, his mobile phone rang. After he took it out, he saw that the caller was the head coach, and he picked it up immediately. While looking at the court, he excitedly said to the other side of the phone, "Coach, we must get him. I am sure he will be the answer to Canaan's team building in the next 3 years. You don't know, the whole game was controlled by Bai Feng. If I have to describe it, there are only 2 words. That is, Emperor." On the other side of the phone, Canaan's head coach heard the news from his assistant. He also fell into a long contemplation, especially after the other party said the word Emperor. This made him think of the genius of Canaan High School more than 10 years ago, when the other party also had the title of Emperor. Beep. The game is over. 156:60, this exaggerated score difference is not much different from Jiangguang's last game. When everything was over, the opponents were not sad or unwilling, but most of them showed a look of relief. Bai Feng looked at it and it seemed that only Zhang Heng had an ugly face among the opponents. He did not go forward to comfort him. He went forward to comfort the other party just after winning the victory, which seemed a bit inappropriate. Let the other side take a break. Unlike the dead silence of the losing players, the audience, who had been silent for a long time, gave the warmest applause. They all felt that it was worth it today to see such a wonderful game. Well played. Keep going. So handsome, he looked here. The people of Teikō calmed down at this time. They are also people who have seen big scenes, and it can be said that after every game, the score difference between the two sides is more outrageous than Bifang's game. As long as they want, they can even make the opponent score in single digits. But this is normal, after all, they are all members of the Miracle Era, and the rest of Bifang's teammates are just ordinary. Just when everyone was about to pack up and leave, suddenly Kuroko Tetsuya said faintly, "Did he break Akashi's record?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this, of course not because they were scared by Kuroko's sudden words. Instead, they were shocked by what Kuroko said. Break Akashi record? What record? Kuroko continued, Akashi once scored 41 assists in a single game, if the statistics on the field are correct. Bai Feng scored 56 assists in the whole game this time. Perhaps because of the point guard, Kuroko remembered Akashi's data very detailed. When he told the detailed data, everyone was a little dazed, and didn't know what to think for a while. Of course, they knew that Akashi's record being broken didn't mean anything. However, there was always a sense of unreality. After all, Akashi was too special in their hearts. It can be said that among the members of the Age of Miracles, who had the greatest impact on their growth, then there must be two people. The first is Aomine Daiki. Then, Akashi Seijuro. The former was the first among them to awaken his talent, and then he publicly refused to train, and even got the tacit approval of the coach. After awakening his second personality, the latter made the entire team only have victory in his eyes. It can be said that these two people have a very special status in the hearts of everyone in Miracle. Now someone actually beat Akashi on the court in terms of data. Even so, they were speechless for a while. Satsuki looked back at Bai Feng in the field. She felt that Bai Feng was like a bottomless pit that could never be dug. She felt familiar with him in the previous second, but in the next second, Bai Feng showed her something new that she could not imagine. Satsuki's beautiful eyes were rolling, and she didn't know what she was thinking, and her face turned red. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice. The two teams shook hands and greeted each other. Just as they were about to return to the locker room, Bai Feng was stopped by Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng smiled and said, Bai Feng, you are really amazing. I have never seen such a strong opponent like you. Bai Feng, it seems that you have adjusted your state, haha. Hey, don't worry, I am very strong in my heart. After the two exchanged contact information, they returned to the locker room. Bai Feng is actually very excited now, at the end of the game. The prompt sound of the task completion came to his mind. Bai Feng wanted to feel the lottery now to see what he could shake out this time. Chapter 33. After Bai Feng and his team returned to the locker room, many media workers had no intention of continuing to watch the rest of the game. It was not that they were incompetent, but that they all wanted to continue to follow up on Bai Feng's dynamics. They were going to go to the locker room corridor together and wait for Bai Feng to come out for an interview. After Bai Feng's first game, these media practitioners were still not sure whether Bai Feng was a dark horse. Because in every competition, there are too many players who just happen to have a hot hand in a certain game and thus play a brilliant result. After that, when the hand feeling returns to normal, it becomes mediocre. In fact, after Bai Feng finished playing, many people were not optimistic about Bai Feng. They thought he was a nervous player. After all, Bai Feng was already a third-year junior high school player, but they had never heard of him before. Moreover, through their digging, they also knew that Bai Feng had always played the role of a small transparent person in the team during his 3 years in junior high school. Bai Feng's experience also made them dare not believe that Bai Feng could maintain such a high level in the future games. But after this game, the reporters on the scene were extremely convinced. Bai Feng must be an extraordinary player. They could tell from Bai Feng's control of the court that Bai Feng's hard power was much higher than his opponent. Everyone was very excited. They had been following the news of junior high school basketball for the past few years, and they were actually a little tired of it. Because every year in the past, everyone didn't need to watch the game to know that Teikō won again. At the beginning, people were still amazed at the strength of the miracle era. In the end, they were used to it. If Teikō won, it was natural. This made them, a group of reporters, gradually lose their passion when writing articles. Every time they wrote about Teikō's game, it was a string of cold game data. But now it's different. The appearance of Bai Feng made them see a glimmer of hope in this long silent junior high school basketball world. Many of them had some ideas. If Jianguang and Teikō met, what would happen? Of course, this group of reporters was just thinking about it. They didn't really think that Jianguang Middle School could compete with Teikō. After all, Teikō is the undisputed king of junior high school. Although Jianguang has a phenomenon and player like Bai Feng. However, it depends on who you compare with. These reporters believe that no one can compare with the people in the miracle era. Even Bai Feng, who shocked them now, is no match. As expected, Bai Feng and his team were blocked again when they walked out of the locker room. Of course, this group of people mainly besieged Bai Feng. This made the people of Jianguang a little envious. But in fact, Bai Feng was really annoyed by these things. He didn't know where these people came from. How could they appear in the player channel so casually? The organizer of the event, didn't they send staff to manage it? Finally, everything was over and everyone left the stadium. At this time, everyone felt very fulfilled. They won another big victory, and in this game, all the players on the field were very involved. Bai Feng's pass was really amazing. Almost the moment his teammates appeared in the open space, he could pass the ball. Everyone just needed to catch the ball and shoot. In this game, Bai Feng had to complete the task, so he didn't have much intention to attack. In this case, he scored 46 points, the highest score of the game. This also made all the players incredible. In fact, he never thought about it. After playing with Bai Feng, he was able to get the highest score in the team. At this time, he was also very excited, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than AK. He laughed wildly, "How is it? Awesome, 46 points." As he spoke, he looked around at everyone and then set his eyes on Showdown. The provocation was self-evident. Showdown's face was gloomy. If A Feng hadn't taken care of you in this game and passed you so many balls, could you have gotten them? Showdown was a little unhappy with Dahe's arrogant attitude at this time, but in fact he was more dissatisfied with his own performance. He was suppressed by the opponent's center Zhang Heng almost throughout the game, even with Bai Feng restraining the opponent. But it also made him play very uncomfortable. In this case, Bai Feng would not pass him too many balls. Because every time Bai Feng passed the ball, he would take the safest line. If there was a better choice, he would certainly not pass too much to Showdown. This is why Bai Feng looked very cold once the game started. The reason is that Bai Feng played too reasonably and was not at all over the ball. Everyone was still arguing, and Bai Feng came over. Dahe also put away his arrogant attitude when he saw this. He also knew that the reason why he could score so high was all thanks to this person. He couldn't stand out too much in front of Bai Feng. He wanted to receive more passes from Bai Feng in the next game. Bai Feng glanced at him, then smiled warmly at the players and said, "Everyone, we won the game today without any danger. But we can't be careless. The next games will be very tight. So we won't go out to celebrate today. Everyone go back and have a good rest. After we are sure to qualify, let's celebrate. Everyone, come on. Everyone agreed with this. After all, they will have to fight consecutively next, so they don't have much energy to consume. Come on. Come on. Everyone left the field and went home. After Bai Feng got home, he couldn't wait to check the task rewards. Ding! Mission completed. 56 assists in a single game, successfully surpassing Akashi Seijuro's record of 41 assists. Now the rewards are issued. Successful issuance, draw once. Bai Feng was looking forward to it. His first 2 draws were a great harvest, and the things he drew each time were very practical. Let's see what he can get this time. Bai Feng directly ordered, start drawing. A large roulette wheel appeared in front of him in an instant, and the roulette wheel started drawing from slow to fast. During this period, many rewards that made Bai Feng jealous appeared on it. But he missed them one by one, and finally the roulette wheel stopped. The pointer pointed to a character or arrow-shaped. Drawing completed, Malang Zhaoying King's Domain. King's Domain, greatly improved dribbling and shooting ability, as well as shooting talent. On the floor of the whole court, mark the current shooting rate in the form of percentage. Bai Feng was a little confused when he saw the final result, but in a flash, Bai Feng showed an excited expression. Malang Zhaoying, Bai Feng knew this character, and the opponent's offense was very sharp. As expected, the skills given were also related to offense. Bai Feng just lacked the ability to finish. He didn't get it last time, and he had been thinking about it. This time he finally made up for it. Bai Feng carefully analyzed the skill details, and he felt that this skill was really awesome. While improving his shooting ability, he also strengthened his shooting talent. Moreover, he could clearly display the hit rate of each point in the whole court. This allowed Bai Feng to choose the most stable point to shoot in advance before shooting. After Bai Feng finished the analysis, he was very excited. He couldn't wait to start the game right now. Chapter 34. FK, that's awesome. A junior high school student is so strong. How many points has he scored? It should be over 70. The gymnasium was full of spectators, reporters, and cheering teams. They were all very excited because Bai Feng was so strong. They had never seen such a brutal game. Bai Feng completely conquered them with his shots and shots. Even the opponent's cheering team applauded Bai Feng. Amid the noise that almost overturned the ceiling, Bai Feng calmly pushed the ball forward before he crossed the half-court. Bai Feng activated the King's Domain, and in an instant, the hit rates at different positions appeared in front of his eyes. 80%, 88%, 90%. Data appeared in Bai Feng's eyes, all very high. This was also because the strength of Bai Feng's opponent in this game was too different from his. Another reason was that the opponent's mentality had declined at this time. Bai Feng found the highest one among many data. Inside the 3-point line, at the right side at a 45-degree angle, the data of 97% appeared. Seeing this, Bai Feng did not hesitate and accelerated to the target position. With his 90-point speed, he ate the defender alive without any surprise. The next moment, Bai Feng came to the target point, and he jumped up and shot without hesitation. The opponent's player also stepped forward to block, but it was impossible to block Bai Feng because his shooting point was too high. However, the opponent's defense was not useless at all. While he was interfering with Bai Feng, King's Domain, the 97% displayed at his feet dropped to 95%. However, such a change did not affect Bai Feng's goal at all. Swish! The ball hit steadily and went into the net. Bai Feng could no longer remember how many goals this was tonight. He had fallen in love with this feeling. Before shooting, he knew whether he would score or not. This feeling was really amazing. It actually gave Bai Feng a feeling of being in control, although he would have this mentality after the Transcendence vision was opened. However, King's Domain directly improves one's offensiveness, while Beyond Vision controls the rhythm of the entire court. Both are very strong, but the feeling they bring to Bai Feng is still somewhat different. Before Bai Feng got King's Domain, he preferred to break through layups or dunks to complete his offense. It's not because Bai Feng's shooting ability is poor. His three-pointer is 85 points, and his mid-range shot is 86 points. Although it's not very good, it's definitely enough, and it's better than 90% of the players. The reason why it's used less is because Bai Feng feels that dunking is more fun. However, now there is a skill like King's Domain that can see the hit rate in advance. This makes Bai Feng feel a sense of pleasure when shooting, even as good as the feeling dunking brings him. Bai Feng was crazy in this game, with the sound of the basketball passing the net. Bai Feng gradually got excited, and he rarely changed his playing style in this game. He didn't pass the ball to his teammates, he just took the ball and shot it himself. Seeing this, the teammates certainly had no objection. Anyway, their big brother played well, so what else could they say if they won without doing anything? This is a good thing that many people wish for. Look at the expressions of the opponents now. If they were given a Bai Feng, they would probably knock you on the spot. Beep. The game was finally over. The opponents felt relieved after the end. They finally didn't have to face Bai Feng, the ruthless scoring machine. The full-time score was 190:40. Exaggerated, the score was extremely exaggerated. It even had some flavor of Teikō games. The reporters in the stands had long forgotten how to describe their feelings. They originally came to watch Bai Feng's game, and they had a comprehensive understanding of Bai Feng before coming. They thought they knew Bai Feng well enough, and that Bai Feng was the kind of player who put team first, and was good at passing on teammates. Although he was also very strong in attacking alone, he was more team-oriented in comparison. But after just one game, their inherent impression of Bai Feng was completely changed. So, his shooting ability is so strong. It's really too strong. Yes, there is something else about him that we don't know. He feels all-round, a player without any weaknesses, just like a hexagonal warrior. On the other side of the stands, Satsuki also came to watch the game. She held a paper and a pen in her hand, but she didn't write anything on it at this time. Because Satsuki really didn't know how to describe Bai Feng's situation, she could only add a new line on the paper. That is, the 5 big words "no blind spots in the whole court." Satsuki felt that these 5 words were enough to describe the information she got from Bai Feng today. It was incredible that there was a player who could achieve no blind spots in the whole court. However, no matter how much Satsuki couldn't believe it, it really happened in front of her. Too strong? No, it should be said that it was too mysterious. Every time she saw Bai Feng again, the other party could bring her something new. This made Satsuki a little obsessed. As a genius intelligence agent, she thought that no player could hide something under her continuous follow-up. Even the perverts in the team could not do it, but Bai Feng was different. She had never seen such a boy before, which made Satsuki a little obsessed. After the game, Bai Feng was still savoring the feeling. His data in this game was 88 points, 25 assists, 15 rebounds, 9 steals and 9 blocks. Another shocking explosion data, Bai Feng could imagine. The media's report on him the next day must be very strong. And, if I remember correctly, 88 points is the highest score in this competition so far. The original highest score was held by Aomine of Teikō, who scored 60+ points. But more than 60 points is definitely not the limit of Aomine. If Aomine is allowed to work hard, he can get more than 100 points in a game. Thinking of Aomine's scoring explosiveness, Bai Feng couldn't help but imagine the scene of him and Aomine competing in scoring on the court. Chapter 35. Since the start of the national qualifiers, Bai Feng's teammates have been playing better and better. Because their past results were so bad and they had no experience in major competitions. So, Almost every game was an improvement. The players felt that they had gradually found their best form. With this continuous improvement, time passed quickly. At this time, 3 weeks had passed since the start of the qualifiers. In these 3 weeks, Jian Guang played a total of 9 games. Of course, without any surprise, he won all of them. However, what made Bai Feng unhappy was that there were no system tasks in the next few games. This affected his improvement speed. Bai Feng originally thought, if there was a task in every game, then when he met Teikō, he would have more cards to deal with. But according to the current situation, if he met Teikō, it would be a tough battle. Bai Feng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There was no way. If those perverts of Teikō were taken out separately, Bai Feng would not be afraid. But if all these people were added together, it would be a bit scary. Bai Feng couldn't help but think about it. It's better to prepare for a rainy day, but Bai Feng thought for a long time and couldn't come up with a solution. Forget it, we don't have to face each other now, it's not too late to talk about it when we meet. Another week passed. The game has now entered the second round, and Bai Feng and his team will play against each other later. All of them are schools that have not lost, and the number is even smaller. So now it is very likely to meet Teikō. There is also an atmosphere of anticipation for the meeting between the two teams in the current media. Everyone wants to watch the game between these two teams. Of course, to put it more thoroughly, they want to watch the battle between Bai Feng and the Miracle Era. It has nothing to do with Bai Feng's teammates, they just play games to make up the numbers. During this period, thanks to this group of media, Bai Feng has been reported vigorously. All kinds of explosive news, exaggerated headlines, only you can't think of it, there is nothing that these media staff can't write. It is also under this kind of strong report that Bai Feng's reputation in the junior high school basketball world is almost catching up with the Miracle Era. Bai Feng walked on the campus, and he was about to go to the basketball department. It was the time for school to end. There were many students in the school, and Bai Feng's appearance immediately made many girls unable to walk, and their eyes were staring at Bai Feng. Look, I see Bai Feng again. So handsome. Why do I feel that Bai Feng has become more handsome after becoming famous? Bai Feng listened to the birds and flowers all the way and came to the basketball hall in a good mood. Today, he was finally the first to arrive. The court was empty, and Bai Feng did a simple warm-up. He went to push a cart of basketballs and prepared to practice shooting. During this period, Bai Feng put shooting training first. This is all because of the Skill King's domain. When Bai Feng obtained this skill, his shooting talent was enhanced. How could Bai Feng waste it? After Bai Feng's training for several weeks, the effect was also very explosive. The improvement speed is very fast. Open the panel. Name, Bai Feng. Static talent. Height, 191 cm 196 cm. Wingspan, 206 cm 211 cm. Dynamic talent. Strength, 8688. Speed, 90. Bounce, 8687. Stamina, 9092. Basketball attributes. 3-pointer, 8588. Mid-range shot, 8690. Layup, 8790. Dunk, 8790. Pass, 9092. Defense, 8692. Rebound, 8590. Ability extraction. Beyond vision, confrontation core, King domain. Bai Feng has made great progress during this period. With the blessing of shooting talent, Bai Feng has raised his mid-range shot to 90 points. This is very scary, because after 90 points, it is a qualitative transformation. In addition, Bai Feng's dynamic ability has also been greatly improved, but this improvement is closely related to his physical development. With the help of development potion, Bai Feng has grown 5 centimeters in the same proportion compared to a month ago. This change in external height also surprised his teammates and coaches. But they can understand it, after all, junior high school students are in the best period of physical development. Although it is rare to grow 5 centimeters in a month, it is not uncommon. Everyone was very happy when Bai Feng grew to 196 centimeters, which meant that Bai Feng's strength had improved. But there was a sad person in the team. That was Jie Shiyi. His original height of 195 centimeters was the second in the team, second only to Showdown. But now he was surpassed by Bai Feng, which made him a little unwilling. But more importantly, Jie Shiyi had not grown for a long time. He was a little jealous of Bai Feng's growth speed. After learning about this kid's idea, Bai Feng also smiled and teased him, "The point guard will be handed over to you in the future, and I will play power forward." But when it comes to point guard, Bai Feng is really a little abnormal now. His height of 196 centimeters, speed and coordination have not decreased. This makes Bai Feng like an adult beating a child in the same position. The opponent can't break through him, can't shoot in front of him, and even pass the ball depends on luck. Because Bai Feng's defense area is too large, he can completely cover the opponent with one hand. While Bai Feng was training and checking his own strength, his teammates also arrived. Everyone started training under the leadership of Bai Feng. After a while, the coach came towards them with a serious look. "Coach, everyone, our first opponent in the second round is here." After seeing the coach's serious look, the players had bad guesses in their hearts. "No way?" Before they could think about it, they heard the coach's heavy voice. "Yes, it's Teikō Junior High." Although Bai Feng had thought about fighting with the opponent, he didn't expect to meet him so early. This really caught him off guard, but since it has been confirmed, then Bai Feng is ready to fight. However, although Bai Feng thought so, his teammates obviously didn't have such a strong mentality. At this time, after the coach said that the opponent was Teikō, they all looked depressed and felt like a disaster was coming. In fact, it's not their fault. After all, the games during this period have made them know more about Teikō. The huge difference in points after each game of Teikō is even more outrageous than their Jianguang. As Bai Feng's teammates, they are very clear about Bai Feng's strength. When they thought that the other side had 5 players of Bai Feng's level, they were very flustered. Many team members even whispered something. Bai Feng frowned when he saw this. But just when he was about to speak, one of the many team members said, "Teikō is Teikō, what are you afraid of?" As soon as this was said, the scene paused for a moment, and then someone else continued. "Yes, we are also very strong. Yes, they have the age of miracles, and our senior Bai Feng is not bad either." "What do you mean not bad? Senior Bai Feng will definitely crush them." Seeing this, Bai Feng also smiled and shook his head. He was a little worried about the mentality of these people just now. Unexpectedly, they adjusted so quickly. Bai Feng felt that the winning streak during this period had made them make great progress. Chapter 36. After everyone adjusted their state, they did not continue to show a timid expression. After all, they also knew that if they kept winning, they would meet Teikō sooner or later. They just didn't expect it to happen so early, but there was nothing they could do about it, so they had to bite the bullet. Moreover, they all had a little fantasy in their hearts, thinking that Bai Feng would continue to lead them to victory. After all, they have been accustomed to Bai Feng's strength for so long. Although the miracle era is powerful, they have not experienced it personally, but Bai Feng and his friends can see it every day. This feeling is still different. After announcing the opponent, the coach introduced them to Teikō's detailed information. He even took out the videos of Teikō's recent games for them to analyze. But it would be better if he didn't analyze it. Once he analyzed it, everyone became a little solemn. The opponent's game was simply a massacre, and it was an all-round crushing. Bai Feng felt that the coach was really unnecessary, and he took out the video to watch the opponent's game. The opponent had no tactics to study at all, and it was almost all singles. In Teikō's game, they could easily hit the ball if they gave it to anyone. What else is there to study? On the contrary, the more he studied, the more he was affected. Seeing that everyone was not in the right state, Bai Feng said directly, "Okay, there is no need to study them. The other side has no tactics to speak of. We just need to do our best." The coach also found something wrong. After hearing Bai Feng's words, he nodded to Bai Feng. Then he said, "Everyone, follow Bai Feng to continue training." Swish! Swish! In the gym, Bai Feng was doing shooting training in an empty field. Bai Feng wanted to practice his three-pointer to 90 points before the game started. In this way, his attack range will become wider, and the predicted probability with King's Domain will be more threatening. While training, he checked the system. Just now, a new task appeared in the system. Task release, about to play against the Miracle Era, please get the highest score of the game. Task reward, 1 lottery. Bai Feng looked at the task on the system, and he also fell into deep thought. This task is actually very difficult at first glance. After all, the other team is full of perverts, and I am the only one on my side. In this situation, it would be extremely difficult no matter how I think about it. However, Bai Feng thought carefully, this task is not impossible to complete. If you just want to get the highest score, then you only need to ensure 2 points. The first point is that you cannot be restricted by the opponent. The second point is to have sufficient physical strength to maintain an offensive posture throughout the game. Of course, this also depends on how the opponent wants to play the game. If the opponent's 4 players only assist 1, it will be dangerous. However, Bai Feng thought about it and felt that it was impossible. According to the current Teikō, they all have 1 arm and don't care about teamwork at all. As long as they can win in the end, it represents everything. After careful analysis, Bai Feng sighed, "This is to let me go all out and take the ball and do it myself." Bai Feng finished training, it was already late. According to the usual training time, everyone has left now. But at this time, Bai Feng looked around and found that many people had not left. Showdown and Teikō, the two were training with each other. After learning that their opponent was Teikō, they felt very anxious. Although it was not visible on the outside, they were under great pressure on the inside. Both of them knew that their true level would not be blown away by the winning streak. Instead, they had a clearer understanding of themselves. "Teikō, Showdown, do you think we will win?" "Showdown, I don't know, all we can do is try our best and don't let Feng down." While they were talking, Bai Feng also came over. Bai Feng smiled and said, "Are you still not leaving? I've never seen you work so hard before." After hearing Bai Feng's words, the two came back to their senses. They were a little embarrassed now, thinking that their conversation just now was heard by Bai Feng. With an embarrassed look on their faces, they were about to say something. Bai Feng continued, "Shota Okawa, if I remember correctly, you have participated in the national competition for 3 consecutive years. Although I haven't gotten good results, and they are very bad." Bai Feng said this with a hint of teasing, of course he had no ill intentions. The two Okawas also laughed when they heard this. They were indeed quite bad, and they were the type who were both talented and playful. Then, Bai Feng continued. "Why did you never give up basketball in this situation?" After Bai Feng finished this sentence, he paused. As if waiting for the two people on the opposite side to reply, but the two of them remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Bai Feng did not bother them and turned around to leave. But as he turned around and left, he said, "Don't let your passion be overshadowed." Bai Feng kindly reminded them, hoping to change the mentality of the two. He could see that the victories during this period had burdened the two of them. The pure passion they had in the past seemed to be about to be occupied by desire. Now, when they met a strong opponent, they instantly became anxious about gains and losses. Seeing them like this, Bai Feng was actually very unhappy. Because in Bai Feng's opinion, playing basketball is about having fun, and winning or losing comes second. If you are not happy, what is the meaning of winning? Teikō is very strong, but can their group really experience the fun of basketball? When Jianguang and his group learned about their opponents, the outside world also got the news. Everyone is looking forward to the next game. It can be said that this game is what they have been looking forward to for a long time. Among this group of people, the media workers are more excited. They have smelled the scent of explosive news for a long time. One by one, they began to work overtime to write articles to build momentum for the next game. At the same time, Teikō Junior High. Aomine Deki, hehe, if it doesn't work, I will replace you immediately. The other teammates didn't say anything. Ryōta Kise was excited when he saw this. Really? Thank you so much. I will definitely not let you down. Just now, Kise actively asked himself to play against Bai Feng, but he always remembered the failure at the beginning. After that, Kise also trained harder. He felt that he was stronger now and could beat Bai Feng. Under his intense request, the other teammates also agreed and let him go up to restrict Bai Feng first. Chapter 37. Time flies, and the day of the game has come in the blink of an eye. Today's atmosphere is the most enthusiastic day that Jianguang has ever seen. The audience, cheering team, and reporters who came to the scene filled the entire stands. They are looking forward to the next game, which they think is the best game in this qualifying round. After all, they really can't think of any other team that can be compared with these two. Of course, strictly speaking, they are not looking forward to the Jianguang team. But they are simply curious whether Bai Feng can still play the same strength as before in the matchup with Miracle Era. Most of them have been following Bai Feng's dynamics since he came out of nowhere. They also know something about his experience, and everyone is very curious. What kind of changes can make an ordinary player have such a big transformation? Carrying the team on his shoulders with his own strength. This is simply a model of personal heroism, and under the exaggeration of reporters and media, Bai Feng's image has become more popular. So at this moment, when Bai Feng led his teammates out of the passage, instantly, the sidelines erupted with exclamations loud enough to overturn the ceiling. Come out! Look, Jianguang and his team have appeared. Bai Feng, that's Bai Feng. So handsome! Reporters snapped, fans exclaimed, and even many scouts were staring at Bai Feng with shining eyes. The scene at this time made Bai Feng's teammates a little nervous. They thought they were used to this kind of atmosphere during this period. But at this moment, they realized that they were overthinking. The audience state today is obviously different from the past. In this warm atmosphere, Teikō and his team also appeared. Seeing this, another wave of noise came from the scene. The game started, and the referee took the ball to the midfield. Signaled both teams to jump forward. Showdown walked forward, and when he saw Atsushi Murasakibara in front of him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pressure. The opponent was taller than him, and although the opponent's eyes were narrowed and he looked like he hadn't woken up, why was the pressure so strong? Before he could think about it, the referee threw the ball high up. Showdown jumped up with all his strength, but the next second, snap! The basketball was casually hit by Atsushi Murasakibara to his teammate. After Murasakibara won the fight for the ball, he still looked sleepy and murmured, "Well, it's so boring." The basketball hit the direction of Akashi Seijuro, and he took the ball steadily. Just when everyone thought he was going to play steadily and control the ball across half-court. But Akashi threw the ball directly, and the basketball almost crossed half of the court. A yellow line was drawn in the air, and the target was Aomine Deki, who had already rushed out. Aomine was ready to attack as early as when Murasakibara jumped the ball. Sure enough, when Akashi got the ball, Aomine waved directly to signal him to pass the ball. The next second, in the expectant eyes of the audience, the basketball appeared steadily in Aomine's hands, and there was no defender in front of Aomine. He broke into the penalty area in almost 2 steps. Aomine Daiki took off directly into the air, and was about to complete a slam dunk. But the next second, he felt a strong sense of oppression coming from behind him. That's right. It was Bai Feng. At this time, Bai Feng also flew high. His height of 196 and his wingspan of 211 covered Aomine's entire body in his defense. He was about to eat Aomine alive. Aomine didn't expect that Bai Feng would catch up so quickly, but he didn't panic, and was even very excited. I will make this shot. After reading Bai Feng's defensive posture, he actually changed his original shooting posture in the air. This ability is Aomine's blossoming skill formless shot. When Aomine's posture fell into the eyes of Teikō, they didn't feel any fluctuations in their hearts. It was because they were too familiar with each other. Aomine's action meant that the other party would definitely not be able to defend. But none of them expected that Bai Feng, who had lost his defensive position under Aomine's formless shot, would be defeated. Unexpectedly, a force appeared out of thin air, allowing him to make a second move. And the long arm appeared precisely at the position where Aomine shot. Snap! Block! Bai Feng delivered a loud block at the beginning of the game. For a moment, the Teikō people were shocked. They did not expect this result at all. Akashi raised his eyebrows when he saw this. After all, he passed the ball, and Akashi did not expect it to be defended. The appearance of Bai Feng did affect his judgment. He did not expect Bai Feng to complete the defense so quickly. In fact, Bai Feng had already activated the Protagonist Sense at the beginning of the game. He keenly predicted Akashi's movements and Aomine's position. Then, he completed the previous single-handed match against Aomine in the air. Bai Feng activated Core Confrontation and Beyond Vision to directly see through Aomine's movements, thus blocking the shot. Zhengguo's process seemed to be seen through by Bai Feng. The process was smooth, but this picture was extremely exaggerated in the eyes of the audience. At this moment, they couldn't control their emotions and exclaimed, "FK, FK! Is it so outrageous? This is too fast." Yeah, they played so passionately at the beginning. So cool. Bai Feng, who got the ball, dribbled with his right hand and protected the ball with his left hand to prevent Aomine from stealing it. While moving forward, he looked at Aomine. Bai Feng teased, "You forgot how you lost in the singles so quickly. You really don't care at all." Aomine was a little ashamed to hear this. He was indeed careless. When he saw Bai Feng, he was so excited that he forgot Bai Feng's defensive style. Hey, just careless for a moment. The two passed the midfield together. Bai Feng was at the top of the arc of the three-point line and was about to observe and make a breakthrough. He heard Teikō's movement. Kise shouted loudly from the wing, "Hey, little Aomine, didn't you let me play against him first?" Aomine was looking at Bai Feng expectantly and focused when he heard Kise say this. He was also stunned for a moment, then glanced at the corner of his mouth. He said impatiently, "Defend your man well, you come for the next ball." Chapter 38. Kise didn't say much after hearing what Aomine said. He just reminded Aomine. Kise was afraid that Aomine would get too excited and forget the agreement with him. After all, he had been looking forward to this day and night, and had always wanted to take revenge. He had worked hard for so long and finally waited for this moment, so he must not let Aomine ruin it. At this time, Bai Feng began to brew a rhythm outside the three-point line, and his whole body seemed very relaxed. But under this sense of relaxation, there was an extreme danger hidden. Aomine Daiki, who was facing Bai Feng, felt deeply at this moment. He only felt that Bai Feng had improved compared to the previous one-on-one duel. Moreover, Bai Feng's physical development was so fast. In the previous one-on-one duel, the height difference between the two of them was not so big. At this time, Aomine felt a little pressure just from the external body. However, this pressure made Aomine extremely excited. He couldn't remember how long he hadn't felt this way on the court. It's been a long time since I last felt this way. Come on, let me see your strength now. Aomine shouted to Bifang excitedly. At this time, Satsuki, who was on the bench of Teikō, was breathing rapidly. She looked at the two people on the court, or more precisely, Bifang who was holding the ball. Satsuki was so excited that her weapon was moving up and down. The audience at the scene was no better than Satsuki. Everyone knew that the two people on the court were about to bring them a fierce collision. Some of them even held their breath at this moment, fearing to miss any moment on the court. Bai Feng started to change his rhythm with the ball, and at the same time he turned on beyond vision to pay attention to the changes in Aomine. Bai Feng's speed went from slow to fast, and kept accelerating. Gradually, Bai Feng's dribbling speed made it almost impossible for the audience to see clearly. Suddenly, Bai Feng's rhythm changed from extremely fast to extremely slow. The change in speed made Aomine, who was accelerating the defense throughout the whole process, unable to react for a moment. Instantly, Bai Feng saw Aomine's weakness in his beyond vision. He did not hesitate at all, and stepped forward to stab at Aomine's weakness at this time. As expected, he passed Aomine directly. At the same time, Bai Feng's ball protecting hand pushed along with the situation, making him pass more thoroughly. But just when Bai Feng thought he was stable, he suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly turned on the 0.5-second deduction of beyond vision. In an instant, he saw Aomine's body burst out with extreme speed, and then he poked the ball out from behind Bai Feng. Bai Feng secretly said that it was a close call. However, since he already knew it, Bai Feng did not panic, and he was ready to take the initiative to confront him. The next moment, Aomine really caught up quickly, just when he was about to steal the ball. Bai Feng turned on core confrontation, and while dribbling the ball vigorously, he took the initiative to move forward. Under this collision, Aomine was directly knocked off balance when his core strength was not as good as Bai Feng's. Bai Feng took this opportunity to break through directly to his target position. It was in the right corner, and the hit rate displayed by King's Domain at that point was as high as 99%. With such a high hit rate, even if there was interference from the defender, it would not drop too much. As expected, when Bai Feng jumped and shot at this point, Aomine burst out with an exaggerated speed again, and actually caught up, and then jumped to block. But Aomine had lost the initiative, and his block at this time could not have much impact on Bai Feng. Moreover, Bai Feng's 211 arm span and the shooting point were too high. Of course, Aomine's interference still had some effect. In the display of King's Domain, the 99% at this time dropped to 95%. There were no accidents afterwards. Shua! The basketball went into the net. The crisp sound spread to the whole stadium along the loudspeaker installed on the basket. Instantly, the audience cheered, they were so excited. This kind of game is so good to watch, tit for tat, neither side gave in. The two fought until the end to decide the winner, this scene stimulated them instantly climax. Ah! The ball went in, so cool. FK, Bai Feng is so strong. Yet, he actually ate Aomine Daki alone. It's incredible, I've never seen anyone score over Aomine's head. Yet, it's the first time I've seen it too. Satsuki was sitting on the Teikō bench, she felt a little dizzy the moment Bai Feng shot. Satsuki has seen Bai Feng shoot many times, but she still can't get tired of it. Every time she sees Bai Feng shoot, she actually feels like her heart is shot. Satsuki's weapon is now fluctuating a bit, as if it is in line with the atmosphere of the scene. In the court, after Bai Feng completed the hit, Aomine was speechless for a long time. He really hadn't had this experience on the court for a long time. He was a little dazed for a while. The rest of the Teikō people were not much better than Aomine. They had never seen anyone who could gain the upper hand against Aomine. Even Akashi Sejuro shouldn't be able to do it. At this time, they all realized one thing. That is, the player named Bai Feng in front of them is really at the same level as them. Although they had learned from various channels that the opponent was very powerful and even defeated Kise. But to be honest, the rest of them didn't take Bai Feng too seriously. In the past, they had also encountered talented players, but those so-called geniuses, after meeting them, all of them were beaten to the point of shattering their Taoism and lost their interest in basketball from then on. They thought that Bai Feng was just another such genius. Bai Feng looked at Aomine at this moment, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Why do I feel that you are standing still? Have you really trained well since that duel? Aomine was pulled back to his thoughts. After hearing Bai Feng's words, he was a little annoyed and wanted to respond. But he saw that Bai Feng didn't give him any chance at all, and ran back to prepare for the next round. What a joke, buddy doesn't have time to chat with you, just messing with your reckless mentality. Aomine suddenly felt that he had power but nowhere to use it, and he felt uncomfortable holding it in his heart. He was about to hold the ball and was about to step forward to return it. Kise hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Little Aomine, it's my turn, it's my turn. This is what you promised me before." Kise said hurriedly, as if he was afraid that Aomine would go back on his word. Seeing this, Aomine was unhappy, but he could only give the ball to Kise first. After all, this was what he promised. However, Aomine said bluntly, "I can let you play first, but when you can't, I will replace you without hesitation." Kise's face became serious after hearing Aomine's somewhat contemptuous words. "Kise, I only started playing basketball in the second grade of junior high school, and now I am standing on the same stage with you. To be honest, my progress is very fast. This time, I will win." Aomine glanced at Kise and felt that this guy was a little strange, but he didn't say anything. Chapter 39. Kise took the ball smoothly, his eyes were shining. He felt that he had been waiting for this day for a long time. After being defeated by Bai Feng, Kise had been training like a devil. He thought that when he met Bai Feng again, he must succeed in revenge. The hard training during this period was not in vain. Kise felt that he had made great progress. He was sure that if he returned to the training match with his current strength, then Bai Feng would definitely lose. Under the expectant eyes of the audience, Kise controlled the ball and advanced. Bai Feng had already returned to his own half and stood in a defensive position. His concentration at this time was raised to the extreme, and he was waiting for Aomine's fierce attack. As a result, he found that it was Kise who attacked this time. Bai Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he reacted. The reason why Kise held the ball was probably because the opponent was still obsessed with the defeat in the last training match. He wanted to challenge himself again. However, their casual attitude. This also verified Jiang Guang's analysis of them, that is, they fought on their own without any tactical arrangements. This situation is very beneficial to Bai Feng, he just needs to try his best to limit the threat of the ball handler. Kise has already crossed the half-court with the ball. His smile and bright eyes just now are long gone. Instead, he has a very serious and earnest look. In this way, Kise walked towards Bai Feng step by step. Getting closer and closer, Bai Feng can also feel the momentum emanating from the other party. It must be said that from the perspective of momentum alone, Kise has indeed improved a lot compared to before. Kise is in front of Bai Feng at this time. He dribbled the ball sideways to prevent Bai Feng from stealing it. While looking at Bai Feng, he said seriously with a blank expression, "I have been looking forward to this day for a long time. You can't be my opponent this time." Bai Feng actually felt a little ridiculous when he heard him say this. Bai Feng could see that Kise should have made progress, and it was very big. However, while Kise was making progress, others were not standing still. Is it possible that Bai Feng's improvement speed is faster than his? Bai Feng chuckled and said, "Really? Then let me see." Don't let me slap you in the face again. When Bai Feng said this, he deliberately revealed a contemptuous attitude. This made the perceptive Kise feel it directly, and he felt that he was looked down upon. Suddenly, Kise felt that Bai Feng had not changed at all. The ability to mess with people's mentality was as strong as ever. Kise suppressed the irritation that was provoked in his heart. He was ready to attack, and directly adjusted his body, which was originally sideways, to a posture facing Bai Feng. Bai Feng suddenly felt a sense of oppression, and he knew that Kise was going to start. The next second, in the expectant eyes of everyone in the audience, Kise began to perform an extremely aggressive dribbling technique. His rhythm, speed, amplitude, and all aspects were very perfect, and this perfection also made the audience exclaim. They felt that it was too beautiful, just like a painting. Bai Feng also had to sigh at the opponent's skills. Kise had indeed transformed compared to 2 months ago. Bai Feng actually saw the shadows of many people in the opponent's figure. This included Teikō's and even his own. Kise's offensive became more and more fierce as everyone was amazed, constantly trying to break through Bai Feng. However, Bai Feng was not a pushover, and his defense was very successful. Kise was unable to find a good attacking point for a while. But this was normal, and the two put aside their experience. With just physical talent, Bai Feng was able to beat the opponent at this time. His height and arm span completely crushed Kise, allowing Kise to deal with a larger defensive range. The two of them actually formed a stalemate at this moment. During this period, Bai Feng also tried to use his long arms to interfere and steal the basketball from the opponent. But every time Kise reacted in time. Bai Feng didn't want to continue with the opponent at this time. He had already figured out some of Kise's habits, and he was ready to end this round quickly. Then Bai Feng directly turned on Beyond Vision and then performed a deduction. The scene after 0.5 seconds suddenly appeared in his mind, and Bai Feng had already seen through Kise's next move. In Bai Feng's deduction, Kise will make a fake move of dribbling under the left crotch in the next step. Bai Feng is ready to play the game against Kise. As expected, Kise performed a crotch dribble according to the plot in the deduction. Seeing this, Bai Feng hurriedly cooperated with him and defended to Kise's left side, pretending to be deceived. However, Bai Feng still had enough strength in the dark, enough to defend in the next moment. The way Bai Feng was shaken was instantly reflected in Kise's eyes. This surprised him greatly, and a smile appeared on his face. Finally I found the flaw. Kise directly pulled back the ball in his left hand and broke through to the right without hesitation. When Kise felt that he had passed Bai Feng, he felt that the sky was clear. Just when he was excited to break into the penalty area and complete a dunk. Suddenly, a very dangerous feeling came from the side. At this moment, Kise felt that he was stared at by a beast. That's right, Bai Feng covered him again, or the opponent never escaped his defense from beginning to end. Bai Feng directly stretched out his arm, aiming directly at the basketball in the opponent's hand. This time, under Bai Feng's deliberate calculation, Kise finally panicked. He knew that if he didn't make a change, he would be intercepted immediately. In a hurry, Kise could only jump up and shoot without hesitation. However, Bai Feng followed closely and completed the jump almost synchronously with Kise's movements. Moreover, Bai Feng's static talent was better than the opponent's. At this moment, Kise only felt that Bai Feng was shrouding his eyes. He could not see a trace of the basket in his field of vision. Bang! Directly blocked the shot. Bai Feng sent a loud hot pot to Kise. In Bai Feng's eyes, Kise and Aomine were treated the same. This scene that happened in a short time made the audience present boil again. They felt that their throats would be ruined after watching this game today. FK. FK. So cool. I thought Bai Feng was broken through, who would have thought? Suddenly I realized that Bai Feng's strength is no less than that of the miracle era. Aren't you talking nonsense? Bai Feng was not affected by the atmosphere on the scene. He calmly grabbed the ball into his hands. When preparing for a fast break, the god realm of Beyond Vision suddenly discovered that Showdown had already run to the other side. In this case, Bai Feng did not hesitate. He grabbed the basketball with one hand and threw it directly to Showdown. The basketball drew a yellow line on the court. Chapter 40. Bai Feng's teammates have unconditional trust in him. Even if the opponent is a monster with the title of Miracle Era, it is the same. It is precisely because of this that when Showdown saw Bai Feng defending Kise, he was very sure that Bai Feng could limit the opponent. The situation did go as he thought, when Bai Feng jumped to block the opponent. Showdown said in his heart, "It's stable." Then, he rushed to the opponent's basket with all his strength. The basketball was passed to his hands without any surprise, and the feeling was the same as before. It was still so fascinating. As long as he actively ran out of opportunities, Bai Feng would pass the ball in time. There was no defender in front of Showdown, and this ball must go in. At this time, he had strode into the inside line, and then jumped directly to dunk the ball into the basket. Showdown's face had already appeared with a smile. He felt that the so-called Miracle Era was nothing more than this. The purple-haired man who was opposite him looked like he hadn't woken up yet. Did he really know that he was on the court? Tu lame. Showdown was about to score the ball with excitement. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind him, and then a huge shadow appeared in front of him, covering up the light. Before Showdown could react, he was knocked to the ground. Bang! Catch the cap! Atsushi Murasakibara completed the air robbery from behind. At the same time, his strong body knocked Showdown off balance and fell to the ground. This scene made the scene silent. No one noticed how Atsushi Murasakibara suddenly appeared. It felt like he could teleport. Originally, the audience thought that this ball would score steadily, but they didn't expect that there would be a reversal in the end. When did he appear? The speed is too fast, it's incredible. Yes, a center can be so fast. Everyone woke up from their stunned state, and they all said in disbelief. Different from the confused reaction of the audience at the scene at this time. Bai Feng is now a little dignified. He looks at Atsushi Murasakibara and feels that his talent is really abnormal. If we only talk about physical talent, Murasakibara should be the strongest in Teikō. Just now, Bai Feng actually regretted it the moment he passed the ball. Originally, from the god's perspective, he saw that Murasakibara was still a long way from Showdown. If we look at it according to previous game experience. In that situation just now, the defender could not catch up anyway. Unexpectedly, Atsushi Murasakibara reacted almost the moment Bai Feng passed the ball, and rushed out almost at the same time. It can be said that in the previous round, Atsushi Murasakibara showed nerve reaction, speed, strength, and bounce. Everything is so outrageous. It can only be said that Showdown was blocked in the last round. The opponent is really strong. Moreover, Bai Feng also feels that he should break away from his previous game experience. These monsters cannot be judged by common sense. Atsushi Murasakibara dribbled the ball by himself at this time, and Showdown also recovered from his surprise. After all, it was still a game, and there was no time for him to be surprised. Showdown was a little bit excited by the opponent, and he was very aggressive at this time, trying to steal the basketball from Murasakibara. Atsushi Murasakibara glanced at him. Oh, it's troublesome. Although Murasakibara's skills were not very good, it was impossible for Showdown to steal the ball. Then, he accelerated and threw Showdown away. Murasakibara took the ball back to the half-court. Kise hurried forward to respond and prepared to ask for the ball. This move also saved Atsushi Murasakibara from attacking by himself, and he had no intention of scoring. It would be better to be in a daze under the basket. Murasakibara directly handed the ball to Kise. At the same time, he said weakly, "Come on." He knew that Kise wanted to defeat Bai Feng. He encouraged his teammates and then ran back to the basket. Kise held the ball again, his face looked a little ugly. Although he got the ball again, he didn't look happy at all. Kise was still thinking about Bai Feng's defense against him just now. He felt that Bai Feng had seen through his movements. This made Kise feel a little pressured. However, he also knew that he couldn't let negative emotions affect him now. After shaking his head vigorously, Kise bent down and showed an offensive posture, staring at Bai Feng in front of him. Seeing him so nervous, Bai Feng couldn't help but spread his hands and smiled. "Come on, the second round. Relax a little, anyway, you have such a strong backing, what are you afraid of?" Bai Feng's words pierced Kise's ears, and his emotions were aroused again. Kise was like a child, always able to be excited. Kise started to attack directly. The fierce offensive was even stronger than the previous round. Left and right, front and back, up and down, all kinds of rhythms were displayed on Kise. The people at the scene opened their mouths wide again, too strong. However, Bai Feng smiled at this time. He was sure that Kise had not analyzed his defensive details from the last round. So, Bai Feng used the old trick again and played his trick against him. Then, what happened between the two on the court was exactly the same as the last round. Kise was blocked when he broke through, and then he jumped up to shoot, and Bai Feng followed up to block the shot. Unfortunately, it was not blocked tightly this time, and Bai Feng just touched the basketball with his middle finger. The ball flew towards the basket. But Bai Feng knew that the ball could not go in, so he reminded in the air. Rebound. Teikō and Showdown were ready to fight for it after hearing Bai Feng's shout. The next moment, the basketball hit the iron without any surprise. When the ball bounced in the air, Showdown and Teikō jumped high. "Take it. Mine." The two were determined to get it, but the result was bang. Atsushi Murasakibara was the first to catch the basketball and scored directly in the air. This picture is even a little abstract. It feels like an adult teasing two children. Chapter 41. Murasakibara was hanging firmly on the basket at this time, and the whole person was like a beast. Under his unparalleled strength, both Teikō and Showdown were knocked to the ground. At this moment, the two looked up at Murasakibara, and they felt that he was like a cannibal. Is he really the same age as them? At the same time, the audience in the stadium also burst into deafening cheers. Too violent. Brutal, Jianguang and the other two seemed to be RD. Why do I feel that he can tear the basket off? Back in the court, Kise was not in a good mood at this time, although they scored. But the ball was not thrown in by him, and he was even defended just now. I don't know if others saw him, but Kise felt it clearly. When he shot the ball at the end, Bai Feng touched it again. This was unacceptable to Kise. He felt that he could miss the shot, but he couldn't be blocked. 2 consecutive shots were successfully defended by Bai Feng. He was extremely incredible. How could Bai Feng be so strong? Obviously, he shouldn't be able to beat him now. Even if the opponent has improved during this period, how can he be faster than him? Kise is a real genius. As long as he is given time, there is nothing he can't surpass. But what's wrong now? Just when Kise was in a daze, Aomine walked to his side. His tone was straightforward, if you are only at this level, don't waste time. After Aomine finished speaking, he seemed to feel that his tone was a bit too harsh. He softened his tone and said, next, it's the guy's turn to attack. If he can't defend, let me go. After that, Aomine didn't care about Kise's emotions and ran back directly. After hearing Aomine's words, Kise's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, and it turned red and blue. However, Kise was also stimulated by Aomine, and felt that his potential had burst out at this time, and he would not lose. Kise, I was just careless just now, which is just like a warm-up. I will defend you right away. Attack and defense change, Bai Feng holds the ball. Under the gaze of the whole audience, he calmly controls the ball and moves forward. Bai Feng thought of Murasakibara's dunk just now. He felt that this game would be very difficult, because he could not give the opponent any chance. Once Bai Feng let the basketball escape from his field of vision, his teammates would not be able to count on him at all. Bai Feng must completely block the opponent on the defensive end and not give the opponent any chance, so that he can maintain a stalemate. Otherwise, the opponent will soon pull away from the score. Bai Feng looked at the Teikō people in front of him. The opponent was very strong. Each of them looked like a monster, but at this time, Bai Feng did not feel timid, but was full of expectations. Bai Feng felt that this was fun. Compared with the previous game, he could really experience the real fun of old basketball now. Haha, since this game is going to be a thorough offense, let's see how strong your defensive gate is. Bai Feng's eyes skipped Kai's and looked at Atsushi Murasakibara under the basket. Bai Feng dribbled past half-court and was standing at the top of the three-point arc. Kai's had already approached him, his face full of seriousness. Seeing his expression, Bai Feng couldn't help but want to tease him. Bai Feng raised his lips and said, "Don't be so nervous, what are you afraid of? Relax, you still have teammates behind you." Bai Feng looked at Kai's, but his mouth pointed at Murasakibara behind Kai's. "Kai's, I'm not afraid, come on." He was already in a bad mood, and was verbally disturbed by Bai Feng again, which made him even more unhappy. Seeing this, Bai Feng no longer hesitated and started to break through directly. In the previous 2 rounds, Bai Feng had already felt the strength of Kai's. Bai Feng understood the talent of the opponent, but he was not good enough now. Bai Feng directly activated Beyond Vision and quickly changed his crotch. The speed was very fast, but it was acceptable in Kai's eyes, but Bai Feng's excellent static talent made it difficult for Kai's to defend. Because Bai Feng's arm span was too long, the range of his movements was also exaggerated. In just a moment, Kai's had a flaw. In Bai Feng's eyes, a glittering puzzle appeared on Kai's right thigh, which was the weakness. Bai Feng did not give the opponent a chance to adjust his center of gravity, and took advantage of his weakness to kill him. Bai Feng quickly burst out and passed the opponent in an instant. Kai's also gritted his teeth and burst out, and actually made his body that lost its center of gravity adjust again. Seeing that he did not give up completely, Bai Feng directly activated core confrontation and hit Kai's hard. In the sudden confrontation, Kai's took several steps back. At this point, Bai Feng had no obstacles around him, and he burst out with his full speed of 90 points and rushed to the basket. Bai Feng was already at the edge of the 3-second zone, where the hit rate displayed in King's domain was as high as 100%. If he shot at this point, he would definitely hit the target, but Bai Feng looked at Atsushi Murasakibara under the basket, where the hit rate displayed in King's domain dropped to 40%. However, Bai Feng wanted to challenge the opponent and see how strong the opponent was. He rushed directly to Murasakibara without any hesitation, and everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. What was he going to do? Before everyone could react properly, Bai Feng had already entered the restricted area and jumped directly at Murasakibara's tall body. It looked like he was going to dunk him. Murasakibara also reacted at this time. He was a little unbelievable. He didn't expect the opponent to provoke him so much, and he jumped directly to block the shot. In the air, Bai Feng activated core confrontation to control stability, and then used Beyond Vision to deduce the next 0.5 seconds. The deduced picture flashed before Bai Feng's eyes, and he already knew the opponent's next move. Murasakibara's blocking route was thoroughly seen by Bai Feng, and then Bai Feng raised his left hand and burst out 88 points of strength. He blocked the opponent's arm that was waving towards him. This made Murasakibara's expression, which originally thought that he would definitely block the shot, change instantly. He didn't expect Bai Feng to raise his arm, as if he had seen through his thoughts in advance. Before Murasakibara had time to think about it in the air, he was suddenly hit by a huge force. Bang! Dunk! Bai Feng dunked Murasakibara. Even under the inertia of Bai Feng, he successfully flipped the opponent to the ground. Murasakibara had never experienced this feeling before. He looked up at Bai Feng in the air from the ground and was stunned for a while. At this time, countless people in the field were boiling, and Bai Feng's teammates were even more so. After landing, Bai Feng couldn't control his emotions. He felt so damn good. Ah! Bai Feng couldn't help but look at Murasakibara, who was sitting on the ground, and yelled. At the same time, Teikō and Showdown also rushed over. They were also excited. Bai Feng's shot boosted their morale and avenged them. The excitement inside the court was even more so outside the court. The audience couldn't control their emotions and shouted loudly. FK, FK, FK. Is Bai Feng's response ball so explosive? Did you see it? Bai Feng deliberately challenged the basket. He did it on purpose. He had a chance to shoot, but he didn't want to, and he went to dunk. Too tricky, too cool. Chapter 42. After this attack that ignited the whole stadium, the atmosphere in the audience reached the highest point since the start of the game, as expected. In this roaring sound, Murasakibara, who was sitting on the ground, was successfully awakened. His childish eyes revealed a strong disbelief. Never, no one has ever treated him like this. Even Akashi, who had awakened, was just passing him to shoot. How dare this guy in front of him dunk on him? Murasakibara stood up from the ground in shock and anger. He finally opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Bai Feng seriously and fiercely. Murasakibara was like a waking beast at this moment, about to pounce on his prey. The sense of oppression emanating from his body was deeply felt by all the players on the court. Murasakibara just looked at Bai Feng, who had just roared at him. He stretched out a big hand and gestured to Bai Feng's head. Said, "I'll crush you." Bai Feng faced the pressure from the opponent, but he was not affected at all, but felt extremely excited. "Bai Feng, crush me? Ha, I'll give you a chance." Bai Feng looked directly into Murasakibara's eyes and said directly. "But you come out from under the basket first, and we'll start from the outside." "How?" Murasakibara heard this and immediately looked at Kise. "Switch me? How is it possible? You are an inside player, don't go for Murasakibara." Kise said hurriedly. "You can't beat him anyway, just give it to me, why bother so much?" Kise was a little embarrassed when he heard this. He knew that the reason why Murasakibara was dunked just now was largely due to him. However, Murasakibara's words were too straightforward. What did he mean by he couldn't beat Bai Feng anyway? The game had just started, and Kise hadn't admitted defeat yet. However, he also knew Atsushi Murasakibara's personality. He was usually like a child, and it would definitely not work if he forced it. When Kise was thinking of a countermeasure, he heard a cold voice from the side. "Murasakibara, serve." After hearing this, both of them turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. It was Akashi Seijuro. There seemed to be no emotion in his red eyes, and his whole body looked very cold. This made Kise feel a surge of pressure. "It's over, the captain is coming for me." Kise felt right, and then he heard Akashi say to him, "Kise, you don't have many opportunities to be willful." After that, Akashi didn't continue to care about the two. Murasakibara looked at Akashi's back, snorted and said nothing. He stood at the baseline to serve. Kise also cheered up after Akashi's warning. He knew that if he wanted to defeat Bai Feng, he couldn't make any more mistakes. Otherwise, he would be ruthlessly replaced. Bai Feng looked at the conversation between Teikō and the others, and shook his head helplessly. Alas, the plan didn't succeed. Originally, Bai Feng thought that it would be best to get Murasakibara out, so that it would be easier to attack inside. Moreover, even if Murasakibara is very strong, everything will change when he stands outside. With the opponent's poor skills, Bai Feng doesn't know how many ways to kill him. But since the plan failed, let's prepare for the next defense. Kise attacked with the ball. Bai Feng could see that the opponent was under Akashi's warning. Now he became very serious, and Kise had finished warming up and gradually entered the best state. Kise walked in front of Bai Feng. He didn't talk to Bai Feng this time after so many matchups. Kise also understood Bai Feng's tricks. He was afraid that another conversation would completely break his mentality. Moreover, he also knew that he was in a weak position now. So, Kise started to break through directly. After the first step, Bai Feng blocked it smoothly. Then, Kise pulled back and dribbled to his left hand, while suppressing his center of gravity to the left. In just a moment, Kise felt his hair stand on end. It was this familiar situation again. Did Bai Feng determine the position of the ball again? Kise was confused. He really didn't know what was wrong with Bai Feng. He was so careful this time. Why did this happen again? It was as if the other party saw through him. This feeling was too desperate. It was actually similar to Captain Akashi. However, although Akashi could also see through the movements, his static body was not outstanding. But Bai Feng was different. At this time, Bai Feng used his tall body to hold Kise's body tightly, so that he could only freeze in place. Kise had no room to move and hurriedly protected the ball. But how could Bai Feng give him a chance? His hands grabbed the ball accurately like two pliers. Directly plundered. Kise had no power to resist Bai Feng's steel. Even when Bai Feng stole the ball, he tore it away with great force. The picture was full of embarrassment for a while. Bai Feng didn't pay attention to Kise, who fell to the ground. He burst into speed directly. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the opponent's basket, and then took off and dunked. Bang! The sound of the explosion resounded throughout the stadium again. The audience did not expect that Bai Feng could score a top 10 goal again so quickly. At least let them take a breath. Are they going to waste their voices here today? Ah! So handsome, Bai Feng Jun. We love you, Feng Jun. The girls of the Jianguang cheering team also screamed shrilly at the first time. Bai Feng's shot was indeed beyond everyone's expectations, and no one at the scene expected the script to develop like this. They thought that the two would have to compete fiercely before the winner could be determined. Who would have thought that it would end like this? It was so straightforward that when Bai Feng attacked the basket this time, no one from the opponent came up to defend. It was not their fault. It was really too fast. They did not react, which was understandable. Haha, after Bai Feng scored, he saw the sluggish Kise on the way back. He couldn't help but tease again, "Hey, genius! Do you need me to give way to you, or I will be replaced immediately?" Chapter 43. Kise did not react to Bai Feng's verbal provocation and the roar of the whole audience. He still looked dazed. Bai Feng saw Kise like this and shook his head. Was the other party hit? Bai Feng felt a little bored when he saw his expression. If Kise really lost his will to resist, then what's the point of playing against him? It's too boring. Sure enough, the more powerful the genius, the more fragile his essence is. I always feel that if I work hard, I will be able to do anything naturally. The higher the expectations, the more I can't accept the facts. Bai Feng stopped looking at him and turned to look at Aomine. The meaning is self-evident. What are you waiting for? The yellow-haired man has been killed, it's your turn. Come up and die, black-skinned man. But what Bai Feng didn't expect was that Teikō didn't replace Kise and let him continue to play against him. Is it because you can't bear to replace your teammates at this time? But have you ever thought that Kise is no longer suitable to compete with Bai Feng? The winner of this match between the two has long been decided. Rather than letting him struggle, it is better to give him a quick death. Do you have to let Kise have a shadow? Beep. The first quarter ended. The score showed 28:20. Jianguang led. Yes, Bai Feng scored all 28 points in the whole match with Kise. The opponent scored 20 points, but none of these 20 points were scored by Kise. All of them were rushed shots because Bai Feng had no choice but to defend, and then Murasakibara made a tip-in. In fact, this is also normal. After all, although Kise is not as good as Bai Feng now, he is indeed a player at the level of the Miracle Era. Bai Feng cannot steal every ball from him. In this case, as long as Kise can throw the ball out, no matter how outrageous it is. Atsushi Murasakibara under the basket can turn decay into magic. Damn, why don't they stick together? Basketball is still a sport for 5 people after all. At this time, Bai Feng felt for the first time that teammates were so important. However, if Bai Feng was given a chance to replace anyone in his team, he wouldn't do it either. Compared with a strong alliance, Bai Feng still prefers the feeling of a lone hero. Competitive sports are about facing challenges head-on. At this time, both sides were about to leave the court for a rest. Akashi Sejuro looked at Bai Feng, his scarlet eyes were cold as if there was no emotion. After his eyes fell on Bai Feng noticed it instantly, and then he looked back. The two did not speak for a while, just when the atmosphere became more stagnant. Akashi spoke, he said calmly, "The next quarter will start, and the game will end." Akashi is a little over 1.7 meters tall, but at this time he actually spoke with the momentum of 2.2 meters, as if he was looking down at Bai Feng. Seeing this, Bai Feng not only did not feel looked down upon, but instead seemed to have found something fun. "Hey, don't say it, Bai Feng just likes this. If the other party is like Kise's last wimp, what's the point? This is the attitude we want." Thinking of this, Bai Feng looked at Teikō and the others calmly. Then his expression became arrogant, with the corners of his mouth raised, and he said, "Kill one first, and you have to think about who will come next. Otherwise, it will be like the first quarter, I promise." After saying that, Bai Feng looked around at them, and then locked his eyes back on Akashi. "Why don't you come? Let me see the strength of Captain Teikō." After Bai Feng finished speaking, he pinched Akashi with his index finger and thumb, and the meaning was self-evident. Bai Feng's arrogant attitude was not concealed at all, just telling the other side. "Whoever comes, it's the same. I'll smash you one by one without distinction." All this last night did not give Akashi a chance to respond. Bai Feng led his teammates off the court directly. "Hehe, it's so cool to run after pretending to be awesome." Bai Feng was actually afraid that Akashi would suddenly take out the scissors, which would be bad. He, Bai Feng, came to play basketball, not to teach children. The audience at the scene did not expect that Bai Feng would not be at a disadvantage in the first quarter. Instead, he carried the entire team forward alone, and this attitude impressed everyone. Under countless pairs of burning eyes, Bai Feng returned to the rest area. As soon as he sat down, his teammates brought him towels and water. Bai Feng opened the water without saying a word and drank it with his head tilted back. He consumed a lot, much more tired than Bai Feng imagined. The opponent is worthy of being the Miracle Era. Even if he was suppressed by himself, he did it with great effort. Therefore, Bai Feng consumed more physical strength at this time than in the past when he played the whole game. The coach had never seen Bai Feng sweat so much in the first quarter. Ham said with some concern, Feng, do you want to rest?" He was interrupted before he finished speaking. "Coach, we are just warming up." "Really, no matter how tired we are, it's only the first quarter." "Teikō, everyone just left the court." Aomine was the first to speak. "Okay, leave the second quarter to me." Everyone didn't say anything after hearing this. Kise raised his head and looked at Aomine, then lowered it again. Akashi narrowed his eyes, thinking of what Bai Feng said just now. But after thinking about it, he didn't object to Aomine. The second quarter began. The whole court was boiling again, and both sides came on the court. It was Teikō's turn to attack, and under Bifang's gaze, it was finally not Kise who controlled the ball. This time it was Aomine's turn. After receiving the ball, Aomine's face was completely excited. Aomine dribbled quickly across half-court and came in front of Bai Feng. He looked at Bai Feng, and his expression was finally out of control at this time, and the corners of his mouth were almost below his ears. Aomine said excitedly, "Finally, the annoying guy is gone. Soon, I'll let you experience defeat." Chapter 44. It can be seen that Aomine has been holding back his emotions for a long time. It is not just as simple as letting Kise play first in the first quarter. Since the two had a one-on-one duel, Aomine has been looking forward to their meeting again. Aomine has also carefully reviewed the reasons for the last defeat. He believes that it was because he had not trained for a long time, and it was only because of the decline in physical fitness that he lost to Bai Feng. Since then, Aomine has started to resume training. However, he did not go to the Teikō arena, which had changed, to train, but on the baseball field he was familiar with. Bai Feng also faced Aomine's momentum at this time, and could clearly feel that the opponent was different from 2 months ago. Now Aomine is more sharp and dangerous. It feels to Bai Feng like a beast that wants to devour people, extremely dangerous. Bai Feng lowered his center of gravity and stared, "Come." He did not say much, and his whole mind was focused on Aomine, paying attention to his every move. There is no way, Aomine is different from Kise. If we compare the two people at this time to animals, Kise is a hyena, and Aomine is a tiger. It can be said that facing Aomine, no matter how cautious you are, it is not too much. This is Teikō's trump card. After Bai Feng responded, Aomine directly pressed down his center of gravity and entered the offensive state. The instantaneous switch of posture seemed to take no time to adjust. From this alone, we can see Aomine's physical fitness. Then, he started a unique dribbling style, the amplitude of which made the audience dumbfounded. They had never seen such an unrestrained posture. Under the exaggerated style of play, Aomine's foot speed was also very fast. But this guy is not blindly accelerating now, but knows how to coordinate fast and slow rhythms. What's more, thanks to the opponent's exaggerated burst speed, the switch between fast and slow almost does not require time to adjust. The overall rhythm is getting faster and faster. The scene became dangerous and anxious, and Bai Feng's current speed of 90 points is also very fast. For a while, no one could do anything to the other party. But this tense situation didn't last long. The next moment, Aomine suddenly stood up straight from the posture of leaning forward quickly, and dribbled the ball with his right hand calmly. Moreover, he showed a relaxed posture all over his body. However, Aomine's completely non-aggressive appearance at this time made Bai Feng's heart tremble. Not good. Bai Feng opened beyond vision without hesitation, and then deduction. Beyond vision deduced for 0.5 seconds, and Bai Feng's perspective changed instantly. In the future he saw, Aomine actually changed from a standing loose posture to a breakthrough in an instant. The speed of the whole person was even faster. In reality, it was true. After Bai Feng saw through everything, Aomine came according to the result of the deduction. He directly burst out the fastest since the matchup, and Bai Feng also burst out 90 points of speed with all his strength. Just when Bai Feng thought he was completely defended, Aomine actually showed a wild and bloodthirsty aura all over his body. Bai Feng vaguely saw a black panther behind the opponent, and the black panther was staring at him. Wildness. Before Bai Feng could figure out why Aomine's wildness this time was different from the last duel. With the blessing of wildness, the opponent's 5 senses were greatly improved. In an instant, he sensed Bai Feng's defense in advance. Therefore, he responded almost at the same time as Bai Feng's defense. Aomine actually accelerated again, and the opponent could still accelerate and hadn't reached the limit. Moreover, is this the range that a human can do? Aomine was seen bursting out at a rapid speed, and his body almost touched the ground to bypass Bifang's position. At this point, Aomine got rid of Bifang's defense. Behind Bifang, jump shot. Swish! The ball went in. After the goal, cheers were heard at the scene. What do you think? Aomine is still better, right? I've said it before. After watching football for 3 years, Aomine is unbeatable. Shut up, this is just the beginning. After this goal, the scene not only cheered, but also heard fierce comparisons. Some people think that Aomine is obviously stronger, while others think that Bifang has not yet shown his strength. Both sides have their own opinions. However, Bifang in the field now made Aomine fall into deep thought. He didn't expect that after he had deduced the opponent's actions, he let him escape. But in fact, if you think about it carefully, you can understand it. First of all, 0.5 seconds is very short, almost in an instant. Then, deduction is just deduction, and the future is not fixed. In reality, as long as the opponent is strong enough, he can make changes immediately through the current changes. And Aomine is such a genius, his reaction ability can exceed the deduction speed of 0.5 seconds. And Aomine's absolute speed is also exaggerated, so the opponent can break through his blockade. Bifang figured out the key, mainly because he had never encountered such an exaggerated reaction speed as Aomine. In the final analysis, it was because 0.5 seconds was too short and not enough. After thinking it through, he was not depressed or worried. Instead, he showed a surprised expression. Bifang was so happy now. He finally saw the opportunity to evolve beyond vision. The reason why this skill has not changed for such a long time after it was obtained. It is because there is no opponent who can break it. It's really good, if 0.5 seconds is not enough, then more. Ha ha ha. Bifang feels so happy now. Chapter 45. Bifang, who had thought it through, did not continue to be in a daze. He showed some concern as he watched his teammates serve the ball, and the offense changed. Shota stood at the bottom line and passed the ball to Bifang. He found that Bifang was in good condition, and he was relieved. After all, the scene just now was too thrilling and scared him. He had never seen anyone score a goal under Bifang's serious defense. Aomine was really powerful. Under the gaze and expectation of the audience, Bifang controlled the ball and quickly advanced to the top of the arc of the three-point line. At the top of the arc, Bifang first used the god's perspective of beyond vision to observe the positions of Teikō and others. Then he used King's domain to find a point with the highest hit rate. Then, Bifang determined the next offensive route. There was no way to be so cautious. If he didn't plan it in advance, the opponent's teammates would suddenly block Bifang, which would be troublesome. Bifang lowered his center of gravity directly and looked directly at Aomine on the opposite side. Although the opponent plays the power forward position, he is not as tall as Bifang. In terms of static body position, Bifang is the dominant party. In this case, he should fully play his strengths to target Aomine's weaknesses. Bifang did not play fake this time, and broke through to the right directly, without even a fake move. At the same time, Bifang burst out with all his speed. However, such a move would definitely not break through Aomine. Sure enough, almost at the moment of Bifang's breakthrough, Aomine came up to defend, and his hand quickly stabbed the basketball. When he was about to steal the ball, Aomine was also a little confused. He didn't think Bifang would be so weak. What was going on? Just when Aomine was surprised, Bifang's ball guard directly blocked Aomine's arm. Not only that, the ball guard also pushed Aomine. It was this time that Bifang, with his taller body, squeezed Aomine next to him and completed the breakthrough. But before Bifang broke through to the target point, Aomine burst out with speed and caught up with him. This scene was very exaggerated in the eyes of everyone at the scene. However, for Bai Feng, he had expected this long ago. The moment the opponent caught up, Bai Feng also responded. He directly turned on core confrontation, and instantly Bai Feng felt that his body was full of strength. Then he directly used his wide body to block Aomine on the side and back, so that he could not get around Bai Feng for a while. In this way, Bai Feng relied on his stronger body to contain Aomine all the way and brought him to the point where he was ready to finish. Here, King's domain showed a hit rate of up to 90%. Before Bai Feng shot the ball, he gave Aomine on the side and back a confrontation, making him take a step back. Then, without hesitation, he jumped up directly. Of course, Aomine defended hard, and even jumped up to block the shot when he was out of position. Although it was useless, Bai Feng had already shot and completed the shot, but it was enough to see the horror of Aomine's speed. Shua! The net was behind Aomine, and a sound was heard. Hollow ball! After Bai Feng hit the ball, the scene also erupted in intense cheers. Awesome! What a beautiful shot, so easy! Bai Feng is such a violent player. Indeed, his static physical fitness is obviously better than Aomine Daiki. After Bai Feng scored this goal, everyone discussed his playing style. They thought Bai Feng played very smartly and was very good at using his advantages. Many scouts at the scene had bright eyes and recorded the information in their notebooks. Bai Feng ran back to his own half directly after scoring the goal, without any intention of talking nonsense with the opponent. From this moment on, he must focus. Aomine was also serious, and he felt the pressure from the ball just now. Bai Feng is worthy of being his recognized opponent. If he is only at this level, he should not be able to beat Bai Feng. Thinking of this, Aomine was even more excited. He got the serve and started quickly, not caring whether his teammates followed or not. The extremely fast speed seemed to draw a blue line in the air, rushing straight to Bai Feng. Bai Feng stared at the opponent intently. In the last round, he caught the opponent's wildness off guard. This time, Bai Feng opened the Protagonist Sense in advance and also increased the 5 senses. Bai Feng's senses were instantly magnified, and Aomine's originally fast body slowed down a little. Aomine still had that exaggerated style of play, swinging left and right, with an exaggerated amplitude and extremely fast starting speed. However, Bai Feng did not lose his position at all and completely defended. Just when Bai Feng was about to look for further defensive opportunities, Aomine actually burst out with a faster speed. He could still speed up, and the previous speed was not his limit. Judging from the opponent's current speed, it was enough to reach about 95 points. It was really terrifying. Bai Feng quickly turned on the deduction ability, but he knew that only 0.5 seconds would not work. Sure enough, although Bai Feng predicted the opponent's actions in advance, Aomine made changes and passed him. All this was because the prediction was not enough. If it was more, Aomine's response could be deduced. Although Bai Feng was passed at this time, he did not feel depressed at all. If you look closely, you will find that there is an abnormal flicker in his eyes. The second quarter, more than halfway through. Neither of them could restrict the other, but the situation changed at this time. Aomine was now on the defensive side, but his speed was much faster than at the beginning. That's right, Aomine's speed has been increasing. Until now, Bai Feng could no longer use his physical advantage to restrict the opponent. Aomine's exaggerated speed, like a dogskin plaster, tightly entangled Bai Feng. Just when Bai Feng was trying hard to resist and was about to break through, Aomine was not knocked away like before, or he was knocked back, but quickly stuck to him again. The speed that broke out in the middle was simply terrifying. Bai Feng sensed the danger in an instant and started to deduce beyond vision. After the deduction, Bai Feng made a countermeasure, but the basketball was stolen the next second. Until this time, Aomine used his outrageous speed to break Bai Feng's beyond vision on the defensive end. Then Teikō scored. After being stolen, Bai Feng fell into thought, and outsiders felt that Bai Feng was hit. After all, Bai Feng was defended head-on this time, which means he was suppressed on both offense and defense. But how could Bai Feng's heart be so fragile? He was too excited at this moment. Beyond Vision has evolved. Chapter 46. After Aomine scored a steal, the audience couldn't sit still, they were all so excited. Of course, many people couldn't believe it. Bai Feng was defeated like this? FK, what's the speed of Aomine? Steal, this is the first time I see Bai Feng being stolen. Yeah, the duel between the two of them should be decided. Hey, although I don't want to admit it, Aomine is obviously better now. Teikō, Kuroko, and Satsuki were also stunned by the changes on the court. The excitement of the two was no less than that of the audience. Kuroko, Aomine-kun is still so strong. He watched the whole process and was really impressed by Aomine's abnormality. And Kuroko was originally a point guard, so he had a deeper understanding of Bai Feng and knew how powerful Bai Feng was. Even with such a strong situation, he was still defeated by Aomine, so how invincible Aomine must be. Satsuki also opened her mouth wide, she was also very surprised by the duel between the two. Originally thought that the two would at most draw this time, neither could restrict the other. Who could have expected that Aomine could still burst out with potential? However, after being shocked, Satsuki also came back to her senses. She had a different view from most people in the audience, she didn't think Bai Feng would be silent. This man will always show something new. This time will be no exception, Satsuki's premonition is very strong. Satsuki's eyes revealed nervousness, staring closely at Bai Feng on the court. Amid the loud noises of the whole audience, Bai Feng received the serve from his teammates. His teammates were a little worried about Bai Feng's condition, and so was the coach on the sidelines. However, Bai Feng shook his head at them, and Bai Feng's bright eyes at this time didn't look like he was hit. Seeing this, his teammates and coaches finally put their minds at ease. They breathed a sigh of relief, as long as Bai Feng's condition was not affected, everything would be fine. They were so confident in Bai Feng, sometimes even to the point of blindness. Bai Feng advanced with the ball, his steps steady and his demeanor calm. When he came to Aomine and was about to start the attack, Aomine suddenly said, "If you are only this level, then the winner has been decided. I have broken both ends of the offense and defense one by one, and you have been restricted. I won this duel." Aomine no longer had the concentration of the previous few rounds, and now he was calm. In the previous duel, he also completed his evolution and brought his speed to a new level. Aomine was confident that Bai Feng was no longer his opponent. Looking at the other party's attitude, he had already announced the victory in advance. Bai Feng couldn't help but smile and said, "Aomine, since you are so anxious to decide the winner, then as you wish." After speaking, Bai Feng lowered his body center of gravity and instantly switched to an offensive posture. Then he said, "Thank you, I wish me to complete my evolution." Beyond the horizon. Deduction. Then, Bai Feng's sight changed instantly, and he saw a farther future. 0.1 seconds, 0.3 seconds, 0.5 seconds. Not enough, not enough. Keep on trying. The spider web in Bai Feng's eyes was clearer now, as if he could control everything. With Bai Feng's full effort, Beyond Vision actually broke through the shackles. It reached 1 second. In this 1 second, Bai Feng successfully deduced the key points of Aomine's defense against him. After the deduction, Bai Feng smiled, and then directly followed the deduced future and began to target Aomine Daki. Bai Feng began to change the rhythm, and every change in action seemed to see through Aomine's defensive ideas. Suddenly, Aomine burst out quickly and stole the ball. This time was very fast. If it was Bai Feng who had not evolved before, he would definitely be stole the ball. But at this time, Bai Feng had already anticipated it and responded. Snap! Bai Feng directly blocked Aomine's attacking arm and stepped out his left leg to block it. In an instant, Bai Feng saw two weaknesses on the opponent, which were now appearing in the form of puzzles. That's right, when the deduction time of beyond vision was increased, the weakness insight also changed from 1 to 2. Bai Feng did not hesitate to directly activate core confrontation, stabilizing the center of gravity while targeting Aomine's weaknesses and successfully restricting it. At this point, the situation was firmly under Bai Feng's control. Moreover, not only the offensive end, but also the defensive end will limit Aomine. Of course, the premise is that the opponent's speed will no longer evolve. At this time, Aomine was a little unresponsive in this sudden out-of-control situation. What? However, no matter how shocked he was, he could only watch Bai Feng score. Shua. Still cooperating with the shooting of King's domain, but this time Bai Feng was more calm. After the deduction time reached 1 second, it was simply amazing. This gave Bai Feng more time to analyze the ever-changing situation on the court. Before, there was only 0.5 seconds, which was too short. Fortunately, Bai Feng was gifted. If it were someone else, 0.5 seconds would not have any effect. After Bai Feng scored, there was a brief silence in the whole audience. They didn't expect that Bai Feng, who was just looked down upon by most people, would become stronger in the blink of an eye. After the silence at the scene, there was a tsunami-like scream. FK, FK. I told you. Bai Feng can't be defeated. I told you long ago that Bai Feng has no rivals in junior high school. Too strong. Ah, so cool. Kuroko sat on the bench and couldn't calm down. Satsuki blushed and said excitedly, "See, I told you that A Feng must have something to show for him." The excited look seemed to be announcing the victory for Bai Feng. Kuroko was awakened by Satsuki and looked at her inexplicably. Which side is this guy on? Satsuki also reacted at this time, and she quickly covered her mouth with both hands. Everyone outside the court only saw the surface, and only the people in the game knew the horror of Bai Feng just now. The rest of Teikō looked solemn. They thought Aomine had won. But in a blink of an eye, Bai Feng suppressed her back. What's more, what Bai Feng showed them was not just a simple suppression. It felt like Bai Feng had read the script in advance, and then delivered a fatal blow at the key point of the script. This feeling actually reminded them of Akashi's Emperor Eye. Before they could get more confused, Bai Feng turned around and took the initiative to talk to Aomine, and at the same time solved their doubts. Bai Feng, thank you, Aomine, for allowing my beyond vision to evolve. While speaking, Bai Feng pointed to his eyes. Everyone looked in the direction. They only saw a pair of eyes full of spider web-like patterns, as if they could control everything. Chapter 47. Until then, everyone knew Bai Feng's ability. Beyond vision. Even Bai Feng's teammates didn't know this before. They just thought Bai Feng had a wide field of vision and strong dynamic vision. Only then could he make all kinds of wonderful predictions on the court. Until now, they knew that Bai Feng had a pair of unique eyes. The people of Teikō also reacted at this time. They had already seen some signs in the previous game. It feels that Bai Feng's ability is somewhat similar to Akashi's Emperor Eye. But it feels a little different. Before they thought about it, Bai Feng answered their doubts. Bai Feng looked at Aomine and said, 1 second, I can now deduce the future after 1 second, if you only have the speed you have now. It is impossible to break through my defense. The words fell into the ears of everyone, and let them know Bai Feng's specific ability. Bai Feng's ability is indeed similar to Akashi to a certain extent, but it is different. The similarity is that both of them can see the opponent's next move and respond in advance. The difference is that Bai Feng can directly deduce the subsequent scenes in his mind, and it is the entire court. Akashi's dynamic vision is so strong that he can see through any details of the opponent, including bones and blood. From these subtle details, he can analyze the opponent's next move and respond in advance. In general, Bai Feng predicts the next plot at one time, while Akashi follows up in real time. Everyone who understands this is very curious about who will be better. Offense transition, Teikō attacks. Aomine advances with the ball, and he is hit in the face by Bai Feng in an instant. He was just stunned for a short time, and quickly adjusted his state. Especially after learning that Bai Feng's ability has evolved, he became extremely excited. Faster advances to Bai Feng's front. Aomine didn't say anything, but his bright eyes have expressed all the meaning. Keep going. Aomine's exaggerated style of play appears, and with the outrageous range of motion, he feels like he is going to fall down. The body is almost parallel to the ground. The transition time between fast and slow is so short that it can almost be ignored. This exaggerated burst talent is really enviable. However, he still did not shake off Bai Feng, but was forced to retreat. When Aomine retreated to adjust his state and attack again. Suddenly, Bai Feng came forward to press, and pointed his long arm directly at the basketball in Aomine's hand. Snap! Under Aomine's stunned expression, the steal was successful. At that moment just now, Aomine actually sensed the danger, but Bai Feng made a move between actions. Bai Feng's timing was very accurate, as if he was cutting directly on the vitals. Even Aomine's terrifying burst speed could not avoid being stolen. Aomine couldn't believe it, no one had ever completed such a steal in front of him. The audience was also stunned, surprised that Bai Feng could accurately cut off the basketball in such a fast fight. What a powerful strength! The person involved, Bai Feng, did not have much fluctuation in his heart, but was a little happy about the transformation of beyond vision. Just improving by 0.5 seconds made him much more calm. After Bai Feng grabbed the ball, he quickly broke through. Dunk in the blink of an eye. Bang! The audience finally burst into voices at this time. Ah, awesome! Awesome! See, I said Bai Feng is better than Aomine, and he is still stubborn. Really awesome! After Bai Feng scored, his teammates were also very excited. They could see that Aomine was in a weak position. Bai Feng played better and better, and they were very happy. They came forward to high-five Bai Feng. However, Teikō and Showdown knew the difficulty of this game from Bai Feng's current sweating. After all, they had never seen Bai Feng in such a posture in the second quarter. This made them worried, and they also felt a little ashamed, thinking that they did not help much. If they could show their offensive means in this game, Bai Feng would not play alone all the time. After all, they all believed that Bai Feng's real strength was team command. Now, Bai Feng's strength was cut in half. But anyway, the game continued. After that, Bai Feng and Aomine played against each other, and the rhythm was firmly controlled by Bai Feng. Bai Feng took the lead on both offense and defense. As long as the opponent's teammates did not interfere, Bai Feng could hit the ball. Although he did not always defend the opponent to the point of losing the ball or blocking the shot, Aomine's hit rate plummeted. When he could barely shoot, he could only rely on Murasakibara's tip-in or Mitarima's three-pointer. There was no other way. Jianguang only had Bai Feng, and the opponent had more points. Bai Feng controlled the ball and advanced, and walked in front of Aomine. The opponent's current state was not better than his, and he was sweating all over. He looked very embarrassed when he was panting. Bai Feng, why, you can't do it now? It seems that your recovery training is not very good. Aomine was about to refute when he heard this, but Bai Feng started. While he was spitting trash talk, he cooperated with Beyond Vision to attack directly. Aomine's state had already declined, and now he was hit again. During the breakthrough, Bai Feng's violent confrontation was given again. Under the confrontation, Aomine, whose physical strength declined, directly sat on the ground with his legs softened. He could only watch Bai Feng shoot in front of him. Shua! After the ball went in, Bai Feng knew that the winner of the two was decided. As he was confronting Aomine head-on, he could feel that Aomine would not open the zone. This guy's physical energy distribution was too poor, and it should be only slightly better than the previous singles, but not much better. After all, it was due to lack of training. Moreover, the game between Jianguang and Teikō, in the eyes of outsiders, was quite intense at present. But those who really understand basketball know that Teikō's strength is far superior to Jianguang. In this case, Aomine had no pressure at all in his heart. They all knew that if they wanted to widen the score, they could do it at any time. So, since there was no pressure at all, there was no need to open the zone. Moreover, Bai Feng suspected that Aomine could not enter this realm at will now. Beeb. The second quarter ended, the score, 56-56. With Teikō's other four teammates able to cover the bottom, the score was tied. Chapter 48. In the warm atmosphere of the whole stadium, both sides left the field. Of course, the cheers from the audience at this time were for Bai Feng. Everyone can see that the reason why Jianguang is now tied with Teikō. It is entirely due to Bai Feng's personal strength. If Bai Feng's strength is a little bit worse, at this time, the game is already one-sided. It can be said that Bai Feng showed a strong personal heroism in this game. This is also what most of the audience likes. Too cool. Bai Feng, look here. Come on. Come on. After leaving the field, Bai Feng sat down in his position. His physical energy consumption was a bit large. First, he dealt with Kise and then Aomine. In the case of a round-robin battle, Bai Feng was very short of water at this time. Just then, a sensible teammate next to him brought a bottle of water. Bai Feng took it directly, and drank it without saying a word. Everyone saw that and said nothing, and the coach just simply reminded a few words to pay attention to defense. There was no excessive arrangement of tactics, after all, there was no need. Where this game will go depends entirely on Bai Feng, who is resting with a towel on his head. On Teikō's side, after everyone left the court, they were not going to continue to hold the game, and were ready to open up the score in one go from the third quarter. Aomine was still thinking about continuing to compete with Bai Feng at first. But after gradually calming down, he knew that it was unnecessary. This time, he lost the duel between the two. With his current physical strength, it is impossible to beat Bai Feng. Unless he can enter that realm now. Midorima, okay, it's enough for you two to be willful. Let's play the game well next. He looked at Kise and Aomine with a serious expression. After seeing Aomine was also defeated by Bai Feng, Kise was in a much better mood. After being named by Midorima, he just smiled awkwardly at this time. Aomine glanced at him and didn't say anything else. The second half of the game began. Teikō attacked. Aomine was still in control of the ball, but this time he did not advance quickly. Instead, he moved forward steadily, and when he came in front of Bai Feng. After a mental struggle while looking at Bai Feng, he suddenly passed the ball to Akashi at 45 degrees on the three-point line. Bai Feng was also stunned when he saw Aomine suddenly pass the ball. He did not expect the opponent to pass the ball at all. He thought Aomine was going to continue to attack him. Because the opponent's action was not just admitting that Bai Feng was the winner in this competition. However, Bai Feng did not have time to rejoice in his victory. A sense of solemnity rose in his heart. He knew that the next game would enter another stage. After Akashi got the basketball, he looked at the defender in front of him with an expressionless face. Then, his orange pupils shrank instantly. Then after two powerful dribbles, Bai Feng's teammates actually knelt directly in front of Akashi. Akashi made a shot. The whole process was simple and concise, without a single fancy move. And there was no physical contact between the two. Bai Feng saw it and could only say that this kid was really evil. After the goal, there was a brief silence in the whole stadium. They had originally thought that the offensive drama would continue. Unexpectedly, Teikō Junior High was not going to play like this. After Akashi scored, they also reacted. They all marveled at Akashi's strength. Akashi Seijuro, his play is still so deadly. It feels different from others. I can only say that this group of Miracle Era is too strong. While everyone marveled at Teikō's strength, Bai Feng had already received the serve. When he was advancing with the ball, he had already discovered that Aomine was still the main defender this time, and there was no substitution. But Bai Feng's God's perspective found that the opponent's position at this time was obviously different from before. It was obvious that he was deliberately defending him. Facing Aomine, Bai Feng opened beyond vision as usual, and the two of them broke through to the inside line anxiously. However, Aomine had lost his best defensive position. Seeing this, Bai Feng immediately jumped up and shot, which made Midorima Shinter, who had been watching closely, jump up and block the shot, and Aomine quickly caught up. For a moment, the two of them were like two ghosts knocking on the door in the air. This instantly increased the pressure on Bai Feng, but he did not panic. Core confrontation is turned on, the air retention is improved, and the shooting point under his feet is carefully selected, with an 85% hit rate at this time. Bai Feng shot and the ball went in. Although he scored, his shooting posture this time was a little embarrassed compared to the previous calmness. After all, he was already in poor physical strength, and he had to deal with two guys in the air, which was indeed more consuming. Before Bai Feng could catch his breath, he saw that the opponent had already served the ball. Switching offense, this time Akashi directly controlled the ball. Seeing this, Bai Feng also threw Aomine aside and took the initiative to defend Akashi directly. The audience at the scene were excited when they saw this scene. This was the meeting of the two captains. The moment he faced Akashi, Bai Feng felt that this kid was really weird. The opponent's heterochromatic eyes gave him a great sense of oppression. Akashi calmly controlled the ball and walked towards Bai Feng, and he was not in a hurry to break through. He looked up at Bai Feng for 2 seconds with a look that seemed to control everything, and then said, "The play just now gave you unrealistic fantasies. Let me tell you why Teikō is undefeated. Besides, I hate looking up at people, so kneel down." The moment Akashi finished speaking, Bai Feng did not hesitate at all and directly started the beyond vision deduction. Bai Feng instantly knew what the opponent and himself would do next. Sure enough, Akashi dribbled the ball. The purpose of his first dribble was to mobilize Bai Feng's center of gravity, so as to seize the flaw and directly shake Bai Feng down. Bai Feng directly seized the opportunity at the time when Akashi dropped the ball and poked the ball with his long arm. Because at this point in time, the ball left Akashi's palm and was in the air. Strictly speaking, the basketball at this time is ownerless. The two are in a state of scrambling for the ball. Akashi was also startled by Bai Feng's sudden action. He activated Emperor Eye and saw through Bai Feng's action. But it was too late. Bai Feng was almost close to Akashi now. In such a narrow space, even if you rely on Emperor Eye to react, there is no place for you to operate. Not to mention, Bai Feng directly used his physical advantage to increase Akashi's strength. Core confrontation was not activated, and Akashi was knocked to the ground, making him look confused. He had never experienced this kind of confrontation on the back line. His usual opponents couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. When had Akashi ever experienced such an opponent? His playing was simply brutal. He would never use his body without using his skills. He just wanted to mess with you. After Bai Feng robbed the ball from Akashi's crotch, he sprinted and dunked in front of everyone's confused eyes. The whole process was brutal and cool. After dunking, Bai Feng looked back and saw Akashi's appearance, and he laughed in his heart. He muttered, "You are so pretentious at such a young age. I won't jump if I knock you down." Chapter 49. Akashi is very strong, very strong. Kuroko basketball is called superpower basketball. A big reason is actually Akashi's Emperor Eye. After all, it is said that he can see through bones and blood. No matter how strong the dynamic vision of a normal person is, it is impossible to reach this level. Therefore, Akashi's vision has reached an inhuman level. In the brief confrontation just now, although Bai Feng caught Akashi off guard, but he could also feel the pressure of the opponent's strength. Bai Feng was sure that if he had not taken the initiative and decisively confronted Akashi, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, Bai Feng also analyzed Akashi in the brief confrontation. Akashi is perfect in everything, whether it is speed, burst, bounce, or even strength. But the only flaw is his static body. With a height of more than 1.7 meters, he is not very outstanding on the court. Especially after facing Bai Feng, he is at a disadvantage. In the past, Akashi could rely on his Emperor Eye to prevent his opponents from touching the corner of his clothes. However, what if the opponent has the same vision, or the exaggerated reaction speed like Aomine? And with a physical condition better than Akashi, it will make Akashi very uncomfortable. However, Akashi will definitely not be as simple as Bai Feng thought. After all, his Emperor Eye has little consumption and can be kept open. Akashi woke up from his confusion and was a little annoyed. No one has ever embarrassed him so much on the court. Akashi's eyes were always fixed on the direction of Bai Feng's return defense. He will make him pay the price. After Akashi received the serve from the baseline, he pushed towards Bai Feng. The sense of oppression was far away, and everyone could feel it. However, Bai Feng did not look at the opponent now, but was whispering with his teammates. Bai Feng, you defend him on this ball. I. Don't worry, you. The teammate looked nervous, and only calmed down a little after hearing Bai Feng's instructions. Then, he waited for sacrifice outside the three-point line. When Akashi passed half-court, he found that the person defending him was not Bai Feng. Akashi also frowned. What's wrong with Bai Feng? He ran away just after the fight? He used his own teammate to block him and let him vent his anger? Akashi couldn't understand why Bai Feng did this for a while. According to his understanding of Bai Feng should not be the kind of player who avoids fighting. He looked at Bai Feng, who was standing with Aomine Daki on the side. He said seriously and arrogantly, "Do you think you can avoid it?" His eyes looked at Bai Feng with oppression, but Bai Feng just smiled and didn't say anything. Those who didn't know would think that Bai Feng was scared. Seeing this, Akashi wanted Aomine to pick and roll for him, so as to change the defender to Bai Feng again. However, when he thought of Bai Feng's transcendent vision, he could see the future in advance. Akashi gave up this idea. After all, at the moment of the pick and roll, Akashi needed to dribble and pull Bai Feng out. During the time period when Bai Feng was pulled out, Akashi's dribbling was not aggressive enough to break through. This would very likely give Bai Feng the opportunity to play the same game as before. Thinking of this, Akashi was not going to dwell on singles against Bai Feng. After all, victory was the most important thing to him. Since Bai Feng didn't come to defend him, it was equivalent to giving away points. Just stand there and watch. After Akashi finished speaking, his orange pupils shrank and Emperor Eye was activated. Then he dribbled the ball twice quickly. As expected, Bai Feng's teammates didn't even have a second to defend themselves and knelt down directly. Very pious. Seeing this, Akashi raised his lips, as if he had returned all the embarrassment Bai Feng had given him. At the same time, the arc of Bai Feng's lips was no less than Akashi's. At the moment Akashi started, he started the beyond vision deduction. Bai Feng saw the future after the deduction, and the opponent would directly break through to the inside and lay up. Knowing everything, Bai Feng started directly, and he was not afraid that Akashi would see him with Emperor Eye. After all, Emperor Eye can grow on the buttocks? Can it see the person behind you? No matter how great you are, you can't be like him and open the god's perspective. In this way, Akashi quickly rushed to the basket and made a layup. But at the moment the basketball was shot, Akashi felt something was wrong, and a huge force came from behind him. Then he knocked him to the ground. And the basketball was blocked by Bai Feng. Bang! Akashi was dumbfounded again. Bai Feng's plan this time really took him into account. First, he used his teammates to let him break through smoothly, so that there was a blind spot in his sight and he could not see the dynamics behind him. Then Bai Feng caught up with 2 big steps with his excellent physical fitness. Even though Akashi was very fast and shot the basketball early. But after all, the basketball had not entered the basket yet. Bai Feng jumped up and blocked the shot when the basketball reached the highest point in the air. So there was a situation like this now. Bai Feng looked at Akashi on the ground and smiled, "I didn't want to hide." Then he spread his hands. The audience at the scene also burst into exclamations when they saw this. They had never seen a scene before, and they saw it all today. Akashi was blocked. Oh my god! I saw all the scenes I had never seen before. So cool! Unlike the outward emotions of the audience, Teikō and the others were so shocked that they were speechless. They never thought Akashi would be so embarrassed. He was knocked to the ground and blocked by Bai Feng. After that ball, Bai Feng carefully observed Akashi's condition. He found that the opponent did not have an unstable personality, but played more cold-bloodedly, and did not say a word the whole time. This disappointed Bai Feng. He originally thought that he could beat Akashi to doubt his life and cause Teikō to have problems. As a result, he thought too much. Akashi did not think that Bai Feng had defeated him head-on, so it had no effect at all. Instead, it accumulated anger points for Akashi, so Bai Feng was under great pressure in the next game. After all, his physical strength has declined seriously now. In the following games, Teikō played very utilitarian. He would shoot 3 points but not 2 points, and would dunk but not lay up. During the period, Bai Feng also repeatedly created problems for the opponent. Of course, he also suffered from Akashi. Jianguang finally couldn't stand Teikō's offensive. Until the end of the game. The score of the game, 136:83. At this time, Bai Feng had no physical strength at all. He had already gritted his teeth and persisted. Fortunately, even in the end, the opponent did not have a good way to limit Bai Feng's offense. They could only try their best to interfere. Whether the goal was scored depended on Bai Feng's touch. In this case, Bai Feng also scored the highest score of the game, 81 points. This is a little consolation after losing the game. The team lost, but Bai Feng, did not lose. Chapter 50. The game was over, although Jianguang lost. But the audience at the scene all applauded him. Of course, this applause was actually only for Bai Feng. After all, everyone can see that it was under Bai Feng's leadership that Jianguang could fight so fiercely with the opponent throughout the game. As for the final victory or defeat, it is actually not important to the audience who watched the entire game. In the eyes of many people, this is a lone wolf versus a group of mastiffs. It was a wonderful game. The two teams shook hands and thanked each other. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice. After everything was over, Bai Feng didn't have a particularly big psychological fluctuation. He had actually thought about the result of losing a game a long time ago. After all, as the captain, he knew the depth of his team very well. In this high-end game, none of his teammates around him could help. This made Bai Feng seem to be fighting alone throughout the game. The existence of teammates was like just enough people to start the game. The passing that he was usually proud of did not play out in this game. In this game, Bai Feng only got one assist, and that was when Showdown stole the ball while Murasakibara was in a daze. However, Bai Feng did not blame his teammates. After all, they tried their best. It was indeed a lack of strength, not a problem of attitude. Moreover, there is no player in the entire Japanese junior high school world who can compete with the people of the miracle era. Thinking of this, Bai Feng sighed and regained his composure. He looked at his teammates who were depressed at this time and shook his head. Bai Feng, okay, everyone, since the game is over, don't think too much. It's tiring enough today, go back and have a good rest. Just as Bai Feng was about to lead everyone to leave, Aomine came behind him. Bai Feng saw the person coming, then told his teammates to go first, and then looked at Aomine. Aomine looked at him carefully, and then said, "It seems that you are not affected." Bai Feng smiled, "It should be you who is affected. Although the game was lost, I won the competition between us again." Bai Feng smiled even more after saying this, and he didn't look like he lost the game at all. Seeing this, Aomine also felt that he shouldn't care about this guy's mental state. How could such a person be sad because of losing? However, with Aomine's personality, he couldn't say anything like he didn't lose. In his opinion, losing is losing. Although Jie won, that kind of victory was not worth mentioning in Aomine's opinion. It was just a victory in the lineup, and had nothing to do with personal ability. Aomine, next time, I will definitely win next time. After saying that, he turned around and left. Bai Feng looked at the other party's figure going away, and was thinking about the contest with Aomine today. To be honest, Bai Feng always felt that Aomine was the biggest threat among Jie, and even slightly above Akashi. After seeing Aomine's exaggerated speed, he could feel the threat from Aomine even more. This guy, as long as you don't pay attention, will give you a fatal blow. And this is Aomine who has been abandoned for a long time. If the other party hadn't wasted so much training time, what would his strength be now? Thinking back to the second quarter, Aomine took the initiative in the game rhythm. Fortunately, Bai Feng withstood the pressure and completed the evolution. Otherwise, they would be in a worse situation today, and they would not even be able to complete the system task. Speaking of tasks, Bai Feng suddenly became excited. Right after the game, Bai Feng got a reminder to complete the task. It was this reminder that made Bai Feng quickly get out of the negative mood of losing the game. He didn't rush to check it. It wouldn't be too late to watch it quietly after everything was over. Thinking of this, Bai Feng didn't waste time and caught up with his teammates directly. After returning to the locker room, his teammates were silent as Bai Feng expected. Bai Feng could see that they were mostly feeling guilty. As the captain, Bai Feng comforted them again, and finally everyone's mood recovered a little. Today is a day of losing, so there is obviously no need to have a dinner party. Everyone agreed, and then went to the bus to prepare for the return trip. On the way back, the atmosphere was still dull at first. However, driven by the lively Taiga, everyone started to laugh. Just when the atmosphere was still good, Showdown, who had been silent, spoke up, and everyone fell into silence again. "Do you think we have another game later?" This sentence made everyone realize a serious problem. Because of today's loss, we might be eliminated directly. Because the rules of each competition are different, sometimes the direct elimination rule is adopted, and sometimes the rule of the resurrection match is adopted. The organizers of this event did not specify the specifics, and no one knows at present. As for why they did not set all the rules before the game, it is unknown. Maybe it is also to observe the attendance of the game, so that they can stop the loss in time. Someone said, it should continue. Yes, after all, we are so popular, they should arrange a resurrection match. Everyone began to discuss. Bai Feng did not join their topic, but directly immersed his mind in the system. Ding! Mission completed. 81 points in a single game, successfully got the highest score in this game, and now the reward is issued. Successful issuance, draw once. Start. Bai Feng issued an order, and the familiar roulette wheel suddenly appeared in front of him. The roulette wheel began to spin rapidly, and Bai Feng discovered many excellent abilities during the period. However, they all passed by one, and Bai Feng regretted it. The pointer finally stopped. Extraction completed. Skill Evolution Capsule. Skill Evolution Capsule can upgrade any skill by 1 level. Bai Feng looked at the reward this time and fell into deep thought. This time he did not get any character-related ability, but instead got something auxiliary. At first, Bai Feng was a little disappointed, but after a simple thought, he felt that this reward should not be bad. After all, if he draws the character skills in Blue Prison again, what can he get? Bai Feng thought about this problem seriously, and finally concluded that he would get offensive skills again. After all, the Blue Prison animation is full of egoists. After obtaining King's Domain, Bai Feng actually doesn't need offensive abilities, and his current personal offensive ability is already very powerful. So now this capsule of evolutionary ability is very good. Bai Feng began to think about which ability to use this evolution opportunity for. Without too much entanglement, Bai Feng made a decision. It must be Beyond Vision, after all, this is his foundation. As for the skill core confrontation, Bai Feng has never thought about it, after all, it is enough. I just hesitated for a moment in front of the King's Domain, but I didn't waver in the end. This time you only have one chance to evolve, so I can only wait until next time to upgrade you. Chapter 51. Bai Feng used the evolution capsule on Beyond Vision. Instantly, the skill was transformed. Bai Feng did not feel anything during the process, but after it was over, the system sounded a prompt. Ding! Skill evolution completed. Beyond Vision LV2. Ability 1, Deduction time 1.5 seconds, can see 3 weaknesses of the opponent. Ability 2, God's Perspective Same frequency, not only observe the whole field of vision, but also see the subtle rhythm of the team, so as to affect the team's operation through passing, so that teammates gradually get in sync with you. Bai Feng carefully looked at the skill details displayed by the system at this time. The first ability is easy to understand, that is, to increase the deduction time by 0.5 seconds. This is a very big change. When it was only 0.5 seconds, Bai Feng could use this skill to a magical level. Not to mention that it is now 3 times the deduction time. Bai Feng can think that if he continues to fight with Aomine now, the opponent will have no way to deal with him. Of course, this is only the current Aomine. Judging from the opponent's evolution speed, it is impossible to stand still. Then there is the increase in the number of insight into the opponent's weaknesses. This ability is actually the least impressive among the 3 abilities of Beyond Vision. It is because the number of insight into weaknesses is too small, but now with the increase in the number, Bai Feng feels that this skill is gradually showing its claws. Bai Feng can imagine the scene where he moves casually and the opponent's weakness appears. It is possible that the opponent does not know that he has a flaw, but it is captured by Bai Feng. In the eyes of Bai Feng, the defender is likely to become a sieve. Bai Feng is very satisfied with the changes in these 2 abilities. In fact, if the evolution stops here, Bai Feng is also very satisfied, but when he sees the effect after the 3rd evolution, Bai Feng can't control his excitement at all. Ability 2, God's Perspective Same frequency, not only observe the whole field of vision, but also see the subtle rhythm of the team, so as to use the pass to affect the team's operation, so that teammates gradually get in sync with you. Note, multiple guidance is required for the same frequency. Bai Feng didn't quite understand the specific function at first, but under the system's annotations, he gradually went crazy. This is simply what he needs. This ability is a magic skill for leading a team. Bai Feng's God's perspective has been greatly improved. Now he can not only see the situation of the whole court, but also observe the status and rhythm of his teammates. Bai Feng can guide the rhythm changes of his teammates by passing the ball, so that they can constantly synchronize with himself. Until the end, the whole team synchronized with Bai Feng. thus achieving a state of extremely tacit team cooperation. After Bai Feng really understood this ability, he could hardly control his expression. He knew that if this skill could achieve the state of synchronization of the whole team, then the 5 people on the court would not need any tactical command, eye contact, and these inefficient information transmission. Can you imagine the scene of 5 players on the court sharing one brain? It is said that misaligned offense is the best offensive opportunity. But now, the 5 people are condensed into one, and whoever they attack is not misaligned. This is truly bringing the team's strength together. Bai Feng excitedly exited the system page. His body, which was very tired after the game, regained all its energy in an instant. Bai Feng felt that he could play a full game with Teikō again. He looked at his teammates beside him, who were anxiously thinking about the next game. Bai Feng was immersed in the system just now, and he also vaguely heard the topic discussed in the car. The subsequent game process has not been determined yet. It is very likely that their scheduled journey will end here. This is cruel for the third-year players such as Taiga and Showdown, who are about to enter college. This year was originally the most promising year. But they played early, which made them likely to miss the national competition again. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, Bai Feng didn't say anything. After all, he really didn't know how to comfort these teammates. They may not only be afraid of elimination, but also have more guilt. Seeing Bai Feng fighting alone against the opponent, they can't help much. This feeling is very painful. It even made some people in the team doubt themselves. In this case, Bai Feng said nothing. Let's leave it to time and wait for the final announcement from the event organizer. Bai Feng looked out the bus window and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. If, before the game with Teikō, Beyond Vision had evolved, would the result be different? Bai Feng believed that even if he didn't win in the end, Teikō would never feel relaxed. The next day, Bai Feng came to school as usual, and there was no negative emotion from his appearance after the loss of the game. He appeared on campus with the same attitude as usual. When the classmates around him saw him, they became less emotional this time, fearing that they would make Bai Feng unhappy. They all learned about the loss of the basketball team through the outside media. Under the exaggeration of the media, Bai Feng was described as a warrior fighting alone. With his absolute strength, he once beat his opponent violently, but in the end, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. Lost to Teikō. Of course, although he lost, it could not cover up the brilliance of Bai Feng's 81 points alone. But this also made the students present feel sorry for Bai Feng. They didn't want to make too much noise to disturb Bai Feng, and they all thought that Bai Feng should be in a bad mood after losing the game. Look, Bai Feng is still so handsome. Yes, yes. It seems that he is not affected at all. Bai Feng has long been accustomed to all this. If one day there is no chattering around him, instead, Bai Feng will be uncomfortable. After finishing a day's class, after school in the afternoon, Bai Feng went directly to the basketball department. He wanted to quickly test the strength of his skills. Chapter 52. Bai Feng left early and thought he would be the first to arrive. But when he walked into the gym, he found that Showdown had already started training. Judging from the amount of sweat he was sweating, he should have been here for a long time. The other party also saw Bai Feng coming and stopped training. Bai Feng walked up to him and was a little puzzled. He had never seen this guy come so early before. Was he mentally ill after being beaten by Murasakibara yesterday? Bai Feng smiled and said, "Showdown, you came early enough." Showdown scratched his head and said, "Hey, it's okay. I just wanted to practice a little more." After a simple greeting, Bai Feng also went to the side to change his jersey. He could see that Showdown seemed to be worried, but if he didn't say it, Bai Feng wouldn't ask more. Until Bai Feng changed his jersey and pushed a cart of basketballs to practice shooting. Showdown finally couldn't help it and walked in front of Bai Feng. He sighed and said, "Feng, do you think I don't have any talent for basketball?" Bai Feng looked at him seriously when he saw that he was finally going to speak his mind. Bai Feng, yes. He answered without hesitation, which made Shota's mouth twitch wildly. Although he knew that he would not get any comforting words from Bai Feng, he was still very speechless when he really heard such a harsh answer. The truth is often hurtful. Bai Feng really thought that Shota had no talent for basketball, and the reason why he could play the main position was that he was also thanks to his 2-meter height, but apart from his height, his other talents were really mediocre. Shota smiled bitterly, Feng, you still speak so directly. I also know that I am not talented, and there is nothing I can show except my height. When I met a genius like you, I felt that I was not suitable for playing basketball. Well. So, I decided not to play basketball after entering high school. After saying the last sentence, Shota seemed to have taken time out of himself and lowered his head. Bai Feng listened carefully to the whole process and found that Shota was not joking, but was very serious. In that case, what else can Bai Feng say? Blessings. Moreover, Shota's academic performance is also very good. Without basketball distraction, he may be able to go further. However, Bai Feng still said, since you have decided, as a brother, I will only support you. Just one last word for you, basketball is not just about comparing with others. Just after Bai Feng finished speaking, he ran into the gym. His excited look made anyone see that something was going on. Sure enough, after seeing Bai Feng and the others, he shouted excitedly, Feng, Shota, we don't have to be eliminated. The rules of the competition are determined, and we will continue to compete for the top 8 in Kanto. After hearing Dahi's excited voice, Bai Feng was also stunned for a moment, and then his mood became relaxed. There is no way, it would not be comfortable for anyone to be eliminated. And it is even more so for Bai Feng, who has strength. Although he always looks calm on the surface, he is actually very nervous. If he is eliminated by his buddies and doesn't even make it to the national competition, will Bai Feng still have any face left? Let alone winning the national championship, at least bring all his teammates to the national competition, which he has promised long ago. If it ends halfway, it will really be a regret for Bai Feng. But fortunately, everything is back. Damn, we still have to compete in the miracle era. Bai Feng, who was in a good mood, suddenly remembered that there was an autistic boy named Shota beside him. Bai Feng turned around and said with a smile, don't be hypocritical, Shota, you can think about it later whether to play or not. First try your best to play the next game well. Xiangtai was awakened by Bai Feng's words, and now he was not as negative as before. Bai Feng continued, when everyone is gathered, let's start a training match. Damn, my hands are itching. Not long after, people came to the gym one after another. When everyone gathered, Bai Feng first led his teammates to warm up. Then they separated into 2 teams and started the training match. The teammates were confused and didn't know what the captain was going to do. Yesterday's battle was so fierce that many people haven't recovered today. I thought today would only have some simple training, but who would have thought that they would play a confrontation match directly? However, not long after the training match started, they found the problem. Today, Bai Feng played completely differently from usual. He didn't shoot once, and he passed the ball to his teammates. There were even several balls where his teammates didn't have a particularly good chance, but he would still pass it. Even if his teammates couldn't score, he would still pass it. In a state where no one could understand, they entered the last quarter. In this section, all the players in the stadium opened their eyes and mouths without exception. What the hell, what did they see? The 4 teammates led by Bai Feng on the court actually played a cooperation they had never seen before. Whether it was offense or defense, they all tacitly shared a brain. The players didn't need to say much, and they didn't even need to interact with each other's eyes. Everyone could run the tactical cooperation that Bai Feng wanted with Bai Feng as the center. On defense, they could also appear at the point where Bai Feng wanted them to appear. In the last section, in just 10 minutes, they actually played a 46:0 score difference. The most important thing is that Bai Feng didn't shoot the whole time, and all the points were scored by his teammates. In this way, a training match that shocked everyone ended. When the game was over, the teammates also withdrew from this magical state of synchronization. In an instant, they returned to normal. They felt the powerful feeling on the court just now, and their strength suddenly dropped. They all felt a sense of gap. However, everyone then realized that it was the captain's effect just now. Taiga excitedly said, "Hey Feng, what is this?" Not only them, but all the teammates and coaches looked at him curiously. Bai Feng, same frequency. After Bai Feng's simple explanation, the teammates did not reduce their excitement. Instead, they became more excited. Taiga and Shota couldn't help but recall the game with Teikō. What would be the result if they played against Teikō again in that wonderful state just now? With this thought, everyone could no longer control their emotions. At the same time, everyone also sincerely admired Bai Feng's evildoer. This guy is really a genius. He is improving almost all the time. He just finished the game with Teikō and he evolved again. It is really lucky to have such a genius as their captain. Chapter 53. Bai Feng was no less shocked than his teammates. The ability of frequency synchronization really refreshed his understanding of basketball. Basketball can actually be played like this: everyone directly skips communication and cooperation, and achieves the best tacit understanding throughout the whole process. Although Bai Feng has roughly understood the effect of the ability in the system, before the training match started, he also had some psychological expectations in advance. But only after the real experience can he feel the power of this skill more truly. Of course, it is not only strong, but also has weaknesses. The first is that if you want to achieve frequency synchronization, then it takes a long time to lay the groundwork. Just now in the team training match, this kind of game that is not very intense for Bai Feng. It takes 3/4 of preparation before the whole team can start frequency synchronization in the 4th quarter. It can be imagined that in a more intense game, it must take longer. Of course, Bai Feng also knows that this is not fixed. The reason why it is so slow is also related to his first use. When he gradually becomes proficient, Bai Feng is confident that he will bring the team into the state of frequency synchronization faster. The second point is that when entering this state, the physical energy consumption of Bai Feng and his teammates will increase significantly. Because everyone is in a special state of extreme concentration, in a sense, this is tapping into hidden potential. In this process, Bai Feng will be under greater pressure. Because the team's frequency is the same as his, he must be focused at all times and maintain his state. If he relaxes, the whole team will fall out of this state. Therefore, Bai Feng is the one who consumes the most physical energy. Bai Feng thought of the feeling of exhaustion after the game with Teikō, and he couldn't help but feel that his physical strength needs to be improved as soon as possible. Although his current physical strength is as high as 92 points, which is already unique in the junior high school world. But it is not enough. Bai Feng decided to practice more during this period to improve his physical fitness. Everyone is resting off the court now. Although the competition has ended for some time, but it still can't reduce the excitement of the players. Everyone is looking forward to the next game. When they were chatting, suddenly, Coach Ham took out his mobile phone from his trouser pocket and looked at the message on it. Then he looked up and said to all the players, "The rules of the game are determined. We don't need to play a revival match. Continue with the previous game process, and the ranking will be listed in the top 8 according to the final results. Tomorrow's opponent is today's loser." After hearing the coach's notice, everyone felt inexplicably happy. It was not a revival match, but a competition that continued with the event process. This is great. After all, they really don't like the word revival. It seems that Jian Guang is the underdog. It's just that their luck is a little worse. The participating teams in their Kanto region are all one by one. Who is worthy of squeezing out their position? Just after the coach finished speaking, Bai Feng's mind rang with the system's task prompts again. Task release, fulfill the promise and bring the team into the national competition. Task reward, leadership qualities. Passive ability, improve personal charm, calmness, and the weight of words. Active ability, by yelling, the overall ability of teammates can be improved by 5%, and the physical consumption is increased. Use it once per game. Bai Feng carefully looked at the effect of this reward. Overall, it is a very good ability. Especially when Bai Feng saw the words improve personal charm, he felt even better. Although Bai Feng thought his charm was already very high, who could refuse to improve it again? But to be honest, if the system's rewards could be chosen, Bai Feng still wanted to increase his physical strength. After all, after getting the same frequency, Bai Feng realized the importance of physical fitness. After Bai Feng exited the system, the coach had a brief exchange with him and left. He still had a lot of things to coordinate and had to keep an eye on the situation of the event. He rarely stayed in the team during this period, after all, he didn't have any assistants around him. He had to run a lot of things himself. So during this period, Bai Feng was almost the coach in the team. Afterwards, Bai Feng took his teammates and trained for a while. He told everyone to disband. Although they were not very tired, there was still a game tomorrow. Go back and have a good rest. Goodbye, Captain. Senior, please go back early too. The next day, the outside world was very lively, and too many people were paying attention to today's game. All this is due to the media's promotion in the past 2 days. Under their initial exaggeration, they successfully portrayed Bai Feng as a genius full of regrets. Despite his super strength, he was unlucky in all aspects, which led to a regretful ending. Then they learned that the event organizer did not eliminate Bai Feng, and they picked up their pens to create momentum. They packaged Bai Feng as the king's return. The story was described very well, and everyone loved it. This led to more people knowing the player Bai Feng, and everyone was very concerned about this return battle. Let's see what charm he has. It's just a simple game, but it made the media so excited. Jian Guang gathered at the school and took the school team's bus to the competition stadium. When everyone changed their jerseys in the locker room and ran out of the players' tunnel, there was a burst of exclamations like a tsunami at the scene. Of course, some people saw Bai Feng for the first time, but they also recognized the protagonist at a glance. I'm so good, I'm out. Look, that's Bai Feng. Oh my god, so handsome. Wow. I thought Feng Feng was eliminated, it made me cry. After feeling the enthusiasm of the audience, Bai Feng smiled and waved to the people around him for the first time. This move immediately pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Bai Feng didn't have this habit before, but today, Uncle Feng is in a good mood, so he smiled at the girls. The atmosphere at the moment was also seen by the organizers. They are now very grateful that the deformed rules were corrected. Otherwise, the loss would be huge. Chapter 54. In this warm atmosphere, Jiang Guang's opponent, the players of Haiyang Middle School, entered the field. As soon as the opponent came out, they were shocked by the scene on the scene. The children had never seen such a scene. In the games they had played all the way, it was good to have half of the audience sitting in the stands. Before the game with Jian Guang, they knew that many people would pay attention to it. But they didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Is this the strength of the Star Traffic team? Yes, yes, before the game started, they and Ying had already felt the pressure. Both sides conducted warm-up training in their respective half. The players of Haiyang lost the last game, and the victory or defeat of this game was actually very important to them. But when they learned that the opponent was Jian Guang, none of them were in a good mood. After all, the knockout round had started for so long, and they still knew the strength of the popular players. Bai Feng's exaggerated strength, they had watched the game live, and it left a deep impression on them. At this time, the captain point guard number 7 of the Haeing team should have warmed up, but he was not in a good mood now. He looked absent-minded and kept secretly glancing at Bai Feng. He was already very nervous, and now he became even more uneasy just watching Bai Feng warm up. He also knew that this emotion was not good, and he shook his head hard to calm himself down. No, we are trying so hard, we must not end here. If they lose this game, they will be in real danger. There are so many teams in the Kanto region, and only the top 8 will be decided. This is a very high competitive pressure, and almost every game cannot be lost easily. After he tried to calm down, he started warming up seriously. The game begins. The audience, reporters, and cheering team all showed expectant eyes. In the midfield, Shota jumped the ball and, with his excellent height, he successfully passed the ball to Bai Feng's hands. When the opponent saw Bai Feng holding the ball, they all felt like they were facing a great enemy. He retreated very quickly, and the point guard number 7 was also waiting for Bai Feng at the top of the arc with a serious face. Bai Feng was very relaxed, and he pushed the ball forward and came in front of the opponent. Looking at the serious face of number 7, Bai Feng couldn't help laughing. "Brother, relax a little. I will change to a gentle style of play today." Bai Feng plans to use the games as training to hone his frequency matching ability in these games. So he will not take too many one-on-one violent styles of play. His voice was also very sincere, and he did not mean to look down on the opponent. But when the words fell into the ears of the opponent, number 7 felt that Bai Feng had seen through his nervousness. His face was instantly a little ashamed and angry. "Humph, come on. We both lost a game, and no one is much better. Everyone says you are strong, I want to see what you can do." Bai Feng shook his head and smiled when he heard it. "Child, since you want to see it, I will give it to you, but I just hope you don't cry." After saying that, Bai Feng started his body directly. It was just a simple technical move, and the opponent became a sieve in Bai Feng's eyes. The 3 weaknesses were clearly marked, and it felt that if you randomly targeted any of them, the opponent would be broken. Sure enough, Bai Feng broke through the weakness directly, and the opponent immediately lost his balance and fell down. After Bai Feng broke through, he rushed into the inside line with big strides. Although there were people defending the inside line, it seemed that this did not exist in Bai Feng's eyes. He raised the ball to the top of his head with one hand, took off in 2 steps, and directly dunked over the opponent's center. Bang! The sound of the dunk exploded along the loudspeaker on the backboard. The sound resounded throughout the stadium. The audience responded with ignited emotions. "Ah!" At this time, the number 7 point guard of Haeing got up from the ground, and said to the center with a strong look, "Hurry up and serve the ball. The opponent is just lucky. Don't be affected. This year is the most promising year for us." Bai Feng heard the conversation between the two and cheered them up, shook his head and retreated to the half-court. He had analyzed the general information of the opponent from the other party's simple words. It is another school chasing dreams, and they all want to unite to break into the national competition. However, reality is ruthless, just blame you for bad luck. The game has come to the 4th quarter at this time. In this game, Bai Feng only performed a dunk at the beginning. Then he didn't shoot much throughout the game, and almost passed the ball to his teammates. Finally, at this time, Bai Feng dragged his teammates into the same frequency state. Then, he presented a massacre to everyone on the scene. The 4 teammates on the court, as if controlled by Bai Feng, smoothly ran various tactics with Bai Feng as the center. On offense, various pick and rolls, no-look passes, and cooperation. On defense, assist defense, and double team, predict basketball steals. The ultimate cooperation, the ultimate art. Let all the spectators experience a magical game. In the first 3 quarters of this game, Bai Feng did not have much personal offense. So the audience thought that Bai Feng had not come out of the shadow of defeat. Who knew that he opened up in the 4th quarter? Many people in the audience came to watch the game because of its reputation, and they all felt that it was worthwhile. As for Bai Feng himself, he was not afraid of his ability being exposed. In his opinion, only Teikō Junior High has the ability to target them in the junior high school world. But will the other party really bother to study? The answer is, no. They are too arrogant. Beep. The whole game is over. The total score is 2-10-35. In the last quarter, it was even exaggerated to play a 55:0 scene. This is the highest score difference that Jian Guang has played since the start of the game. As for Bai Feng's personal data, 32 points, 38 assists, 17 rebounds, 18 steals and 20 blocks. An incredible 5 double data. You don't even need to watch this game live. Just simply understand the total score and look at Bai Feng's data. You can imagine a scene of massacre. Shortly after the game started, there were still some reporters on the scene who thought Bai Feng had not recovered from the defeat. But now, they suddenly found that Bai Feng had burned all his anger towards Haiyang Middle School. Too miserable. But in addition to sighing, many of them also discovered Bai Feng's evolution. The reason why Jian Guang was able to play such a game today was all because of Bai Feng. Many of these reporters have been engaged in the basketball media industry for many years, and they still have this in their eyes. On the court, both sides shook hands to express their gratitude. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice. Bai Feng let go of No. 7's hand and was about to leave. He found that the other party had a numb face and revealed a feeling of despair. How could he still have the passion at the start of the game? Seeing the other party like this, Bai Feng felt a little bit reluctant. After all, the other party's current state was caused by himself. It would be bad to leave a psychological shadow on him. After all, that was not Bai Feng's original intention. Although he has a bad taste, he is kind. He thought about comforting the other party and trying to enlighten him. Bai Feng, then, that, you. Just as Bai Feng looked up at the sky and prepared to organize his words. Number 7 suddenly, is this the gentle play you mentioned? Bai Feng was pulled back to his thoughts by his words. When he looked at the other party, he found that his face was full of tears. Somehow, Bai Feng felt that he had destroyed a basketball dream with his own hands, and the man in front of him would never play basketball again. Bai Feng looked at him and couldn't help but think of Shota. Maybe Shota felt the same way after being beaten by Murasakibara. Oh, too miserable. Chapter 55. Although the opponent was miserable, Bai Feng obviously had no way to deal with his collapse. Let's retreat first. Otherwise we won't know how to report it if we are discovered by the media on the scene. Bai Feng returned to the locker room with everyone. Everyone was in a good mood. This kind of lost and regained emotion is really the most wonderful experience in life. He said excitedly, it's great. You didn't see the expression on the face of the person defending me in the 4th quarter. Yes, it's really great. Shota, is it really good for you to do this? Did we play too violently in this game? Yes, I saw the players defending Bai Feng crying. Alas, there is no way, the captain is too strong. Everyone made a fool of themselves in the locker room, and then washed their bodies. Then they quickly changed their clothes and prepared to leave. The reason for this speed is that the coach will spend money again, but this time he is willing. The next day, Bai Feng went to school as usual. There was no game today. When school was over in the afternoon, Bai Feng came to the gym. At this time, many people have arrived at the basketball hall. It can be seen that everyone's enthusiasm today is much higher than before. When Bai Feng just entered the door, everyone found him. Then, in Bai Feng's surprised eyes, He ran towards him excitedly with a newspaper in his hand. He, Feng, look at how those media report you. They actually said you are a tyrant." As he said that, he excitedly handed the newspaper in his hand to Bai Feng. After Bai Feng picked it up, he looked at it carefully and was stunned. On the newspaper, a large area was placed, showing Bai Feng comforting his opponent after the game yesterday. The tear marks on the opponent's face were still clearly visible on the newspaper. In addition, Bai Feng was much taller than the opponent, and the whole picture looked like bullying a child. If it was just like this, it would only make people feel a little surprised. But above the photo, there were a few big words written, "Surprise." The tyrant came back and trampled on the opponent to this extent. After Bai Feng finished reading the newspaper in his hand, the corners of his mouth couldn't stop twitching. Are the media people so aggressive now? They just want to attract people's attention without caring about their faces. When did Bai Feng ravage his opponents? He played the game seriously throughout the whole process and never targeted anyone. When the opponent cried yesterday, Bai Feng actually thought that the scene would be photographed by reporters and then made a big fuss. That's why he left in a hurry, but he didn't expect that he still couldn't escape this disaster. Bai Feng now feels that his title of tyrant is going to be confirmed. His playing style is originally more violent, and he often eats defenders with his body. Now he is being made a fuss by unscrupulous media. But it's okay. If you only look at the nickname, Bai Feng doesn't reject it. He took a long breath and put down the newspaper, and then began to gather everyone. Then he led his teammates to start today's training. Time passed quickly. Since Jian Guang returned to the court. By now, it has been almost a month. In this month, the outside world has never stopped reporting on Bai Feng. And just as Bai Feng thought at the beginning, they did put the title of tyrant on Bai Feng's head. But they can't be blamed for this. It's just that Bai Feng's performance has been getting more and more outrageous. The change in the person's appearance that day made them a little confused. Bai Feng actually grew to a height of 201 centimeters in just 1 month. Such a tall body, coupled with a violent style of play, makes Bai Feng unstoppable on the court. The outside world is surprised at Bai Feng's growth speed, and they all feel that he is a natural basketball saint. But Bai Feng himself knows that his evolution potion has been completely digested. At this time, Bai Feng, with a height of more than 2 meters, has no impact on his speed, coordination and other dynamic talents. Instead, it seems even more exaggerated. It is this situation that makes many people in the industry feel incredible. At this time, in the gymnasium, Bai Feng led the Jianguang team to play the last elimination match before the national competition. The atmosphere was extremely hot, and the seats were almost full. With Bai Feng's continuous high-intensity performance during this period, he successfully reached the highest level of fame. Under the eyes of fans, reporters, scouts, and people from all walks of life, Bai Feng ran wildly with the ball in the court with a height of 2.01 meters. There was no sense of incoordination in his whole movement posture. That powerful body, every step stepped on the hearts of the audience. In the process of rushing with the ball, he restricted the defender beside him. The opponent saw that Bai Feng was about to break into the penalty area and score. The defender was unwilling to continue to sit there and wait for death. Gritting his teeth, he was about to reach out and poke the basketball, even at the cost of fouling. But Bai Feng had already seen through the opponent's mind. However, he did not take the initiative to avoid the opponent's foul. Instead, the left ball guard was so domineering that he drove the opponent's foul. Then he took 2 steps to speed up and then jumped high. Like an eagle, Bai Feng stretched his body completely in the air. The basketball in his right hand also hit the basket vigorously. Bang! The huge dunk sound resounded throughout the stadium. It immediately aroused the intense emotions of the audience. Ah! They all knew that if they followed the previous matches, the next game would enter another scene. They still didn't know what it was, but they were all excited and looking forward to it. As expected, the next scene did not disappoint them. When the whole team was dragged into the same frequency state by Bai Feng, they entered the stage of slaughter. The opponent had no power to resist and could only wait to die. To be honest, the scene was indeed a bit cruel. Although Bai Feng could easily win even without this method. But there was no way, he had to cherish every game opportunity and improve his proficiency in same frequency as much as possible. It can be said that hard work pays off. Bai Feng has become more adept at controlling the rhythm of same frequency during this period. Compared with the beginning, he can drag his teammates into this state faster. Beep. The game is over. The score is 223:50. It is another extremely exaggerated total score. Bai Feng and the audience have already adapted to it. Since the tyrant came back, he can lead the team to score more than 200 points in almost every game. At the same time, at the moment the game ended, Bai Feng also heard the system's prompt in his mind. The mission has been completed, do you want to receive it? Bai Feng did not hesitate, receive it. Ding! Successfully fulfilled the promise and led the team to the national competition. Reward, leadership. Passive ability, improve personal charm, calmness, and the weight of words. Active ability, by yelling, the overall ability of teammates can be improved by 5%, and physical consumption is increased. Use it once per game. Almost at the moment when the system issued the reward, Bai Feng felt a wonderful change in himself. But I can't say what's special about it. I always feel that the whole person has become more confident and calm. Chapter 56. While Bai Feng was still immersed in his own changes. At this time, Bai Feng's teammates could not control their excitement. Whether it was the teammates on the field or on the bench, even Coach Ham, they all rushed directly to Bai Feng. Then they surrounded Bai Feng and threw him high into the air. "A Feng, we finally entered the national competition. Seniors are so awesome. Enter the national competition." Bai Feng was a little confused by the sudden enthusiasm of his teammates, but then he was also infected by everyone's emotions. His mood was completely immersed in the crazy celebration of everyone. At the same time, the reporters outside the field also captured this precious moment. Click, click. At the same time, Midorima Shinter, Kise Ryōta, and Satsuki Momoi in the stands were watching all this. They Teikō Junior High had already determined that they would qualify as the first seed in the Kanto region and enter the national competition. So they also had time to come to watch the game today, and for them, Bai Feng is always special. Although Bai Feng's team lost to Teikō, it was precisely because of this that they knew more clearly how strong Bai Feng was. That was an opponent that was not inferior to the level of the Miracle Era. Especially seeing the current Bai Feng, he had grown to a height of 2 meters in just 1 month. This made them feel the purity of Bai Feng even more. Midorima and Kise both felt solemn at the same time. Midorima looked at the Jianguang people celebrating in the field at this time, and a light appeared on his glasses. The whole person was also immersed in memories. Once upon a time, they were just like Jianguang, and they were all excited to jump up and down for a victory. But now, no matter how many games they won, they had no passion at all. At this moment, Midorima Shinter actually felt a little envious in his heart. But then, he touched the glasses on his nose with his fingers. He said calmly and steadily, "There's nothing to see, let's go, Kise." Kise, Xiao Zhen is leaving now. Regardless of what Midorima thinks of Bai Feng, Kise alone said that this guy has already regarded Bai Feng as the second target to be defeated. Kise actually has no hostility towards this opponent who defeated him twice. Instead, he recognized and appreciated him. At this time, the opponent he recognized won, and he was thinking about congratulating him in person. Unexpectedly, Midorima is so ignorant of the ways of the world. Midorima Shinter said coldly, "Put away your extra thoughts. What identity do you want to appear in front of him? Winner? Challenger?" Humph, as expected, Cancer should not appear with yellow hair today. After saying that, Midorima left without caring about Kise and Satsuki behind him. After hearing what his teammates said, Kise also became serious. Yes, it doesn't seem appropriate for him to go there now, and thinking of Bifang's foul mouth. He will definitely not get any good results. If he tries to please Bifang, he will be in trouble. Moreover, since Bifang has entered the national competition, it proves that they will definitely have another competition. Then, they will meet in person. Kise lowered his eyes and said calmly, "Let's wait for a while. We will meet again. This time, I won't lose again." After sorting out his thoughts, Kise chased after Midorima. Satsuki ignored the two of them. She was quietly looking at Bifang in the field with a blush on her face. She originally wanted to meet Bifang, but after being reminded by Midorima, she felt it was inappropriate and suppressed the idea in her heart. During this period, she would not miss almost every game of Bifang. After following up, she found that Bifang was really like a black hole, with new changes in every game. She couldn't see where the limit was at all, which fascinated her. Moreover, just after the game, Satsuki keenly felt that Bifang seemed to have changed again. At this moment, she looked at the tall figure surrounded by the crowd, and felt that the other person was so attractive to the crowd. And once she looked at him, she couldn't help but look at him a few more times. As she looked at him, Satsuki's face became redder, and her legs couldn't help but clamp together. After everyone vented their excitement, they also thanked each other as usual. The other party's sad and defeated look formed a sharp contrast with Bifang and the others at this time. However, the pitiful look of the other party fell into Bifang's eyes, and he couldn't raise the slightest fluctuation in his heart. He has been accustomed to the state of his opponent during this period of time. And every time after the game, the outside media would consolidate his title of tyrant. Over time, Bifang's heart has been completely cultivated into stone. Everything in the knockout round is over, and they have confirmed the final qualifying place. When everyone was about to leave the player tunnel, the audience cheered and applauded again. "You played well. Come on, Bifang. I'm counting on you. Keep going after you enter the nationals. I'll always keep an eye on you. Come on. Honey, look here." Bifang was not arrogant. He smiled and raised his right hand to respond to the fans who supported him. At this moment, Bifang felt satisfied. Today he fulfilled his promise and won the support of the fans. He felt that his life was more fulfilling. In his previous life, Bifang had heard such a saying, "Life is nothing more than living a few moments." Although Bifang did not agree with this saying, if he had to choose a few moments at this time, he would definitely be elected. Bifang took off his jersey and threw it to the audience, amid the scramble of many fans. He turned and walked into the passage, gradually disappearing. Chapter 57. After Bifang led the team to victory and advanced to the national competition, the media outside who always pay attention to these things suddenly surged and began to build momentum for the next national competition. Bifang and his teammates, however, had no time to care about these. At this time, everyone in the locker room was very excited. Bifang was the last one to enter. As soon as he pushed the door open, his teammates directly splashed water on him. There was no way, they were all students and couldn't play with too advanced things. For example, champagne, cigars, etc. However, everyone's mood was not affected by external objects at all. At this time, they were excited to sprinkle water on Bifang, and he seemed the most excited. "Ha ha ha, splash him, splash him. Don't stop, everyone continue." Bifang couldn't open his eyes for a while because of the water, but his ears were not affected. "I know that he is playing the most vigorously. At this time, he must be taking revenge. This guy must remember Bifang's usual harshness on him. Now he is taking revenge when he gets the chance." Bifang would not allow himself to be so passive, he directly activated the god's perspective of beyond vision and immediately locked onto this BD. Then, he captured him alive. His big hands frantically fiddled with his head. I told you to do it, keep going. You are crazy, come on, keep going. Stop it, Laude, I don't dare to do it anymore. In the midst of the fight, everyone gradually regained their calm. Then, the coach came in from outside and brought good news, and everyone regained their excitement. Coach, after learning that we entered the national competition, the school decided to allocate funds to support us. I decided that everyone should relax today, and everything will be on the principal's head. Oh! Great! 2 days later, Sunday. Today was originally a rest day, and there were not many people in the school. But everyone from the Jianguang basketball team gathered at the school gate. Moreover, everyone looked expectant. Because today is the award ceremony for the top 8 in their Kanto region and the closing day of the elimination round. This is a very important matter for the students present. This is a lifetime honor, especially for a third-year player. Many of the people had insomnia last night. Especially Taiga, who is usually carefree, didn't sleep well all night because of this. At this time, he appeared with a pair of panda eyes. Shota, I still can't believe that we can enter the national level. Taiga, who doesn't? Everyone arrived at Yoyogi Stadium on the bus. After entering the venue, many schools had already arrived. When Bai Feng led everyone into the venue, everyone cast their eyes. There was no way, they couldn't help but pay attention. They saw Jianguang's rise in this period of time. This is real, without any water. Moreover, after Bai Feng obtained the leadership, his outstanding temperament became even more dazzling. This made some people who didn't want to pay attention couldn't help but take a few glances. Time passed quickly, and after all the teams arrived, the event organizer began to award the prizes, and the first one was of course Teikō Junior High led by Akashi. The other party was as cold and arrogant as ever, and his eyes seemed to look down on everything. Then, Jianguang led by Bai Feng came on stage. Because he was right behind Teikō, Bai Feng stood very close to Akashi. The two did not speak during the whole process, but when all the procedures were over, Akashi suddenly turned his head and looked at Bai Feng. The cold eyes exuded a terrifying sense of oppression. Then he said as if announcing a judgment, no matter how many times it happens, the ending is already determined. The weak can only survive under the rules. Bai Feng suddenly heard Akashi's extremely arrogant speech. He was not angry, but was very calm in his heart. Bai Feng picked up his hand and pinched his nails, and the whole person was in a careless state. Then, Bai Feng said as if mocking, "You don't know how strong you are, but you say you are weak, ha?" After speaking, Bai Feng paused. Then he continued casually, "I've heard of a strange mental illness before. When the main personality encounters a major setback, a duplicate personality will be born. So that the duplicate personality can replace the main personality in the corner of the mind." At this time, Bai Feng suddenly turned his head to look at Akashi, with clear spider webs in his eyes. That's right, Bai Feng turned on deduction, and then looked down at Akashi and quickly swung his right hand, pretending to hit the other's head. At the same time, Bai Feng also said, "Tell me, in this situation, is he strong or weak?" This sudden situation made Akashi unable to react, mainly because of what Bai Feng said. Just when everyone thought Akashi was about to be knocked down by Bai Feng's right hand was strangely retracted, and then gently swept across Akashi's shoulder. The whole picture seemed to be playing with a child. Then Bai Feng smiled and said, "You're welcome, there was a mosquito just now." Then, he ignored Akashi who was confused at this time. He turned around and led his teammates out of Yoyogi Stadium. As for Akashi's mental state after he came to his senses, that was none of his business. Who made that guy show off to him for no reason? Damn, I hate people who show off the most. Except myself. After everything was over, Bai Feng returned with the school team. There was still a week before the opening of the national competition. And it happened that the school was going to take a long vacation. The school also generously approved the money for them to use for special training during this period. Finally, the team conducted a week of special training on the beach. When the special training was over, Bai Feng's originally fair skin was tanned into bronze. However, Bai Feng liked this skin color very much, he felt very healthy and sunny. At this time, just when Bai Feng had just finished a set of training and was sitting to rest, he walked towards him with a newspaper, a little annoyed. Then he said, Feng, the guys in Kansai are too arrogant." Bai Feng took the newspaper in his hand and looked up. The content is that, in an interview with a reporter, Toda Junior High School in Osaka claimed, "We don't know what tyrant you are talking about, and we have never heard of it. There are only a few strong schools in the junior high school world, and we have never heard of Jianguang Junior High School before. In my opinion, only Teikō Junior High School in Kanto can beat us, and the rest are just chickens and dogs." Tyrant? If you meet him, I will let you see who the tyrant is. Seeing this, Bai Feng's system prompt sounded. Ding! Mission released. The first game of the national competition, limit the opponent to less than 30. Reward, 3 attribute points. Chapter 58. Bai Feng was not affected by the information in the newspaper. Instead, he was suddenly attracted by the system's tasks. Although the reward this time was not a lottery-type thing, it only had 3 attribute points. But it was very practical. Bai Feng's physical improvement during this period of time was still very large, and then he replaced the system panel. Name, Bai Feng. Static talent. Height, 201 centimeters. Wingspan, 216 centimeters. Dynamic talent. Strength, 8890. Speed, 9091. Bounce, 8789. Stamina, 94. Basketball attributes. 3-pointer, 89. Mid-range shot, 9092. Layup, 9092. Dunk, 9095. Pass, 9295. Defense, 9294. Rebound, 9096. Ability. Beyond Vision, same frequency, Confrontation Core, King's Domain, Protagonist Feeling. Bai Feng looked at his current data and felt very satisfied. With the help of the evolution potion, the static talent successfully grew to 201 centimeters, and the arm span was also very terrifying. Bai Feng's current height is even slightly taller than that of the center Shota. This made Bai Feng suddenly have the idea of trying to play center. After all, the center position can also pass on teammates. In his previous life, he remembered a center named Jokic in the NBA, who could make the whole team active with one hand. Of course, this was just Bai Feng's random thought. After all, if he played center, no one in the team could control the ball. Then there were changes in dynamic ability, almost all of which had exceeded 90. The highest of them was still the physical attribute, which was as high as 94 at this time. Although the improvement in physical strength has slowed down now, Bai Feng can still feel that it has been steadily improving with his own efforts. At present, only the bounce has not broken through the 90 mark, but this is actually quite normal. After all, Bai Feng's height is here, it is impossible to be too outrageous. But this does not affect Bai Feng's combat ability in the air at all. After all, his body is too large. Then there is the transformation of basketball ability, which can be said to be the most satisfactory for Bai Feng. After all, as long as you are willing to work hard, you will really get what you sow. Among them, the improvement of rebounding is the most obvious, up to 96 points. This has a lot to do with his current height. After Bai Feng sorted out all the changes during this period in his mind, then he stood up with a fulfilled mood and prepared to end today's training. The week-long special training time passed quickly. At this time, it is the opening day of the national competition. The outside world has been paying attention to this day for a long time. Whether it is reporters and media, strong schools in various regions, or university inspection personnel, they are all ready to move. There are 4 major regions in Japan: Kanto, Kansai, Nagaya, and Hokkaido. Each region will decide 8 teams, a total of 32 teams for the national competition. The venue of the competition is at the Tokyo Gymnasium. Bai Feng and his team followed the usual process and gathered at the school. Then they took the bus and went to the destination together. After entering the venue, the organizers divided the 32 teams into different regions and assigned them positions. Then, they prepared for the opening ceremony. However, when Bai Feng and his team stood in the field, they attracted the attention of many opponents. "Look, which school is that?" Yes, there are 2 such tall centers in their team. Although Bai Feng has gained some fame after playing in this period of time. But that is only limited to the Kanto region. His fame is far from being spread throughout Japan. After all, no matter how good Bai Feng is, he only plays in junior high school level games, and it is a regional elimination match. In this case, it is normal for teams in other regions not to know Bai Feng. However, not everyone does not know. For example, Ivy Middle School was asked by reporters in the newspaper what they thought of the tyrant. At this time, the players of Ivy Middle School all looked at Jianguang Middle School headed by Bai Feng. Then, they began to discuss. It looks really strong. The guy who is praised as a tyrant must be more than 2 meters tall. I still can't believe how such a person can play point guard. Yes, he really won't trip over his right foot. Ha ha ha, yes, these media are really good at talking. Just as the players of Chong Tang Middle School were laughing wantonly, they were suddenly interrupted. Captain Okubo said, "Okay, although we have experienced professional level training under Coach Nakamura this year. This has greatly improved the team's strength. Everyone thinks we are the strongest school under Teikō. But the opponent is indeed not weak, especially that Bai Feng. But fortunately, the other teammates of the opponent are not good. Find a way to cut off the cooperation between him and his teammates, then everything will be fine. If we really meet at that time, I'll leave it to you, Ichiro." Good Wang Zhao. After he finished speaking, he looked at a muscular boy with a flat head who was over 195 centimeters tall next to him. Kobayashi Ichiro heard this, then raised his lips confidently and said, "Don't worry, Captain, I'm not afraid of anyone when it comes to defense." The opening ceremony is over. The next day, the national competition will start. The schedule is very tight, but this has no effect on Bai Feng and his team. It's the first time for everyone to enter the national competition, and they are all excited and full of energy, and they can't wait to start now. That afternoon, Lianya announced their next opponent. The opponent is Osaka Ivy Junior High School, which was interviewed in the newspaper before. Bai Feng, what a coincidence! He even suspected that the organizers saw the other party's mouth cannon and deliberately arranged it. Chapter 59. The next day. The national competition, 32-16, begins. Bai Feng and his team gathered at the school gate early, and then went to the Tokyo Gymnasium together. When they got off the bus, they felt the atmosphere of the game just on the outside field. Bai Feng and his team hurried into the stadium through the player tunnel. Otherwise, they would be discovered by reporters and would have to deal with them for a while. After changing clothes in the locker room, everyone prepared to go to the field to warm up. However, just as everyone was preparing to leave, Dae-hee, who had always been carefree, was quite nervous at this time. The other party's restrained and uneasy look made Bai Feng shake his head. Bai Feng couldn't help laughing and said, "Dae-hee, I didn't expect you to have such a little girl's attitude one. Hey, I don't want to be like this either. I really can't control myself. This is a national competition. Okay, Don't think too much. Let's go. When Bai Feng and his team came out of the player tunnel, there was a fierce roar. The atmosphere of the whole stadium was much more enthusiastic than the previous knockout match. This is also normal, after all, it was originally just local fans and reporters. Now, it has gathered 443 fans from all over Japan, as well as media workers. Under this situation, how can the atmosphere not be enthusiastic? Even though Bai Feng had a heart of stone near the battlefield, he couldn't help but get excited at this time. Afterwards, Bai Feng led this group of teammates who were entering the national competition for the first time to their own half and started warm-up training. Not long after, the opponent Chong Tang Middle School also came out. The other side also started warming up. There was no communication between the two sides before the start of the game, after all, no one knew each other. However, Bai Feng's excellent vision observed that one of the opponents was staring at him all the time. That look seemed to regard him as prey. Hey, interesting. The game is about to begin. The coaches of both sides shook hands. The coach of Chong Tang Middle School is named Yamamoto Nakamura, the other party looked like a middle-aged man in his 50s. The whole person exuded a serious and old-fashioned temperament. Coach Ham knew the other party. Yamamoto Nakamura used to be an assistant coach of a professional team. In the end, due to some things, he went to coach a junior high school team. Unexpectedly, now he would actually compete with the other party on the same field. In the past, Ham would not even dare to think about it. Just as he was thinking about how to talk to his senior, the other party suddenly spoke. Said, "It's you, the young are formidable, I never thought that one day I would compete with you on the same stage." After hearing this, Ham immediately lowered his head. "Senior, long time no see. I hope both of us can contribute to a wonderful game today." However, his words fell into the ears of Yamamoto Nakamura, and the other party raised his eyebrows directly. His tone became cold and said, "Okay, it's a good opportunity to see how good your current player level is." After that, the other party let go of his hand and returned to the bench of Chong Tang. The change in the opponent's tone and the back of his departure made Ham stunned for a moment. Then, he reacted. He whispered angrily, "Humph, old man. You really think you are still a member of the professional team? I respect you, I call you a senior, otherwise I call you old bidden, what do you think?" After that, Ham looked at the figure of Bai Feng in the court, and he felt relieved immediately. At this time, the two sides in the court were preparing to jump the ball. The referee threw the ball high into the air, and then... dig! Chong Tang Middle School took the ball. And the one competing with Showdown was the opponent's number 12 Okubo, who was also the center of Chong Tang. Although the opponent was slightly shorter than Showdown, his explosive power and bounce were better. At this time, the basketball was hit directly by Okubo to Jiangguang's side of the court. When everyone was surprised at why the opponent, Aba, was so strong, the basketball quickly drew an orange line in the air. Then it came to Kobayashi Ichiro, who had been waiting in Jiangguang's penalty area. After Kobayashi Ichiro received the pass, his dull face suddenly turned into 10 smiling faces. After that, the opponent jumped up directly one step into the restricted area. Then he dunked the basketball. From this ball, we can see that Kobayashi Ichiro has very strong physical fitness. Moreover, according to Bai Feng's visual estimation, the opponent is more than 196 centimeters tall and full of muscles. A typical physical fitness man. The audience also responded after the opponent's dunk. "Oh my god, that player jumped too high. It feels so great." Chong Tang's coach also applauded on the sidelines. "Okay, let's play like this." Bai Feng also understood that the opponent must have rehearsed this in advance. Otherwise, how could the player who dunked stand directly in the restricted area waiting for the pass when fighting for the ball? It's just that the opponent's tactics can only be based on absolute confidence in fighting for the ball. Thinking of this, Bai Feng looked at Showdown helplessly. Showdown really wasted his height. The ball is changing. After Bai Feng received the ball at the baseline, he hadn't even finished half court. The opponent came up to defend him, and the one defending him was Kobayashi Ichiro, who had just dunked. Kobayashi Ichiro moved very fast, and he was confronting Bai Feng from time to time. At the same time, he kept muttering, "I heard that your nickname is Tyrant? Wow, it's so impressive. Our captain was so scared that he asked me to defend you. You know, when I heard about you from those reporters, I really wanted to play against you. I just want to see if you can break through my defense, Tyrant." At the end, the other party showed a happy expression. After hearing the other party's series of words, Bai Feng was not angry, but also a little interested. "Bai Feng, want to see? Okay, then satisfy you." He really hasn't met such an opponent for a long time, especially when the media gave him the title of Tyrant. No one dared to provoke him. This made Bai Feng's heart, which had been immersed for a long time, rise with a touch of evil taste. Then, Bai Feng lowered his eyes, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and glanced at Kobayashi Ichiro beside him. Then he directly activated Core Confrontation. Chapter 60. When Kobayashi Ichiro was about to continue mumbling, Bai Feng didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore, so he lowered his center of gravity and broke through. At the same time, he raised his left hand to protect the ball, completely isolating the opponent's attempt to steal the ball. Then, he accelerated his steps, and while dribbling vigorously, he bumped into the opponent. Just one move, the center of gravity of his strong body was unbalanced, and he staggered back, and at the same time, 3 weaknesses flashed on the opponent's body. Although Bai Feng could feel that the opponent's experience was very good. However, for him, it was still a little worse. Not to mention, Bai Feng was activating the confrontation core skill at this time. In just one encounter, Kobayashi Ichiro was already at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. However, the opponent was indeed very resilient, and after losing his defensive position, it took only a short time to adjust his body shape, and then he tried hard to catch up with Bai Feng, who had already left him in front. Bai Feng had already broken through into the 3-point line with the ball. In his eyes, the position under his feet in front of him had a hit rate of up to 100%. If you shoot here, you will definitely score. However, Bai Feng remembered that Guy's face was full of expectation, as if he was looking forward to Bai Feng's strength. In this case, how could Bai Feng be polite to him? Thinking of this, he slowed down directly. Sure enough, Kobayashi Ichiro caught up smoothly. Just when he was happy to defend Bai Feng again, Bai Feng suddenly started to speed up again. Kobayashi Ichiro hurriedly tried his best to defend. The two came to the penalty area in the blink of an eye. At this time, Bai Feng had the opponent's center in front of him, and there was a defender beside him. This scene of double-sided attack made the audience hold their breath at this time. Everyone felt that the ball was dead, and Bai Feng could only pass the ball awkwardly, resulting in a mistake. Otherwise, he would force a layup and be sent to the hot pot. But Bai Feng's next move shocked them. Bai Feng was seen carrying Kobayashi Ichiro on his side, and his speed did not slow down at all. Then Bai Feng held the ball with both hands in the restricted area, and then took 2 big steps. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the opponent's center. Center Okubo was not a pushover either, he jumped high to block Bai Feng, and at the same time, Ichiro Kobayashi beside Bai Feng also jumped up. This scene seemed to be about to eat Bai Feng alive. Okubo, hey! Is this the tyrant? It's simply brainless. Ichiro Kobayashi, bring it. Bai Feng also jumped high under the defense of 2 people. In just a moment, Bai Feng's entire height exceeded the 2 defenders. In the increasingly unbelievable expression of the opponent, completed a double-handed dunk. Bang! The huge dunk sound went straight through the loudspeaker and resounded throughout the stadium. The audience who originally thought they were going to block the shot were stunned. These people obviously don't understand Bai Chuan. And the fans who chased Bai Feng all the way to the game have already started cheering. FK, FK. It's still the familiar smell. Is it so violent right after entering the national competition? This ball looks so scary. He dunked over 2 people. Yeah, I hope the 2 people who were dunked over by Bai are fine. Indeed, Bai Feng's shot really showed the violent aesthetics to the extreme. In this dunk, Bai Feng really exerted his strength to the fullest. The opponent was under this level of dunk. Both fell off the court. At this time, Okubo and Kobayashi Ichiro were lying on the ground, looking up at the tall figure with both hands hanging on the frame with dull faces. They still don't understand how Bai Feng dunked the ball through the 2 of them. Why did he have such great strength that he didn't move at all when he hit it? However, no one must have answered their doubts. Moreover, now is not the time to force them. The coach of Chong Tang Middle School was also incredible after seeing this ball off the court. But many years of coaching experience have made him have a great psychological tolerance for any outrageous situation. After calming down, he saw that the 2 main players in his team were not in good shape at this time. Yamamoto Nakamura was furious and then shouted, "What are you doing? Serve the ball." This action also fell into the eyes of Coach Ham. He immediately felt relieved. He said disdainfully, "Ha, you want to see the strength of my players? I'm afraid you won't be able to bear to watch until the end." The 2 people lying on the ground also regained their consciousness amid the coach's roar. 0. The 2 quickly got up. Then, Okubo directly passed the ball to Kobayashi Ichiro. Bai Feng looked at the 2 people in front of him. After the coach's call, they adjusted their state so quickly. It was really outstanding. However, Bai Feng still couldn't help asking, "How was it? Was the ball strong enough just now?" After hearing Bai Feng's words, Kobayashi Ichiro couldn't help but recall the feeling of being crushed just now. His face suddenly turned black, and he no longer looked naughty at the beginning. But Kobayashi Ichiro was unwilling to admit defeat verbally, and said in a low voice, "The game has just started, you won't understand our Chong Tang's way of playing. Don't worry, I will let you experience what basketball is very soon." After saying this, Kobayashi Ichiro actually regained his confidence, and he didn't know what the other party suddenly thought of. But then, Kobayashi Ichiro lifted the ball in his hand high into the air and passed it to his teammates. And the teammates who received his pass only dribbled once and then started passing again. That's not all, almost every Chong Tang player will not dribble the ball many times. At most, they dribble twice, and then look for opportunities to pass to teammates. For a while, Jiangguang's players were actually played by the opponent's pass, and they couldn't find the north. At the same time, Kobayashi Ichiro spoke again, "This is, you will never understand, professional teamwork." When he finished this sentence, his confident state had reached the peak. Coincidentally, the court was also constantly passing the ball to Chong Tang Middle School, and found a chance to score. Seeing this, Kobayashi Ichiro said in a very appropriate and pretentious manner, "Basketball is played like this, played." But before he finished speaking, he suddenly found that Bai Feng in front of him burst out at a very fast speed and rushed to the inside line. That was exactly the opponent's goal point deduced by Bai Feng through Transcend the World. The Chong Tang inside player was throwing the ball to the empty hand quite easily at this time. Just when he happily thought that the ball would definitely go in, the whole person felt a strong impact from behind. Then, he was knocked to the ground. Then, a crisp and loud sound was heard. Pa! When he hurriedly looked back, the scene was a scene of being blocked by Bai Feng. Chapter 61. He was very confused. It was a sure goal, so why was it blocked? Where did he come from? How could he be like a ghost? Wasn't he standing outside the three-point line with Kobayashi Ichiro just now? Before he could recover, Bai Feng had already taken the ball off the backboard with both hands and landed steadily. The whole process was so fast that the audience couldn't react. After all, they were just amazed by the teamwork of Chong Tang Middle School. In a flash, Bai Feng rushed out. This reversal really aroused their emotions. At this time, the audience also remembered the deafening shouts. FK! Where did he suddenly fly out from? This guy is so outrageous. It's too fast to chase from the edge of the three-point line to the inside. Haha, learn more about Bai Feng. You know nothing about him. 940. After Bai Feng landed, he simply adjusted his posture and then dribbled forward. At the same time as Bai Feng started, Jiangguang's people also played fast break with Bai Feng. The whole team was advancing with Bai Feng as the center. The 5 players on the court attacked the basket of Chong Tang very quickly. It can be seen that Bai Feng and his teammates cooperated very skillfully. However, the opponent also reacted quickly, and they quickly returned to defense. From this point of view alone, Chong Tang Middle School's strength is indeed worthy of a national competition level team. For a while, 10 people in the court were running fast. The audience was reluctant to blink, for fear of missing any details. Bai Feng's height of 201 centimeters broke through with the ball all the way, and his speed was very fast. And most importantly, the basketball in Bai Feng's hand was very stable, without a single dribbling error. During this period, the player defending Bai Feng tried to steal the ball. He believed that Bai Feng's height must have an unstable center of gravity, and if he stole the ball, there must be a high probability of stealing the ball. However, the hands that were stretched out to steal the ball were directly blocked by Bai Feng's ball guard. From this point alone, it is enough to show how excellent Bai Feng's basic skills are. In the blink of an eye, Bai Feng led the team to break through the opponent's three-point line. After entering the three-point line, Bai Feng only took 2 steps to the basket. He was about to dunk, but there was no defender in front of Bai Chuan. Ichiro Kobayashi of Chong Tang and another player were already waiting for Bai Feng in the interior. The reason why they arrived in the restricted area earlier than Bai Feng was because they just started to defend from the three-point line. They ran a much shorter distance than Bai Feng. Seeing this, the 2 of them were ready to jump and block Bai Feng. The scene at this time was exactly the same as the scene of Bai Quan's dunk just now. It's just that the center defending him was replaced by another person. Ichiro Kobayashi was also excited at this time. He recalled the scene of being humiliated by Bai Feng just now, and felt that God wanted to help him complete revenge. He shouted loudly, "Come on, come on! I will definitely block you this time." As he shouted, Bai Feng was ready to jump, and then Ichiro Kobayashi and his teammates jumped up with all their strength. Just when the 2 of them were about to block Bai Feng did not use the ball to complete the attack as they thought. Instead, he grabbed the ball with his right hand and put it behind his head. The next second, he passed it directly in the air to Dahi, who was sprinting in from the outside. Then, Dahi took the ball and jumped. He performed a dunk through Kobayashi Ichiro and his teammates. Bang! In the surprise of the audience and the opponent, Bai Feng assisted his teammate to score a dunk. This was unexpected by everyone present. They thought Bai Feng would resist the opponent's attack. Even though the situation just now was very unfavorable to Bai Feng, they all thought so. After all, Bai Feng's first goal left a deep impression. But the result was that Bai Feng, this guy, actually assisted. He actually assisted? Many people who came back to their senses were still in disbelief at this time. Most of these people were not very familiar with Bai Feng. From Bai Feng's dunk just now, many viewers thought Bai Feng was a jumping guy. He was good at dunking, who would have thought that he was also so good at passing? Oh my god, this guy actually passed the ball. The pass was too good. The vision is great. How did he find the position of his teammates in such a fierce confrontation? You don't understand this, Bai Feng is a point guard. Yes, compared to attacking alone, that guy's organization of offense is his signature skill. In the intense atmosphere of the audience, He was also excited and crazy at this time. This was his first goal in the national competition. And it was a dunk. He had been dreaming about this scene for 3 years in junior high school. Just now, his dream finally came true. He excitedly bumped his chest with Bai Feng and laughed, "Good pass, Feng, it's so cool." "Bai Feng, right, let's play like this. No need to be nervous, as long as you actively move, the ball will be passed to you in the first time." "He, no problem, it feels so good to dunk." "Yes, don't worry, you will have a chance to dunk that kid later." The conversation between the two of them was clearly heard by the players of Chong Tang Middle School. Instantly, the Chong Tang people went from being surprised to being ashamed. Kobayashi Ichiro's mood is very complicated now, but among all the emotions, the most serious one is shame and anger. He just put all his strength and made a big statement, vowing to block Bai Feng's shot, but in the end he punched the cotton. This feeling is even more disgusting than eating fly shit. In addition, after Kobayashi Ichiro recalled what he had just shouted at Bai Feng, he wanted to find a place to hide. It's so embarrassing. Kobayashi Ichiro's face was so red that it looked like it was about to explode. Bai Feng also found it funny and asked curiously, "Hey? How can someone's face be as red as a monkey's butt?" Kobayashi Ichiro wanted to respond, but after a long time, he said nothing. After all, on the basketball court, the ball speaks. After the ball possession was changed, the game continued as usual. It was just that the rhythm of the following game was gradually controlled by Bai Feng. At the beginning, the players of Chong Tang were still very passionate. But gradually, under Bai Feng's unreasonable suppression on both offense and defense, Chong Tang Middle School became very difficult to score. This scene also made the fans and reporters who were familiar with Bai Feng feel Bai Feng's enthusiasm. Bai Feng played very hard today. Yes, although he was very serious in the past, it was completely different from today. Because of the national competition. But in fact, only Bai Feng knew that he came to this game with a mission. After the game, he had to limit the opponent to less than 30 points to complete the mission. Otherwise, Bai Feng didn't mind letting the opponent have some game experience. But now, he can only say sorry. The current score is 14:4. The rhythm of the whole game is completely one-sided, and the coach of Ivy Middle School finally couldn't sit still at this time. Whistle. The game is suspended. Chapter 62. When the whistle blew, players from both sides left the field. Bai Feng and his team certainly didn't care. Since the start of the game, everyone played very easily under Bai Feng's leadership. But the players from Chong Tang Middle School looked dejected, and the whole team didn't even have a bit of energy. When the other team returned to the bench, Chong Tang's coach Yamamoto Nakamura saw that his players were in such a state. He was immediately furious. "Yamamoto Nakamura, what's going on? Raise your heads one by one. Have you all forgotten your goal? We have paid so much, just to let you surrender here." After the coach of Chong Tang Middle School's mouth cannon, the originally dejected players gradually regained their confidence. Then, he began to arrange targeted tactics. After the tactics were arranged, Yamamoto Nakamura looked around at everyone and said loudly, "Now, shout out our slogan." After he finished speaking, everyone in Chong Tang also formed a circle. He said loudly, "We must win. We must win." The voice from Chong Tang Middle School was heard by everyone in Jianguang. Seeing this, Bai Feng also became interested. It seems that the opponent's coach is quite professional. He can restore the mentality of the players in such a short time. 0-1. The timeout is over, and both sides come on the court. Bai Feng found that the opponent's current state is completely different from when he just left the court. At the same time, he also knew that Chong Tang's coach must have issued corresponding tactics for him. Bai Feng is looking forward to this. At this time, the opponent has the ball. After Chong Tang served the ball, he still passed the ball according to their characteristics. This team is really peculiar. Strictly speaking, they don't have a fixed point guard. In other words, all 5 players on the court are point guards. Look, the basketball is passed to Kobayashi Ichiro at this time. He grabbed the ball in his hand, and didn't even dribble. The next second he passed the ball again. Of course, the reason why Kobayashi Ichiro was able to pass the ball was because Bai Feng was far away from him at this time. So he had a chance, otherwise his teammates would not dare to pass the ball to him. The game before the timeout has been fully proved. Bai Feng's steel threat is very big. In this case, Kobayashi Ichiro has actually been locked in the offensive end. The reason why Chong Tang's coach still put him on the court is that he still hopes that he can play the next tactical cooperation. Chong Tang's people pushed through half-court. They passed the ball and cooperated as before, but they were more careful to avoid Bai Feng. Moreover, Kobayashi Ichiro did not participate in the offense, but stuck to Bai Feng like a sticky candy throughout the whole process. In an attempt to limit Bai Feng's accelerated defense in this way. Not long after, the other 4 people of Chong Tang found an opportunity through passing. Their center under the basket, Okubo, got the ball and finished it directly with a hook shot. The whole process was very smooth. Of course, it would be better if Bai Feng, who suddenly appeared at the end, was wiped out. I saw that before the opponent was ready to attack, Feng directly went from the 45-degree area of the 3-point line. He turned on core confrontation and then threw away the sticky candy beside him. Then, he burst into a terrifying speed and rushed to block the opponent's shot. Pa! Another solid block. The basketball was hit on the ground, and Shota hurriedly took it in his hand and then passed it to Bai Feng. Seeing this, of course, there was a warm response at the scene. However, Bai Feng was not affected by the atmosphere outside the court. He directly led his teammates to fight back. However, in the process, Bai Feng actually found that the opponent's state did not decline too much, although they also had disappointment. But overall, it was more of a unity, or even confidence. Bai Feng stopped at the top of the 3-point arc with the ball. Because of Kobayashi Ichiro in front of him, his position at this time aroused his interest. The opponent was very deliberately standing on his right side, and Bai Feng's left side was completely unguarded. Hey, Bai Feng smiled. This is to target his weak side hand. At this time, Kobayashi Ichiro's face no longer had a shameful look. Instead, he had a smirk on his face, and then said in a tone that looked down on others, "What are you waiting for, tyrant? Keep breaking through me. Is it because your left hand is not good enough?" Bai Feng was speechless. It turned out that he had been using his right hand to break through, which made the opponent have an illusion. He thought that his left hand was not proficient, so he just left the left side empty. "Bai Feng, your coach arranged this tactic for you." Bai Feng shook his head and laughed. His calm look fell into Kobayashi Ichiro's eyes. Immediately, the originally calmed mood ignited an unknown anger. "Kobayashi Ichiro, humph, of course not only, come and try if you have the guts." Bai Feng was not polite. After the opponent hummed, he directly pushed the ball in his right hand to his left hand. Then, he took a step forward to break through, and at the same time, he picked up the ball with his right hand. The posture of the man and the ball was clearly not awkward at all. This made Kobayashi Ichiro's heart hard to believe for a while, but he did not panic. After all, there was a backup plan. Bai Feng pushed the opponent hard to the inside line, and during the period, he activated core confrontation to stabilize the center of gravity, and then successfully knocked the opponent back. However, at the moment when Kobayashi Ichiro retreated, his teammates also double-teamed Bai Feng from the left side. At this time, Chong Tang's tactics against Bai Feng have been fully revealed. That is, double team the weak side and the weak side. Seeing this, Bai Feng also praised the opponent's coach in his heart. He is indeed a bit good, at least much better than his own coach. However, Bai Feng can only say sorry to the opponent. No matter how much you calculate, you can't change one thing. That is the absolute strength gap. Then, Bai Feng jumped directly on the spot in the expectant eyes of everyone in the audience. The point under his feet at this time showed a 100% hit rate in the king's domain. Abu. The jump shot hits, and the ball goes into the net. After landing, Bai Feng said calmly to the two people who were already confused, "Put on more strength, and you will soon defend me." Then, he turned around without paying attention to the two people. At this time, Kobayashi Ichiro's dull eyes looked at Bai Feng's back. He actually murmured, "Can this kind of guy really be defended?" He thought of Bai Feng's sudden jump shot just now. The height was so far away from him that it was almost a world away. I don't know why, he was full of energy just now. Now, it seems that all his strength has been drained. For Jianguang, the game time passed very quickly. At this time, it has entered the fourth quarter. The score shows 170:18. Bai Feng looked at the opponent's score, and he was still a little dissatisfied. After all, he had defended with all his strength, but the opponent still secretly scored a few goals. If people present knew his thoughts, they would be speechless. By then, I am afraid that the title of tyrant will not be appropriate for Bai Feng. This massacre game opened the eyes of the audience. However, the one-sided brutality has caused aesthetic fatigue for many audience members. Many people can no longer shout. However, for those who are familiar with Bai Feng, the fourth quarter is the really interesting time. Bai Feng, everyone, stop the juice. After speaking, Jianguang and his team entered another state as if they had received an order. Then, there were all kinds of artistic cooperation. Regardless of offense and defense, they all crushed. The audience was fascinated, and the originally tired audience opened their eyes again. If you want to say who has the greatest impact on the scene, it must be Yamamoto Nakamura. He was originally a professional team, and his vision is much higher than that of junior high school basketball. But now he was also shocked by Jianguang's cooperation and his eyes widened, and he froze in place. He looked at Bai Feng and said blankly, "This kind of player should not be here at all." Chapter 63. Beeb. The game is over. The score is 228:18. In the last quarter, Bai Feng and his team scored 58 points, and the other team didn't score a single point. Under this gap, the players of Chong Tang were simply suffering in the game. When they heard the end of the game, they actually felt relieved. Finally, it's finally over. Yeah, this is not a game at all. This attitude is also normal. No one who hears it will blame them for being cowardly. After all, the gap between the two teams is too big. However, strictly speaking, it was just because a certain player was too strong. When Kobayashi Ichiro said the game was over, he stood there without moving. After a while, he said, "So, this is professional level cooperation." He thought of his attitude at the beginning of the game, which was just like Xiao Tian. It was really embarrassing. I wish I could slap myself twice. Bai Feng, after the pass, remembered the system prompt in his mind. Ding! Mission completed. In the first match of the national competition, the opponent was successfully limited to less than 30. Reward, 3 attribute points. Bai Feng received it directly, but he was not in a hurry to distribute it. Prepare to finish the things in front of you first, and then study slowly. Afterwards, the two teams on the field shook hands and thanked each other. Thank you for your advice. Thank you for your advice. When everything was over, Bai Feng looked at the numb expression on the opponent's face, and he couldn't help but sigh. Really played too hard. Bai Feng even felt a little guilty. He could only think in his mind, don't blame me, blame the dog system if you want to blame. What kind of tasks are issued? Isn't this making his reputation worse? Before the game started, Bai Feng was still thinking about how he would greet the other party after the game. Now, Bai Feng doesn't have this idea, he has never thought of bullying the weak. The other party didn't resist from the bottom of his heart at this time, so Bai Feng gave up the action of spraying trash talk. However, just when Bai Feng was about to leave, suddenly, I found that Kobayashi Ichiro, who had defended him for the entire game, actually cried. Then, Baekun saw that Chong Guanzhong had started crying more than once. As if crying was contagious, everyone gradually shed tears. Now only their captain, Okubo, was holding back tears in his eyes. Then, he trembled and said to his teammates, "Everyone, we tried our best. We can only blame the opponent for not being human. Let's continue next year." "That captain, we seem to be in the 3rd grade already, there is no next year." Chong Tang didn't know who it was, but suddenly whispered a heartbreaking word. The scene fell into silence for 2 seconds. Then, Okubo finally couldn't hold back his sadness anymore. He burst into tears. Wow! Seeing them like this, Bai Feng was also stunned for a while. It's not Bai Feng's fault, he really had never seen such a thing. Although the fight was a bit miserable, they were all boys after all, in front of so many eyes watching. How could they have the nerve to cry? But when Bai Feng thought about it carefully, he could understand. The national competition is really special to this group of middle school students. If they are eliminated, everything is over. Especially in Ivy League, there are many third-year players. Just when Bai Feng was crying while watching the other team's performance, suddenly, he thought of something and was shocked. Oh no, my buddy must have been photographed by these reporters. He suddenly remembered his nickname of Tyrant, which was given to him by the media because of his opponent's crying. This time it was even more ruthless, the whole opponent team was crying. Who knows what kind of big deal he will get after the game. After realizing the seriousness of the problem, Bai Feng led his teammates directly. Returned to the locker room from the player tunnel. When he came to the entrance of the tunnel, the audience seats on both sides of the tunnel suddenly burst into applause and cheers. Well played, Bai Feng Jun. I knew you would continue to be awesome in the national competition. Remember you, Bai Feng. Keep it up, so handsome. Wow, Feng Jun, look here. After Bai Feng and his team returned to the locker room, they simply celebrated and did not wash their bodies. Because after entering the national competition, the event organizer specially arranged a reporter interview session after each game. When Bai Feng and his team appeared at the venue for the post-match interview, everyone was stunned by the number of cameras in front of them. After all, everyone in Jianguang was a middle school student, and had never seen such a scene. Even Bai Feng was confused by the scene in front of him. But then, he regained his composure. Moreover, with the blessing of leadership, Bai Feng looked even more outstanding. Even if someone who didn't know him well saw him, they could still observe Bai Feng at first glance. Thus, it was determined that Bai Feng was the leader of this group of people. People's temperament is so magical. After Bai Feng and his friends appeared, this group of reporters focused their attention on Bai Feng. In their eyes, the rest of the people seemed to be non-existent. Then, the interview session began on the scene. At the beginning, the questions asked by the reporters were quite friendly. They were all asking Bai Feng about his feelings about entering the national team and his feelings about winning. Most of these reporters were active in the Kanto region, and Bai Feng often met them during the elimination round. But gradually, when reporters from other regions asked questions, they became more sharp. For example, some were curious about what Bai Feng said to the other side before the game, whether he was trash talking. Then, they asked Bai Feng if his movements were too big, and whether he was worried about hurting others. And so on. Bai Feng was speechless after being asked by these reporters. What do you mean by big movements? He was playing within a reasonable range, and he, Bai Feng, had no intention of hurting anyone. What? He was not allowed to use his body even though he was in good health? But what made Bai Feng speechless the most was... Reporter, Mr. Bai Feng, the opponents cried after the game. What do you think about this? What? Why are you asking me? How can I know what they think? Bai Feng, the other side is a very tenacious team. As for why they cried. Sorry, I don't know. I think you should ask the person involved. Li Zhao's. After the interview, everyone celebrated again. After all, this is the first victory in the national competition. It has special meaning for everyone in the basketball team. When everything was over, Bai Feng was ready to go home. As soon as he opened the door, his cousin appeared from behind the door. Then he took out a gift and said, "Congratulations on winning." "Thank you." After the siblings chatted for a while, the cousin suddenly thought of something. Then he said, "Do you still remember the little sister who came to my house last time?" "I remember, what's wrong?" Bai Feng nodded. "She works in basketball media. This time she called me and said she wanted to interview you. Let me ask you if you have time." After saying that, the cousin didn't know what she remembered, and she actually smiled wickedly. Bai Feng, well. I'm not sure yet, let her come when I have time. Chapter 64. After the siblings chatted for a while, Bai Feng walked back to his bedroom. He hadn't forgotten. After today's game, the system task was also completed. At this time, Bai Feng called out the system. Ding! Mission completed. The first game of the national competition successfully limited the opponent to less than 3 quetzales. Reward: 3 attribute points. 3 attribute points, although not much. But for Bai Feng's current situation, it is quite enough. Name: Bai Feng. Static talent. Height: 201 cm. Wingspan: 216 cm. Dynamic talent. Strength: 90. Speed: 91. Bounce: 89. Stamina: 94. Basketball attributes. 3-pointer: 89. Mid-range shot: 92. Layup: 92. Dunk: 95. Pass: 95. Defense: 94. Rebound: 96. Abilities. Beyond Vision, Same Frequency, Confrontation Core, King's Domain, Protagonist Feeling. Based on Bai Feng's current luxurious foundation, it is very difficult to improve any of it. So from this point of view, these 3 attribute values are very precious. Then, Bai carefully examined where he should improve now. It didn't take long for Bai Feng to make up his mind. That is stamina. After all, their opponent after Jian Guang is only 627. That is Teikō Junior High. Bai Feng has thought about the scene when the two teams meet again in his mind many times. If the opponent is still like last time, Aomine or Kise will challenge him in the early stage of the field. That's fine. But what if the opponent doesn't play like this? Going to end the game quickly from the beginning. That's not good. In this case, Bai Feng can only try his best to play his defensive ability on the field. This is very physically demanding, not to mention that his teammates have not entered the same frequency state in the early stage. He, Bai Feng, also has to keep the score difference from being too big. If the score is far behind in the early stage, then even if same frequency is entered at the end, it will be useless. After calculating the whole important interests in his heart, Bai Feng did not hesitate. Add all to my physical strength. After Bai Feng decided, the value on the system panel also changed. Physical strength, 9497. After Bai Feng saw that, added points, he felt the changes in himself on the bed. He found that there was no obvious feeling. Then, he didn't think much about it. Let's go to bed first and feel the specific changes tomorrow. The next day. There is no game today, Bai Feng gets up on time as usual. After everything is sorted out, Bai Feng stepped out of the house and prepared to go to the school basketball hall for training. When he walked in the campus, there were no people around. After all, the school is on a long vacation now, and most students will not come to school. This made Bai Feng suddenly feel a little uncomfortable. After all, when he was in school, there were always many girls paying attention to him. Now it was quiet for a while, and Bai Feng was really a little uncomfortable. Bai Feng suddenly felt that he was a little hypocritical, and then smiled. Continue to move towards the basketball team. Not long after, Bai Feng entered the gym, and Teikō and Showdown were there. It looked like they had just arrived not long ago, and the two had not started training yet. Teikō was holding a stack of newspapers and scolding Showdown excitedly. Teikō, damn, a group of unscrupulous media telling lies with open eyes. Showdown, yeah, how can they write like this? Don't let me catch them, otherwise he will have a hard time. Teikō said angrily. The two of them sprayed fiercely and didn't notice Bai Feng's arrival at all. When Bai Feng came behind them, they found out. Before Bai Feng could speak, he immediately handed the newspaper to Bai Feng after seeing the person coming. At the same time, he said, Feng, take a look at what they wrote. Bai Feng took the newspaper curiously, and then looked up. The headline on the newspaper was extremely exaggerated, shock. Jianguang Middle School, is it a dark horse or a gang? Below this headline, there was a photo of Kobayashi Ichiro who was knocked back by Bai Feng. Compared with Bai Feng's tall figure on the screen, it seemed like he was bullying a child. Then there was Jianguang's quality is worrying, he is in a dominant position and is ruthless, and he is spitting trash. There were also two illustrations below. The first one was a photo of Bai Feng dunking the opponent. The second one was the appearance of Bai Feng talking to the opponent after landing. In the photo, the two people who were dunked by Chong Tang were confused, like children who made mistakes and were being reprimanded. There were many newspapers, and Bai Feng frowned when he saw the last one. The title was even more outrageous. The tyrant made his opponent cry, and threatened to ask about his feelings. The accompanying photo was exactly the calm look on Bai Feng's face at the press conference. If you only look at this photo, anyone would praise him as a gentleman. But with the title that fanned the flames, Bai Feng looked very arrogant. After he finished reading all the newspapers, to be honest, even Bai Feng, who was mature in mentality, was speechless by these guys. These reporters were really good at creating topics. It's just that their way of creating topics doesn't care whether Bai Feng's reputation is good or bad. Bai Feng could already imagine that for most people who didn't watch the game, they definitely didn't have a good impression of him. Bai Feng felt that he had embarked on the path of a big villain. After 2 seconds of silence, a smile appeared on his face. Then he chuckled and said, "It doesn't matter, Okawa Shota, this just proves our strength. It seems that my name as a tyrant can't be removed." Since the first national competition, time passed quickly, and several more games were played during this period. Without exception, all of them won big under Bai Feng's leadership. And the scores of each game were also very different, which attracted more attention from the outside media. Of course, if we only look at the scores, Teikō Junior High is actually more exaggerated than them. Opponents who compete with Teikō rarely score in double digits. However, the media have long been familiar with Teikō's strength, and this year Jianguang Middle School, a dark horse, suddenly emerged. They all pounced on them like sharks smelling blood. During this period, the outside world has been building momentum for the next meeting between Teikō and Jianguang. At the same time, on a wild basketball court in Tokyo, Aomine, who had just finished training with his bare chest, sat under the basketball hoop to rest. He held a newspaper in his hand with Bai Feng's game report on it. Tyrant, the latest data. 33 points, 30 assists, 20 rebounds, 12 steals, 14 blocks, and 0 turnovers. Another 5 double data against the sky. Such data. Bai Feng has maintained this record for many games in a row. The media have been looking forward to whether Bai Feng can continue to maintain this miracle in the competition with the miracle era. Aomine stared at the photo of Bai Feng in the newspaper, and then whispered calmly, "This time, I will definitely win." Then, he stood up and continued to train. Chapter 65. In Tokyo Gymnasium. The atmosphere was extremely warm, and the shouts of the audience almost overturned the ceiling of the stadium. The reason for such enthusiasm was because of the team playing on the scene. It was the hottest team after Teikō Junior High School during this period. Jeonggwang Middle School. Moreover, the game played by Jeonggwang Middle School today was also very important. Because this game was the 4-2 of the national competition. That is, the semifinals. At this time, Bai Feng was leading his teammates to counterattack fast break. Just before the fast break, Bai Feng performed another amazing block. Under Bai Feng's defensive block, the audience was excited. Although many of them had watched Bai Feng's games all the way here. They had seen Bai Feng's exaggerated defense many times, but every time Bai Feng performed it again, they still couldn't control their excitement. There was no way. After all, Bai Feng's exaggerated physical talent, a height of 201 centimeters, but his speed was not slower than Kiwei at all. Bai Feng often wanders around the outside line, but he can often rush into the inside line to block the shot in the next second. It is this kind of large-scale defense that shocked them. Jeonggwang, led by Bai Feng, also solved the game without bloodshed. Beep. The game ended, and Jeonggwang won the ticket to the decisive battle. They will meet Teikō Junior High again. When the game ended, the audience burst into excited voices. "Well done, come on Jeonggwang. You are so cool, Bai Feng, I knew you could make it this far. Awesome, really cool. So cool, husband." Amid the enthusiastic response from the audience, Bai Feng's teammates have already huddled together. No one really thought that this day would really come. When they first won the second team of Teikō, they all thought that they could achieve great results this season. But no one expected that they would actually make it to the finals. This is really a dream come true. Everyone couldn't help but look at Bai Feng, and at this moment they only felt that he was so dazzling. The whole person exudes an inexplicable and convincing temperament. Afterwards, all the players of Jeonggwang felt fortunate that Bai Chuan was their captain. Otherwise, with their strength, how could they have made it this far? I'm afraid they can't even enter the national competition. At this time, apart from the victorious Jeonggwang people, who is the most excited? It must be the media workers who have been paying attention to and reporting on the event. After all, they have long been building momentum for the encounter between Bai Chuan and the era of miracles. At this time, when Bai after Feng won the semi-finals, this matter was finally confirmed. This is the real focus battle. The outside world does not know how many people who pay attention to junior high school basketball are looking forward to the arrival of this game. Although, the two teams have competed once before. Moreover, Jeonggwang Middle School also lost by a large margin. However, the excitement of that game cannot be judged by the score alone. Only those who really witnessed the entire game process know how exciting that game was. And now, after so long, Bai Feng's family can obviously see his progress. Now they are very much looking forward to what different sparks will be created when Bai Feng meets Teikō again. Of course, they have never thought about the idea that Bai Feng will win. After all, Teikō's strength is something that no one in the Japanese junior high school world can question. The outside world is building momentum for the upcoming finals. The atmosphere in the entire junior high school world seemed very warm. In such an impetuous environment, Bai Feng's heart was not affected, but very calm. He was in Jianguang Basketball Hall, doing various training as usual. This was his daily plan. If there was no particularly important matter, he would not interrupt his rhythm. At this time, the normal training time of the basketball team had already ended, and the players had almost left. But Taiga and Shota did not leave. They were still training, although they were usually very hard-working. But Bai Feng could clearly feel that the mentality of the two was different from usual. Bai Feng knew in his heart that the finals were coming, and he and his two were worried again. But this kind of mental fluctuation can only be relied on by themselves. Bai Feng has not failed to enlighten the players in the past few days, but it is useless. They are still nervous. Bai Feng shook his head and ignored the two people, and continued his unfinished training. Half an hour later, Bai Feng finished training. He began to pack up and prepare to evacuate. When he passed by the two people, he saw that the two guys had no intention of leaving. Bai Feng couldn't help but say, "I've never seen you guys so hard-working before. Come back quickly and don't exhaust your body these days." After hearing Bai Feng's words, Shota scratched his head awkwardly, and then said, "It's almost the finals, so I'll try to improve my shortcomings. Try to do better than last time. 0 Please give flowers, 0 At the end of his speech, his voice gradually became lower and his head shrank. Bai Feng saw the reason for Shota's embarrassment. He must have recalled being dominated by Murasakibara again. But this is normal, after all, Shota wanted to give up basketball last time. Oh, he is really sensitive, but Murasakibara's absolute strength is there. It's not that you can use it with temporary efforts. But Bai Feng certainly can't say that, which will only hit his teammates more." Bai Feng paused, and then said calmly, "Don't think too much, Shota, we have seen your efforts during this period. Your strength has improved a lot, there is no need to worry too much." Shota also knew that Bai Feng's words were to comfort him. He felt embarrassed after hearing the end, after all, he was still clear about his own strength. Shota smiled awkwardly, Feng, don't comfort me, don't worry." Bai Feng saw that he said so, and shook his head and didn't continue to force comfort. But before leaving, Bai Feng said to the two sincerely, "Some things have become facts, so don't let extra thoughts burden you. That will only consume your energy in vain, and nothing else can be changed. It's better to relax, at least in this way, you won't be hindered by extra thoughts in your actions. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." Teikō Junior High Basketball Team. At this time, the times have gathered. Even Aomine, who rarely appears, came to the gym. It's just that the scene was a little silent for a while, and no one on the scene spoke. After a long silence, finally, the scene was destroyed by Murasakibara's listless voice. "It's just an ordinary game, why let everyone gather, it's better to sleep." No one spoke after hearing this. Only a moment later, Akashi's cold voice sounded. "Everyone, Teikō has only one idea, that is absolute victory." Everyone present heard the aggression in Akashi's tone. As for why this happened, they couldn't help but recall the scene of the award ceremony in the knockout round. For a moment, the atmosphere in the stadium became more depressing. However, Aomine's eyes revealed expectations at this time. He couldn't wait for the game to start. The training during this period of time has greatly improved his strength, and at the same time made his skin as dark as an African. Plus. Chapter 66. The national finals will start today. The entire Bai Feng team took a bus to the Tokyo Gymnasium. Everyone first went to the locker room and changed their jerseys. Then, under the leadership of Bai Feng, they prepared to go out from the player tunnel. All the teammates were very nervous at this time. Many of them did not sleep well last night because of this game. But not sleeping all night did not affect their current state at all. After all, everyone was very excited. "Bai Feng, everyone calm down, it's time for us to go out. As Bai Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and ran out of the tunnel, and his teammates followed behind him. Not long after, Bai Feng appeared from the entrance of the tunnel. When Bai Feng appeared, the audience at the scene also discovered him at the first time. Then, there was a deafening roar. Look, Bai Feng is on the stage. Here it comes, Jian Guang comes out first. FK, it feels like Bai Feng is different today than before. Yes, it's because of the teacher. To be honest, Bai Feng was also shocked by the enthusiasm of the audience as soon as he came out. Although there were many people who came to watch them play in the past, the audience today was different from the past. In the stands, 3 groups of spectators can be clearly distinguished. Those wearing red clothes support Teikō Junior High, and those supporting Jian Guang wear green clothes. The other group is neutral fans wearing casual clothes. This scene really surprised Bai Feng. It's so grand today. Bai Feng led many teammates and walked onto the court to warm up under the gaze of the audience. As soon as he stepped onto the court, the long-lost system sound rang in his mind. Ding! Mission released. After the game with Teikō enters the 4th quarter, if the score difference is within 10 points, the mission can be completed. Reward: draw a lottery. The system prompt sound that suddenly came to Bai Feng's mind made him stop. Originally, Bai Feng was wondering why the system had not released the mission on such an important day. As a result, it came. Bai Feng carefully analyzed the requirements of this mission. Then, he frowned. To be honest, the requirements of this mission are very intense. Compared with the task in the last match with Teikō, it was much more difficult. After all, last time he just had to ensure his own score data, but this time Bai Feng had to keep an eye on the team's score. Bai Feng became serious. In fact, in the past few days, Bai Feng had thought more than once about how to deal with Teikō's game. In the end, after thinking about it, he came to only one conclusion. That is, he can only rely on himself in the early stage. On the offensive end, Bai Feng must ensure his teamwork. He also has to pass the ball to his teammates from time to time. Of course, Bai Feng does not expect them to score. But only in this way can they enter the same frequency state in the later stage. It's just that in this case, Bai Feng has to work harder on the defensive end, to ensure that he is not left behind by Teikō by too much. After all, if the score difference is too outrageous, even if they enter the same frequency, it will not help. In general, this game is a real test of Bai Feng's physical strength. After Bai Feng considered all the interests in this game and the system task clearly, he was no longer distracted. Then, he picked up the basketball and started warming up. Not long after, there was another round of cheers. You don't need to look to know that Teikō is on the field. After the warm-up, the game started immediately. At this time, the audience in the stands couldn't wait. This game can be said to be the most anticipated match in recent years. After all, Teikō has been invincible for too long. In previous years, playing against other teams was not at all entertaining. This year is different. After Bai Feng appeared, he successfully activated this stagnant pool of water. It is also because of this that the reporters can also take advantage of the situation to build up the momentum of the game. Do you think Bai Feng can still perform well in this game? I don't know. Although the media is exaggerating, Miracle Era is the real king of junior high school. Yeah, I just hope Tyrant can hold on a little longer. What do you know? Bai Feng is not inferior to the opponent, but the team's depth is not good enough. While the audience was discussing before the game, Satsuki and Kuroko on the bench of Teikō were also watching Bai Feng's figure. Kuroko was simply curious about Bai Feng's strength. And Satsuki looked at Bai Feng, but there was a flash of light in her eyes, and no one knew what was in her little head. But then, her face turned slightly red. She didn't know why. Bai Feng's current temperament was very attractive to her, and she always unconsciously fantasized about some strange things. Under the gaze of thousands of spectators in the audience, the game began. Both sides were ready to fight for the ball. Teikō sent out the center of course, Atsushi Murasakibara. This is what everyone can think of. However, when they saw the person sent by Jian Guang, they were a little unresponsive. Because the person coming was Bai Feng. That's right, Bai Feng must fight for every ball in this game. In this case, he had to step forward to fight for the ball, and if he gave it to Shota, he would definitely give the ball to the opponent. Since Bai Feng had already thought of the result, he would not let the original ending happen. Moreover, Bai Feng's height of 201 centimeters is only a few centimeters lower than Atsushi Murasakibara. It can be completely ignored. What's more important is that Bai Feng has a long arm span. His arm span of 216 centimeters is obviously longer than Atsushi Murasakibara. So overall, Bai Feng can definitely fight for the ball with Atsushi Murasakibara. When Bai Feng walked to the opposite side of Murasakibara, Atsushi Murasakibara's half-closed eyes slightly widened. Then he paused, and then said lazily, "Hey? You have grown so tall." At the same time, he stretched out his hand to compare Bai Feng's height with his own. Bai Feng ignored him and was completely focused at this time. Before and after the referee walked up with the ball, Bai Feng did not hesitate and directly turned on beyond vision to deduce. Then, the scene within 1.5 seconds appeared in Bai Feng's eyes. Then, Bai Feng controlled the timing of the fight for the ball. After the referee threw the ball up, Bai Feng jumped directly according to the deduced plan. Murasakibara's reaction speed was also very fast, and the two of them jumped almost at the same time. However, Bai Feng's body in the air was vaguely offset to the right of Murasakibara. This caused the situation that was originally evenly matched to be instantly controlled by Bai Feng. Snap! The ball was fought for by Bai Feng, and at the same time it was hit in the direction that Bai Feng had already determined. It was a little far from Akashi, which was the direction Bai Feng deliberately chose. Otherwise, Akashi would definitely steal the basketball in advance. In this short moment, the audience was all surprised. Because they really didn't expect that Bai Feng could actually win the fight for the ball, they had never seen it before. Murasakibara lost the ball. However, the audience was not surprised for long. When Bai Feng's teammate just hugged the basketball and was about to find a good time to pass the ball to Bai Feng. 2.3. A yellow figure appeared behind him, very fast. Then, snap! The basketball was intercepted. The stealer was Kise Ryōta. And the position where he stole the ball was just close to the attacking side's field. At this time, Kise burst out with extremely fast speed, rushed into the inside in the blink of an eye, and was about to score. "Kise, this ball, just treat it as a gift to you, Bai Feng." He was confident and calm, and at this time he wanted to let Bai Feng know that even if he won the ball, it would be useless. Kise had already entered the penalty area, then took off, and was about to dunk and score in the next second. At the same time, he still had a sunny smile on his face. But suddenly, he felt that his body lost balance. Then, before he could react to the specific situation, the whole person was knocked out of the baseline. There was only a bang in the air. Snap! The crisp sound of the nail board blocked the ball resounded throughout the court. Chapter 67. The game hadn't started for long, but the emotions of the audience were stirred up. Everyone hadn't recovered from Bai Feng's victory in the ball fight. Then they saw Kise's quick attack after stealing the ball. But in the blink of an eye, no one expected another reversal. Everyone in the gym was shocked by Bai Feng's performance, because Bai Feng's running posture on the court was simply too shocking. He was 201 centimeters tall, but his leg frequency was so fast. When Bai Feng caught up with Kise, the audience in the stands didn't even have time to exclaim. Then Kise was blocked and fell to the ground. Bai Feng grabbed the ball, then looked at Kise on the ground with a frozen smile, and chuckled, "Kise, I haven't seen you for a long time, why are you so anxious?" After saying that, without waiting for Kise's response, Bai Feng turned around and started to attack. Only Ryota Kise on the ground was shown his back. Seeing this, Kise's frozen smile disappeared immediately, his hand clenched into a fist, and he quickly stood up after hammering the ground. Bai Feng advanced with the ball, and he carefully observed the situation on the field. With Bai Feng's vision, he has now found an excellent passing opportunity. That is Dai He, who is 0-1 in the opponent's penalty area. There is no defender around Dai He at this time. However, after Bai Feng thought for a while, he decided not to pass the ball to Dai He, because the intensity of this game is completely different from the past. If it was the previous game, Bai Feng would throw the ball to him without hesitation. But facing Teikō, Bai Feng knew very well that if he dared to pass the ball to Dai He, in all likelihood, Dai He would be defended. Therefore, Bai Feng was still prepared to play steadily. After all, this was the first ball of the game, so there was no need to be so anxious. Bai Feng held the ball in his right hand, raised his left hand and pressed it down, signaling his teammates not to be anxious and start at the original rhythm. Under Bai Feng's command, his teammates gradually calmed down their originally fluctuating emotions. Especially the teammates who were just intercepted. Seeing that the ball was taken back by the captain, he was also greatly relieved. At the same time, he also sighed in his heart at the captain's strength. Not long after, Bai Feng crossed the half-court with the ball, and his position was just 3 steps outside the top of the arc of the 3-point line. Kise just happened to catch up from behind Bai Feng. The sunshine on his face was no longer there at the beginning. At this moment, he felt like he was holding his breath and wanted to vent it. Kise really thought so, he thought he was just careless just now. The game just started, and he was quite excited. So when he destroyed the ball that Bai Feng had fought for with great difficulty, he felt very happy. After all, he, Kise, had never taken advantage of Bai Feng before. Under various conditions, Bai Feng blocked the shot. Kise was not very convinced, he thought he had made great progress during this period. If he was allowed to compete with Bai Feng this time, he would say without hesitation that he would win. With this idea in mind, Kise prepared to face Bai Feng. However, the next second he saw his captain, Akashi Seijuro, already appeared in front of Bai Feng. Kise saw the posture of his captain, as if he was staring at his prey. He wanted to ask Akashi to let Bai Feng give up to him. But he suddenly remembered what Akashi said in a cold tone after gathering them together before the game started. The coldness in Akashi's tone at that time could almost penetrate people's skin. Kise still remembers it vividly now. Considering Akashi's current state, Kise thought about it and decided to give up the matchup with Bai Feng. In that case, let's find an opportunity later. Kise whispered, and then walked to the bottom corner. Although Bai Feng had his back to Kise, Kise's series of actions did not escape Bai Feng's sight. He originally thought that the opponent would come to match him, so that he could spend a relatively stable period of time. But he left directly. Bai Feng looked at Akashi in front of him. He knew that Akashi wanted to take the game directly this time. Bai Feng dribbled the ball with his right hand at the top of the arc of the 3-point line, and his left hand was slightly raised. Although the defender was still 3 steps away from him at this time. But Bai Feng had to be cautious, after all, the guy on the opposite side was Akashi. Any flaws revealed in front of him would be infinitely magnified. Especially now that Bai Feng was facing the opponent directly, he could feel the pressure from Akashi. Under the gaze of the pair of heterochromatic eyes, Yu Jiao couldn't help but focus more. Just when the atmosphere between the two was pushed to the peak and was about to explode, the audience also held their breath. Akashi spoke, his tone was still so arrogant, as if looking down on everything in his sight, and said coldly, "No matter how many times you come, the result is the same. Let me tell you the gap between mortals and gods. Bai Feng didn't expect the other party to say such a second-year word, but he could also feel Akashi's mentality of truly ignoring him. The other party was not just talking casually to mess with Bai Feng's mentality, but really thought he was Bai Feng's god? When Bai Feng figured this out, he frowned a little. Is he pretending to be cool again? Bai Feng said coldly, it seems that the lesson last time did not allow you to reflect on it properly. God? Let me see how you, a god, can defend me. After saying that, before Akashi could react, Bai Feng directly activated Beyond Vision to deduce, and instantly figured out Akashi's movements in the next 1.5 seconds 3 steps away. Then, Bai Feng dribbled the ball directly and took a step forward at the same time. This series of actions was very fast, matching Bai Feng's tall body. It seemed to have a touch of unusual beauty. In the expectant eyes of everyone in the audience, Bai Feng did not make any further moves. He took a step forward and started to play the ball. He was about to shoot. Akashi was also startled for a moment, but his emperor eyes were too evil. After seeing Bai Feng's moves, he almost defended at the same time. But Bai Feng had already deduced Akashi's moves. At this time, Bai Feng raised the position of the ball 597 very high. Then, under the attention of thousands of eyes in the audience, he jumped high and shot. Akashi also jumped hard and jumped very high. Objectively speaking, Akashi's defense at this time was already very strong. However, Bai Feng not only had the advantage of size. At this time, in the king's domain, the hit rate of Bai Feng's shooting position was as high as 90%. With these multiple blessings, Bai Feng threw the ball out without hesitation. In the surprised, expectant and unbelievable eyes of the audience, the basketball went into the net. Abu! The sound of the ball hitting the net passed through everyone's hearts and also fell into Akashi's ears. At this moment, the scene erupted with boiling shouts again. Too awesome! Yeah, he can make this shot. This is 2 steps outside the 3-point line. How dare he shoot it, and facing Akashi? You don't understand this, Bai Feng just shoots less 3-pointers, not none. So cool. Against this passionate environment, Akashi still had a cold face. However, Bai Feng keenly discovered that the other party's coldness revealed a hint of disbelief. Bai Feng looked down at Akashi and said, how can the so-called gods not even reach the height of mortal shots? Let Kise or Aomine come up. Chapter 68. Bai Feng was not just criticizing for the sake of criticizing. He was just responding to Akashi's condescending attitude just now. Bai Feng didn't like that kind of second-year feeling. Not to mention that Akashi was targeting him. As for Bai Feng's shot, in his own opinion, this was as it should be, even without the assistance of King's domain. He didn't think he missed the shot. After all, Akashi was only a little over 170 centimeters tall while he was 201 centimeters tall. The height difference between the two was too outrageous. It would be fine if Akashi cut the ball off before Bai Feng shot. Otherwise, once Bai Feng successfully jumped, he would have no way to deal with it and could only watch Bai Feng shoot. As for whether the goal was scored or not, it all depended on Bai Feng's touch. It was like Durant playing one-on-one against the small guys on the back line, 1 against 1 out of position. Bai Feng was in the same situation when he faced Akashi just now. Although Bai Feng also played the point guard position, the effect of his play was out of position. Bai Feng was under Akashi's oppressive gaze. Turned his head and returned to his own half. Akashi looked at Bai Feng's back, not knowing what he was thinking, but the cold look in his eyes became more serious. Akashi, Murasakibara, serve. Originally, the Teikō people were still surprised by the last ball and did not serve the ball immediately. At this time, after Akashi spoke, they also came back to their senses. However, this is not their fault. After all, when have they ever seen Akashi treated like this? Midorima's heart was the most volatile at this time. He saw Bai Feng use his best three-pointer to face Akashi. He actually felt a surge of blood. In the past, he also shot in front of Akashi. But many times, Akashi intercepted his ball before he jumped. Just now, after seeing Bai Feng's response, Midorima couldn't help but open up an idea in his mind. This made Midorima think in his heart. Yes, as long as you use your own advantages, you can avoid it in advance. He saw Bai Feng raise the basketball to an outrageous height when he was holding the ball. This greatly reduced Akashi's defensive threat. Following this line of thought, Midorima thought of many more things. Bai Feng didn't know that his improvisation actually inspired Midorima. Therefore, he evolved in the future. After receiving the pass, Akashi directly moved forward. The moment he held the ball, the pressure on him rose to a higher level. Even though he was still a little distance away from Bai Feng, the white power player could clearly feel it. This made Bai Feng lower his center of gravity and enter a focused defensive posture. There was no way. Although Bai Feng was very relaxed in front of Akashi just now, he knew it very well in his heart. On the offensive end, Akashi was not easy to deal with him. But on the defensive end, it was different. These were two completely different states. In basketball games, the offensive side with the ball is always the initiator of the rhythm. So the defender, to a certain extent, must act according to the rhythm of the offensive side. In this case, Akashi is very terrifying. Because his eyes can always observe the weaknesses of the defender. In this case, if Bai Feng shows any weakness, he will be hit immediately. Akashi came in front of Bai Feng. He also deliberately controlled the distance between the two and didn't get too close. Because Akashi knew that Bai Feng's eyes could also see the picture of the future. Akashi was about 3 steps in front of Bai Feng, controlling the ball skillfully. His eyes were staring at Bai Feng sharply, as if he wanted to see through him. Then Akashi spoke, staring at Bai Feng coldly and said, "I don't like the angle you look at me, I will make you look up at me on the ground." He didn't wait for Bai Feng to respond, and an extremely dangerous aura burst out from his body. Bai Feng saw this and knew that the attack was coming. Without hesitation, he directly turned on Beyond Vision to deduce all the information in the next 1.5 seconds. In just a moment, Bai Feng got the picture of the future. But Bai Feng knew very well that he had to prevent Akashi from revealing flaws in the only details in these 1.5 seconds. If he couldn't catch it, Akashi would successfully break through him. There was no time to think about it, Akashi had already attacked. His dribbling speed was very fast, but this speed was different from Aomine's freestyle play. Instead, it was an extremely simple and efficient action. In the blink of an eye, he was 1 step away from Bai Feng, and Akashi's orange pupils shrank suddenly. Then, he changed direction with his lower body. At this time, if it was an ordinary player, Bai Feng would have been completely passed. Because Bai Feng also felt the pressure of being seen through. But Bai Feng still defended on Akashi's offensive route, because he also saw the current scene in the 1.5 seconds of deduction. 1.5 seconds can do a lot of things on the court, but if you really count, it is only 1.5 seconds. Time passed quickly, and the deduced scene was about to pass. Bai Feng was waiting for an opportunity, waiting for Akashi to expose the ball and himself to the closest. The two people in the field attacked and defended fiercely, and the audience dared not breathe. In this atmosphere, it didn't take long for them to see the sudden change in the field. Bai Feng actually changed his original defensive strategy and took the initiative to attack directly. Now, Bai Feng suddenly attacked. Because Akashi was breaking through at this time, and the forward push made the basketball very close to Bai Feng. Bai Feng did not hesitate, and directly used his long arms to poke out, and the speed was so fast that it was like an arrow from a string. He felt that his fingertips had touched the basketball and he could poke it out immediately. However, Akashi's Emperor Eye also saw Bai Feng's steal. It's just that Akashi is now in a state of breaking through, and all his strength has been exerted, so it is difficult to exert force again to change his body posture. After all, there are very few people with the same explosive speed and flexibility as Aomine. But Akashi is still ruthless, and he can't change the direction of force. Directly choose to throw his body to the ground. The whole person seemed to lose balance in an instant and fell forward. Seeing this, Bai Feng also gritted his teeth and exerted force. However, one of them was forward and the other was backward, and the advantage was obviously in favor of the same. The scene afterwards was indeed the same. Akashi, with stronger inertia, pushed Bai Feng's arm was thrown away. Then, just before he kissed the ground, he supported himself with Nori's auxiliary hand. Then he stood up smoothly. Although the process was a bit awkward, it must be said that Akashi's physical fitness is also very strong. As for Bai Feng, when he was defending backwards, he was almost thrown back by inertia. But when he was about to lie down, Bai Feng's core confrontation, which he had already activated, squeezed out a little potential. With the sudden increase in strength, he was also successfully lifted up. But now, he has lost the opportunity to defend and can only watch Akashi jump shot. In this round of confrontation, he lost a bit. However, Bai Feng was not disappointed. On the contrary, because of this round of confrontation, he gradually became excited and excited. Even because of this, the expression on Bai Feng's face was a little out of control. He thought it was interesting this way. Along the way, he abused the weak to the point that he became a weak. Then, Bai Feng calmed down his excitement. He had already had several countermeasures against Akashi in his mind. Chapter 69. Akashi made a mid-range shot. The ball was changed, and it was Jiang Guang's turn to attack. However, his teammates did not pass the ball to him immediately. The expression on Shota's face had not yet recovered from the previous round. The attack and defense between Bai Feng and Akashi just now was too intense. Not only him, but everyone at the scene was frightened by the two. At this time, Shota looked at Bai Feng with some concern. After all, he had never seen Bai Feng like that. It was normal to feel worried for a while. Bai Feng also saw his teammates' thoughts, but he didn't have the patience to explain to them now. His mood had long been ignited, and he couldn't wait to start the attack. Bai Feng directly used his actions to throw the ball to Shota and others to prove how good his current state was. Bai Feng, Shota, serve quickly. Shota heard the words and hurriedly passed the ball to Bai Feng. Before the audience had faded from the excitement just now. Directly push the ball to Akashi. This time, he didn't even deliberately wait for his teammates. In the blink of an eye, half court was over. At this time, he was standing about 3 steps in front of Akashi. Although Bai Feng was a little excited now, his mind was still very clear. With the distance deliberately kept, the basketball in Bai Feng's hand was very safe at this time. Akashi on the opposite side just focused on Bai Feng, who was obviously in a different state from 347 just now. He didn't say anything either. After all, in the last round, he threatened to shake Bai Feng to the ground and look up at him. As a result, Bai Feng didn't sit on the ground, but he almost fell down. Even if he scored in the end, for Akashi Sejuro who pursues perfection, he was not so comfortable in his heart. So, he now stared at Bai Feng with his heterochromatic eyes, wanting to completely crush Bai Feng in this round, so as to achieve complete restrictions on both offense and defense. But when Akashi thought so, Bai Feng couldn't wait. He saw the corners of his mouth curled up and his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he said directly in his heart, "Beyond vision FK, deduce it for me." As the ability was activated, the world in front of Bai Feng changed instantly. In just a moment, he had completed the plot deduction within 1.5 seconds. Finally, Bai Feng grinned at Akashi. Then, Bai Feng opened core confrontation and broke through to the right directly, while picking up his left hand to protect the ball, firmly protecting the left side to prevent Akashi from stealing the ball. The reason why he didn't make a fake move was that it was completely unnecessary under the Emperor eye. Moreover, Bai Feng also analyzed the best way to attack during the deduction. Bai Feng's sudden breakthrough was very fast. In addition, his unique physical advantage on the back line made him fearless of confrontation. Or in other words, playing Akashi is to confront. How can Bai Feng control the opponent's thin body and not destroy him? Since Bai Feng has the ball now, you Akashi must accept my Bai Feng's offensive rhythm. The speed of the breakthrough was very fast, and the distance between the two was instantly shortened by Bai Feng. Then, Bai Feng used his wide body to force Akashi in front of him to open up space. During this period, Akashi's orange eyes continued to shrink violently. Bai Feng could clearly feel that his moves were seen through, and it was indeed the case. After seeing through the moves, Akashi directly reached for the ball in Bai Feng's hand, and the speed was ridiculous. However, Bai Feng had already deduced his moves. Moreover, Bai Feng's broad body and the ball-guarding hand were always protecting. Akashi's short arms could only return in vain. Bai Feng admitted that Akashi was very strong and defended very well. But it was useless. Blame it on you being too short. If your arm span increases by 20 centimeters, then Bai Feng has nothing to say. The stalemate between the two of them for a moment gave Bai Feng an absolute advantage. Then, Bai Feng exerted all his core confrontation strength and directly knocked Akashi's body, who was still trying to steal the ball, to the ground without mercy. After that, the dull eyes of the whole audience were beamed. Bai Feng jumped on the spot and shot. Abu! The basketball went into the net. The scene of the ball going in was seen by all the spectators and players at the scene. But they did not react immediately. The reason is 4 words: too violent. They never thought that Bai Feng would treat Akashi Seijuro like this. Originally thought, Bai Feng would show his control skills like Akashi. After all, many people at the scene knew that Bai Feng's basketball skills were quite powerful, a baff. But the result was indeed like this. However, when the audience came back to their senses from the sluggishness, they all burst into extremely excited voices. FK 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 FK. What is this? This scene is too violent. Yeah, it's just like bullying, bullying. What do you know, I'm following you Feng because of this Bai. Otherwise, why do you think Bai Feng has the title of tyrant? This way of playing is too explosive. So handsome. Bai Feng enjoyed the cheers for him at the scene. Then he looked down at the somewhat dull Akashi Seijuro on the ground with a happy face. Bai Feng smiled and said, "Your current perspective is the real admiration." After saying that, he did not wait for Akashi to react. He continued, "If you want to defend me, you can't do it alone, send another person to double-team me." As he said that, Bai Feng slightly bent down, stared at Akashi on the ground, and said in a more serious tone, "Because the basketball I play now is not the kind of children's game you used to play where you dance with each other. If you can't bear it, you will be useless." Bai Feng's trash talk, once it starts, it seems that he can't stop. He doesn't know if he was affected by the guys in the blue lock, or if he is like this. But it doesn't matter, I'm very happy. After saying that, Bai Feng didn't care about Akashi's condition on the ground. He turned around and left. Because Bai Feng had seen the referee put the whistle to his mouth. If he didn't restrain himself, Bai Feng would obviously be called for a foul. Bai Feng certainly wouldn't let such a thing happen, not to mention that his goal was already set. Would Akashi's mentality explode and become a waste for a while? Or, he would become more aggressive in attacking. It didn't matter, for Bai Feng, it was a sure win. In the former case, Akashi would leave the field directly. In the latter case, he would consume Akashi's physical strength like crazy, and Bai Chuan didn't believe that the physical strength of the bed could be as good as his own. Once Akashi was no longer able to do it, the others would be difficult to deal with. But after all, the pressure was reduced. And there was another point, Bai Feng was a lone wolf at this time, competing with a group of beasts alone. In this case, he couldn't retreat, not only couldn't retreat. He had to be more aggressive and show his aggressiveness. Only in this way could he take the initiative in his mentality and wait for the opportunity to counterattack. Bai Feng sorted out all the thoughts in his mind. He waited for Akashi's next situation. As a result, after a short while, Akashi's personality was not affected at all. Instead, he got up and took the pass from Murasakibara. Then, under the gaze of the audience, he moved forward calmly and steadily. From the looks of it, it seems like there is no impact. However, when he stood in front of Bai Feng again. Bai Feng could clearly feel that this was just the calm before the volcanic eruption. Akashi was in great danger at this time. But Bai Feng was not affected, but became more expectant. Want to attack? Come on! This time, Bai Feng wanted to lock him down on the defensive end as well. Chapter 70. The atmosphere on the court became tense again. Bai Feng and Akashi have become the focus since the start of the game. Under everyone's attention, a new round of battle between the two is about to start. But at the same time, many people have a strange idea in their hearts. Because they all saw that Bai Feng's defensive posture on the court was different from before. As a defender, he deliberately distanced himself from Akashi. When Akashi moved forward, Bai Feng did not take the initiative to step forward to force his action space. Instead, he retreated with Akashi's rhythm. Of course, if it was just this situation, everyone would not feel strange in their hearts. However, while Bai Feng was retreating, his long arms were always raised high. It was as if he wanted to cover Akashi's entire body in advance. Bai Feng and Akashi had a very different physical appearance. At this time, after Bai Feng raised his arms, it was almost equivalent to the height of two Akashis. This picture seemed very impactful. The strange thoughts in their hearts also came from this. The scene is really too outrageous. But Bai Feng did this not without purpose. This is Bai Feng's defensive strategy against Akashi. He still uses his physical advantage. However, on the defensive end, he will not rush to confront him closely. Because once Akashi is not restricted in space, he may be passed by the opponent with a faster pace. Therefore, Bai Feng took 2 steps back and raised his arms to defend the opponent's shot. In this case, Akashi's short body, even if he wants to shoot. Bai Feng does not need to jump at the first time, just wait for Akashi to shoot first. When Akashi shoots, Bai Feng can completely strike back and complete the block. And once Akashi chooses to break through, Bai Feng will not follow Akashi's rhythm, because he still has 2 steps of space to adjust. Just wait for Akashi to finish the last move, and then counterattack. There is no way, Bai Feng's physical advantage is too strong. With a height of 201 cm and a wingspan of 216 cm, he is fully allowed to have the later shooting privilege on the defensive end. In short, let Akashi shoot first, and only after you show your cards, Bai Feng will adopt a targeted defensive strategy. Akashi felt the arm that Bai Feng was covering above his head. He couldn't help but frown. Akashi analyzed the purpose of Bai Feng's defensive posture as soon as he saw it. This made Akashi feel a little weird, because no one had ever treated him like this before. Even Murasakibara, who had a perverted physical talent, could only crawl under his emperor eye. He really didn't expect that a big player could defend him in this way. However, after Akashi's brief analysis, he inexplicably started a burst of anger. Feeling the arm above his head that was shining on him all the time, Akashi felt humiliated. Is this underestimating his height? Then, Akashi had the idea of breaking the annoying arm above his head. He decided to shoot directly in front of Bai Feng. As soon as the idea came up, Akashi couldn't restrain himself and prepared to close the ball and shoot. But just before he was about to close the ball, suddenly, Akashi felt something was wrong. Not good. Akashi's orange pupils shrank violently, and his heart beat rapidly. Then, he retracted the action of closing the ball. He returned to the posture of bending over and dribbling just now. Because, just when he was about to shoot, Emperor I saw Bai Feng's body that didn't move at all, and the playful expression on his face. Bai Feng was clearly waiting for his feet to leave the ground before jumping up to block the shot. This made Akashi calm down, and he realized that he was buying. He had forgotten how long he hadn't had such emotions. Soon, after Akashi calmed down his ups and downs, he was ready to start attacking again. Since shooting didn't work, he could only break through. Thinking of this, Akashi directly started to dribble skillfully, and the rhythm changed very quickly. At the same time, Emperor I began to observe Bai Feng. It turns out that Bai Feng doesn't move according to his rhythm at all. He just uses his tall body and the distance between them to interfere. In this case, Akashi can't shake Bai Feng's center of gravity at all. But he didn't panic, and continued to observe with Emperor I while speeding up the rhythm change. Seeing this, Bai Feng also knew that Wei Si would not have only this kind of experience. Moreover, he had seen the next scene through the deduction of beyond vision. So at this time, he deliberately revealed a flaw to Akashi. This flaw was revealed by Bai Feng completely and truly, without any acting. Because if he deliberately performed, he would not be able to escape the observation of Akashi Emperor I. However, although the flaw was real, Bai Feng knew the purpose of the next one in his heart. So, he dared to show it to the other party. Because Bai Feng was confident that under the current defense strategy and the deduction of the future, Akashi would not be able to escape his defense at all. Sure enough, the next second, Akashi suddenly stopped the rhythm adjustment and stabbed directly to the right side of Bai Feng's flaw. The speed was so fast that it was just like a sharp arrow shot. At the moment of breaking through, Akashi actually felt a sense of relief. This was unprecedented, because no opponent could make him work as hard as he did now. Not only him, but all the audience in the stands also exclaimed at this time. Ah! No way, Yin Tong broke through again. Bai Feng still couldn't defend. Too scary, is this Akashi Seijuro? My god, the captain of the miracle era is really amazing. I have never seen such an embarrassing scene for the tyrant. However, when everyone thought Bai Feng was defeated, "Zero, please give me flowers." But his mouth curled up and his eyes shone. If the audience could observe Bai Feng's expression carefully, they would find that he didn't look like he was going to be defeated at all. Haha, the prey fell into a trap. Bai Feng used his extremely strong waist and abdomen strength to instantly twist his body posture, and then turned around directly. Akashi, who had already broken through, fell into Bai Feng's arms again. But this time, Akashi was facing away from Bai Feng. The 216 cm arm span opened behind Akashi, as if to completely cover and capture him. In addition, Bai Feng also turned on the god's perspective of beyond vision, and his entire eyes were covered with spider web-like patterns. Always observing Akashi's emperor eye's gaze, so as to bypass the other party's observation behind him. That is, to block the blind spot of vision. The picture created by the two in the field at this time made all the audience unable to understand. They didn't know that why did Feng open his arms and follow Akashi. 0. But just looking at this scene, everyone felt like a spider hunting. Akashi had sensed something was wrong the moment he broke through Bai Feng. However, he had no way out, and the worst thing was that Bai Feng was deliberately avoiding Emperor Ai's observation. In this case, he couldn't just turn around and run back to the three-point line to adjust his offense, that was unrealistic. Then he could only continue to attack. Moreover, Akashi was unwilling to admit that he was the prey at this time. Then, he jumped up and shot. The speed was so fast that it was done in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Bai Feng couldn't hold back his slightly raised mouth corners and turned into wanton laughter. Give it to you. He directly covered Akashi with his long arms from behind, and the next second he was going to block Akashi's head. But in this case, Akashi's arm that was originally shooting strangely retracted its movement. The next second, he was going to pass the ball, and the target was Midorima outside the three-point line. Akashi's sudden change made the audience who originally thought he would be blocked started to look forward to it again. Could it be? But then, Bai Feng completely eliminated the suspense. Snap! The ball passed by Akashi was caught by Bai Feng mercilessly. Completely confiscated. At this point, the audience could no longer suppress their excitement. They really couldn't imagine that in just one round, such a dangerous contest would be staged. Ah, my husband is so handsome. Too awesome, Bai Feng successfully locked Akashi. He actually stole the ball from behind, I didn't expect it. Yes, I originally thought Akashi broke through successfully, and finally thought Bai Feng was going to block the shot, but it turned out to be a steal pass. Bai Feng is still better in this round. No way, the talent is too strong. B. Chapter 71. Not only the audience in the stands were excited. Even Satsuki and Kuroko on the Teikō bench opened their mouths wide. Although Kuroko had known Bai Feng's strength for a long time. But now he saw with his own eyes that he played against Akashi and played such a situation. He was so shocked that he didn't know how to express it, and he was in disbelief. As for Satsuki, as a professional intelligence collector, she had actually analyzed many situations of Bai Feng and Akashi before the game. But she didn't expect such a scene. It can only be said that the basketball IQ shown by Bai Feng once again refreshed Satsuki's cognition. Satsuki didn't know whether it was excitement or something else, but her cheeks turned red and she clamped her legs together. On the court, when Bai Feng stole the ball, he turned around and prepared to attack. But before Bai Feng could burst out, he found that, 7 day he had already run to the opponent's three-point line. And there was no one guarding Dae. That's right. Originally, Bai Feng's teammates were just trash in the eyes of Teikō. They didn't take Dae seriously at all, and the Miracle Era were all paying attention to the match between Bai Feng and Akashi. For a moment, they ignored Dae's running back. He just ran out of the opportunity. Bai Feng laughed a little, and at the same time, he sighed in his heart that Dae still knew him. This is to fully believe that Bai Feng can limit Akashi, and the team will run back directly. In this case, Bai Feng will not live up to the trust of his teammates. Moreover, Dae has already run such a long distance, even if Aomine is fast. It is impossible to chase and defend successfully. Then, Bai Feng grabbed the ball with his right hand, and then made a motion like throwing a football. Then he swung his arm vigorously, and the ball drew a yellow line in the air. In the eyes of the whole audience. Snap! Dae caught the ball steadily. Then he recorded a simple layup. Dae scored 2 points under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the gymnasium. This made him very excited. During the quick return, he found Bai Feng and bumped chests with him. Thank you, Feng. The feeling of scoring in the finals is different. Seeing his excitement, Bai Feng smiled and said in recognition, You're welcome. You ran out of opportunities. Hey, we know you too well. After seeing your state change in the last round, we knew that Akashi Sejuro is definitely not your opponent. Bai Feng was very happy to hear that his teammates trusted him so much. Haha, you figured it out. Don't worry, Akashi has been played by me. Okay, run more next time, I will pass the ball to you. Bai Feng did not deny Dae's opinion of him and Akashi, and directly admitted it. Of course, if it were normal, he would not have gone so far as to verbally argue with him. But the situation is different now. Bai Feng has to use all means possible to change the course of the game. This includes verbal interference. When Bai Feng was talking to Dae, he found that Akashi was standing beside him and paying attention to him all the time. In this case, Akashi must have heard the whole conversation between the two. When Bai Feng looked back, as he expected, he was still affected. Although the other party hit it well on the surface, Bai Feng keenly discovered that Akashi's facial expression changed for a moment. Of course, it was only for a moment, and Bai Feng felt that he had seen it wrong. But the opponent's next move made Bai Feng extremely sure that Akashi's mood fluctuated. Akashi looked at Aomine with his cold eyes, and he just looked at her without saying anything. But anyone could see that he was dissatisfied with Aomine's carelessness just now. That's right, it was Aomine who was facing Taiga, and both of them were power forwards. The reason why Aomine missed someone just now was because he was not focused. Aomine didn't say anything about this, but just spread his hands to Akashi. However, the little episode between the two made Bai Feng unable to control his laughter. This guy is really broken. He actually treated Aomine like this. Although Aomine was indeed careless, it was because you, Akashi, were restricted by me. That's why a series of problems followed. Bai Feng suddenly had some thoughts about the situation on the scene. Then he smiled, but said in a teasing tone, "Come on, Akashi, if you hadn't given me a chance, how could Aomine make a mistake? In the final analysis, it was because your performance was so good that Aomine couldn't help but look at it twice more." After teasing Akashi, Bai Feng turned to Aomine and said, "I thought I could compete with you this time." After saying that, Bai Feng didn't wait for the other party to reply, pretending to be disappointed and walked away. He then invested in the next defense. However, after Bai Feng finished this sentence 0.0141062011515723660, Aomine, who was originally calm, suddenly lowered his eyes, and the whole person revealed a dangerous aura. Even Bai Feng, who turned around, noticed it, as if he was stared at by a beast. This also made Bai Feng's mouth corners rise. He could feel that Aomine must have evolved during this period of time. So accordingly, Aomine would definitely not be able to help but challenge himself. As for Akashi's current mental state, Bai Feng just hopes it's as bad as possible. Because he knew when Akashi chose to pass the ball to Midorima just now that this guy didn't intend to fight him to the death. When there is no chance, Akashi will choose to pass the ball to his teammates. Because the opponent has been running through the concept of absolute victory from beginning to end. Bai Feng also saw this clearly. Knowing that it is unrealistic to want to exhaust Akashi's physical strength. A single Akashi and Akashi who passes the ball are two completely different existences. In the former, Bai Feng can find opportunities to pass the ball to his teammates to cultivate same frequency when facing him, and he doesn't have to worry too much about the total score. In the latter, Bai Feng has to be extremely careful at all times, because if he is not careful, the score difference will be widened. This is indeed the case. Akashi then thoroughly implemented the absolute victory style of play. Beep. The first quarter is over. The score shows 32-20. Teikō is leading. On Jiang Guang's side, Bai Feng scored 18 points out of the team's 20 points, and he didn't miss a shot. So far, Bai Feng's hit rate is 3.6%. As for the points lost to the opponent, it was because Bai Feng passed the ball to his teammates. Among all the passes, only He scored a goal, and the rest were all defended. But there was no way, this was the pain that must be experienced before entering same frequency. Amid the applause of the audience, the players of both sides left the court. However, just when Bai Feng deliberately passed by Aomine, he stopped. He looked at her seriously, and then said, "Aomine, how long are you going to wait?" After that, Bai Feng left directly. His meaning has been conveyed, no need to say more. And Bai Feng can see that Aomine's fighting spirit has long been suppressed. Sure enough, not long after Bai Feng left, he felt the opponent's devouring breath again. Chapter 72. In the warm atmosphere of the whole stadium, Bai Feng returned to his own camp, and then his teammates on the bench made room for him very considerately. After Bai Feng sat down, he picked up the water and drank it in big gulps. Seeing this, the teammates around him did not disturb him. Everyone knows that Bai Feng's physical energy consumption is very high. Combined with their last match with Teikō, everyone is deeply aware of this. For Bai Feng, this game cannot be stopped for a moment. Bai Feng is indeed as his teammates think, his current physical energy consumption is much greater than in previous games. But the situation is much better than the last match with Teikō. After all, his physical strength has been improved during this period. It is still very large. In Teikō's camp, after everyone sat down, they didn't speak for a while, and the atmosphere was a little quiet. For those who don't know, they will doubt whether they have an internal conflict. But only they themselves know that since they have bloomed, this is the way everyone gets along. Murasakibara sat on the bench, eating the snacks in his hand leisurely, as if he didn't care about the game at all. 01among the others, only Akashi was drinking water at this time. After all, the first quarter of the game really consumed a lot of Akashi's physical energy. However, the silence on Teikō's side did not last long. Aomine, who had closed his eyes and sat lazily in his seat, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, he said directly, "Akashi, let me do the second quarter." The sudden voice of Aomine made the expressions of everyone in the miracle era freeze for a moment, but no one spoke. After all, they have been in the same team for 3 years. They all have a certain understanding of Aomine's nature. Midorima Shinter couldn't help thinking in his heart at this time. Is this guy finally unable to hold it back? Kuroko Tetsuya also looked at Aomine at this time. They actually noticed that Aomine had been suppressing his fighting spirit. But they didn't expect that he could hold it in until now before finally speaking. It was really a blessing for this ball fanatic. The atmosphere fell into silence again. But not long after, Akashi suddenly spoke. His voice was still so cold, like an emotionless machine. "Aomine, I said, Teikō wants absolutely." However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Aomine's straightforward voice, "What does it matter? Do you think I will lose?" Aomine tilted his head and looked at Akashi. Akashi was interrupted by Aomine, and he obviously didn't expect it. He was stunned for a moment. Then the whole person instantly revealed a terrifying momentum. Then, he turned his head to look at Aomine, and the two looked at each other. In the middle, there were a group of teammates. Akashi said expressionlessly, "Are you refuting me?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere froze instantly. Aomine, who heard the words, didn't expect Akashi to speak to him in such a tone. Afterwards, Aomine was silent at first and lowered his head. But the next second, he burst out with a beast-like momentum, colliding with Akashi's might. Aomine was grinning at this time. He stood up and looked at Akashi and said, "Akashi, maybe I neglected training during this period, so you forgot who is Teikō's trump card." Bai Feng certainly didn't know that he had become a hot commodity. Teikō's 2 trump cards actually broke out in an internal conflict for him. If Bai Feng knew, he would definitely laugh out loud. "Stop fighting, stop fighting." Not long after, the second quarter began. Under the expectant gaze of everyone in the stadium, the players of both sides returned to the court. And the players of both sides did not change. The first ball was Teikō's. After Murasakibara served, Bai Feng was delighted. Because he saw that the person who received the ball at this time was Aomine. Before Bai Feng thought too much, he saw that Aomine had already burst out with his own momentum. The strong sense of oppression, Bai Feng could clearly feel it across most of the court. This was a completely different feeling from Akashi just now. If you have to describe it, Aomine is like a bloodthirsty killer. The moment Aomine held the ball, the audience focused all their attention on him. Then, everyone saw a green figure rushing quickly on the court. The speed was so fast that it was like a cheetah. In the blink of an eye, Aomine had already rushed in front of Bai Feng. Afterwards, he did not deliberately stop the speed. But he used that extremely exaggerated style of play to change the rhythm. His exaggerated movements even made people wonder if he would fall down in the next second. But Bai Feng knew the danger of this guy in front of him. Bai Feng was concentrating, and the defensive strategy he used at this time was the same as when he dealt with Akashi just now. Although Aomine was almost 1.9 meters tall, Bai Feng still had an advantage against him. Compared with the first duel, Bai Feng's defensive area was larger this time. In this case, Bai Feng always kept a distance of more than one step from Aomine. This way, he could guard against Aomine's terrifying burst speed to a certain extent. However, after seeing the space between Bai Feng and himself, he suddenly laughed, and then stopped his exaggerated movements. In just a moment, his body state changed from extremely active to extremely quiet. Then, he actually jumped directly in front of Bai Feng. Seeing this, Bai Feng also jumped up to interfere with the block. Moreover, he also turned on the beyond vision deduction. In an instant, Aomine's next movements in the air were analyzed, but Bai Feng did not relax. Because he saw in the last 1.5 seconds of the simulation that Aomine could actually dodge his block with his 137 speed. There was no time for Bai Feng to think too much. The two of them engaged in fierce attack and defense in the air. Just when Bai Feng was about to block the ball according to the scene he had predicted in advance, Aomine suddenly burst out with momentum, which made Bai Feng vaguely see a black panther behind Aomine. Bai Feng knew that this was life. With the blessing of wildness, Aomine's speed instantly increased again. He actually broke through his block directly. At a twisted angle, he shot quickly. At this time, Bai Feng also used the Protagonist Sense directly. In an instant, his abilities in all aspects were also raised accordingly. Afterwards, he directly blocked the ball along the angle of Aomine's irregular shooting. Bai Feng already felt the familiar rubber feeling of the basketball touching his fingers. But the next second, the basketball was still thrown out by Aomine. Then, the ball did not go directly into the basket, but bounced up and down on the basket. Finally, he fell to the Prince of Tennis. DB. Aomine looked at Bai Feng at this time and laughed wantonly. Bai Feng, you can't beat me this time. When Bai Feng was surprised by Aomine's goal, he heard the familiar pretentious voice of the opponent. This made him a little funny, and he didn't know who was fighting again and again in front of him. But then, Bai Feng also felt a surge of fighting spirit. Bai Feng, hee, no matter how many times it's the same. Chapter 73. At the beginning of the second quarter, the emotions of the audience were ignited. The short confrontation between Aomine and Bai Feng made everyone feel excited. There was no way, the scenes brought to them by these two were too exciting. Aomine Daki's agile and unrestrained style of play, and Bai Feng's straightforward and simple yet violent style. The collision of these two obviously different styles. All the audience who witnessed it felt short of breath. After a short silence at the scene, a warm wave of voices broke out. Oh my god, are these two people supermen? I feel like I can't catch their movements. Yes, Aomine Daki is still amazing. He can score against Bai Feng right after he came on. Indeed, otherwise why do you say that he is Teikō's trump card? When the audience's blood was boiling, Bai Feng quickly regained his composure. At the same time, he also understood. Aomine, this guy, has improved his strength in all aspects during this period. Aomine is very strong now. However, Bai Feng did not have any worries about this, but instead had a little expectation in his heart. At this moment, Showdown also passed the ball to Bai Feng at the bottom line. After receiving the ball, Bai Feng controlled the ball and moved forward. As soon as he passed half court, Aomine's beast-like eyes were tightly locked on Bai Feng. At the same time, the momentum revealed by Aomine's whole person seemed to devour Bai Feng. Bai Feng felt this sense of oppression very clearly, but he was not affected. Still dribbling the ball skillfully, he walked in front of Aomine. At this moment, Bai Feng was standing outside the arc of the three-point line, and Aomine was standing on the three-point line. The two met again. This scene made everyone present concentrate and stop. They knew that a fierce collision was coming again. Just when the two were tit for tat, as if they were going to make a move in the next second, Aomine suddenly restrained his serious expression. Then he casually said to Bai Feng, "Our duel will not last too long. But don't worry, I will completely defeat you in the second quarter." This tone, as well as the content of his speech, anyone can hear a strong sense of self-confidence, even arrogance. However, this is Aomine's character, and Bai Feng is also clear about this. But knowing this does not mean that he will allow the other party to be arrogant over his head. Bai Feng looked at the other party calmly and said, "Aomine, you are the challenger. Next, I will let you know where the gap between you and me is." The moment Bai Feng finished this sentence, he started to act. He directly moved the basketball in his right hand from his crotch to his left hand, and his feet followed. Bai Feng's movements were very large and very fast. If it were an ordinary defender, with Bai Feng's change of direction technique, he would definitely be directly knocked out 3 meters away. However, Aomine in front of him was not shaken away. Of course, Bai Feng did not think that he could make Aomine give way to him with just this one move. However, the ball was in Bai Feng's hands after all, and Aomine's defensive rhythm had to follow Bai Feng's. After Bai Feng changed direction to his left crotch, Aomine quickly moved to the left to defend. Seeing this, Bai Feng immediately pulled the basketball back to his right hand. He didn't care about Aomine's quick defense to the right. Instead, he started to break through directly, and at the same time, he raised his left hand to block Aomine's body outside. The offensive method chosen by Bai Feng at this time was no different from that against Akashi. It's still to use the physical advantage to play. After all, competitive sports, to put it bluntly, are to use strengths to target weaknesses. Bai Feng has such a unique physical condition, if he doesn't use it, then he has a brain problem. Although Aomine's physical condition is better than Akashi, but Bai Feng is enough to form a dislocation condition when facing him. At this time, the two were very close to each other, and Aomine of course chose to steal the ball. But they were all blocked by Bai Feng's ball-protecting hand and his wider body. Moreover, Bai Feng would take the initiative to confront Aomine every time Aomine took the ball. Correspondingly, after each confrontation, Aomine would be pushed back by the center of gravity. But Aomine is worthy of her. Every time she retreated, she could quickly defend again, just like a bone ulcer, which was difficult to get rid of. Moreover, Bai Feng could clearly feel that Aomine's wildness had improved a lot compared to before. The reason why Aomine's speed is so abnormal now is that the blessing of wildness is very great. The two attacked and defended fiercely, and the battle was already white-hot at this time. Bai Feng once again used his physical advantage to repel Aomine, and then he started to deduce directly. In an instant, Bai Feng deduced the scene that would happen next. Then, he launched an attack against the weakness. Then, Bai Feng directly activated core confrontation and deliberately confronted Aomine, who came back. After this confrontation, Aomine was successfully forced to retreat a greater distance than the previous times. At the same time, Bai Feng could clearly see the three weaknesses of Aomine. Bai Feng did not hesitate and directly started a targeted attack on his weaknesses. In just a moment, he firmly stuck Aomine's body behind him. At the same time, the ball protector also deliberately interfered backwards, thereby restraining Aomine and preventing him from quickly recircling forward to defend. This situation did not last long. I saw that Bai Feng suddenly stopped his breakthrough. Because Bai Feng's destination had arrived, at Bai Feng's feet at this time. The hit rate shown by King's domain was as high as 90%. Then, Bai Feng directly took the ball and jumped in front of thousands of eyes in the audience. The straightforward and generous shooting posture simply made the audience on the scene intoxicated. Swish! The basketball went into the net. The sound spread throughout the arena. At this point, the fans could no longer hold back their shouts and started to shout out loudly. FK it! Bai Feng's indiscriminate singles appeared again. Yeah, and this jump shot is really cool. Every time I see Bai Feng shoot, I feel stable. Too awesome! The audience simply thought that Bai Feng played beautifully, but they didn't know. To support Bai Feng to complete the entire offensive process, the most basic 3 points are needed. Strength, technology, and confidence, these 3 points are indispensable. It is the perfect combination of these 3 points that made Aomine taste the defeat in this round. Although Bai Feng scored, he had to admit that Aomine was strong. If he showed him a little flaw, it would definitely be caught by Aomine and then eaten up by him. But unfortunately, Bai Feng would not give him a chance. During the entire offensive process, Bai Feng controlled the rhythm throughout the whole process. This made Aomine's expression a little gloomy now. He didn't expect it to be like this. Originally, Li thought that his progress during this period would completely restrict Yu Feng. But unexpectedly, Bai Feng has become so difficult compared to the last time they fought. Aomine was originally afraid of Bai Feng's rapid development. Feng didn't care, but after facing it head-on, he realized the seriousness of the problem. At the same time, he also felt the pressure that Akashi had just faced. This made him suddenly feel sorry for Akashi. After all, his body of nearly 190 centimeters was like this, not to mention the guy in bed. Bai Feng didn't see the specific thoughts in this guy's mind, and he didn't care about these things. Bai Feng looked at Aomine expressionlessly, and then said coldly, "Basketball is ultimately a confrontational sport, and a weak body will only be infinitely targeted. This cannot be offset by a certain technology alone. This is also the gap that you and I cannot make up for at present." After Bai Feng finished speaking, he looked at Akashi on the side. Although he said this to Aomine, but it is obvious that this sentence is also conveyed to Akashi. Chapter 74. After Bai Feng finished speaking, he led his teammates to defend. As for what the two people behind him thought, it had nothing to do with him. At this time, Aomine heard Bai Feng's words. Although he was unhappy, it was because of the goal he had just scored against Bai Feng, and it had nothing to do with what Bai Feng said. However, Akashi was obviously not so friendly. Akashi's eyes flashed coldly, and he murmured in a low voice, "Aomine, if you can't solve the opponent in the second quarter, I will directly harvest the game." The ball was transferred. Under the gaze of the audience, Aomine hung the ball again. However, this time he did not seem as impatient as in the first round. Instead, he slowed down and walked towards Bai Feng. However, although Aomine slowed down at this time, in Bai Feng's perception, every time Aomine took a step, his aura became stronger. Until Aomine crossed the midfield line, his aura had accumulated to the peak. At this time, Bai Feng could even clearly feel that there was a black panther staring at him behind Aomine. Facing Aomine's aura, Bai Feng felt that his blood was boiling. The sudden passion made Bai Feng feel that playing basketball was really interesting. Then, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and gradually the smile became more and more unbridled. Then Bai Feng said directly, "Come on, Aomine, show your strongest offensive posture." After that, Bai Feng directly used the Protagonist Sense, and in an instant Bai Feng's momentum was also completely released. This explosive scene also made the audience fall into an expectant and nervous mood again. The whole venue was in a quiet atmosphere. After feeling Bai Feng's changes, Aomine responded with actions. Aomine maintained her wildness while making various street ball-like movements with extremely exaggerated amplitudes to mobilize Bifang's footsteps. However, although Aomine was extremely fast, Bifang was not affected at this moment, because in this round, Bifang immediately used Protagonist Sense to amplify his senses. At this time, Aomine's movements were much slower than the normal perceived speed in Bifang's eyes. This allowed Bifang to keep up with the opponent's rhythm. Not only that, Bifang could also interfere with him with his long arms while defending. This was completely different from Bifang's previous defensive method, which made Aomine's eyes narrow slightly. Last time, Bai Feng took the approach of keeping a distance to prevent the opponent from using speed to break through directly. This time, Bai with his 5 senses enhanced, Feng directly chose to defend at a closer distance. Of course, Bai Feng did a very good job of controlling this distance. He did not rashly entangle with Aomine, but left his arms with enough space to threaten the opponent. Under this space control, Bai Feng could defend Aomine with his feet while threatening her with his hands. For a while, the two of them were in a stalemate. Neither of them could do anything to the other. Just as Bai Feng was about to use his physical advantage to force Aomine's space for movement, suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. Aomine took the lead and shortened the distance between the two. The sudden burst of speed made Bai Feng feel extremely surprised even with his 5 senses enhanced. The explosive power displayed by the opponent at this time was definitely the fastest speed he had seen from Aomine. At this speed, Bai Feng was almost passed by him in one step. However, the size difference between the two was too large. Bai Feng used his 216 cm arm span to cover Aomine in his defense range. At the same time, Bai Feng's mouth curled up a faint smile. The prey took the initiative to enter the trap. After Aomine took the initiative to close the distance between the two, he did not completely break through Bai Feng. He could only wait for Bai Feng's next move. Sure enough, Bai Feng directly used core confrontation to improve his balance. Then he did not hesitate to defend Aomine closely. The moment the two bodies touched, Aomine's center of gravity became unstable. But he was extremely talented. He actually used his outrageous coordination to forcibly restore stability when his body was out of control. But just as Aomine adjusted his body, Bai Feng's defense completely enveloped him, and Aomine's space for movement had been locked. He had completely fallen into the spider web. But in this situation, Aomine actually wanted to burst out his speed to break the defense. Bai Feng did not give him a chance, and his arm directly cut towards the basketball in Aomine's right hand fiercely. Not good. Aomine was shocked when she saw the attacking arm. She no longer cared about breaking through Bai Feng and jumped up to shoot. Seeing this, Bai Feng jumped up almost at the same time and covered him with his arm. "FK, I'm just waiting for you to shoot." Bai Feng directly activated Beyond Vision and then performed a 1.5-second deduction. Instantly, Aomine's unfixed shooting posture in the air all fell into his mind clearly. Afterwards, Bai Feng directly blocked the direction of Aomine's shot. Seeing this, Aomine's wildness instantly burst out, and then his speed in the air suddenly increased. She actually bypassed Bai Feng's block like lightning. She presented an extremely weird shooting posture. Bai Feng knew that this was Aomine's formless shot. But this time, Bai Feng used Protagonist Sense to enhance his 5 senses at the beginning, and there was also defensive pressure. The initiative had already been grasped by Bai Feng. "You can't escape." Bai Feng's arm instantly appeared on Aomine's unfixed shooting trajectory. This sudden scene made Aomine's eyes widen. He knew that if he couldn't change, this ball will be lost. "Faster, faster." Aomine's eyes widened, and bloodshot appeared at this time. He was unleashing his potential. Under the extreme desire to win, Aomine's wildness actually increased by 1 point. His speed was successfully improved. As a result, the originally fixed-unfixed pattern changed again. This made Aomine's expression, which was too strong, show a hideous smile. Bai Feng, I won this time. But before he could completely release his happy emotions, the next second. Pa! The basketball was slapped down by Bai Feng mercilessly. Aomine also fell backwards under this block. At this point, the audience also gave fierce shouts for Bai Feng's defense. Too strong. It's incredible that he could block Aomine Daki. Yet, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. It's so damn cool. Ah! Chapter 75. When Bai Feng landed after blocking the ball, he grabbed the basketball. Then he ignored Aomine who fell to the ground, in the enthusiastic eyes of the audience. He was so fast. He rushed to the opponent's basket at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed into the opponent's inside line. Then he lifted the ball high and took off in 2 steps. He finished the fire. Bang! The heavy dunk sounded again in the entire Tokyo gymnasium. This made the audience who had not yet calmed down from the block the moment before. Once again, a deafening sound. Bai Feng calmly returned to his own half of the court amid the cheers and eyes of the audience. Bai Feng did not expect his fast break to be so easy. He originally thought that Akashi or others would come forward to defend him. It turned out that he thought too much. They should not participate in Aomine's duel in the second quarter. The court was completely handed over to the two. Of course, if Bai Feng took the initiative to dunk in front of Murasakibara, that guy will definitely block the shot. After Bai Feng returned to his own half, Aomine stood up from the ground with a gloomy face. Aomine really didn't expect that he would be blocked by Bai Feng. Especially when he was blocked by Bai Feng at the last moment and broke through the speed. It felt like that he thought he was a bird that had escaped from the cage and was about to embrace freedom. But he was caged again in the next second. Under this huge contrast, Aomine didn't get up from the ground to chase and defend immediately. At the same time, he also knew that he was restricted by Bai Feng on both offense and defense again. Although, this does not mean that Bai Feng can guarantee to block him in every round. But it is enough to show that Bai Feng's ability at this time is stronger than his. Aomine never thought of this scene before facing Bai Feng. Because of the training during this period, he improved rapidly. He believed that he would definitely beat Bai Feng. Aomine's facial expression was a little gloomy at this time, and this scene fell into Bai Quan's eyes. Bai Feng could see what Aomine was thinking. This guy is still as arrogant as ever. In other words, Bai Feng didn't give him a chance. Otherwise, Aomine would have said that classic sentence to him. Bai Feng looked at Aomine Daki's gloomy face and couldn't help but chuckled. Aomine, don't you really think that you can easily beat me after you resume training for a while? I admit that your strength recovers quickly. But when you improve, others will not stand still. Maybe, my improvement speed is faster than yours. After saying that, Bai Feng spread his hands to Aomine. Then he said seriously, I hope you can hold on until the end of the second round. Aomine gradually recovered from silence. He was not a petty person, but Bai Quan's defense just now was too annoying to him. It actually made him have self-doubt. At this time, he also reacted. Bai Feng, this guy, is not slower than him in growth. Let's not talk about the changes in his skills, just talk about Bai Feng's outrageous growth speed. He couldn't help but smack his lips. Aomine now completely understands that the reason why Bai Feng can defend so strongly is closely related to his height of more than 2 meters. Aomine thinks that if Bai Feng still has the same physical fitness as the first time they met, he will definitely not be blocked. But at the same time, he also knew that he had to be more careful about Bai Quan's defensive area. After sorting out all the information, Aomine suddenly frowned again. Bai Feng asked him to finish the second round? What does this mean? Look down on him, Aomine Daki. This made Aomine, who had originally returned to his calm state, a little excited again. Then he said with a sullen face, there is still enough time, let's do it again." As he said that, Aomine took the pass from his teammate. He burst out with an exaggerated speed. This time, his speed soared to the top. In the next game, Bai Qing and Qing continued to perform fierce offense and defense. The audience at the scene kept shouting. There was no way, they had never seen such a game. Especially in the junior high school basketball world, they could actually see such an exciting game scene. In the hot atmosphere at the scene, time passed quickly. The second quarter of the game also came to an end. With Bai Feng on the court, he once again faced Aomine and made a steady jump shot. 0*. Beep. The second quarter is over. The score is 40-38. The audience gradually calmed down as the whistle sounded at halftime. But despite this, they still stared at Bai Qing and the other two on the field. In the field, the two parties also recovered from the fierce attack and defense. Bai Feng looked at each other and didn't say much, and Aomine did the same. But they both knew. This time Aomine was slightly behind again. Because Bai Feng's attack was unstoppable to Aomine, but Bai Feng couldn't defend Aomine's attack every time. But the probability of successful defense was not small. In this case, the audience on the scene could actually see that Bai Feng was stronger than the other two. However, Bai Feng knew. This guy in front of him suddenly became different when the second quarter was about to end. This feeling was completely different from wildness. Bai Feng didn't know if Aomine would enter the zone directly if he gave the other party some more time. But unfortunately, the time was a little off. Bai Feng did not feel lucky about this, but rather regretful. Because he recalled the wonderful feeling that appeared when he first played against Aomine on the baseball field. It was so magical that he could not forget it for such a long time. Bai Feng believed that if Aomine could enter the zone, he could also truly enter that field under her pressure. Just as Bai Feng was about to leave the court to rest, Aomine suddenly spoke, "I lost again this time." When he spoke, he had already exited the state of immersion. After hearing this, Bai Feng did not reply, but just shook his head. Then he walked off the court. Bai Feng knew that after the next round, his opponent would no longer be Aomine alone, but the entire miracle era. In this case, Bai Feng no longer had to continue to talk trash to Aomine. When both sides returned to their respective camps. On Teikō's side, after a brief silence, Akashi suddenly spoke, "Next, we will completely finish the game." In his calm tone, there was a chilling coldness. Chapter 76. On Jiang Guang's side, when Bai Feng sat down, his teammates did not disturb him, because they could feel Bai Feng's physical exhaustion from the sound of his heavy breathing. Bai Feng ignored everyone. He first replenished his water, then grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat. Then he covered his head directly with it. Bai Feng's entire face was covered by the towel at this moment. At this time, Bai Feng could not help but calm down, review the second quarter's game, and analyze the progress of the next game. In the second quarter, everything was perfect. Although, he did not let his team's score exceed Teikō 40-38, currently 2 points behind. However, this actually exceeded Bai Feng's expectations. He originally thought that as long as he could reduce the score to about 7 or 8 points, he did not expect to complete it beyond the norm. Of course, Bai Feng did not have no chance to overtake the score by 873. As long as he kept playing singles, Bai Feng was fully confident that he would surpass Teikō. But he could not do that. When he gained an advantage, he had to pass the ball to his teammates. This led to the current score situation. However, although Bai Feng was quite satisfied with the situation in the second quarter, he also knew that the next one would be really dangerous. The opponent would not play such a game with them again. Akashi had already wanted to widen the score. Thinking of this, Bai Feng could not help but fall into deep thought. He was thinking about how to deal with it. Gradually, Bai Feng's originally rapid breathing gradually returned to calm. This made his teammates around him also slow down a little. However, before everyone could say anything, suddenly, Bai Feng pulled off the towel on his head. Then, he turned his head and looked at Showdown and said, "Showdown, do you want to challenge me?" After hearing Bai Feng's words, everyone was a little confused for a while. They didn't know what the captain was going to do. Showdown's face was full of question marks. "Ah? What do you want me to do, Feng?" "Bai Feng, after the third quarter starts, you go to defend Akashi." As soon as these words came out, the whole audience fell into a dead silence. But before long, everyone realized that Bai Feng was not joking. He looked at Showdown with an extremely serious expression. Showdown also reacted and pointed at himself nervously. Feng, are you sure you want me to defend?" "I'm not kidding you," Bai Feng said seriously. Then, he directly took the tactical board from the coach's hand. Then he called the main players to gather around him. Seeing this, everyone really put away their casual attitude. Then, everyone looked at Bai Feng's drawing on the tactical board, and he began to explain. "Bai Feng, Showdown, when you defend Akashi, you just need to use your physical advantage. Raise your arms, just like I did just now. Try not to let him shoot comfortably." Hearing this, Showdown said with a lack of confidence, "My pace can't keep up, if the opponent breaks through." "Bai Feng, you don't need to defend his breakthrough, I will make up for it after he breaks in. You just need to try to interfere with his sight of shooting three-pointers." In Bai Feng's tactics, Showdown acts as an obstacle. It is impossible to use this obstacle to affect Akashi's shooting. The most ideal situation is that Showdown can more or less interfere with the opponent's shooting vision. However, Bai Feng did not have much hope for this. His real goal is to match up with Murasakibara. In this way, he can pass the ball to his teammates and fight for rebounds at the same time. As long as Bai Feng can ensure that he can grab more rebounds than Murasakibara, then Bai Feng can make one more pass. In this case, although the score will be quickly pulled apart. However, the time for Bai Feng and his team to enter the same frequency will also be greatly accelerated. Then, Bai Feng looked at all the main players and said, "You can all let the other side break through. As long as they break through, leave it to me." Bai Feng is not afraid of the other side attacking, but he is afraid that they will all shoot from outside. If this is the case, then there is nothing we can do. At this point, everyone has figured it out. Bai Feng's goal is not to defend Akashi, but to liberate himself. When Bai Feng stands in the interior, he can not only expand his defensive threat, but also take care of rebounds. Bai Feng has never thought about whether he can compete with Murasakibara, and his teammates have never thought about this issue. They have always had a mysterious confidence in Bai Feng's strength. However, although Bai Feng is confident in himself, he is still a little worried about the words of this group of teammates. Thinking of this, Bai Feng specifically reminded, "If you receive the pass, throw it out as soon as possible, don't worry about whether it goes in or not. Of course, at least you have to hit the backboard, don't throw it out of bounds." 0. Same frequency. This ability only needs to affect teammates in passing, and it is not necessary to score. So Bai Feng's requirement for them is just not to be blocked or intercepted. After ensuring these 2 points, just throw it casually. The teammates also understood the key points and nodded seriously. But then, they all felt a little absurd. Since the first day of playing basketball, everyone has never thought that there will be such an outrageous situation. To avoid defense, they actually throw the basketball casually. But then, they all laughed helplessly. Because their own family knows their own business, and the gap with the opponent is indeed too big. They can only take such an outrageous way. At this time, the third quarter is about to begin. Bai Feng put away the tactical board and stood up, then calmly said to everyone, "Get ready, everyone calm down." Under Bai Feng's leadership, his teammates also cheered up again. "Prepare for the next tough battle." The third quarter begins. In the excited atmosphere of the audience, players from both sides come on the court. The first ball is Teikō's. The Jianguang team stood in their own half early, waiting for the opponent to attack. After seeing Akashi receive the serve, Bai Feng also completely determined the opponent's play style. Then, under the gaze of many people, he raised his eyebrows and retreated behind his teammates. Then Showdown walked out from the basket and exchanged positions with Bai Feng. This sudden change of formation surprised everyone, and Teikō's players were also puzzled. Soon, Murasakibara also came to the basket and stood beside Bai Feng. That calm expression, staring at Bai Feng, could not tell what he was thinking. Then, I don't know what he thought of, but he actually revealed a sense of danger and said, "You guy." Bai Feng was also observing the opponent, and at the same time, he couldn't help but think of the first time he played against Teikō, when he and Murasakibara. At that time, Murasakibara was stimulated by his humiliating dunk and wanted to go to the outside to target Bai Feng. At that time, Bai Feng was still looking forward to it, but in the end, because of Akashi, the result was nothing. After thinking about this, Bai Feng looked at Murasakibara and smiled, "You always want to crush me, don't you need to go to the outside, I took the initiative to come here." Chapter 77. At this time, Bai Feng and Atsushi Murasakibara were seen standing together. Everyone understood that Bai Feng was going to play the center position. This made those who were familiar with Bai Feng at the scene unable to react for a while. They had never seen Bai Feng play the center position. Especially some media reporters in the stands, they were quite surprised now. Since they knew Bai Feng, Bai Chuan has been playing point guard outside with his height in the inside. They had also thought about what it would be like for Bai Feng to play in the inside with such talent. After all, he was more than 2 meters tall and had excellent dynamic talent. This would definitely be able to get whatever he wanted in the restricted area. However, in this situation, they had only thought about it. But at this time, they were actually about to see Bai Feng enter the inside. Although the audience was looking forward to it, they had to move their eyes away from Bai Feng. Because the basketball was now controlled by Akashi. At this time, Akashi was standing in front of Showdown. After Showdown faced Akashi directly, he seemed to feel bad. He really didn't expect that just standing in front of Akashi would put him under such great pressure. Showdown suddenly felt that this was much more stressful than when facing Murasakibara. After all, although Murasakibara was strong, he was absent-minded the whole time. But now, he was stared at by 01 Akashi's eyes, and Showdown felt that he was being stared at by something terrifying. Although Akashi was very short, Showdown felt that he was looking up at him. Showdown felt that time was passing very slowly at this moment. Suddenly, Akashi said, "Who gave you the courage to stand in front of me?" He did not wait for Showdown to respond. Then Akashi narrowed his eyes and said sternly, "Kneel down." Showdown was suddenly excited by him, and his whole body tensed up instantly. He felt that something bad was about to happen. Akashi's orange pupils shrank violently, and he dribbled quickly at the same time. Bang! Bang! Akashi only made 2 clean dribbles and stopped his body movements. Because Showdown in front of him had already knelt down with disbelief on his face. Then, Akashi shot over his head. Swish! A 3-pointer hit. Only Showdown knew how he felt now. Of course, he quickly came to his senses after being stunned. At the same time, he knew that he did not strictly follow Bai Quan's orders. Bai Feng also covered his face speechlessly after seeing what happened to Showdown. "Although I didn't think that Showdown could limit Akashi, you have to strictly follow my arrangements. At least if you do it, you won't give it directly." Akashi knelt down. Bai Feng walked forward and pulled Showdown up. Then he reminded him in a calm tone, "Don't be nervous, just raise your hands to interfere, don't move with his rhythm. Even if he moves sideways to shoot, you can try to interfere after he jumps." Showdown scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I know, I was too nervous just now. Bai Feng, okay, serve the ball. Showdown served the ball to Bai Feng at the baseline. Bai Feng did not advance quickly, but waited for his teammates to join him. After passing the midfield, Akashi walked directly in front of him. When Bai Feng saw him at this time, he couldn't help but think of Akashi's arrogant look just now. Then Bai Feng frowned slightly and said calmly, I don't have time to play with you this round. Akashi heard this, his eyes became colder, and the game immediately, you have no chance. Bai Feng, really, who gave you the confidence one? He really didn't like this guy's pretentious attitude and tone. At this moment, Bai Feng suddenly felt that he could lose the game, but he had to beat Akashi. Bai Feng said calmly to Akashi in front of him, Shorty, I'll deal with you later. Bai Feng did not let his current emotions affect his next plan. After speaking to Akashi, he waved to Showdown and asked him to come over to screen for him. After receiving Bai Feng's instructions, Showdown quickly ran to Akashi's right side. In an instant, Showdown's height of more than 2 meters blocked Akashi tightly like a door. At the same time, Showdown's forward screen also successfully pulled Atsushi Murasakibara in front of Bai Feng. At this moment, Bai Feng's defender was replaced by Atsushi Murasakibara. When the two faced each other, Tsukihara instantly broke away from his lazy state. At this moment, he had an inexplicable desire to win, and wanted to completely lock Bai Feng. Bai Feng also became serious when facing Murasakibara. He clearly felt the pressure from Murasakibara's defense. After all, Murasakibara's physical talent was very strong. This gave him the ability to defend over a wide range on the defensive end. Bai Feng had never experienced this feeling before. It also made Bai Feng feel a little bit of anticipation, and then he said directly, Murasakibara, let me feel your defensive ability. Then, Bai Feng started to break through directly. He rushed to the inside line, and his speed was very fast. But Murasakibara could always follow him. Bai Feng could feel that this guy was not only fast on his feet, but the most terrifying thing was his reflexes. Murasakibara could react almost the moment Bai Feng made a move. However, Bai Feng was not affected by this. After all, he was the ball holder, and no matter how fast the opponent reacted, he had to follow Bai Feng's rhythm. In this case, as long as Bai Feng did not give the opponent a chance, Murasakibara had to follow Bai Feng's actions first. Murasakibara gradually became serious during the brief confrontation. At the same time, he also knew that he could not rush to steal the ball. If he failed to steal the ball, he would be completely thrown away by Bai Feng. He had to wait for Bai Feng to finish his shot before making the final defense. The two were already in the penalty area at this time. Bai Feng leaned against Murasakibara and showed his back-to-back technical moves. In Murasakibara's defensive posture with his arms open, Bai Feng shook his shoulders left and right. Then, he turned and faced the basket, making a shooting gesture. Seeing this, Murasakibara instantly raised his long arms, approached quickly with his feet, and was about to jump up to block the ball in the next second. This scene made the audience who had been waiting for a long time more focused. Everyone knew that the final collision between the two was coming. But, Bai Feng, in the eyes of everyone's expectation, he directly threw the ball to his teammate who was running around him. This scene really surprised everyone, although they knew that Bai Feng loved to pass the ball. But isn't it a bad idea to pass the ball at this time? Many people even had doubts in their hearts. They thought that Bai Feng couldn't stand the defensive strength of Murasakibara and deliberately passed the blame to others. Murasakibara also frowned at this time. He was indeed fooled by Bai Feng's fake shot just now. But, he didn't expect Bai Feng to choose to pass the ball. 207. Everyone hasn't recovered from the pass yet. Then, the whole audience fell silent again. Because they saw that the player who received the pass didn't even adjust it, and threw the ball directly towards the backboard. It seemed that the basketball was very hot. This random action reminded them of Aomine Daki. It's even more exaggerated than the unfixed form. Such a shot action, without any accidents, directly hit the backboard and bounced. Bang! Bai Feng smiled when he saw this. Then he directly turned on beyond vision to deduce, and in an instant his eyes were full of spider webs. The trajectory of the basketball in the air was also clear at the same time. Then, he jumped high towards the point where the basketball landed. Murasakibara also reacted at this time, and then he gritted his teeth and jumped. However, no matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than Bai Feng, who had deduced in advance. More importantly, the direction of the rebound this time was just towards Bai Feng. Instantly, Bai Feng grabbed the ball firmly in the air. Although Murasakibara did not grab the ball, he was also in the air at this time, and interfered with Bai Feng. He wanted to knock the ball off Bai Feng's hand. However, Bai Feng grabbed the ball with both hands and actually bypassed his arm. Then, in front of the surprised eyes of the audience, he dunked the ball heavily into the basket. Bang! Dunk! At the same time, this powerful dunk also made Murasakibara fall to the ground. After Bai Feng landed, he looked at the dazed expression on the other side on the ground. Focus a little, Kaiwan. Chapter 78. After this dunk, the entire audience was in a state of stagnation for a short time. But not long after, they burst into a roar that was enough to overturn the Tokyo Gymnasium. There was no way, the dunk was too exciting. The two big centers competed in the air. It really made everyone's adrenaline surge. There were many spectators, who shouted until their faces turned red. Too cool! Can this kind of ball appear? Incredible, Bai Feng can actually dunk over Atsushi Murasakibara. Too awesome, I don't know how to describe him anymore. As expected of the tyrant, this nickname is really not wrong. Ah, Feng Jun is so handsome. The reason why they were so excited was not only because of Bai Feng's amazing dunk. There was also a series of preparations before the dunk. With the blessing of various situations, Bai Feng's dunk finally released all the long accumulated emotions in their hearts. However, Bai Feng was relatively calm at this time. After the dunk, he quickly adjusted his state. At this time, in the warm atmosphere of the whole court, he returned to his own half and prepared for the next round of defense. Murasakibara, who was behind Bai Feng, finally came to his senses and stood up amid the screams of the audience. He was in a very bad mood, so his face was gloomy at this time. It was like eating a dead rat. Murasakibara quickly served the ball to Akashi, and then followed behind Akashi. While running, Murasakibara couldn't help but think that, including this dunk, Bai Feng had already completed 2 dunks over his head. And both dunks knocked him to the ground. Yuan had never experienced such an experience in his entire junior high school career. Of course, he didn't want to experience it either. At the same time, he really wanted to crush Bai Feng at this time. Thinking of this, Murasakibara accelerated directly, and when Akashi was still steadily controlling the ball across half-court, Murasakibara quickly surpassed him. Then, he ran directly to Bai Feng's body at the edge of the penalty area. Seeing this, Bai Feng also knew that the other party should be angry. If he remembered correctly, Murasakibara's personality was a bit childish. After feeling that Murasakibara's whole person was more dangerous than the last round, Bai Feng also focused. Although Murasakibara's skills were not very good. But after all, it was the era of miracles, and Bai Feng could not afford to be careless. But then, Bai Feng felt a burst of laughter. Just saw Akashi controlled the ball on the outside. This time, when he faced Shota, he did not rush to attack. Akashi glanced at Murasakibara, who raised his arm to indicate the pass, and then looked away. This look completely ignored Murasakibara's idea of asking for the ball. Bai Feng felt like laughing for a moment. He could not help but smiled at Murasakibara beside him. It seems that your captain does not trust you. Murasakibara was already a little angry after being ignored by Akashi. After being pointed out by Bai Feng, his face became completely stern. He did not say anything, but Bai Feng suddenly felt that the resistance of Bihara increased a little. After ignoring Murasakibara, Akashi passed the ball directly to the left bottom corner. That was exactly where Kise appeared at this time, and there was no defender around Kise. The basketball was steadily caught by Kise. At this time, the player defending Kise had not caught up. With such a big open opportunity, if he shot, according to Kise's ability, he would definitely score. This is no different from giving away points. Everyone in the stadium thought so. However, Kise did not shoot. After receiving the ball, his body paused slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Then, he burst into an extremely fast speed and rushed to the inside line. In an instant, a yellow figure was drawn on the court. At this time, some spectators in the stands who knew about basketball understood Kise's purpose at the first time. This guy was obviously going for Bai Feng. He wanted to challenge Bai Feng. Kise's face was a little ferocious at this time, and he had obviously had a psychological struggle. Don't blame me for being willful, Akashi, I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Bai Feng noticed the first time Kise rushed into the inside line. He really didn't expect that Kise would appear in front of him in this posture in this game. He originally thought that Kise had already listened to Akashi and played some absolute victory basketball. This was really a pleasant surprise. He was not afraid of Teikō's breakthrough, but he was afraid that they would float outside and shoot. Then, Bai Feng gave up the entanglement with Murasakibara. He directly faced Kise's attack route to defend. The two met almost in the blink of an eye. Bai Feng had to admit that this guy's speed had improved a lot. Then he did not hesitate and directly used the method he used to deal with Aomine to defend Kise. He activated the Protagonist Sense, and in an instant, Bai Feng's 5 senses increased greatly. Kise's originally very good speed was much slower in Bai Feng's eyes. In this case, Yu directly used his arms to interfere. Kise couldn't get rid of Bai Feng's defense for a while. Just when he was about to retreat to open up space and prepare to readjust his state, Bai Feng used his physical advantage to confront Kise. Kise was directly locked in his space by Bai Feng. Because strictly speaking, this is the first time that Kise has confronted Bai Feng head-on in this game. So he is not like Akashi and Aomine, who have already adapted to Bai Feng's defensive style. When Kise was restricted, Bai Feng cut the basketball in Kise's hand fiercely. In an instant, Kise had to jump up and shoot. Bai Feng also jumped up almost at the same time to block the shot. For a while, Kise was forced to have no way out. But just when Bai Feng was about to block the basketball, with a distorted and constipated expression on his face, Kise actually threw the ball out from a weird angle. Bai Feng was surprised after seeing the shot. But he was also sure that the ball would not go in, because the accuracy was too outrageous. The level of Kise's shot was comparable to the random shots of Bai Feng's teammates. But at this time, Bai Feng actually felt a hint of Aomine's amorphous prototype under such an outrageous shot. Although it was just a hint, it was enough to surprise Bai Feng. Bai Feng didn't have time to think about it. He knew the ball wouldn't go in, so he had to prepare to fight for the rebound. Bai Feng went straight to the basket, but he found that the ball was more inclined to Murasakibara in the air. There was no way, the rebound was taken by Murasakibara. When Murasakibara got the ball, Bai Feng also defended him. Moreover, he immediately felt a tyrannical aura from Murasakibara. At the same time, Murasakibara's eyes widened completely at this time. He actually went straight to dunk at Bai Feng, without even a single extra technical move. Seeing this, Bai Feng knew that Murasakibara was going to avenge the dunk. He also had a surge of adrenaline under the opponent's wild dunk. He went straight to Murasakibara's dunk and jumped to block it. At the same time, Bai Feng's eyes were full of spider webs. Deduction. Then in an instant, Bai Feng waved his palm towards the basketball in Murasakibara's hand. Murasakibara did not dodge. He and Aomine have completely different playing styles. Murasakibara used brute force to try to suppress Bai Feng violently. The two of them were in a stalemate for a while, and both of them had ferocious faces. This fierce aerial confrontation made the entire, good, audience stop breathing again. It didn't last long before the two decided the winner. Bai Feng directly shot the ball and completed the block. And after Murasakibara landed, his center of gravity was unstable and he staggered back, but he didn't fall this time. After seeing Bai Feng complete the block, there was a fierce response, and they all praised Bai Feng's block. But Bai Feng knew that he had just taken advantage of it. With the help of deduction, he saw the weakness in Murasakibara's body. Then, he suppressed him with his auxiliary hand. So Murasakibara didn't fully exert his strength when he exerted his strength. But who should he blame? You jumped up and dunked without even giving yourself time to adjust. You look like a typical rough guy. If you are not targeted, then who is? After Bai Feng grabbed the ball, he looked at Murasakibara who looked dazed. Then he laughed, "You are too focused, ... It seems that your captain didn't pass the ball to you for your own good." After saying that, Bai Feng glanced at Kise who was also a little confused. Then he led his teammates to start a counterattack. Chapter 79. Time passed quickly. The third quarter was coming to an end. However, the audience was not as excited as in the first two quarters. Because, this quarter was really confusing for them. Since the beginning, after the brief confrontation between Bai Feng, Murasakibara, and Kise, Bai Feng rarely took the initiative to attack. This made the audience who wanted to see fist-to-fist collisions feel a little uncomfortable now. After all, they had never seen Bai Feng play like this. He would rather pass the ball to his teammates and let them shoot than choose to attack himself. Some viewers even suspected that Bai Feng was using this method to complain that his players were too weak. However, Teikō's offense was as smooth as ever. Under the leadership of Akashi, Teikō chose to deliberately bypass Bai Feng to complete the offense. When facing Bai Feng's four teammates, Miracle Era simply played as they wanted. Scoring was as easy as eating and drinking. Of course, this was based on the premise that they chose to score from the outside. Once you want to attack the inside, you have to face the backup defense of 633 Bai Feng. Although Bai Feng can't defend the attack into the inside every time. For example, Aomine's breakthrough attack, he has to be extremely careful. However, slowly, Aomine's chances of breakthrough have become less and less. Because Akashi saw that Aomine always wanted to attack the inside, he rarely passed the ball to him. After that, most of Teikō's points came from Midorima and Kise who regained consciousness. The third quarter of the game was in this rhythm. Beep. It's finally over. Day. Hey. Bai Feng's physical energy consumption is very large, and he is breathing heavily. When he heard the whistle at this time, he was relieved. The third quarter of the game was really a great test of his physical strength. Although he didn't choose too many offensive shots in this quarter. However, he has been working hard on defense and rebounding. Especially when facing Murasakibara who is in good physical condition, Bai Feng's physical energy consumption is even greater. Bai Feng also had a clear understanding of Murasakibara's talent during this period of time. His physical condition is indeed very abnormal. When he competes with the opponent for rebounds, he cannot completely suppress him. During this period, Bai Feng did not compete for the opponent many times. Bai Feng also gradually understood why Murasakibara's skills were so rough. This guy does not need to polish his skills at all, he can destroy all the opponents he has faced in the past. However, this time Bai Feng taught him a lesson. When encountering players with equally good physical conditions, the importance of technology is reflected at this time. It can be said that Bai Feng has always been in a dominant position in the matchup with Murasakibara. Murasakibara almost finished the third quarter under the control of Bai Feng. I don't know what this guy feels now. However, Bai Feng thinks that he at least has some opinions about Akashi. After all, in the game, Murasakibara raised his hand many times to signal Akashi to pass the ball, but was ignored. Murasakibara's limited singles were all played after he grabbed the rebound. After the players from both sides left the court, when Bai Feng returned to his own camp, he sat down directly and began to recover his strength. At the same time, he also found that the atmosphere among his teammates was not very good at this time. Because, after the end of the third quarter, their score was a bit wide. The score at this time was 74-50. The full 24-point difference made everyone feel a lot of pressure. Although they knew that after Bai Feng passed the ball to them, they would definitely face the current situation. But when they really faced the reality, they still felt heavy. Especially the four main players, they felt more guilty at this time. They felt guilty for dragging Bai Feng down. However, Bai Feng was not too worried at this time, but was relieved. Because he was frantically passing the ball to his teammates in the third quarter. At this time, it was finally confirmed that same frequency could be entered. Now as long as the fourth quarter starts, he can let all his teammates enter that state again. Bai Feng panted and whispered, "At the beginning of the next quarter, we will catch up. Everyone, cheer up." The teammates were still immersed in their own low mood. Suddenly, after hearing Bai Feng's words, they were stunned at first, and then they all showed a look of surprise. Because at this moment, they all confirmed one thing from Bai Feng's words. The captain's ability is ready. They are about to show their strongest posture. Finally, we are going to fight back. Come on. You must not drag your feet. At this time, all the players of Jianguang cheered up. They knew that the final showdown was coming. Bai Feng, no matter what, try your best. The break is over. The fourth quarter begins. The players of both sides stepped onto the court again under the gaze of the audience. In the eyes of everyone, Bai Feng received the serve from his teammate. After halftime, Yinjie thought that Bai Feng was going to play like the third quarter. But he found that Bai Feng was standing. Akashi stood in front of him and had no intention of changing positions. After seeing this scene, everyone realized that Bai Feng should adopt a different style of play. For a while, the audience in the stands started to discuss again. Is Bai Feng going to attack? I think so. After all, it's the last quarter. If we don't play now, we won't have a chance. But the score difference between the two teams is already very large. There should be no chance. When Akashi saw Bai Feng reappear in front of him, his expression did not fluctuate. Because he knew long ago that Bai Feng would not surrender and would definitely counterattack in the end. At this time, Akashi was sure that Bai Feng's final offensive was coming. However, he didn't take it to heart at all. Akashi spoke coldly as always. In the last quarter, let you completely despair. Chapter 80. Bai Feng certainly saw Akashi's arrogant attitude. It was still so dazzling. However, Bai Feng did not respond to him immediately. Because as early as the moment he received the serve, he had already immersed himself in his heart. At this time, Bai Feng even felt that the noisy sound outside had already gone away from him. He knew that this was the feeling before entering the same frequency state. In this state, Bai Feng did not last long. Then, he felt that his vision was inexplicably clearer. Even at this time, Bai Feng could clearly perceive the state of his teammates. And, he could passively influence the actions of his teammates with himself as the center. Of course, the moment Bai Feng changed, the other four teammates followed suit and entered this wonderful state. At this time, they all instinctively felt Bai Feng's thoughts and could execute them. The instantaneous change of Jianguang and the others made the Teikō people, who were originally relaxed on the court, look condensed instantly. In the age of miracles, they are all geniuses among geniuses. They have a keen sense of smell for any subtle changes on the court. At this time, the aura of the people in Jianguang changed. Although they didn't know what happened specifically. However, they knew in their hearts that this must be related to Bai Feng. Involuntarily, everyone looked directly at Bai Feng. Then, everyone saw that Bai Feng's expression at this time was completely different from his previous confident and generous appearance. At this moment, Bai Feng seemed to have changed into a different person, as if he was completely immersed in it, and the whole person had a feeling of extreme calmness. However, in this extremely calm state, everyone felt a sense of danger. This made them frown, and their expressions were a little solemn. Akashi, who was in front of Bai Feng, was the first to notice Bai Feng's change. Similarly, the moment Bai Feng changed, Akashi immediately felt a sense of danger inexplicably. This made him widen his emperor eye, and then his orange pupils began to beat violently. At this moment, the Emperor Eye was activated without Akashi's control. This was completely because Akashi was stressed by Bai Feng's changes. Then, he could see from the Emperor Eye. A huge spider web that was enough to cover the entire court fell from the sky and pounced on him. It seemed that he would be captured directly in the next second. Seeing this picture, Akashi shuddered uncontrollably. Then, when Akashi came to his senses, he was furious. He actually had such a reaction just under the momentum of Bai Feng. This was unacceptable to him. When dealing with anyone, Akashi always took the absolute initiative. No one could make him retreat psychologically. Thinking of this, he directly pushed the Emperor Eye to the extreme. A ray of light appeared in the orange pupil at this moment. In an instant, Akashi saw through Bai Feng's skin, bones, and blood. Akashi's Emperor Eye at this time became even more powerful under the stress just now. Akashi felt that with the current Emperor Eye can completely ignore Bai Quan's physical fitness that Yin is proud of. Akashi, I have seen through your future. After saying that, Akashi burst out with speed. He was about to poke the basketball in Bai Feng's hand towards the future he had seen. But almost at the same time, a flowing spider web suddenly appeared in Bai Feng's eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Akashi felt that he had fallen into a trap. Bai Feng said calmly, Akashi, you will always remember today. While Bai Feng was speaking, he broke through to the right, and his speed soared to the top in an instant. But Akashi had already seen the future, and he reached out to steal it directly. But the next second, he did not feel the touch of the steel on his hand. Instead, his eyes went black. It felt like he had hit a wall, and under the strong impact, his head was dizzy at this time. At the same time, Akashi also came to his senses, and he hit the pick and roll of Bai Feng's teammate. That's right, while Bai Feng was acting, he appeared beside Akashi in the same frequency and completed the pick and roll. The reason why Akashi didn't see the pick and roll was that he was focused on Bai Feng and didn't see Bai Feng directing his teammates. The second reason was that Dahi's timing of the pick and roll happened to be when he was about to steal the ball from Bai Feng. It can only be said that in the state of same frequency, the timing of the cooperation is just right. After Taiga's pick and roll, Bai Feng successfully passed Akashi. However, Taiga's pick and roll brought Aomine in front of Bai Feng. The two were in the second matchup, and Aomine was watching Bai Feng's state at this time, with a serious expression. Just when he was about to burst into wildness and defend in front, Bai Feng met him with a pass without looking at anyone, and the basketball instantly swung to the right bottom corner like a cannonball. What? Bai Feng's pass without any sign shocked Aomine. He didn't expect that Bai Feng would choose to pass the ball. Moreover, the position of the pass was too random, and such a pass could only be a mistake. Because Aomine knew that there were no teammates of Bai Feng near the bottom corner before defending Bai Feng. However, as soon as he had this idea, snap! The basketball was firmly caught in the hands of Bifang's teammates. Aomine looked at it in astonishment, and the point where there was no player was suddenly occupied by Bifang's teammates. Moreover, both hands have already firmly caught the ball. 0 Please give me flowers. It felt like the receiver knew that the basketball would appear in that position, so he ran there in advance. Aomine suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't understand why Bifang's teammates could see through Bifang's passing idea. But before he could think about it, Bifang passed the ball and directly used his physical advantage to pass him without the ball. Almost instantly, Bifang had reached the edge of the penalty area. At the same time, the teammate who received the pass from Bifang didn't stick to the ball at all. The moment he got the ball, he passed the ball in the direction where Feng was coming now. Dig! The basketball was directly caught by Bifang. The cooperation between the two was not at all stagnant, as if they had rehearsed countless times, and it was simply smooth and seamless. At this time, Bifang, who had received the ball, had already appeared in the penalty area. And now, it was Atsushi Murasakibara who was blocking him. Seeing him appear in front of him, Bifang didn't have any intention of retreating in his mind. He jumped high directly towards Murasakibara, not taking Murasakibara's defense seriously. Murasakibara also showed a fierce look on his face when he saw this, and jumped high to block the ball fiercely. However, Murasakibara didn't notice. Showdown, who was originally blocked behind him, also started to move at the same time as he moved. At this time, Showdown had already appeared behind Bifang. The position where Showdown appeared was exactly where Bifang wanted him to arrive. At this time, Bifang in the air threw the ball into the air behind him at an angle that no one could have imagined. Then, Bifang deliberately blocked Murasakibara's body in the air. The audience had already been stunned by Bifang's series of operations. Bang! Showdown jumped up and caught Bifang's pass. Completed the aerial relay. The sound of this powerful dunk also spread to the ears of every audience present. They were also awakened immediately, and after a short moment of daze, they burst into exclamations. Of course, they were not shouting just for this dunk. Rather, they shouted fiercely because of the entire offensive process led by Bifang. FK. What is this? What kind of ball did Jianguang hit? My god! It's too outrageous. Who can tell me what happened to this ball? Too strong, although I don't understand it, it's so compelling. Why did Jianguang suddenly change? This teamwork is simply perfect. Chapter 81. After Bifang scored the goal, the audience burst into fierce shouts. They were all amazed at Jianguang's cooperation in the offense. It was just like flowing water. There was not even a trace of stagnation when the players moved. It was as if the 5 players on the court completely shared the same brain. This was completely different from Jianguang's previous playing style. At this time, Ichiro Kobayashi from Chong Tang Middle School, who had played against Jianguang before, was in the stands. After seeing this ball, a look of painful memories appeared on his face. Then he took a long breath. He said to the people around him who didn't know, "It's this kind of thing. Bifang used this kind of cooperation at the beginning, so that we suppressed it in the last quarter and didn't even score a goal." The Chong Tang substitute player next to him also knew that his predecessor was autistic after being beaten by Bifang. As a result, he didn't recover for a long time. This time, the team came to watch Bifang play to summarize the 283 game, and it was a decision made after a lot of psychological struggle. Afterwards, Kobayashi Ichiro ignored the players beside him. He said to himself, "After that game, you always asked me how I felt. I can only say 2 words, powerless. In that kind of cooperation, you seem to be defending only one person, but in fact you are playing against 5 people at the same time. I can only say that Jianguang's 5 players will be completely integrated with Bifang." In the court, when Jianguang scored a goal easily through team cooperation, Teik and the others fell into disbelief. There is no way, Jiang Guang's offensive method this time is really beyond their previous cognition. If it is said that this ball was just scored by Bai Feng in a singles, then they would not be like this. Because Bai Feng has already shown his strength, they have been mentally prepared for this. But just now, the other 4 third-rate players of Jiang Guang also showed something they didn't expect. The extreme running position with Bai Feng as the core is like they can read each other's thoughts. It's really incredible. This is something new they have never seen on the basketball court before. The score at this time is 74:52. When Bai after Feng completed the aerial relay to his teammates, he led them back to their own half. He didn't care about Murasakibara's angry face after being tricked. Bai Feng could clearly feel that his physical strength was beginning to decline more severely. He could only immerse himself in the game at this time, and had no time to use trash talk to influence his opponent's thoughts. When Murasakibara was still immersed in the shame of being blocked by a small fish, and had not recovered his calm. Suddenly, he heard Akashi's cold voice, "Murasakibara, serve quickly." Akashi's mood at this time was actually not much better than Murasakibara's, but it was not visible in Akashi's unchanging expression. But for several teammates who knew him best, everyone could clearly feel that Sendong was really angry. When Akashi got the basketball again, Akashi changed his previous calm style of playing like a robot. He rushed through the midfield and came to Bai in the blink of an eye. Feng's front. When the two met again, the originally noisy voices in the stadium faded. Because everyone felt a dangerous sense of oppression from Akashi at this moment. Combined with Akashi's experience in the previous round, they could understand. After all, the famous Teik captain, Akashi Sejuro, was blocked by Bai Feng's third-rate teammate. In this situation, how could the arrogant Wei Si not have emotional fluctuations? Akashi's cold eyes were also locked on Bai Feng at this time. If eyes could attack people, Bai Feng might have been cut by him thousands of times at this time. After a brief gaze, Akashi had made up his mind. He was going to play this ball alone. After all, his Emperor Eye had gone a step further just now. The future that can be seen now is longer term. Akashi thought that at this moment, he could completely ignore Bai Feng's defense. He wanted to let Bai Feng know that the so-called irreparable gap in Bai Feng's physical fitness was nothing but bullshit in Akashi's eyes. After everything was decided, Akashi's eyes became even colder, and then the Emperor Eye flashed a dangerous orange light. Seeing this, Bai Feng also knew that the opponent was going to attack. Sure enough, as Akashi's eyes shrank, Akashi's footsteps and the basketball in his hand began to move. Bang! Bang! It was still the same extremely simple and concise style of play. Then, Akashi burst out to the right. Bai Feng, of course, defended it at the first time. But then, the orange pupils flashed violently. Suddenly, he saw a longer-term picture than before. Akashi showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and he was about to change direction to the left. Akashi, your physical advantage no longer exists, Bai Feng. At this moment, Bai Feng was amazed by the Emperor Eye whose pupil power was enhanced. He admitted that if he was still in the state before same frequency, he would be more passive. But now, it was completely different. Akashi's lightning-fast attack broke through to the left. Dog. Bai Feng's teammates double-teamed him directly from the left. And the timing of the double team overlapped with the moment when Akashi broke through. This made Akashi, who was originally smiling because of the successful breakthrough, freeze his mouth instantly. Because, firstly, he didn't expect to be double-teamed, and secondly, when he was blocked by the double team, he felt a great threat from Bai Feng. Bai Feng saw that at the moment when Akashi was stiff because of the double team. He thrust his 216 cm arm like a spear at the basketball in his hand. Akashi had no time to continue his breakthrough after feeling the danger of being intercepted. He hurriedly threw the ball, and the direction of his pass was near the bottom corner on the left. That was exactly where Midorima was standing at the moment. When the ball was thrown, Akashi breathed a sigh of relief for no reason. The scene just now was too dangerous, and Akashi never thought that he would be double-teamed at the moment of his breakthrough. The double-teamer who suddenly appeared was like a ghost, as if he knew the direction of his breakthrough in advance. If Akashi's body control was not too strong, someone else would definitely have bumped into him. But before Akashi could completely relax, snap! The sound of receiving the ball sounded, but it was not Midorima in the bottom corner who received Akashi's pass. It was Taiga. Taiga actually appeared directly in the route of Akashi's pass and intercepted the ball in advance. 4.8 What the hell? What's going on? How did this guy know where the ball would appear? Why did Bai Feng's teammates suddenly change like that? FK, are they all acting Bai Feng? Feng? If they had played like this earlier, the score gap would have been so big. You are focusing on the wrong point. I am an old fan of Bai Feng Jun. I can tell you for sure that the changes of Jianguang players at this time are completely controlled by Bai Feng. FK, it's outrageous. Jianguang players are just like sharing a brain. In the stands, thousands of spectators were shocked by the scene in the stadium at this time. They didn't expect that Akashi's pass would be intercepted by a third-rate player. And most importantly, they were all shocked by Jianguang's cooperation. Is this still the Jianguang middle school they are familiar with, the one that only Bai Feng can show off? Chapter 82. Under the shocked gaze of the audience, Daihe passed the stolen basketball directly to Bai Feng. The whole process did not waste any extra time. After receiving the ball, Bai Feng led his teammates to start a fast break. The teammates who had just double-teamed Bai Feng were closely behind him. At the same time, Akashi also reacted. Although he was in a very bad mood at this time, he also burst into speed to defend Bai Feng in time. Because Bai Feng and Akashi were originally standing at the top of the arc of the three-point line. At this time, the two also ran in front of everyone. During this period, Akashi also used Emperor Ai to try to steal the ball from Bai Feng. However, Bai Feng once again performed a perfect pick and roll with his teammates in the state of same frequency. In just a moment, the threat of Emperor Ai was resolved into nothingness. Of course, after the silky pick and roll, the defender next to Bai Feng also changed. 01. At this time, it was Ryota Kise who was defending Bai Feng. Bai Feng could clearly feel the fighting spirit on the other party's face at this time. He knew that Kise had always wanted to confront him head-on, and this time the two of them were matched through pick and roll. It was also the first time since the start of the game that Bai Feng appeared in front of Kise in a frontal offensive posture. This made Kise extremely focused and excited. Kise, little Bai Feng, I won't let you score. However, Bai Feng didn't want to play with the other party at this time. He just wanted to cherish every moment of the fourth quarter and try to catch up quickly during the time when his physical strength was rapidly declining. Bai Feng didn't show courtesy to the other party. This time, Bai Feng directly used the violent style of play that the audience was most familiar with. In an instant, Bai Feng used his advantage of mismatch to let Kise experience the feelings of Aomine and Akashi. At this time, Kise also had the name of Miracle Era. However, his strength had not yet evolved completely. It can even be said that Kise is now the weakest of Teikō's starting five. So when Bai Feng got serious, how could he defend Bai Feng? The result was determined as soon as he faced Bai Feng. Bang! Bai Feng rushed into the inside and dunked. Kise was behind Bai Feng at this time and could only watch with his eyes, but he had no way to do anything. At this moment, he finally fully experienced the pressure of Bai Feng's frontal attack. In the stands, the audience was impressed by Bai Feng's teamwork and violent singles in this short period of time. Once again, aroused enthusiastic cheers. At this time, the score was 74-54. Everyone present thought that the fourth quarter would end in a dull manner. According to their expectations, Teikō will continue to show his multi-point blossoming and continue to attack. And Jianguang can only be passively widened and finally swallow the defeat. But they didn't expect that Jianguang actually launched a desperate counterattack at the beginning of the fourth quarter under the leadership of Bai Feng. This made the audience excited. After the start of the entire fourth quarter, the Tokyo Gymnasium was plunged into a wave of fierce shouting. The audience's voices almost never stopped. At this time, Kobayashi Ichiro of Chong Tang also shouted excitedly, "Look, Meng Guang is showing a decline under this kind of attack. So it's normal that I can't defend against Bai Feng." At this time, it has been nearly half of the fourth quarter. Jianguang has been in the state of same frequency, showing the ultimate cooperation. Akashi was also completely blocked during this period of holding the ball. In this case, Jianguang had a scoring boom. The score kept rising. 74:52, 74:56, 74:58. The rhythm of this game made the audience extremely excited. Of course, under this extreme attack and defense. Correspondingly, Bai Feng's state is also declining rapidly at this time. Ha! Bai Feng bent down with his hands on his knees, breathing heavily. The situation is not good. While Bai Feng felt his physical strength draining away, he could also clearly perceive the state of his teammates. Okawa Shota and his physical fitness was also declining rapidly. But the solemnity in Bai Feng's heart at this time was not just a decline in physical fitness. It was the rhythm of his teammates' same frequency state, which was slowly being adapted by the opponent. In the last round, their passing cooperation was almost intercepted by Aomine. Fortunately, Bai Feng changed his strategy quickly and conducted one more transmission to avoid the crisis. However, this also scared Bai Feng into a cold sweat. In fact, Bai Feng had already thought that the opponent could adapt to the same frequency state. After all, Bai Feng brought his teammates into the same frequency state, which could greatly improve the overall strength. However, that was only reflected in the cooperation of the entire team. It is not that the players' individual abilities have been enhanced, they are still the same physical attributes as before. It is impossible for 740 to obtain the same strength as the Age of Miracles through the state of same frequency. So, in this case, over time, Teikō and the others will gradually adapt to their game rhythm. Aomine is almost adapted now. Moreover, Bai Feng feels that the rest of the Age of Miracles will not take long. It can only be said that they are worthy of being players of this level. Bai Feng quickly analyzed the pros and cons of the game in his mind. Then, Bai Feng regained his calmness from his solemn look. There is still time, he is ready to catch up with the score before the opponent gradually adapts completely. After regaining his composure, Bai Feng suddenly thought of something. Then, Bai Feng looked at Akashi who was advancing with the ball. He saw that the opponent was still poker-faced as always. However, Bai Feng could clearly feel the changes in the opponent during this period of confrontation. Akashi's cold and piercing offensive at the beginning. As Jianguang gradually caught up with the score, and he himself was constantly targeted by Bai Feng. The originally cold momentum fluctuated. It was not as oppressive as at the beginning. Bai Feng looked at the other party, and some thoughts came to his mind. Chapter 83. Under the gaze of thousands of eyes in the stadium, Akashi has appeared in front of Bai Feng again with the ball. Akashi's emperor eyes were still full of coldness. But Bai Feng seemed to see through the other party's wavering mind through the cold coat. Bai Feng even doubted whether he had seen it wrong. The Akashi Seijuro who always looked like he was the boss and the second in command would actually show a hint of such an attitude. But then, Bai Feng was extremely sure of his judgment. He combined the various targeted strategies he had made against Wei Tong since the start of the fourth quarter. Under this targeting, Akashi was completely useless and couldn't even pass the ball. Akashi was originally an extremely arrogant person, and his current personality was born for victory. After being targeted suddenly without any room for counterattack, the personality born for victory was very likely to fall into self-doubt. After seeing this clearly, Bai Feng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Akashi's personality is really too fragile. How strong the appearance is, how weak the heart is. Bai Feng had actually thought before that the era of miracles would gradually adapt to the same frequency offensive rhythm. However, Akashi might not be able to adapt in a short time. Because as the ball holder, he would definitely be targeted by Bai Feng. Akashi's fragile and sensitive personality would not be able to withstand this unprecedented rhythm. Bai Feng saw this and it was just as he expected. Then, Bai Feng prepared to continue to target Akashi and try to make him completely autistic. After the plan emerged in his mind, suddenly, Bai Feng's originally calm expression changed. He raised the corner of his mouth, with a hint of mockery, "Akashi, thank you for always giving me the ball. Keep going, I can't catch it." After Bai Feng said those teasing words, Akashi narrowed his eyes slightly, then frowned slightly, and the whole person burst out with a sense of oppression. But he did not attack directly, but continued to control the ball, as if he was calculating how to attack next. But Bai Feng saw it clearly. This guy couldn't burst out his momentum under his provocation. But the aura suddenly revealed at this time, in Bai Feng's view, was more like stress. Bai Feng looked at Akashi's cowardly appearance and continued, "I don't know if your eyes can see through your future." Akashi heard Bai Feng's series of trash talk. He was already unstable, and now he completely exploded. I saw Akashi's emperor eye jumping violently, and then he looked at Bai Feng, his expression showed a hideous look, and he said word by word, "Bai Feng, I will let you recognize the gap between us." With an expression that was almost devouring, Akashi directly activated Emperor Eye and was about to launch a fierce attack. Seeing this, Bai Feng's mouth curled up slightly and a smile appeared. He knew that Akashi's mentality was in chaos. This look now made Bai Feng suddenly feel that Akashi was like a beast fighting back before dying. Teikō's other teammates had noticed that Akashi's condition was not right long ago. However, they didn't expect that after being intercepted many times in the previous rounds. At this time, he didn't change his strategy and was going to rush up and break through Bai Feng. Midorima frowned, "Akashi, this guy." Not only Midorima, the rest of the teammates also didn't understand. They really couldn't imagine why Akashi, such a calm person, would suddenly become so impetuous. However, before everyone thought too much, the thousands of spectators in the Tokyo Gymnasium burst into fierce noises again. Kobayashi Ichiro, FK, although Akashi was restricted in the first few rounds, it was also done by Jian Guang through various cooperation. But this time it was completely one-sided. After being double-teamed, he was directly intercepted by Bai Feng. "Oh my god, this Teikō captain is getting worse and worse. It seems that the top point guard in junior high school will be completely replaced after this game." The audience exclaimed because Bai Feng, who was on the field just now, double-teamed Akashi as soon as he took the initiative to attack, and then robbed him directly. In the past, Akashi could always pass the ball in a hurry when Bai Feng made the final steal. Although every time the ball was passed, it would be taken by Bai Feng's teammates in advance. But this time, Akashi was intercepted by Bai Feng before he even passed the ball. At this time, Bai Feng firmly controlled the ball in his hands and led his teammates to attack. The moment Akashi was intercepted, he was stunned for a moment. But then, the originally cold expression on his face was completely out of control, and then he burst out at a very fast speed to chase Bai Feng. This time, Bai Feng did not directly launch a fast break, but deliberately slowed down his speed. When Bai Feng deliberately slowed down, Yan Si defended in front of Bai Feng again. Bai Feng could clearly feel Akashi's unstable state at this time. Then, Bai Feng said directly, "With your current state, it is better to let Kuroko Tetsuya come and defend me." After the words fell, Bai Feng did not continue to care about him. He directly mobilized his teammates and once again showed the silky cooperation that made the audience dumbfounded. Moving ahead, pick and roll, passing the ball without looking at people, passing the ball instantly after receiving the ball, continuing pick and roll. After a series of tactical cooperation that does not require brain thinking. Abu. Teammate assists Bai Feng, Gu Mingchen. Score, 74:62. As the basketball went into the net, the scene erupted with fierce responses again. However, Bai Feng was not affected by the atmosphere and the goal. Bai Feng turned around and found Akashi, and then walked to Wei Tong. Bai Feng was no longer prepared to give the other party a chance to receive the ball safely. He wanted to take full court pressing defense against Akashi when he was in an unstable state. Bai Feng wanted to grasp Akashi's state at this time and quickly catch up. However, when Bai Feng should stand next to Akashi to defend him strictly, he suddenly found that Akashi's eyes, which were originally sharp, were now dull. As if his soul had been sucked out, he stood there motionless. Bai Feng saw Akashi like this, and he also looked at him seriously for a while. He finally determined that this guy must have a psychological problem. At this time, Murasakibara, who was originally standing at the baseline preparing to serve, saw Akashi motionless. He did not pass the ball directly, because if he served at this time, Bai Feng would definitely steal it. At the same time, Teikō's other miracles. All noticed Bao Tong's state at this moment. This made the two teams, which had been fighting fiercely, suddenly become strangely calm. Chapter 84. When this scene appeared on the scene, the audience in the stands were a little puzzled. Especially some high school scouts, many of them came specifically for Akashi. With the eyes of these professional scouts, they actually discovered Akashi when he just started to change psychologically. Until now, when they saw Akashi's confidence was completely shattered. These scouts finally shook their heads in disappointment. I really can't believe that the captain of the miracle era is so fragile. Yet, who would have thought that Akashi, who looks the calmest, has such a weak psychological quality? After sighing, many scouts couldn't help but look at Bai Feng. Although they already knew how powerful Bai Feng was. But at this moment, after comparing Akashi's surrendered look, they suddenly felt that Bai Feng was really perfect. In the court, although everyone in Teikō was confused and worried about Akashi's current state. But after all, the game was still going on, and they didn't stop because of Akashi's passivity. Bai Feng was beside Akashi, and suddenly saw Aomine on the other side taking action. Murasakibara, give me the ball. Aomine quickly got rid of the defender and called out to Murasakibara directly. Seeing this, Murasakibara didn't think much and passed the ball to Aomine directly. After all, with Akashi's current state, if he continued to serve Akashi, he would definitely be intercepted. In addition to Akashi, the most suitable position for holding the ball in the entire Teikō is only Aomine was alone. Although Midori Makai's could also hold the ball, it was still a little dangerous under Jiangguang's teamwork at this time. Dia. The basketball was caught by Aomine steadily. Instantly, the audience's attention shifted from Akashi. At the same time, Bai Feng also immediately turned his attention to Aomine. Bai Feng did not expect that Teikō's group of Miracle 200 era would change so quickly, just after Akashi showed this state for the first time. They actually gave up passing the ball to Akashi. Bai Feng originally thought that Teikō's rhythm would continue to be dragged down by Akashi in this state for several rounds. It seems impossible. Bai Feng used the double team tactic on Aomine as soon as he got the ball. However, Aomine used his speed to break through all of Bai Feng's teammates. Bai Feng looked solemn. When he saw Aomine break through the extremely coordinated defense under same frequency so easily, he knew in his heart that Aomine was almost completely adapted to Jiangguang's rhythm under same frequency. While analyzing in his mind, Bai Feng was also double-teamed by his teammates. At this time, he was defending in front of Aomine. Bai Feng opened his long arms and instantly stopped Aomine's speed. Aomine looked at Bai Feng in front of him, and his expression sank, as if he was thinking about how to deal with it. After a short while, Aomine burst into wildness and was about to start again. But at the moment he started, his body suddenly paused for a moment. Because the teammates under same frequency had once again appeared in a position that was unfavorable to Aomine according to Bai Feng's idea. In this moment of stalemate, Bai Feng seized the opportunity and went forward to surround him. The next moment, he was about to steal the basketball from Aomine's hand. However, when Bai Feng's long arms were poked out, he actually saw Midorima Shinter appeared behind Aomine. Midorima, pass the ball, Aomine. Aomine Daiki obviously didn't expect Midorima's running position at this time. He originally thought that his teammates had not yet adapted to Bai Feng's offensive and defensive rhythm. Suddenly hearing Midorima ask him to pass the ball made Aomine, who was not good at passing the ball, hesitate for a moment. But then, Aomine's personal strength was still strong, and in a deadlock, he finally passed the ball, But... snap! The basketball was directly touched by Bai Feng at the moment it was passed, and finally went out of bounds. After Bai Feng destroyed the ball, he was not surprised, but broke out in a cold sweat. At this time, Bai Feng became solemn, because he knew that Midorima had also adapted to the rhythm under same frequency. The most important thing is that after Midorima adapted, the other two should be almost the same. Thinking of this, Bai Feng couldn't help but look at all the miracle era except Akashi. Although the opponent only had 4 miracle level players after removing Akashi, who was now a burden. However, Bai Feng had a sense of uneasiness in his heart for no reason. Sure enough, Bai Feng saw Teikō's changes immediately afterwards. After the basketball was hit out of bounds by Bai Feng, the Teikō team was silent and solemn. Then, Midorima Shinter looked at Akashi first. Then he frowned and said to the rest of his teammates in a serious and straightforward manner, "We must change our style of play. If we continue like this, we will definitely lose." When Midorima finished speaking, the Teikō team was in a trance for a moment. Lose? Will they, Teikō, lose? How long has it been since this word appeared in their hearts? Such a distant thing actually happened to them? But then, they all had to accept the reality. Jianguang, a small team, led by Bai Feng, actually made them feel the long-lost tension at this time. At this moment, with Midorima's words, everyone finally realized the seriousness of the problem. Midorima, Kai's Murasakibara, follow your opponent well, and at the same time provide cover and cooperation. When Midorima finished speaking, the Teikō team was just silent and did not refute out loud. Because they knew that if they wanted to break the deadlock, they had to make changes and cooperate. Although after they blossomed, they never cooperated as a team again. But now facing the threat of Bai Feng, they had to unite again. Bai Feng saw the changes of Teikō and the others. He knew that the final attack and defense was coming. Teikō served the ball again, and the basketball appeared in Aomine's hands again. Bai Feng immediately adopted a textbook double team on Aomine. This certainly could not prevent Aomine's rapid breakthrough. Bai Feng defended in time, and the situation in the previous round was repeated again. However, when Bai Feng was about to arrange his teammates to double-team him again, Bai Feng suddenly saw in his peripheral vision that Murasakibara was rushing towards him quickly. Bai Feng also knew the opponent's purpose, and he wanted to cover Aomine. Then his expression turned cold, and under the influence of same frequency, Showdown interfered with the speed of the press. At the same time, Bai Feng directly adopted a strong defensive pressure on Aomine. But it was not so easy for Aomine to steal the ball successfully. The next moment, Murasakibara screened and rolled beside Bai Feng. He was not disturbed by Showdown at all, and his speed was very fast. At the moment of blocking Bai Feng, Aomine had already seized the opportunity and shot directly at a burst speed. Although Bai Feng also quickly got rid of the block when Murasakibara screened him. But he could not defend Aomine. He could only watch Aomine's final score. The score was 76:62. After losing most of the fourth quarter, Teikō finally broke the scoring drought. Moreover, the most ridiculous thing was that when Akashi had problems, Teikō and his team cooperated to complete the score. Teikō's attack let Bai Feng know that the scene he least wanted to see had appeared. Miracle Era actually showed tactical cooperation under his coercion. It was no longer the previous style of play where everyone performed their duties. Bai Feng knew that even if Teikō eliminated Akashi on the offensive end at this time, they would not be as relaxed as in the previous rounds. The game continued, and in the subsequent rounds, it was indeed as Bai Feng thought. Both teams could not defend the other's goal. There was a situation of mutual attack on the field, and Akashi also slowly recovered some of his condition later. Akashi was not completely offline after all. 76:78:65,80:67. The scores rose simultaneously, and neither side could further widen the gap. Bai Feng's physical strength was almost gone, and he was almost at the point where he had to use his perseverance to support the game. Under the induction of same frequency, Bai Feng also knew that his teammates were not much better than him. In this state, Bai Feng looked at the expressions of his teammates at this time, and he found that there was no trace of retreat on their faces. At this moment, everyone just wanted to fight to the end. Bai Feng felt the thoughts of his teammates, and he did not hesitate, and directly launched a new round of offense. Pick and roll, running, passing, back passing, pick and roll. After a series of artistic cooperation, Bai Feng successfully broke into the basket, and then squeezed out his only physical strength jumped high. Under the gaze of the audience. Bang! Dunk succeeded. Just when the audience was surprised that Bai Feng still had such physical strength to dunk, they were shocked by Bai Feng's roar after landing. Ah! With Bai Feng's roar, leadership was activated instantly. Everyone in Jianguang unexpectedly felt an inexplicable feeling reappear in the past area under Bai Feng's roar. After feeling the changes in his body, Bai Feng looked at his teammates, and then said in the same reassuring tone as always, "Everyone, try your best. Ah, defense! Defense!" Then, under the leadership of Bai Feng, Jianguang showed a more fierce offensive and defensive momentum. At one point, the score difference was pulled closer. However, with the buff bonus of the leader's nature, their physical strength really ran out quickly. This momentum of chasing points was adapted and interrupted. Beep. The game ended. The score was 90:83. Teikō still won the final victory. After the game, the players on the Teikō bench rushed into the court. Surrounding the Miracles, they began to cheer excitedly. The Miracles, who had been numb to the victory in the past, now smiled after winning 3 consecutive championships. Teikō has reached the top again. The seniors are too strong. Teikō's marginal players cheered and jumped for joy, and they were all very excited. Kuroko stood behind the Miracles and smiled at this time, because he saw Teikō's original appearance again in the last game. Different from the lively scene of Teikō at this time, Jianguang and the others were silent because of the huge consumption of physical strength and the mood after losing. Everyone couldn't help thinking in their hearts, if there was more time and more physical strength, would the ending change? After the end, Bai Feng looked at the score for a long time without saying a word. Still no change. Bai Feng whispered in a low voice. After losing to Teikō again, Bai Feng's heart was still fluctuating. But not long after, Bai Feng threw away the negative emotions and recovered again. Chapter 85. The chaotic scene on the field did not last long. All the idlers left. In the warm atmosphere of the audience, the two teams began the final process. The two teams thanked each other. "Thank you for your guidance. Thank you for your guidance. Even in the finals, the final mutual thanks process still needs to be carried out. When both sides finished thanking each other, Bai Feng was about to leave the field with his teammates. Aomine walked out of the Teikō team and walked towards Bai Feng. Bai Feng also saw him and stood there waiting for him. When Aomine came to Bai Feng spoke first. This time, Bai Feng did not use the tit-for-tat arrogance on the field. He has returned to normal and said to Aomine with a faint smile, "Congratulations, Aomine, you won again." Aomine was a little worried about Bai Feng's state after the loss. But now seeing Bai Feng like this, he also put down his worries. "Aomine, thank you." Aomine seemed a little silent, and he didn't know what to say for a moment. Then he exhaled, looked at Bai Feng and said seriously, "Bai Feng. High school, let's compete." Bai Feng smiled and responded, "Okay, but you won't be so lucky next time. Don't neglect training, Aomine, otherwise you will lose miserably." "Aomine, you are still as arrogant as ever." "Bai Feng, I wonder if it is my honor to be called arrogant by you." "Aomine." After the two chatted for a while, Bai Feng was ready to leave. Bai Feng walked towards the player tunnel. When he stood at the entrance of the tunnel, he looked back at Teikō Junior High, who were preparing for the final award ceremony on the court. Then, he turned around and went into the tunnel. Bai Feng had adjusted his mentality at this time, although the feeling of losing was indeed unpleasant. However, the matter was a foregone conclusion, so there was no need to continue to waste his mind on it. Although Jianguang lost the game, it was the second in the country after all. This was enough to make a strong mark in the history of Jianguang Middle School. So after the game, the coach took everyone to relax in the name of celebration. During the meal, many third-year players were also emotional and cried. After all, for this group of people, they were about to say goodbye to Jianguang and enter high school. Although Feng didn't cry like them, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The next game, these familiar teammates won't be in front of him. Time flies so fast. When everything was over, Bai Feng returned home. He switched out of the system as soon as possible. Ding! Mission completed. In the fourth quarter of the game with Teikō, the score difference was successfully narrowed to within 10 points. Now there is a reward lottery. After Bai Feng saw the prompt sound of the system, he felt relieved. Although losing is not a good feeling, fortunately there is still the comfort of the system. Bai Feng gave the order without hesitation. In an instant, the familiar roulette appeared in front of Bai Feng's eyes. And then the roulette began to spin rapidly. During this period, Bai Feng saw a lot of props and character abilities in it. There were so many that Bai Feng couldn't help but be greedy. However, he missed it under the rapid rotation of the roulette. Not long after, the speed of the roulette slowed down until the pointer stopped at a Bai Feng was on a familiar capsule. Extraction completed, Evolution Capsule. Evolution Capsule, can upgrade LV1 skills by 1 level. When Bai Feng drew this auxiliary item, his eyes lit up. Bai Feng certainly remembered that same frequency was obtained because of the Evolution Capsule. Although this capsule can only evolve primitive skills, it is also very powerful. Bai Feng didn't think much about it, and then he made up his mind. This time, he planned to use it on the skill King's Domain. Bai Feng has always been very concerned about this ability. Bai Feng has always believed that the potential of King's Domain is not lower than that of Beyond Vision. At this time, Bai Feng did not hesitate at all. System, evolve the King's Domain for me. The moment Bai Feng gave the order, the details of the evolved skills appeared in front of Bai Feng. Ding! Skill evolution completed. 0. Please give me flowers. King's Domain LV2. Ability 1, you can specify 2 points on the court, so that the initial hit rate of these 2 points is at least 60% without interference. Ability 2, hit rate display is not only effective for yourself, but also can observe the opponent's real-time hit rate. Bai Feng looked at the introduction of the skills after evolution seriously. Not long after, he had a clear understanding of the current king's domain ability. Then, Bai Feng couldn't help but get excited. It's too FG perverted. The first point alone is enough to make Bai Feng exclaim awesome. Specify 2 fixed points to improve the hit rate. Bai Feng can already imagine his future game scenes. After Feng calmed down and thought for a while, he fixed these 2 points at the top of the 3-point line and the right side of the restricted area. First, by placing the points on the 3-point line, Bai Feng can directly use his physical advantage to pull up the opponent. In this way, the defender has to defend him closely. The moment the opponent steps forward, Bai Feng can directly speed up and pass the opponent. Then, he breaks into the restricted area, and with the help of the restricted area points, Bai Feng's finishing ability of layups and dunks is greatly improved. It can be said that the combination of these 2 points is enough to make the defenders in a dilemma. As for the change in the second point of King's domain, although you can see the opponent's shooting accuracy, the ability does not seem to be very good at first glance. However, after careful consideration, Feng found that it was still very abnormal. Especially for a player like him who has strong defensive ability, he can bring out the maximum function of this ability. Imagine that when you know the opponent's shooting hotspot in advance, you can force the offensive player to withdraw from the hot spot. In this way, you don't even need to block or steal, and you have already succeeded in defense for half of the time. At this time, Bai Feng imagined the scene of facing Aomine in his mind. Under his defense, the opponent's formless shot might really become a few random shots.